As he pondered the essence of life, the young man desperately dodged a deadly arrow flying straight at his body, exhausted by his long flight. A sudden epiphany about life's resemblance to a hard-boiled egg came to him as the merciless tip pierced his leg, causing him to lose his balance. Reflections on the meaning of this metaphor finally found space in his mind as his body sprawled on the cold ground, still trying to crawl away from the impending danger. Realizing the futility of escape, the boy slowly turned around, meeting the gaze of the ruthless gunman holding a sharp sword over a completely defenseless victim. Mentally resigning himself to the pointlessness of any further efforts, the young man watched as the man imperiously ordered his aides to search the defeated prey. The excited cry of one of the subordinates about the valuable find cut through the tense silence of the scene of the final confrontation. The relic was instantly in the greedy hands of the leader, while the immobilized young man remained securely held by two sturdy aides. Mentally consoling himself with the realization of resisting until his last breath, the boy watched the sword slide in for a blow, reminiscent of the final act in a computer game. The voice insisted on killing, while the hero weakly protested to the mother of spoilers about the necessity of his death right here, surrounded by a greenish glow. The entity's unrelenting cries for carnage merged with the hushed voice of the young man, trying to warn of the divine nature of the captured relic. Ignoring the protests, it continued to demand the killing, when the severed head of the young man suddenly claimed the completed abduction when it found itself in human hands. Methodically explaining the need to rid himself of his pursuers in this particular manner, the decapitated young man calmly returned the head to its rightful place. The head instantly took root, restoring the body. Relief burst out in laughter despite the losses and the crushing voice of the spoilsport's mother demanding blood. Nostalgic memories of approaching 30 went along with the growing fatigue of computer gaming amidst the monotony of everyday life. Compromises with reality through cheats eventually dissolved into a haze. Memories of a long-forgotten game, bought only for the role of a unique priest of spoils. Reasoning about the difficulty of obtaining and low efficiency of the chosen class, the young man carefully studied the characteristics of the mystical character on the glowing monitor. Excitement and increased heartbeat from the mere description of the class made him exhale heavily, recognizing the uncontrollable craving for an unusual gaming experience. The completion of all class quests and the disappearance of materials was accompanied by the appearance of strange anomalies on the monitor screen, transforming the familiar interface. Looking closely at the inexplicable changes, the guy abruptly recoiled on the back of his chair, mesmerized by the spread of a mysterious glow from the computer. The keyboard sharply soared upwards, and the player himself was dragged inside the monitor by an unknown force, absorbed into the abyss, transforming into a priest of corruption inside the game world. A bandaged hand, demanding blood in a death metal voice, beat at the young man's chest, but his serene smile gave away the strange satisfaction of serving the mother of spoil. 5 years ago, it all began with waking up on a ritual circle, clad only in the robe of the spoil order, amidst the mysterious symbols of an otherworldly summoning. The mystical hand of the goddess nestled against the chosen one's chest was the physical embodiment of eternal service and an unbreakable bond with the otherworldly deity. The deep connection with the powerful incarnation of the goddess allowed a surprisingly quick acceptance of the irreversibility of displacement into the world of game laws. The unnatural ease of accepting the incredible circumstances now caused only a slight chuckle at the memory of the initial shock and agonizing realization. According to the backstory, the spoil priest was an alchemically modified human with supernatural abilities beyond ordinary mortals. Enhanced senses and inhuman stamina allowed him to recover from mortal wounds, including decapitation, now perceived as an annoying inconvenience. The sudden realization of irreversible changes in the structure of the brain made the young man look with some surprise at the scene unfolding ahead. His former intolerance to the sight of blood had completely disappeared, allowing him to watch the wild beast tearing the corpse apart with its sharp teeth. The ability to impassively contemplate the brutal scenes while standing back confirmed the changes in brain structure that had transformed an ordinary man into a servant of darkness. The only truly meaningful loss remained the lack of taste sensation, evoking nostalgia for pork brisket and spicy kimchi. Obtaining a certificate in the name of the priest of Marnak ended with a formal thank you at the administration building, which was constantly being visited by visitors. The question about a possible job caused a slight confusion to the female clerk, who looked at the boy in surprise, clearly unaccustomed to such requests. The momentary confusion was replaced by the realization of the need to find suitable assignments for the priests of the goddess of support, which caused her to feverishly study the papers. Smiling patiently, the young man awaited the results of the search, immersed in his own thoughts of the impending deception of the gullible locals. The strategic decision to introduce himself as a priest of the support order in the northern city of Gis allowed him to avoid immediate hostility from the local population. The danger of such a masquerade was the possible divine wrath that would leave a mark of judgment on the deceiver visible to true servants. The stigma of punishment instantly exposed the liar to the true members of the order, dooming him to inevitable exposure and subsequent retribution. The mother of Spoil's surprising tolerance for such tricks gave an invaluable advantage to her faithful follower, forced to conceal her true identity. The Order of Spoil, hated by all factions, served a majestic entity perched atop a mountain of skeletons, radiating a sinister aura of power over death. The only devoted servant stood in awe before the emerald glow of the goddess's hand, gently supporting the chin of her chosen one. The girl's triumphant exclamation marked the discovery of a suitable task, which she immediately held out to the impatient petitioner. Accepting the document, the priest lost his usual mask of friendliness, unwittingly revealing the true emotion behind the false affiliation with the peaceful order. The remark about the illiteracy of the mercenaries brought back a carefree smile, hiding the ability to write locally, which appeared after the displacement. The sudden request for an advance was met with genuine amazement by the clerk, unaccustomed to such insolence from the servants of the usually disinterested deities of support. With horses and wagons packed, the outfit moved out into the mountainous region to hunt bandits and monsters, unaware of the future. The young man grinned at the silent demands of his mother's spoilsport, while the administrator took exception to his warning of a fine for possible tardiness tomorrow. The insistent calls for murder emanating from her bandaged hand forced her to hide deeper and ignore the goddess's absurd hints of affection. The lad's musings were interrupted by his spoken name, causing him to turn around with poorly concealed irritation at the uninvited intrusion into his train of thought. The golden-haired young man with sky-blue eyes turned to the priest, expressing interest in his origins and mentioning his family waiting in the nearest village. Barely remembering Pierre's name, the young man listened with irritation to a stream of words about the captain's generosity, his parents' well-being, and disturbing rumors of ghosts attacking farms. A shout from the commander interrupted the endless monologue, making the blond man grin, promising a return to the conversation soon. The spoilsport mother's calls for bloodshed caused the protagonist to internally protest, realizing the inevitable problems of mass extermination of innocent companions. Leaning over his chest, the priest appealed to the hand to postpone the blood feast until his return to Giz, emphasizing the need for silversmiths for comfortable wintering. Straightening up after another bloodthirsty demand, the young man felt relief at the sudden cessation of divine pressure. Acknowledging the overreaction, the traveler apologized to his companion, continuing on his way with an improved mood and easy gait. The bandaged hand, again demanding death, stuck out from under his clothes, showing all 5 fingers in an unambiguously demanding gesture. Changing the direction of the conversation, the young man inquired about the assessment of those around him in the fingers of the divine scale, forcing the hand to retreat beneath the cloth. The mother of spoils instantly marked each companion with a sign with bent fingers, allowing him to assess the complete mediocrity of all potential victims. The sacrificial system followed a mathematical progression. Each finger signified a 10-fold increase in divine energy, from 10 to 100,000 units. Achieving 10,000 units of divinity guaranteed the acquisition of a supernatural power that empowered the cult follower. Recalling the absorption of the first relic, the protagonist realized the need to find 12 more artifacts to gain true power. Watching Pierre report back, the young man reflected on the goddess's promise to fulfill any wish, provided the divinity of all existing religions was collected. The anticipation of the return of the lost sense of taste caused an involuntary licking of the lips, accompanied by mental images of future gastronomic delights. The words about the captain's request not to interfere sounded unexpectedly, causing the slightly stunned protagonist to have a mute question in his gaze. Quoting a remark about the limits of human patience when chattering, the blonde rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, casting a guilty look at his new acquaintance. A benevolent smile lit up the guy's face as he assured his interlocutor of his complete well-being, skillfully hiding his true intentions under a mask of friendliness. Suddenly, Pierre and Priest Marnak opened their eyes and saw a horrifying picture. Deadly arrows were flying everywhere, which had already claimed the lives of several companions. The blonde's surprised cry was caused not only by the bloody sight, but also by a sharp jerk from behind. Someone grabbed him by his clothes with unexpected force. The protagonist grasped his companion tightly and sharply threw him back, while he himself rushed forward with lightning speed towards the danger. Several arrows, one after another, stabbed into the young man's body, causing him to cry out in pain, his veins bulging and his teeth grinning in an involuntary grimace of agony. The stunned blonde man lifted himself up and in desperation reached out his hand to the falling body of his savior, screaming in helplessness to help his wounded comrade. The lifeless bodies were already lying near the carriage as the cold-blooded gunmen who had organized the ambush hid in the nearby bushes, continuing their deadly attack. The arrow-wounded priest collapsed in the middle of the road near the wheel, staining the snow-covered surface with dark stains of his own blood. Lying motionless under the incessant calls of the mother of spoils to kill, the young man mentally calculated his plan of action. Pretend to be dead. Wait for the bandits to approach and take away their divinity. Cautiously lifting his gaze, he saw a grim picture. Motionless bodies studded with numerous arrows, eerie markers of a successful ambush. Slowly rising to his feet with a comment on the easy prey to come, the priest noticed a nearby abandoned sword, perfect for his purposes. Grabbing the weapon in a powerful motion, he announced his signature fighting style, slashing the air with the deadly blade in anticipation of the inevitable reprisal. Bringing his sword behind his head, he lunged forward with the lightning speed of a true servant of death, rushing towards his confused assailants with the determination of a true servant of death. The gunner, who had been lurking in the bushes, froze with his mouth open, unable to believe his eyes. The man who had just appeared dead was now rapidly closing the distance between them. Suddenly, the priest plunged his sword into his own body, and his scarlet blood spurted around him, accompanied by a heavy sigh and a battle cry. The attackers who had organized the deadly ambush froze behind the trees, watching with undisguised confusion as the spectacle unfolded. The leader, with a scar across his disfigured face, bared his teeth, intuitively realizing the nature of what was happening and the difficulties ahead. Quickly commanding his subordinates to deal with the remaining victims, he declared the priest his personal target, demanding further support in the fight. With a sword drawn from his own body, the protagonist adopted a defensive stance, successfully deflecting the attack of the enraged enemy leader flying at him. Masterfully repelling the attack, the priest threw his opponent back several meters, remaining motionless with a frightening lack of visible effort. Holding his weaponized hand out in front of him, the young man quickly uttered a cryptic finger question, wondering about his opponent's grade on a mysterious scale. The approaching opponent, hearing the scrap of the strange question, broke into sinister laughter, demonically questioning his opponent's incomprehensible words. Weapons crossed in a rapid series of blows and counterattacks, revealing no clear advantage to either mortal opponent. Retreating after another attack, the priest finally received a response from his bandaged hand, which showed 2.5 fingers from beneath his clothes, a sign of his opponent's strength. Mentally comparing an ordinary bandit to the assassin who slit his throat, the young man lamented the unbalanced nature of the game world, clutching his weapon with growing determination. The reflected attack had the unintended consequence of breaking off the tip of the sword and flying backwards into the snow, weakening his defenses considerably. The unexpected damage to the weapon caused the bandit leader to laugh uncontrollably, gloating over the easy victory over his weakened opponent. The young man looked down at the wreckage of his weapon with a heavy sigh of regret, while through the laughter his opponent reveled in the advantage of the frost steel blade. The unexpected offer to let the priest go, voiced by the recently chortling man, brought a questioning look from the fighting lad, not expecting such a thing. Explaining the decision with one last thing before leaving the area, the stranger made a grimace, giving himself the appearance of a real bandit, exhausted by circumstances. Offering to disperse peacefully, the enemy watched as the protagonist carefully loosened his grip, letting the rest of the weapon fall at his own feet in the deep snow. The counteroffer to cease bandit activity and leave sounded unexpectedly serious, causing the assailant to glance questioningly at his unarmed interlocutor. A friendly smile accompanied the promise of no trouble, completely inconsistent with the tense situation between the enemies facing each other. A skeptical question about the seriousness of the offer and the naivety of expecting the bandits to agree reflected the experienced outlaw's distrust of such a turn of events. The Marnik priest's reply, which had begun with a smile, was abruptly interrupted by an arrow that pierced his head and instantly cut short the life of the hapless negotiator. A cynical remark about the protracted conversation was accompanied by the laughter of the ringleader, who turned to his comrades as the body of the defeated lad fell to the snow. A fellow traveler's incredulous comment about the broken sword instantly elicited a boastful explanation from the leader about the calculated blow that concealed the true luck of the victor. A question about the fate of the other travelers was met with confident assertions of their complete annihilation, accompanied by smug smiles. An unexpected voice questioning the veracity of the statement caused the entire gang to freeze with an expression of superstitious terror, as if facing the appearance of a ghost. A loud shout from behind caused the self-assured leader, whose face now reflected the same expression of panicked terror as his subordinates, to instantly turn around. Slowly rising to his feet, surrounded by a greenish glow, the protagonist began an ominous speech about the unprecedented nature of his survival, increasing the fear of his opponents. Extracting an arrow from his own head, the priest completed a phrase about his astounding survival after being mortally wounded. Rhetorically asking for a reaction, the young man observed the chilling horror in the eyes of his enemies, paralyzed by fear to the point where they could not utter a sound. Recalling the ignored chance for salvation, he folded his arms in front of him, intensifying the glow, anticipating the imminent reprisal of the doomed bandits. Realizing the inevitability of disaster, the bandit leader desperately ordered his subordinates to fire, pointing a trembling hand at the ominous figure of the enemy. The archers instantly lined up shoulder to shoulder, firing a barrage of arrows that pierced the young man's body and spattered blood, but failed to bring him down. Standing with eyes closed and arms folded, the priest pleaded with the mother of spoils for help, confessing his own fear and confusion in the face of danger. The bandit spoke with undisguised horror of the monstrous nature of the enemy, frozen with sagging jaws before the unfathomable supernatural phenomenon. A loud plea for help culminated in the leader's order to retreat, causing his subordinates to panic and rush away from the unimaginable threat. Desperate cries for an invisible barrier echoed through the clearing as the first fugitives crashed into the mystical barrier that cut off all avenues of escape. The activated line that cannot be crossed by the living was a manifestation of the true power of the spoil priest, creating an insurmountable barrier for enemies in hiding divine energy. A sinister smile lit up the protagonist's face as he expressed his sincere gratitude to the mother of the spoils for her timely help in a critical situation. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the ringleader ordered the weapons to be drawn while his subordinates continued to unsuccessfully break through the transparent wall. As he began to command a breakthrough, the leader suddenly fell silent, unaware of the terrifying changes around him, absorbed in his desperate attempts to organize resistance. A unanimous cry of horror caught the captain's attention, causing him to turn to his comrades, some of whom were covering their faces with their hands in a futile attempt to defend themselves. Under the protective dome materialized a huge monster with many limbs, striking with primitive power of muscular body and predatory ferocity. The creature's powerful paw shattered the ground into many fragments, toppling the bandits with a shockwave that sent them tumbling to the ground in terror. Paralyzed with fear, the men could only silently contemplate the inscrutable creature, asking incoherent questions about its nature and origin. "Monster" was the only word one of the bandits managed to squeeze out, whose face, blue with horror, reflected the depth of his primal fear of the incomprehensible. The creature threw its head to the sky and let out a heart-rending scream, confirming the worst fears of the doomed criminals. Panic gripped the bandits, causing them to desperately pound their hands against the invisible barrier as the monstrous creature inexorably closed the distance between them. Crying, covered in snot and completely exhausted from screaming, they begged for mercy, promising to give up their criminal trade forever. The priest nonchalantly allowed the monster to do as it pleased, keeping only the heads of the victims intact, and in a moment was standing alone among the many mutilated corpses. The question of gathering divinity was met with insistence from the mother of the spoils of murder. forcing the young man to explain the risk of suspicion when the bodies disappeared during the investigation. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the brooding hero, causing him to turn around in surprise, interrupting his contemplation of the consequences of his actions. The priest's gaze fell on Pierre's motionless body with an arrow sticking out of his heart, causing him to instantly assess the situation and make a decision. Promising to straighten things out, the young man announced his intention to rescue the wounded lad for the betterment of his reputation, despite the continued insistence of his bandaged arm from beneath his clothing. After approaching the blond man and inspecting his wounds, the protagonist appealed to the mother of the spoilsport to help stop the bleeding in an attempt to prevent imminent death. The blue-haired girl holding the stolen relic pondered the fate of the man who dared to steal the sacred artifact. The speaker smugly confirmed that the thief of the valuable item had been beheaded on the spot, as the original plan of reprisal had intended. A question about the fate of the body was met with an explanation about the lack of opportunity to retrieve the remains, limited only to the return of the sacred artifact, which caused the priestess to silently turn around. Turning away from her interlocutor, the girl coldly bid him to return first, focusing her attention on the relic carefully placed on the table. The unexpected announcement of the planned pilgrimage sounded with frightening seriousness, without the slightest attempt to look at the stunned man. Amazed at the suddenness of the decision, the interlocutor questioned the reasons, his face reflecting genuine bewilderment at such a radical change of plans. A hunch of a connection to the prophecy arose when the priestess finally turned to face him, confirming his intuitive guess. Recognizing the veracity of the guess, the girl added about the need to meet with someone, lowering her gaze to the floor in thoughtfulness, hiding the true motives behind her decision. Meanwhile, Priest Marnak was dragging Pierre's massive body on his shoulder, trying to save the blond man despite the weight of the burden and the difficulty of movement. After dragging the wounded man to the village fence, the young man met two surprised guards assessing the unusual scene with their incredulous gaze. Instantly assessing the situation, the guards ran up to the protagonist, intercepting Pierre's heavy body to share the impossible burden. The unexpected address took the priest by surprise, causing him to turn in surprise to the source of the sound, interrupting the process of transferring the wounded man. A familiar girl appeared in front of the boy, reporting the permission of the guards and commenting on the incongruity of his appearance with his demonstrated strength. Modestly responding to the admiring remarks with a slight smile, the interlocutor recognized his unusual strength, trying not to draw too much attention to his supernatural abilities. Noticing the bag of heads, the interlocutor remembered the source of the trouble, leaning slightly toward the gruesome contents with professional curiosity. The offer to hand over the evidence to the guild was accompanied by an expressive gesture of outstretched hands, to which the guy transferred his bloody burden without hesitation. Continuing on their journey together, the girl inquired about a place to spend the night, receiving a nonchalant reply about the many available options in the larger city. Learning of the lack of a specific shelter, the interlocutor offered her home, accompanying the offer with a look of new, more personal interest. Clear embarrassment and a blush betrayed the boy's reaction, who responded with a strange look, ignoring the spoilsport's mother's incessant demands for carnage. Lying in bed, the young man patiently explained to the spoilsport mother his lack of ulterior motives in accepting the red-haired beauty's offer, while the deity silently demanded bloodshed. Repeating that he had merely been offered a night's stay in the guild's guest room, he involuntarily rolled his eyes in pleasure as he recalled the expressive face of the hospitable hostess. The door ajar revealed the partial silhouette of an acquaintance, whose greeting instantly interrupted the thoughts of the cozy priest. Apologizing for the early disturbance, the girl reported a matter requiring the guest's immediate attention, continuing to stand in the corridor without violating the boundaries of personal space. Rubbing the back of his head reassuringly and rising from the bed, the young man inquired about the reason for the urgency when the door swung fully open, revealing a smiling girl with the message of the Lord's summons. The bandaged hand, continuing the monotonous kill, promptly crawled away under the blanket, avoiding detection by bystanders. The surprise at the mention of the Lord instantly awakened the boy from the remnants of sleep, forcing him to gaze intently into the face of his interlocutor, waiting for an explanation of the reason for the summons. A short pause preceded the explanation about the half-brother of the dead Captain Galad, linking all the events in a chain of sad coincidences. Quickly gathering himself, the protagonist made his way towards the majestic building, pondering possible motives for such unexpected interest. Accompanied by an employee of the manor, the lad was escorted into the office and formally introduced to the Lord as an arriving priest awaiting an audience. A brief permission to go dismissed the representative, who bowed with a respectful affirmation of understanding of his master's will, leaving them alone. Gisa's host, Traden Filion, sat back in his chair, silently studying the arrival with a gaze that assessed every detail of the unusual guest's appearance. The question about his brother's last moments, asked with a cold intonation, gave the young man a strange sensation, as if an invisible fear stiffened his movements, signaling danger. The X drawn by the mother of the spoils became an instant signal, unmistakably understood by the young man, who changed his tactics of behavior. A sudden smile lit up the priest's face as he boldly questioned the healed man's senses, demonstrating his awareness of his interlocutor's true nature. The man's confusion betrayed the shock of the unexpected revelation when the lower status visitor easily identified his demonic nature. The mother of spoil hidden in his pocket could only draw an X at the sight of the Lord for one reason, instantly understood by the savvy follower. The only non-living beings capable of taking human form were demons, ancient entities with immeasurable power and arcane abilities. Terrifying creatures with red eyes that concealed numerous secrets, they were a mysterious race that caused even experienced priests to tremble. Superior in strength to most creatures, demons faced severe limitations in independent action, forced to find workarounds to achieve their goals. Integration into the material world required complex contracts with other beings, creating a network of interdependencies and obligations. It was this necessity that attracted demons to living creatures, capable of offering access to physical reality. The gods had a deep hatred of demons for their principle of equal exchange, where exactly as much was given as was taken in return. The higher entities announced to all followers and living beings a new divine law. From now on, demons were considered absolute evil to be destroyed. Thus began a ruthless hunt of priests on demons, turning the ancient race into persecuted outcasts, deprived of the right to exist. Smiling, the protagonist mentally realized that the demon follower class was considered extremely difficult in the game, so most players avoided it. The special value of the memories was explained simply. Demon follower was the second class that the young man had mastered in his in-game adventures. The protagonist continued to stand motionless in front of the Silent Lord's desk, lowering his gaze to the floor in anticipation of a reaction to the reveal. An unexpected laugh cut through the silence as the demon recognized the value of Gilead's sacrifice in allowing him to meet such an unusual and important guest. Acknowledging his interlocutor's insight, the Lord confirmed the guess of the disguise by introducing himself as Creeping Expectation, a name that evoked awe. Mutually introducing himself as the priest of the mother of spoil, the young man offered to call himself Marnak, striking a tone of an equal in conversation with the ancient powerful entity. The demon's sincere surprise, believing the order of spoil to be exterminated, was expressed in a leaning back in his chair, expressing the need to re-evaluate the situation. The invitation to sit down, along with the mention of the privacy of the meeting, was accepted by the guest, silently studying the true intentions of his ally. The frank acknowledgement of the lack of a specific reason for the summons elicited a questioning look from the guy who hadn't expected such directness. The smile disappeared from the Lord's face, replaced by seriousness when he asked him to tell about the death of his brother, who had commanded a group of mercenaries during the fateful mission. The promise to repay the trouble caused an instant change of expression on his interlocutor's face, accompanied by an agreement to exchange information. The boy mentally reflected on the unfortunate coincidence. His younger brother had complained about the lack of work in winter, and the Lord had provided the task without realizing the consequences. As he continued to ponder the deadly outcome, the young man watched Tredden walk over to the window and stand with his back to him, hiding his emotions from a bystander. A realization of the complexity of the phenomenon of life visited the guest, watching Philin intently, clearly blaming himself for the death of a loved one. Carefully counting the gold coins from the pouch he had received, the young man handed them back, appreciating the generosity of the reward for simple information. Mentally noting the lack of temptation with gold and the pure desire to learn about his brother, the boy tucked the pouch into his pocket, recognizing the demon's sincerity. Denying greed, he reasoned about the eternity of gold, despite the cries of the mother of spoils, stroking his bandaged hand, trying to calm her rage. Once he had calmed down, he continued to speculate on what would compare to gold in terms of longevity and immunity to spoilage. Clasping her hand more firmly in his, he confessed his eternal love for her, accompanying his words with a gesture of stroking, demonstrating tender affection. Melted by the unexpected confession, the mother of the spoilsport ceased her demands for murder, snuggling into the chest of her faithful follower. Promising to always put the deity first and spare her any worries, the young man leisurely continued his journey, filled with a new understanding. His friend's joyous greeting caused the monotonous demand of kill to resume from his bandaged hand, instantly reacting to another's presence. The offer to greet the members of the Order of Enlightenment was met with a surprised look from the young man, not expecting a meeting under the current circumstances. The mental mention of this order caused an inner groan of disgust at the fanatics, forcing him to close his eyes and sink into his own thoughts. Suddenly, his gaze settled sharply on the arrivals. The calmness instantly evaporated when the mother of spoils noticed something unusual about the strangers. The sacred relic found in the possession of one of the arrivals was the cause of the divine companion's sudden change of mood, which was transmitted to her follower as well. One of the lads greeted those present, expressing surprise at meeting the support priest. Approaching Marnak, frozen in a strange emotional state, the stranger solemnly introduced himself as a pendulum on the scales of retribution named Orvis, displaying the typical high-handed style of the Order of Enlightenment. Looking up and pointing to a comrade standing behind him with an unusual horn on his head, he introduced the imposing figure of a giant named Cornu. Rounding out the team introduction, Orvis pointed to the girl companion Patina, who also made a slight tilt of her head expressing respect. The young man expressed his joy by introducing himself as Priest Marnak in the service of the goddess of support, accompanying the words with a formal bow. The clerk pensively noted her impending proximity to the Priest of Enlightenment, watching the introduction ceremony with a dreamy expression on her face. Mental relief overwhelmed the young man, realizing the possibility of avoiding immediate risk for a future chance to obtain the relic in a safer way. The only problem remained the inevitable release of the spoil's divinity upon absorption of the relic, threatening to expose its true nature. The thought of stealing it seemed appealing, but memories of bandits made him realize that such an action would turn him into a commonplace spoil thief. Orvis's unexpected announcement that he needed to meet with the Lord caused another surprised look from his interlocutor, caught off guard by the change of topic. The suggestion that they continue the conversation another time caused the team to turn to leave, leaving Marnak alone with his thoughts on the mysterious meeting. A woman's voice from the side interrupted the boy's thoughts with a message about the guild's tradition of providing priests with shelter for a nominal fee. Realizing the true motives behind yesterday's invitation to spend the night brought a smile to the young man's face and received an affirmative confirmation of the speculation. The assumption of personal interest on her part was dispelled by an explanation of her professional position, bringing Marnak noticeable relief. His attempts to justify himself were accompanied by a treacherous flush of redness and sweat droplets that revealed the young man's true feelings. Holding out her hand with a request for a blessing of preservation, the girl cautiously expressed her only thought regarding the priest's capabilities in practical matters. A whisper in her ear about the need to bless foods to prevent them from spoiling quickly caused her to move closer so no one would hear. The sharp shout and recoil of the protagonist was due to the realization that the mother of spoil already disliked the girl, and such gestures might increase her anger. Calmly sitting back down at the table and thinking, she nonchalantly continued to watch the embarrassed guy without explaining her behavior. A serious voice from outside commented on their interaction, causing the young man to turn around in surprise at the source of the sound with a perplexed exclamation. Recognizing the familiar face, the protagonist was at a loss to know why this man had not traveled with his companions. The priest of Cornu explained his decision to stay because of the prejudices of many northern lords regarding his origins, depriving him of any choice. Citing a show of courtesy, he recalled bidding farewell to his companions, his waiting outside the building, and then going inside to continue the conversation. The girl's sudden declaration that Lord Trayton was not concerned with such prejudices drew surprised looks from both priests present. The admission of some coldness in the Lord's character was accompanied by an assertion of his fairness in personal relationships, eliciting a smile and a slight laugh from her. explaining his ability to separate work and personal affairs, as well as warning of his good treatment in Gisa. The girl concluded her speech by presenting Filian's silhouette. Briefly promising to memorize all the information, the priest of Cornu moved closer to her desk, demonstrating the seriousness of taking the information she had received. The approach was no coincidence, as the giant immediately asked for anything else about the Lord that might prove interesting or extremely important. Upon hearing such a request, both the girl and Marnak laughed a little, and then there was a slight pause, causing the young man to inquire as to the purpose of their meeting. Honestly beginning his explanation, the new comrade admitted to following a prophecy received 10 years ago, looking closely at the protagonist. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the giant explained the speculation of the priest Orvis about the coming of the end to the world, lurking beneath a living shell in the form of a demon. The protagonist's question as to whether they thought the Lord was a demon immediately received a sharp negative answer from the guy with the horn. Explaining that they were simply checking out anyone suspicious, Cornu mentioned that his companions were already in Traden's office, performing the necessary actions. Orvis' ability to detect demons, thanks to the consecrated relic he always carried with him, was a key tool in their mission. It was this relic that helped show the true face of Master Giz, more specifically his ferocious maw, distorted with rage and demonic essence. Immediately after the unveiling, a huge explosion erupted in the city, and the building crumbled into small pieces under the influence of the released power. The real creature, the demon, showed its true colors in full fury, and now the ancient evil was on the loose among the civilians. Hearing the noise of destruction coming from the street, the protagonist realized the nature of what was happening and realized that disaster was very close to them. Shouting the scales of retribution, Orvis raised his weapon above his head, which instantly began to emit a blue glow, demonstrating its readiness to activate. Shouting a curse on the wicked and a call for death, the priest unleashed a stream of divine power directly into the huge face of the enraged creature. Continuing to shout that this was Priest Orvis' hammer of punishment, he fought even though the battle site was hidden by smoke and dust. Running outside and seeing the unfolding battle with the demon from afar, Cornu realized the need to help his fighting comrades. Shouting a call to go forward and a promise to join soon, the priest Marnak, who had also run out, began to run in the opposite direction, meeting the giant's surprised gaze. With eyes and mouth wide open, the clerk shouted out questions about what was happening, addressing everyone in an attempt to understand something. Abruptly opening the door of the room, the returning protagonist shouted a question about the whereabouts of someone, looking up to see a familiar figure sitting at the desk. Quickly running up to her and picking her up in his arms, he demanded in a very serious tone to tell her in detail where Pierre was being treated so that he could find the place. The girl was puzzled and could not answer, but she was even more amazed by the fact that the young man immediately jumped out of the window with her and began to fly above the ground. He landed calmly, and as if nothing had happened, he began to run forward with inhuman acceleration, as if he had supernatural powers. The girl had been in the young man's arms the whole time, bewildered and unable to say anything, hearing only the cries for help. The screaming man was demanding to get out of the way and out of his way, trying to escape from the demon in its true, terrifying form. Finally realizing the true picture of what was happening, the red-haired girl, with a distinct note of terror in her voice, shouted to the priest that it was a monster. As she continued to shout about the creature rampaging through the center of the city, she watched as it destroyed an entire building with a huge paw in one easy motion. The protagonist understood everything, but he was concerned about something else. Shouting over the interlocutor, he demanded to forget about the demon and indicate the location of Pierre. Quickly gathering herself, the girl pointed to some building, and still in the arms of her savior, they ran to the door together. Inside the room, everything was calm. The blonde was lying with bandaged wounds, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the chaos going on around him in the city. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him sleeping, especially Priest Marnak, who looked at him lovingly, saying it was impossible to let him die. Realizing that the fat man would not go on his own and there was no other choice, the young man threw him on his shoulder, though it came with some difficulty. As soon as the boy did it, he met the surprised look of the clerk, who did not know what to do and just stood watching his comrade. After muttering a request to hold on tight and explaining the impossibility of being carried in his arms, he showed her to hug him from behind by the neck, which she did, blushing slightly at the closeness. The protagonist, once again, as if not human, took a few scattering steps and now with two people on his back, ran forward to rescue them. As he continued onward, he suddenly heard a clerk speak directly almost in his ear about knowing the secret passage, which of course caught his attention. Without stopping, but slowing down a little, the young man turned back sharply and asked very loudly, so that he could be heard, about the location of the passage. The answer came instantly. His companion put her hand forward and pointed to a nearby building with a small door, warning him that it was locked. The locked door was obviously not an obstacle for the young man. He ran up, bent a little, put his foot forward with such force to make a powerful blow. The blow really happened, and the girl, who did not believe in his success, still on his shoulders, saw small wooden fragments flying in front of her eyes. Barely able to squeeze out a gasp of surprise at his incredible strength, she looked back and saw that they were already inside the cabin with the secret exit. Setting her on her feet, the guy mouthed the advice to flee through the passageway if the situation worsened. But the smile disappeared from her face at the questioning look and the question about his plans. Briefly explaining the need to return, he left the fat man near the wall and headed back where he came from himself, leaving the worried clerk behind. The girl's shouts for him to stop went unanswered, for the young man had already begun a rapid run toward the danger. Wanting to say something else to him, she realized the futility of trying. It was as if in a second he was very far away, and even if he wanted to, he would not be able to hear her screams. In just a few minutes, the protagonist was already in the very place from which he had fled, saving his comrades from mortal danger. As he ran toward the scene of the battle, he saw something that made him stop and shout the name of his defeated comrade in horror. Instantly crouching beside the wounded giant with the horn, he called his name and tried desperately to bring his dying acquaintance to his senses. Covered in blood, turning his one open eye slightly on the lad, the man barely uttered a recognition of the priest of Marnak. Mentally continuing to examine his comrade's mangled body, the young man bitterly realized that the wounds were too deep for him to render aid. The realization of the need to leave Korna behind seemed to fill him with a fierce anger, causing him to shout out a question about the whereabouts of the other priests. The news of the death of Patina, who had no chance of rescue, finally confirmed the scale of the tragedy of what had happened. The protagonist's desperate cry for ways to defeat the demon was an attempt to get an answer from the still slightly alive interlocutor. The mention of the white sword as another relic that the priest Orvis had thrust into the demon's head gave hope that victory was possible. Explaining the need to get to the sword and pierce the brain to destroy the demon were the giant's last words before his eyes closed forever. Saying a prayer to the mother of spoil to accept the soul of the dead man, the young man continued to sit beside the body, suddenly realizing the attainment of 100 units of divinity. The last survivor of the three priests, the same Orvis, was very badly wounded and screamed with all his might, trying to strike another blow at the demon. Screaming about the scales of retribution and swinging his hammer, he struck the very sword that was already sticking out of the enraged creature's head. The demon, who clearly didn't like being harmed, began to shake its head very violently, opened its huge maw, and began to let out deafening screams. Watching what was happening, the protagonist realized that this was his chance at the moment. He grabbed the sword in his hand, made a strong jump, and started flying straight at the creature's body. Jumping on top of the demon, he even praised himself a bit. But now he needed to get to the sword, which was quite a distance away from him. Standing and pondering how he could do it quickly, the guy suddenly sensed something amiss and questioningly started looking around for the source of the disturbance. When he saw the creature's body begin to change strangely, with red dots appearing, husks flying off, and huge spikes forming, he realized the growing danger. The creature also opened its jaws and continued to let out screams, moving in parallel and throwing off anything in its way. Realizing the deadly role, the young man was also thrown off and was now just flying very fast to the ground, not realizing how this had happened to him. Having landed very hard on the shards of the ruined building, he lay covered in blood and breathing very heavily from the painful and unexpected fall. The mother of the spoil sport immediately began screaming calls of murder, causing the young man to open his eyes abruptly and try to calm her down by telling her that he was fine. Turning around slightly and laying on his back, spreading his arms out to the sides, he began to talk about what she had always claimed about the white streak after the black streak. Suddenly, something off to the side caught his attention with its glow, And turning his head slightly, Marnak, with a smile on his face, saw a very nice surprise. Grasping his find, he leaned it against himself where his bandaged arm had been, and with relief he spoke an invocation to the Mother of Spoil to present the sacred relic. Asking to give him new power, the protagonist uttered it already without a smile, more serious and determined to take action. Barely having time to say the request to the Mother of Spoil to remove the seal, he saw the relic in his hand begin to emit a green glow, triggering the process of releasing the power. Feeling himself fly upside down, he thought about the fact that the divinity of each relic was only enough to unlock one new ability. Realizing the breaking of another seal at Divinity 11,723, the protagonist saw his find lying on the ground amidst the rubble of a building with shattered glass inside. As he continued to lie there, he asked the bandaged hand for an explanation of the gift he had received, but instead of answering, it only continued to monotonously repeat its demand to kill. Barely had time to utter a gasp of surprise, the boy saw the Mother of Spoils jump out from under his clothes and run somewhere forward, making him follow her gaze. As he continued to lie there and watch her run farther and farther away, the young man voiced his doubts as to the sufficiency of support from such a distance for an entire religion. Expressing overwhelming joy at her growth, he saw the hand climb the highest rock and proceeded to shout demands for the kill. Recognizing the inappropriateness of joking in their current situation, Marnak took the bandaged hand back under his clothes to maintain control of it. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the young man enveloped his body in green magic and solemnly addressed the Mother of Spoil. After speaking the offering of 10,000 divinity, the boy seemed to take off a little and was forced to deflect backwards when a white sphere flew out of his body. Asking for a new power, Marnak watched as the sphere began to grow larger and larger, spreading bright white rays in all directions around him. When he received the spell text ability, he felt a circle forming behind him with some mysterious symbols confirming the success of the ritual. Noting the simple but powerful effect, the young man could not hide the fatigue on his weary face. When activating the spoil text, dark green metaphysical tattoos should appear on the hands, glowing with mystical light and promising an increase in power. These tattoos cover the entire body, glow slightly in the dark, and greatly enhance physical abilities for the upcoming trials. Speaking of the Mother of Spoilers' not bad power, the young man slowly began to get up from where he had been lying for so long, realizing the usefulness of this power in the current situation. Realizing that his broken legs had healed, he stood on them already more or less confidently, not feeling the previous intense pain from the damage. Standing thus, his gaze fell on something to the side, and looking closer, he realized that there was something special about this object. Barely uttering recognition, he continued to stare at the sword, which was sticking out of the ground in a strange position. Right beside the sword lay the dead priest Orvis, whom the protagonist quickly recognized by his distinctive clothing and appearance. Standing with almost tears in his eyes, he began to spout assumptions, and recalled how he had fallen off the demon at that moment, breaking all of his limbs. Priest Marnak assumed, or rather realized, that it was at that moment that they had both fallen off the demon, but Orvis' injuries were not compatible with life. Uttering a wish to rest in peace, he quickly addressed the Mother of Spoils with an offering of the body, the green glow of a small ritual appearing around it. The demon that was still alive howled again at the top of its voice, its eyes glowing red, showing its thirst for retribution for the damage it had caused. It not only started howling, but also started destroying everything in its path, which attracted the attention of the young man standing in the distance. Turning his gaze slightly with regret and sadness, Marnak let out a look of surprise at how much the priests of the Enlightenment Order had angered this demon. But even after their deaths, the creature was still in an indomitable rage, continuing to smash everything around it indiscriminately. After receiving the 1,000 divinity notice, the young man continued to ponder the fact that this kind of demon could control itself without relying on instincts. Keeping his expression the same as before, he suddenly felt a brilliant idea hit him, so powerful that it instantly overrode everything he had carefully planned. Becoming very serious, his body was covered in tattoos. Confidence flashed across his face, warning the Mother of Spoilers of the upcoming shaking and the need to hold on tight. In the next instant, he was already on the rooftop, swiftly tearing from his seat, heading straight for the creature that had revealed its true form. The young man landed on the ground with such force that the ground beneath his feet shattered into many small pieces. Immediately after that, he made another strong jump, ending up right on top of the body of the demon, who, despite his speed, managed to spot the enemy. The protagonist held on tight and climbed higher and higher on the demon, even though it was waving its tail in different directions, trying to interfere. The cry of the white sword came out of the priest's mouth, and at last the goal he had been striving for throughout the entire confrontation was before him. Determined and realizing that the end of his journey was near, the young man rushed forward, pushing himself to the limit in order to realize what he had planned as soon as possible. The running continued, but suddenly Marnak noticed that the demon's body had curved in a familiar motion as he prepared to roll again to throw off his opponent. Mentally cheering that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, the priest made one last rather strong jump to make sure everything went according to his plan. Muttering that the same move wouldn't work on him twice, the young man jumped to the ground and began to run away, avoiding the demon's snag as he rolled over. Once again, a massive explosion went off in the same place, destroying several buildings and filling the air with debris and dust from the destruction. The impact force in shards of buildings caused the young man nearby to abruptly begin coughing up blood, despite trying to cover his mouth with his hand. Looking at the palm of his hand, with the blood he had just coughed up, he realized that it was progressing faster than he had previously thought. Meanwhile, the demon lay on the ground after rolling over, as if resting a bit with its mouth closed, not sensing any danger around it. Realizing that using the spoil power was causing his body to rot from the inside out, and there was little time left, the protagonist quickly ran and made another mighty jump. This action helped him get to the height of the creature's muzzle and see the very white sword he needed to complete his plan. Grasping the hilt and remembering the words of the priest Cornu about the need to thrust the sword in harder to pierce the demon's brain, the young man spoke the sentence of death. A strange smile appeared on his face, and instead of thrusting the sword harder, he simply drew it and blood began to drip from it. Looking at the resulting wound, Marnak only spoke an awakening spell, addressing Lord Treaton hidden under the demonic shell. The demon, who had previously felt powerful, now felt a strange change. It was as if his body began to dissolve and disappear before his eyes. A strange glow began to emanate from the site of multiple explosions, making all the townspeople present froze with open mouths in amazement. The clerk who was looking after the weak Pierre in the cabin with the emergency exit was no exception. She heard a strange sound and turned her head around. Realizing that she could see nothing, she stood up a little and, looking through the broken door, saw the very same glow somewhere in the distance. In the place where the huge creature had previously been, now lay a wounded but ordinary man, covered in blood from his wounds. After speaking the question of awakening, the protagonist walked closer to the man lying on the ground, observing his condition. Master Giza barely managed to look at his savior, admitting that meeting him had been a blessing beyond anything he could have hoped for. With a laugh and a smile on his face, the protagonist muttered that the sword in his head seemed to be severely overpowering his sanity, pointing to the weapon in his hand. Asked if the 2 gold coins spent had paid off, the young man watched as the man looked at him, raising his head slightly but saying nothing. It wasn't until a moment later that Filion finally said that they had more than paid for themselves. And then, without hesitation, he squeezed Marnak's outstretched hand tightly, rising to his feet. The blue-haired priestess thrust her hand forward, forming a small, blue-colored sphere in the palm of her hand, ready for the application of magical power. Sending this sphere slightly forward, she caused the area previously covered in snow to reveal to all eyes the clear earth beneath. The man with the scarred face, who was with the girl and watching the scene, spoke aloud his continued amazement at the power. Noting the absence of a body in the place where he had decapitated the young man, the bandit leader lowered his head slightly, feeling his unfortunate oversight. Remembering how indeed at this spot he had once brought his sword behind his back and delivered a decisive blow, he assumed that the monsters might have scattered everything in the intervening time. After voicing her agreement with the assumption and thanking him for escorting her here, the priestess made another request, meeting the surprised gaze of her interlocutor. Looking at him with her wide eyes, she asked for the names of all the nearby towns, needing this information for further plans. The entire city lay in ruin as the protagonist walked along with the very city hall employee who had earlier escorted him to Mr. Treaton. After escorting the lad to a familiar building, the subordinate quickly took a few steps forward, walked to the door, opened it, and bowed for Marnak to pass. Rising cheerfully from his chair, the man shouted a cheerful greeting to the priest, for he was indeed pleased to see the long-awaited guest in his office. Traden Filion complimented that the priest looked better with each meeting, making Marnak feel awkward at the praise. Thanking him for the compliment, the young man heard a quiet laugh and an admission that words could not express his gratitude to Priest Marnak, the demon slayer. Asking who he had killed, if the demon was alive and well, the boy immediately received an answer about the desire to live even in demons. Agreeing aloud with the rightness of the interlocutor, the young man mentally thought about something else, or rather remembered the recent events and their consequences. When everything settled down, Traden told the whole town that it was the priest Marnak who had defeated the great demon and saved the master of Gisa from certain death. While this state of affairs did not suit him, the young man had developed the grandiose nickname of Demon Slayer, which became a source of constant discomfort. Erin particularly liked it, so she wasted no opportunity to call him that in public and draw everyone's attention to his person. Just like now, the young man felt very uncomfortable as he stood and heard two people behind him talking about the very priest demon killer, discussing that you couldn't tell from the looks of it, but he was strong and had defeated 7 bandits single-handedly before. Everyone around him didn't even hide the discussion, surrounding him in a tight ring, talking among themselves that since he killed the demon, the bandits are nothing to him. People standing in the distance watched the fleeing guy, who was tired of listening to this. Starting a conversation over tea, the protagonist noted the strangeness of how smoothly Traden's wooden prosthetics moved, prompting a revelation. Honestly answering that he only does it in front of him and limps in front of others, the gentleman pointed to his feet, purposely drawing attention to them. Raising his prosthetic arm slightly upwards, the interlocutor lets slip that he pays a very high price for such ease of movement. A little annoyed at the price in question, the protagonist realized that it was more like some kind of theatrical performance. Taking a sip of tea, the man began an explanation about how sooner or later, the hair on his body would weaken and begin to fall off like autumn leaves. Looking slightly up at the boy, Filion added that when he met him in a few months, he would see him completely bald. Seeing the young man's reproachful and almost tearful reaction to the picture, Traden changed the subject and asked if he had a free week. Hearing an affirmative answer, the man explained the request for a job that pertained specifically to him, which caused the young man to question the reasoning behind his choice. It seems that after hearing the stories about the demon killer, the customers decided that he was the best person for the job. The man continued in a serious tone. Having correctly understood the essence of the case concerning the sacred relics of the ancient empire, the young man felt a growing interest in the upcoming assignment. Hearing such a mention, Marnak's face changed, and he didn't even immediately hear about the reward of 5 gold coins, immersed in thoughts of the relics. Master Gisa continued to explain about the upfront payment and the promise of serious assistance with the research, watching the potential executor's reaction. The opportunity to pick up one sacred relic of his own choosing from the many available was the main incentive for the decision. The bandaged hand began to reiterate its constant demand to kill, providing a familiar backdrop to the protagonist's internal struggle. Realizing that the mother of spoilage advised to agree and look at everything personally, the guy immediately accepted the offer of cooperation with a smile. Long ago, an empire called the Ancient Empire ended the era of maddened mages and brought unity to the entire continent with their accomplishments. Attempts to recreate their technology in modern times make sacred relics valuable objects holding powerful abilities of the past. Realizing that most of the world's high-level items are relics of an ancient empire has spawned many plans in the protagonist's mind. After introducing himself as a priest under the patronage of a support goddess named Marnak, the hero received polite greetings from several guys. One of them, extending his hand, introduced himself as a hireling named Carmen Valtus, which caused the young man to look questioningly at his interlocutor. Mentioning the last name and shaking the man's hand, the lad heard confirmation of kinship with Anthony Valtus of the Black Wolves. To avoid misunderstandings, the employer explained his position as an illegitimate son, accompanying the explanation with a meaningful wink. Mentally questioning his status as a bastard son, the protagonist said nothing aloud, only smiled in response to the frankness. Reflecting on the fact that a principled man from the Black Wolves had a child on the side, led to the conclusion about the difference between rumor and reality. Realizing the inappropriateness of delving into a personal topic, Priest Marnak decided to change the conversation and asked to introduce the rest of the team. The hireling introduced a mage with a robe covering his head named Tunisa, explaining that she would be the one to lead them to the relics. Pointing to a second companion, Valtus introduced Sukus of the One-Horn tribe as a huge guy who could always be relied upon. The guy from the hired team came closer, shook hands with his future comrade, and expressed his pleasure at knowing demon killer Marnak. A little embarrassed to be called simply Marnak, the young man explained his discomfort with the loud nickname, preferring a simpler address. Sukus only noticed the lack of meaning in the embarrassment of great accomplishments, continuing to look at his interlocutor with the same emotion of respect. With the introductions completed, Carmen Valtus suggested moving out, explaining that the journey on foot would take about 2 days. After those 2 days, when it was already dark outside, they had traveled quite a distance and decided to take a break in the woods, building a fire for rest. Noticing the protagonist sitting on a log behind him, his employer inquired about his reluctance to sleep, advising him not to lose the opportunity to rest. Answering that he had already slept and did not feel tired, the young man immediately received a remark about his hot blood from the interlocutor. Asked to tell an interesting story before sunrise, Carmen turned to the protagonist with confidence in his rich experience of encounters, beginning a bit embarrassed to tell that his experience was like fresh snow covering a winter field. The priest of Marnak occasionally glanced to the side. The next question about the traits that attracted him in girls awakened his bandaged hand, which reminded him of himself and his jealousy of such talk. Pensive and beginning to think out loud, the young man continued on about the importance of always having her at his side, adding his admiration for the sight of her sleeping peacefully beside him. As the conversation continued enthusiastically, the interlocutor made a point about the necessity of a big heart in an ideal life partner to contain all the goodness. The mother of the spoil sport, who had witnessed the whole conversation, though she continued to utter her favorite phrase, was now using her fingers to show a gesture of approval for the statement she liked. Silent for a second and raising his hands above himself in a dream representation, Carmen explained the location of the heart in the chest and the need for appropriate sizing. Like a lustful rabbit, the interlocutor spouted off about loving girls with huge breasts, already visualizing it all in his head. Having answered in a friendly manner about the usefulness of knowing one's preferences for future adventures, the young man recognized his interlocutor's certainty in his desires as a positive trait. Having given advice not to discuss such things with the girls themselves, he received the answer that the interlocutor did not talk about it with just anyone, but talk to him. Confessing that every conversation with Marnak evoked the feeling of meeting an old friend, created an atmosphere of trusting intimacy between the lads. With a smile reciprocated, the young man demonstrated the pleasure of sitting and talking in a friendly environment with a pleasant companion. With no intention of going to bed, they continued their conversations, ignoring the sleeping companions to the side, enjoying the night's conversation. As the sun rose, Marnak and his team had already set out, but he was mentally talking to the mother of spoil about her request to choose his friends carefully. Looking at the new comrade they had been chatting with all night, the lad mentally acknowledged his pleasure in talking to this man. With a serious tone without a drop of friendliness, Tunisa's arrival at the location came to an abrupt halt, changing the atmosphere to businesslike and tense. Removing her hood and taking out a key, she announced her intention to open the passage to the ruins, preparing for the next stage of the journey. Entering the ruins of an ancient empire requires first discovering a special key that unlocks access to forgotten treasures of the past. The next stage is to travel to the coordinates indicated on the key and read the ancient words written on the mysterious artifact. After the correct spell is cast, a chink appears in the air where you need to insert and turn the key clockwise or counterclockwise. Since only mages can read the ancient language, their role in such missions becomes absolutely indispensable for successful infiltration. The only exception to this rule were the players, which included the protagonist who had special abilities. Mentally confirming his ability to read the ancient language, but deciding to keep this fact a secret, he continued to stand in place, watching the opening portal. With a smile on his face, Carmen Valtus motioned for him to enter, slowly slipping his hand into the shimmering passage to check for safety. Realizing the difficulty of finding the key on his own due to his lack of connections in this world, the priest looked around as he continued to follow his partners. The leader's exclamation expressed his amazement as they emerged through the passage to a huge ruin of incredible size and grandeur. Comparing it to other ruins he had seen before, the overly admiring hireling commented that these were the best preserved. Excitedly offering to begin researching and searching for the many artifacts, Marnak showed his readiness for the discoveries to come. Inside, he had a very different emotion, with a sinister smile, a fluttering heart at the possibility of entering ruins seen only in pictures. Tunisia clearly didn't like something about their new partner, but she kept quiet, just walking and sighing heavily, trying to control her feelings. Continuing on their way and entering another building, lightly lit by fire, they walked in silence, each thinking about their own without speaking. As they approached a huge gate, several thousand times their size, they froze when they saw an ancient text about proof of imperial blood. After reading the inscription, the mage in the robe spoke sharply about the blood, drawing the attention of the young men, who looked at her with bewilderment. After explaining their lack of imperial blood of the ancient empire, she furrowed her eyebrows, realizing the upcoming difficulties in their path. The call to prepare for battle sounded at the same time as the doors began to swing open, revealing a blinding light pink light. Before the team could do anything about it, a multitude of strange creatures began to fly at them, clearly hostile to the intruders. Sukus of the One-Horned tribe quickly adopted a fighting stance, drawing his weapon and swinging it, preparing to repel the oncoming attacks of the enemies. Waiting for the right moment, he quickly rushed forward, swinging his blade, causing all the attacking creatures to fly particles to the sides. Tunisia wasn't going to stand idle either. She took out a magic artifact, closed her eyes, and began to recite a spell, making the staff glow. Immediately after that, the ground began to crackle, and rays appeared from beneath it, piercing the surface, causing an earthquake and shocking the crawling creatures. Without letting the monsters realize what was happening, the rays abruptly exploded after a small earthquake, causing all the creatures along with the ground to fly up in a yellow light. The protagonist stood at the same spot, simply watching the flying bodies and pondering what he should do about the situation. Deciding to take part in the battle as well, he quickly drew his sword and began swinging the sharp blade, cutting down the living monsters falling on him. As he fended off the first attack and waited for the second, he completely failed to notice the creature flying behind him, heading straight for him with hostile intentions. He would have continued to stand like that if the mother of spoils hadn't started screaming a demand for the kill, causing the young man to turn back to defend himself. Reacting very quickly, he turned around and prevented the attacker's weapon from attacking him with his sword, and they stood there for a few seconds looking at each other. The protagonist's thoughts about the need to kill another enemy were interrupted by an unexpected help. An arrow flew straight into the attacker's head, causing a huge flow of blood. The guy was relieved as the creature he would have had to fight now fell dead to the ground in front of him. The job was the work of the very hireling, who was an excellent marksman and released the arrow exactly on target. Despite the rather large distance between them, the protagonist turned around and thanked his partner, who was also pleased to help the young man. The team leader's question about why throwing enemies between their lines and risking injury was exactly the same as the protagonist's own bewilderment. Explaining her position a bit angrily, the mage in the robe called it the quickest way to get rid of an enemy without considering the consequences. A sarcastic remark about how everyone was killed anyway and should stop complaining caused the giant to intervene, jabbing his finger at her indignantly. Valtus quickly intervened and, calling them by name, offered a snack, to which the giant immediately sat down on the floor with a clatter, looking very angry. Saying that the priest Marnak lived up to his nickname of Demon Slayer was accompanied by his own rebuke of inappropriate behavior, eliciting laughter from his employer. Deciding to praise Carmen's bow skills, the protagonist heard in response a story about practicing since childhood and devoting all his free time to it. Memories of how his days passed in constant training made the archer think about the path to perfection. The teammates' question about the possibility of continuing the journey even now made both boys look questioningly at the speaker with bewilderment. Moving even closer, Tunisia explained that she still had plenty of mana to continue the journey, showing her willingness to continue. An angry growl from the horned giant was accompanied by an angry question as to why she continued to drag them forward, unceremoniously interfering in the conversation. Shouting that those physically moving needed a break, unlike the spell-muttering jerks, drew glances from everyone else. The girl's irritated remark that if only Sukusu needed a rest, it was better to hurry to the end of the ruins caused a noticeable tension in the group. The thought that Tunisa was only looking for a reason to be annoyed caused his companion to frown his eyebrows and clench his teeth. In a serious voice, the leader announced a short rest before continuing on his way, using his authority to end the argument. The announcement made the frustrated mage step back for a rest, and the protagonist laughed merrily as he looked at his employer. A mental remark that those called mages are usually very stubborn and mostly morons was accompanied by a glance following the departing girl. Thinking about how easy it is to become a mage just by birthright, after all, they really are born to be mages, did not give the young man any peace. Realizing that there are only minor differences between people, but those born with mana are inevitably awakened when they reach a certain age, did not leave his mind. Then the knowledge of the ancient language pops up in their minds without the slightest effort, like an awakened memory of their ancestors. And at no cost, they gain the ability to understand spells and use magical powers as if it were their innate right. Marnak also reflected on the fact that the use of mana often violates the laws of this world, creating an imbalance in the natural order of things. He understood. When a magical rebirth occurs, as it did for Tunisa, one takes on a new essence, along with capabilities one did not know before. Too much knowledge thrown into the mind at once created an aversion to learning and development, as if in response to brain overload. And as a consequence, most mages became stubborn, inflexible donkeys, unable to change, to grow, to accept anything new. The young man also noted that most of them were self-centered and indifferent to others, and his gaze settled on the evil Sukusa. Yet Tunisa was different. Despite her outward resemblance to the other mages, there was a sense of nurture in her silent dignity, far above their level. Breaking the established silence with words of sufficient rest, Carmen Valtis rose, ready to continue their journey through the dangerous ruins. Just as they decided to move forward, they immediately saw something ahead that was clearly not to their advantage and threatened to cause serious complications. Something ahead of them started to make a lot of noise, and then the door closed with a deafening rumble, completely blocking the way for further progress down the corridor. After shouting that the door behind them had closed as well, the leader turned back with everyone else as something disturbing began to happen there. A dark scarlet light vibrated in the air, and a stone giant appeared from the portal that had opened, towering over the trapped travelers. The enemy came crashing down with such a roar that his incredible strength became obvious. Marnak smiled, mentally confirming his guess about the weakness of his previous opponents. Realizing that now the real battle would begin, he stood beside his comrades, directly opposite the embodied horror of metal, preparing for battle. The realization of the real battle came to the one-horned man, who in an instant got into a fighting stance with a look of annoyance on his face. He stood like that for a while longer, when suddenly Tunisa came up to him, pulled him back and told him to stand back, leaving a look of bewilderment on his face. This formation of forces also shocked the white metal monster, who stood at a distance and watched as a group of people lined up behind the mage. Raising the artifact in front of her, the girl began to utter words in an ancient language, and everything around her began to flood with a blue glow of magical energy. As if starting to get closer and closer to the monster, she made the stones on the ceiling seem to obey her and slowly fell right over the white metallic creature. The leader suddenly shouted a warning of danger, requiring Tunisa to finish the spell or run away when she saw everything that was happening and realized the possible consequences. Of course, the mage had no intention of stopping and continued to stand, directing the output of magic straight at the white metal giant's head. All of her comrades screamed in an instant. Only she stood in bewilderment, unable to see what was happening above her at this critical moment. Hearing the scream, the girl immediately raised her head and froze in fear when she saw the number of stones flying at her. The attack on the metal giant wasn't very successful, but it made him angry enough to decide to attack, bringing his hand up to strike the first attacker. Sukus, still at a loss, finally stiffened as the blood rushed straight at him. With his eyes wide open, he stared through the scarlet veil. The metal monster that was right above the huge guy loomed over him, but since it was very vicious, it was going to pour all its anger on him. The protagonist shouted Sukusa's name as hard as he could, trying to get his attention and help him in some way in this critical situation. The shout was quite fast, but the giant still didn't have time to react, and in a flash he saw something flying in front of him, which was obviously going to hit him. A huge explosion went off in that place. Dust and smoke rose. Nothing could be seen. Only the shouts of comrades calling the name of the huge guy could be heard. The teammate from the one-horned tribe was injured quite badly. The blow had hit his face after all, turning it almost to mush. The white metal beast itself, which had escaped the attack, was now standing in front of the two remaining team members, the protagonist and his employer. Marnak asked with excitement if he wanted to live, but he didn't understand what he was talking about, so he explained his question more directly. Carmen quickly answered in the affirmative and was told to grit his teeth, but he didn't understand anything and asked again, which made the smile disappear from his face. Still standing and looking at his comrade in surprise, his employer didn't even notice that the priest's fist was quickly approaching his chin. Muttering about the luck of having a giant at his side and rushing in, the protagonist held the unconscious partner he had knocked out on purpose in his arms. Marnak immediately asked for that giant to be sent over, and indeed, at the same moment, a creature under the protagonist's power formed over the metal monster. The summoned creature was not only huge, but also quite strong, quickly clutching two of its many limbs and striking at the head of the metal foe. While the battle was going on between the two creatures, the protagonist was not going to waste any time and picked up the summoned creature and began to run away from the battlefield. While running, he asked the mother of the spoilsport if she agreed that the giant could always be relied upon, occasionally turning around and looking at what was happening. Realizing that the mage was no longer with them and running past her artifact, the young man wasn't going to let it go to waste and immediately absorbed 1,000 divinity. Next, the one-horned guy's weapon caught his eye, and he absorbed 100 units of divinity, bolstering his strength for the upcoming battle. After reaching a relatively safe distance, the hero placed his unconscious comrade near the wall and himself stood up and began to watch the scene in the distance. Assuming that it would take the giant a long time to deal with the white metal giant, the young man continued to watch the battle. The mother of spoils burst into his musings with a demand to kill, changing his facial expression, beginning his transformation with the appearance of tattoos all over his body. The creature summoned by the young man fought but was shocked as all his attacks proved useless against his opponent, causing him to bare his teeth for another attack. Declaring the white metal giant as his target, the young man scattered and began to run up to the confrontation with a definite plan of action. After clarifying that his target was the thing in the metal monster's head, specifically the blue crystal, Marnak looked at it. Realizing that it was the only part different from the rest of its body, the guy took advantage of his creature's height by jumping on top of the giant. Muttering to himself the certainty that destroying the crystal would definitely make a difference, he continued to get closer and closer to the blue stone. After reaching the head of the metal monster, the young man made a strong jump intending to leap onto the steel opponent and reach his goal. After shouting that the target had been caught, he flew straight at the blue crystal, in which he could even see his own reflection before he struck. The stone-like glass shattered into small shards that flew off towards the guy, but he was happy to have achieved his goal without even dodging the debris. Landing near their monster, the two of them together began to watch the halted metal giant, which now had no shining crystal on its head. The summoned creature raised its maw and began to roar as its opponent seemed to drop dead to the ground without any movement. Since this monster was not simple, it had another creature in its body that also began to scream, tilting its head as their master thanked them for their help. Standing there with a smile, the young man suddenly heard the spoil mother's new demand to kill, causing the joy to vanish from his face and look around questioningly. She pointed upward with her hand, and Marnak saw many portals on the ceiling, from where the same white metal giants with crystals on their bodies began to emerge. Now the previously confident guy stood as if in a stupor, not knowing what to say or how to fight all the opponents at once. Meanwhile, the metal giants rumbled to the ground one after another, their fall adding to the chaos, causing panic among those around them. The priest, with fear in his gaze, struggled to squeeze out a question about the number of these creatures, as if grasping for clarity lest he succumb to despair in the face of the multiplying threat. When he regained his composure, the leader asked about the fate of Sukus and Tunisia, to which he heard an affirmative answer about their unfortunate demise. After explaining the lack of chances to save them due to the enemy's too rapid developments, the protagonist lowered his head slightly in sympathy. With a wan look and a tinge of guilt in his voice, his employer admitted that he should have activated the key earlier, before the fall of the metal giant and that people died because of his greed. After saying that the mercenaries were ready for the task and understood the risks, the young man advised them not to blame themselves too much for what had happened. Asking where they were, Kramer Valtis looked around and immediately heard the answer that it was a room behind a black door. Something seemed to click in the man's mind. He didn't understand how that was possible and wanted to shout a question, but was immediately silenced. Deciding not to ask since he had been knocked out to cover up some things, he thanked Marnak for saving his life, remembering the last moments he had seen with his own eyes. Bowing and placing a hand to his chest, his employer spoke an oath in Valtis' name to repay the help he had given. The young man had no intention of refusing the offer, so he smiled and expressed impatient anticipation, making no secret of his willingness to accept the gift. Recalling that the metal giant was still in ruins after his escape, the priest offered to move on, receiving his companion's consent. Mentally admitting to some lies, he recalled how after defeating the first metal foe, 3 more similar creatures had fallen from the ceiling. That was why he had left his spoiled giant as a target for those 3 opponents, counting on its stamina and abilities. As soon as the door swung open, the protagonist kicked Carmen inside with unexpected agility and careless precision. He then asked the spoiled giant to fully deal with the situation, confident in his survival and hoping not to incur his wrath. As he continued on his way, Marnak suddenly kicked a small pebble with his foot, causing him to look up and smile at what was happening. Noticing a huge gate with a shining sign at the top, he mouthed the suggestion of reaching the end of the ruins, indicating he was nearing his destination. Offering to step inside, the priest glanced slightly at Carmen Valtis, who was still looking up at the mysterious shining sign. The door slowly began to open, and what was inside the mysterious room was immediately revealed to the traveler's gaze. Joyfully continuing to stand at the entrance, the hirer shouted sharply that the stories in the book did not deceive their expectations. Meeting the surprised and questioning gaze of the protagonist, the man began to speak of understanding the inappropriateness of the request in this position. Carmen mouthed the request to give him the necklace, with an intonation as if the artifact was incredibly important to him, promising to thank him. Laughing a bit amicably, the protagonist inquired about the features of the item that had aroused such interest in his companion. Moving closer to the artifact, the man began to explain that the necklace was called an ancestral pointer and was activated by a drop of blood when thinking of a particular bloodline. After finishing his explanation of how the necklace uses blood to point the way to the person he was looking for, he took a close look at the artifact. The young man mentally mouthed a guess about the purpose of the genealogical index, but chose to remain silent about his assumptions. With a slight smile and a bow, Valtis explained the plan to find the mother he hadn't seen since birth, trying to change his partner's mind. Moving closer to the table, Marnak pointed to the second artifact and inquired about the possibility of getting the sword in exchange for the necklace. Sitting in the woods near a campfire during a brief rest, his employer stated a preference for avoiding pieces of metal larger than himself, and the young man agreed wholeheartedly. Remembering how they had been standing in that room near the portal when the metal monster had burst in on them, they recognized that a second's delay would have been fatal. The young man's partner mouthed the idea that he even had time to think about their imminent deaths by abruptly shutting up and putting his hands behind his neck. After a brief silence, he addressed the protagonist by name, who looked at him questioningly in response. Removing the necklace from his neck and holding it out to his comrade, the man asked for a blessing before using the artifact. Laughing slightly, the young man agreed and prepared to fulfill what he had just promised to help his companion with. When the words of the goddess of support, Carmen's words of help, sounded confident, he stabbed his finger and waited for a drop of blood to appear. After looking at it for a while, he gathered his thoughts and dripped the blood onto the necklace so that it would show the way to the right person. It was as if a red vapor began to rise up from the necklace, causing the young man to look up and watch with rapt attention. With even more joy on his face, Valtis mouthed the words of what he knew of his mother's liveliness as he looked at the working relic. Suddenly speaking and expressing joy for his success, the protagonist expressed his satisfaction that the necklace had helped his employer. The man admitted that he couldn't have done it without the help, and not knowing how to thank him, received a smiling reply of willingness to accept anything. After expressing a request for continued cooperation until his mother was found, the mercenary again met the boy's rather surprised look. Standing up on his feet and gesticulating with his hands, the man continued about the possibility of visiting the capital, where he would be able to adequately pay for the young man's services. Even more excitedly telling and pointing a finger at himself, he promised to pay for all travel expenses, adding emotion to his story. Mentally and a little gloatingly thinking that his interlocutor could see right through him, Marnak looked up from under his brow, ready to agree. The fire was burning, and the man still stood in the same pose with a smile. But after a while he felt awkward and made an appeal to the priest to hear his response. Thinking that accepting the offer would not make him be considered greedy, the young man extended his hand for a handshake, agreeing to help in the search for his mother. Speaking with a smile about the joy of supporting a companion on a journey, the priest expressed his willingness to continue their journey together. Continuing to sit at the same table, Aaron asked reproachfully if Marnak was going to leave just like that, after all she had done for him. Unable to believe what was happening, she burst into a rebuke when the guy was actually going to do just that and leave her. Asking to hold out her hand, the girl repeated her words as the young man didn't immediately understand her intention and asked her what she meant. Explaining that things didn't usually happen this quickly, but she made sure to prepare in time, the clerk placed something on the young man's palm, covering it with her own. Mentally beginning to realize what was happening, the hero stared at his shining palm, unable to utter another word out of surprise. The silver mercenary token, which the young man had certainly not expected to see, lay in his open palm, startling him by its unexpected appearance. Reiterating that she had made every effort to produce the token quickly, Erin rose from her chair, rested it on the table, and demanded a thank you and a promise to return. That was exactly what needed to be said, Erin continued, wondering for a second if she was explaining everything correctly to the young man about the necessary words. Mentally muttering an apology and explaining his life as a vagrant as the reason for his inability to fulfill such a thing, he looked at the pensive clerk, suddenly talking about how Priest Marnak would never find the girl and would die alone if she didn't change her lifestyle. She exhaled heavily. The girl's decision to say the right words herself caused the hero to give her a questioning look, making him wonder what she would say next. Saying, "I'll see you soon," caused the young man to look even more surprised, but she continued to talk about meeting up when the right chance arose. The assertion that it would happen much sooner than he thought begged a logical question from the priest, but instead of answering, the clerk put a finger to his lips. The last thing she gave him was a cryptic punishment, the meaning of which remained unclear to the confused Marnak. After laughing and stating that every man is born without hair, Tredin spoke of achieving the true natural form of the human form. Hearing of his impending departure to the capital, he stopped laughing and mouthed the need to prepare something, sitting at the table across from the young man. Holding a small envelope in his hands, the protagonist said a word questioningly, and then his interlocutor continued his explanation about the letter of recommendation. With a sense of shame, the man shook out the empty pouch, explaining his desire to give money, but due to the spending on rebuilding the city, he didn't have any. The decision to give the letter was justified by the possibility of receiving help from his comrades in case of need, which could substitute for monetary support. A warning about the difficulty in communicating with his friends was accompanied by advice not to use the letter unless absolutely necessary, which made Marnak laugh. Lastly, Gisa's bald master expressed his hope for an amazing life for his interlocutor, as it is usually too short for great accomplishments. The protagonist, along with his employer, had been walking along the snow-covered road for several days now, heading toward the next settlement. The next town of Kelton was about the same number of days away, Carmen Valtis noted with a small smile on her face. The protagonist's mental assumption that she still didn't like his mate was confirmed by the beginning of a familiar kill from the spoilsport mother. The only reason for agreeing to travel with him was the promise of 3.5 fingers of divinity, which when absorbed would yield about 10,000 divinity for a new power. Mentally muttering his preference for seeing the jolly man alive, the young man moved closer and listened to his partner humming a tune. Suddenly drawing his sword, he very much surprised the walking and humming employer ahead of him, who stopped with some horror on his face. With a smile on his face as if everything was fine, his employer asked what had happened, and the young man immediately answered with a single word: blood. Getting into a fighting stance after the interrogation, the guy continued to talk about the blood being very close and fast approaching them. After shouting a warning, he dropped his sword at the same moment when something popped out of the ground and threw even Valtus upwards. A huge spider emerged from the ground, jumping up so high that it managed to jump up a tree and look down at the travelers. Shouting about the snow spider, Carmen demonstrated the knowledge he had gained due to frequent traveling and encounters with such creatures. The beast was quite strong with quick reactions, so it immediately opened its jaws and began spitting its poisonous contents. The archer standing closer to the creature quickly drew his bow and barely had time to place an arrow, but there was very little time left to aim. The protagonist came to the rescue, who with a quick jump managed to get between the spider and his comrade, cutting and repelling the attack. The creature clearly did not expect such a development and seemed to sink into itself, realizing that for the first time someone had repelled its attack. The counterattack caused one of the spider's limbs to suffer, falling nearby, and it was forced to lower itself to the ground to continue the fight. Muttering about the need to think of a place to wash his hands beforehand when using his sword, the protagonist held the weapon up, being a bit bloody. Continuing his attack by swinging the divine weapon in different directions, he hit the target accurately, causing even more blood around. Covered in scarlet liquid amidst the bloody surroundings, his green eyes shone, feeling joy at the abundance of blood and flesh around him. Sitting in the same small room, Tridden apologized to his guest for having to host her in such a place, explaining the complete destruction of the guest room. The calm reply that she didn't care at all sounded indifferent, as the priestess had an entirely different purpose for her visit. Inquiring as to the reason for her arrival, the man noted with a wry smile the rarity of such a pilgrimage for the Blue Flame Torch sect. Carefully sliding a small piece of paper with obviously important information across the table with her hand, she offered a glance at the contents of the document. Taking the paper and looking at it, the man instantly lost his smile and simply remained silent, realizing the significance of what he had seen. Asking if he had seen the guy depicted in the drawing, the priestess showed a portrait of the protagonist, whom the man immediately recognized. Putting his hand to his chin in a pensive pose, Master Gisa inquired as to the reasons why the Blue Flame was looking for this man. Hearing the answer about personal reasons, Filion had no intention of giving away her savior, so he apologized and said his goodbyes, causing her face to darken. After explaining the lack of free time in the current state of the city, Tridden finally decided to say goodbye to the blue-haired girl. Joyfully agreeing with a smile on her face, she left the building at the same hour without even turning around to say goodbye. Mentally noting that she was not looking for a guy with good intentions, the gentleman scratched his chin as he watched the silhouette leaving and decided to keep silent. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his partner were still in the same spot, and the young man just stared questioningly at his employer's actions near the corpse of the snow spider. Upon inquiring about what was going on, he heard an explanation about trying to retrieve a bag of venom containing a strong anesthetic that could come in handy in various situations. Beginning to talk about the possibility of smearing the poison on arrowheads or selling it, Carmen immediately pulled out and displayed his find in his hand. Inquiring about the source of such knowledge, quite strange for a young master, the protagonist laughed a little at the situation. Turning back to the young man, the experienced man explained his participation in many monster hunts, continuing to smile slightly. Muttering that there was nothing like hands-on training, Valtus cut the connective tissue that attached the sac to the rest of the creature's body. Noting that the splatter was stronger than expected, the protagonist offered to take care of the extraction, as he realized the ineptitude of his partner's actions. Suggesting the idea of packing everything up and heading into town, the employer added about the need to find a place to get a good wash, which pleased the lad. The two men ran out into the street with terror and panic, one of them pointing a finger forward at the source of their fear. The protagonist and his comrade were walking through the sand, which was dragging them down little by little, but they still kept going despite the obstacles. One of the panicked men ran up to the travelers very quickly, as something strange and disturbing was clearly happening. With terror and fear on his face, the stranger inquired how they had gotten here, continuing to look fearfully at the arriving lads. Not realizing the strangeness of the question, they felt somehow awkward and briefly replied about walking the whole way. The explanation about Kelton's lockdown for the past 3 days due to the monster made the protagonist and his partner look over in surprise, realizing the stranger's reaction. Quickly pulling himself together, Marnak immediately became serious, asking for more details about the situation. Confirming what he had said earlier about the increasing attacks of monsters, he explained the impossibility of finding things or corpses when inspecting the attack sites. Carmen Valtus's intervention with a question about snow spider victims emphasized the strangeness of what was happening, given the usual behavior of these creatures. The explanation that the spiders usually suck the blood of their victims, after which it is quite difficult not to leave any traces, increased the mystery of the situation. The exclamation from outside caught the attention of both travelers, who glanced in the direction from which the alarmed man had come running earlier. His partner was running from there, shouting loudly that Lord Strand was requesting a meeting with the arriving adventurers. After getting closer and breathing heavily to regain his breath, the messenger almost immediately offered to escort them to the manor for an important conversation. The boys looked amongst themselves, feeling neither fear nor much concern, simply thinking of the need to go to the meeting. With tears in his eyes, Lord Keltna expressed his boundless joy at the arrival of the priest of Marnak, the demon slayer, to their beleaguered city. Briefly confirming his awareness of the monster situation, the protagonist tried to get to the point more quickly, to which Strand responded by explaining the reason for the summons. Seriously beginning to tell that the problem was organized by the consistent actions of an evil spirit, the man was met with facial expressions as if it was nonsense. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist opined that blocking an entire city was an impossible task for a single follower of the dark forces. Lord Kelton's answer about the involvement of at least 4 different sects joining together to cut the city off from the world brought seriousness to Marnak's face. Complaining about the ordinariness of his city and the lack of understanding of why the calamities had begun since his reign, the Lord began to cry, wiping tears from his cheeks. After calming down a bit, he went on to talk about the ample supplies and the good level of motivation of the city guards to resist the siege. Explaining the suddenness of the siege, which had left the city cut off from other settlements faster than the blink of an eye, emphasized the gravity of the situation. Having finally expressed the true need for those who could break through the siege and spread the word of the situation, the Lord voiced the main request. After agreeing on the need for a group unafraid of death, he met the young man's serious gaze without a drop of smile on his face. Exhaling and closing his eyes as if he had no choice, the protagonist expressed his willingness to help with all his strength in this endeavor. Trying to justify himself to the spoilsport mother, who was angrily yelling, "Kill again," was accompanied by the question of whether he should have slapped her in the face and walked away. Trying to smooth things over in some way, the guy with a smile showed the item from the flux finder in his hand, resembling a tray. After explaining that such a thing could only be found in the western desert area, he placed the finder on the floor, where a stream of water formed like a small fountain. Recalling the spoil mother's own words about cutting better after soaking in water, the protagonist lowered his sword into the object with the water. After muttering about living life to the fullest being the best option, he lifted both hands and without a touch lifted the object from the floor, from which the water immediately disappeared. Stashing the new artifact in a hidden drawer, he examined the entire contents and found only this one item of interest there. After explaining the real reason for agreeing to the Lord's proposal with a premonition of the main quest coming soon, he concluded that 4 different sects were working together. Although the concept of an evil spirit sounded threatening, in actual practice it turned out to be a fairly common phenomenon, causing little concern. A simple label from the major gods that considered someone evil automatically turned the bearer into a target for the rest of the followers of the light forces. One detail united all followers of evil spirits. Among them, it was extremely difficult to find someone sane and reasonable thinking. Unlike the order of major gods who hunted evil spirits, the sects that served them rarely united for joint action. The feeling of an imminent event was due to the unification of the 4 evil sects surrounding the city, something that the young man mentally noted while seriously rethinking the situation. The conviction that it was not a coincidence did not leave him as he rode his horse through the very bad snowy weather. The young man riding ahead didn't notice his companion, sensing some presence behind him, and fearfully turned back without stopping his horse. Behind were several snow spiders that were jumping, seeing in the lads their potential prey for the upcoming hunt. With a sinister smile, mentally muttered that the time had come, the protagonist told his partner aloud his intention to divert their attention. Carmen Balta's question about the meaning of such actions was accompanied by a warning of danger, even for an opponent as strong as the young man. Having begun to justify his actions by the inevitability of capture on escape and the swiftness of his pursuers, Marnak actually had a different thought about the situation. The call to be sure to bring reinforcements was the last words he spoke before jumping off his horse to rescue them. With a look of horror on his face, his comrade only now realized what had happened. But it was too late to change anything. Meanwhile, the protagonist, still flying into the snow, only laughed and asked the mother of the spoilsport if he had said cool in an attempt to earn her praise. The rather hard landing lifted a lot of snow upwards, and some pebbles flew up and even caught up with the young man's running partners on horseback. This was what attracted not only the fleeing spiders, but also some creatures with bulging eyes and sharp teeth that were extremely hungry. Everything that dwelled in that forest was now very quickly approaching where the young man had landed. There were many creatures, including every imaginable creature. Not believing that the mother of spoils found his acting entertaining, the boy grinned wickedly and took it as a compliment before meeting the followers of the evil spirit. The creatures who continued their movement were not frightened, but on the contrary were pleased to see their target emerge from the snow and appear before them in all their glory. Without any delay, the protagonist began to run forward into the crowd of monsters, waving his weapon and cleaving all in his path. At first, the creatures became even angrier and stronger in their attacks, but it seemed to piss the young man off, making him stronger and giving him the pleasure of battle. He jokingly remarked that he would have to order himself a bath if he had to do this every day, and grinned as he enjoyed the results of his actions. Deciding to discuss the events later, he mouthed to the mother of the spoilers that they must have been aware of his presence, but had not come out to greet him. Recognizing the unexpectedness of such terrible hospitality, the smile disappeared from his face. He became serious and moved more determinedly in his chosen direction. Noticing that the wagons were empty after the attacks and the monsters had taken all the goods with them, he entered a small cave to inspect. As he walked through the cave, he saw someone's hand near his foot, and then his entire body. Looking closely, he realized the nature of the snow spider's work. Recognizing the understanding of the monster's enjoyment of a tasty meal, the lad picked up on the difficulty of agreeing with their designs on using the remains as decoration. Speaking words of reassurance and a promise not to let his guard down, Marnak responded to the mother of the spoils, who once again tried to warn him. Pondering aloud about the number of people he had eaten and the possibility of raising offspring, he continued forward until something caught his attention. Stopping near one of the impossibly large passageways, he noticed that the tunnels were even larger, as if real giants lived here. With a sinister grin mouthed at the shimmering divinity overhead, the boy only shouted aloud the question of why they weren't coming out, addressing all living things. As he continued walking, he mouthed the long-standing knowledge of his interlocutor's presence, as he knew that right above him was the one he was speaking to. Immediately after this phrase, the spider became angry at the disclosure, stretched out its jaws, opened its wide red eyes, and began to descend very quickly upon the intruder. Quickly reacting in a serious tone, the protagonist asked his mother to draw a line of spoil for him as a defense. Heeding the instruction, the green glow immediately began to produce a little magic, and a line was indeed passed through the neighborhood like a small protective moat. Continuing to speak of the need for her power, the protagonist remained standing in the same spot as the creature hovered directly above him. Promising to make a sacrifice tonight, he continued to speak as the monster he had summoned under his power began to slip out of the small portal. The creature fell completely out of the portal and was right above the spider, collapsing on top of him with its trailing limbs with a loud scream. As the ogre spider had no time to do anything, the trailing limb of the summoned creature instantly slammed into him with a mighty blow. The protagonist stood in the same place, but he wasn't just staring. Green tattoos began to appear on his body, signifying the arrival of power. The ogre turned out to be not so weak, and one blow did nothing to him, so he took all his sharp limbs and began to simultaneously stab them into the body of his attacker. The spider not only attacked, but also laughed as if it was gloating that everything was going in his favor, causing Marnak to rush to his aid at the sight of his enemy's superiority. Looking at the furious maw with many eyes and sharp teeth of his attacker, the young man realized the need to find a way to help his ally. He immediately began swinging his sword, splattering blood and sifting limbs, feeling the concentrated energy in the Spider Queen's body. Trying not to damage her, Marnak was still in thought as he realized she must have a vulnerable spot. His pondering almost hurt him when he didn't immediately notice an angry monster flying overhead that was very close to him. Reacting quickly, the protagonist thrust his blade above him, thus cutting the attacking creature in two, causing them to fly in different directions. Realizing the need to cut off all the paws to achieve divinity, he felt a surge of strength and ran in a certain trajectory, but not directly towards the fighting giants. As he ran past his monster, he sharply shouted an order to run straight at the ogre spider, much to the surprise of the fighting creature, who stopped for a second. After shouting a promise to help and an order to immobilize the enemy, the protagonist ran closer and closer to put his tactical plan into action. Realizing that his master would say no harm, the creature immediately began to scream, opening its maw and quickly grabbing the enemy's limbs, beginning to hold them down. Mentally muttering that a spider remains a spider, albeit a large one, the priest ran up to his assistant, holding onto the cloth with one hand as if he were flying on it. Speaking his intention to chop the thinnest part of his enemy's body, he began to run even closer, swinging his sword for a precise and very strong attack. Striking one blow, then immediately a second and several more precise hits on the same spot, he wasn't going to give up even after that. Continuing to chop with his weapon at the same spot to accomplish what he had planned, Marnak watched the blood flying in all directions, which even amused him. The spider, who felt that something was being done to him, but could not move, just stood there with his eyes bulging with pain, trying to realize the further events. The young man continued to carry out his plan, even though the spider tried to move a little to free himself, but all the arachnid's efforts were in vain. The summoned creature struggled to hold the enemy back, which helped the protagonist finally make one last strike and shred the thin part. Having accomplished what he had planned, Marnak began to land when his summoned monster, seeing the end of the battle, began to lift the held spider. A sharp tug with two of the summoned giant's limbs ripped the creature's paws out, and remaining a prisoner, it could only scream in pain. Landing on his feet amidst the blood dripping everywhere, the protagonist simply rejoiced at the successful completion of a difficult and dangerous mission. Before he could even get up, he heard a growl right beside him and fearfully raised his head to see the evil summoned monster. With a smile apologizing for leaving his comrade with the golems, the protagonist tried to make amends to his faithful companion. Instead of any response, the giant threw his head back and opened his mouth and began to scream with all his might, waving his arms in the air. A sudden scolding from outside caused the young man to interrupt his observation of his summoned companion and look toward the source of the sound. Out of the spider's huge body came some girl who was just swearing nonstop, clearly in a state of extreme indignation. After muttering that he knew someone was inside, Priest Marnak looked at the stranger carefully, assessing the level of threat. The girl was blazing with rage, her eyes glowing scarlet as she shouted a curse at the one who had ruined her long-nurtured plans. Screaming questions about who he was and whether he was another follower of the evil spirit rang out despite the distance of several meters between the two. Resentment over the time spent gaining control of the queen was only met with a serious question from the guy about the purpose of Kelton's entourage. Angrily refusing to answer and clearly not intending to cooperate, the stranger continued to shout as a sword was suddenly thrust into her shoulder. Screaming in pain and falling to her knees, she was the victim of a sharp attack from the young man suddenly beside her. Repeating the question about the reasons for the encirclement of the city, the young man quite seriously made it clear that he was not joking, and the consequences could be extremely severe. Silently screaming in bloody pain, the stranger stared at the bloody wound, ignoring the interest of her interlocutor in her goals. Screaming a refusal to speak even at the threshold of death and a challenge to her interlocutor, she temporarily forgot about the sword in her shoulder and began to stand up, showing her tenacity. Smiling and agreeing, which of course caused great surprise to the stranger, the young man immediately struck with his sword, not allowing her to react. The consequence of this was that the head flew off to one side, while the body fell right on the same spot without any signs of life. The mother of spoil immediately appeared, and to ensure that no good was wasted, began absorbing divinity from the head, gaining as much as 1,000 units of power. Wondering how many followers would have to be killed to find out the truth, the young man hid his sword in its scabbard and continued his conversation with his bandaged hand. With a gloating grin, assuming that the third would not answer but the fourth would definitely talk, he watched as the mother of spoil devoured the dead ogre spider behind him. Walking out of the cave in a good mood, the protagonist's face changed and stopped abruptly, looking down at the unfolding scene of destruction. After muttering a curse about being outplayed, he stood on the high ground and watched as the city he had just recently been in burned below. Someone's voices were discussing the pig's abilities, which had turned out to be far better than expected, while Lord Kelton, barely alive, lay on the ground sobbing. Summarizing the time spent defending the Lord, One of the three villains stood in the middle of the burning street and complained about missed opportunities. Inquiring about the state of the incarnation, her partner immediately received an answer about the instability of the process of harvesting the divinity of living beings. The third partner blamed them for the missed goals and the failure of the plan, forcing them to speed up and reducing the chances of success. This hurt the first one. She immediately realized it was about her. Shouting out a question about whether they thought she did it on purpose, the dark-haired girl stuck out her middle finger, showing complete dedication. Complaining about the constant interference from the two muscular monks and the jerk from the Enlightenment sect, she continued to pour out her rage. The first of the three villains, standing near the burning building and the corpse of the town master, continued to talk about how Layla didn't send the spiders. As she continued to yell about how the archer would have been caught long ago, she remembered how Carmen Valtus swankily galloped away so that no one could catch him. The second girl's intervention with a remark about Layla still not showing up brought a new outcry about her constant obsession with spiders. As she continued to talk about how Layla would be able to play with the bodies to her heart's content, she didn't realize that now both she and her spiders lay dead. The guy partner intervened very seriously, trying to end the conflict and convincing them that mutual recriminations between each other were pointless. Stating that the bastard had escaped and now the troops would descend upon them, he was clearly referring to the hireling who had escaped with the priest. Once again ranting about the years spent putting his plans into action, the young villain tried to appeal to the minds of his enraged companions. The dark-haired villainess once again intervened with a shout, complaining about the 3 years they had all been doing this, and mentioned the constant criticism. Bursting into an angry shriek that she had missed the rider not on purpose, Parna was so infuriated that she could no longer be stopped. Continuing to shout rebukes about the guy going off the rails, she accused her partner of being close to him, making her silently feel guilty. Not wanting to hear any more yelling at her, the blonde-haired girl with her eyes closed headed for the exit to check the situation outside. Her partner turned around slightly and promised to see to it that Layla was punished for the missed rats, trying to calm down her still angry friend. After starting to say in an already calmer voice that she would keep her mouth shut, the dark-haired girl stopped talking abruptly. The thing was, she saw the head of her partner, who had decided to check the situation outside, fly off in her direction, and the one who had decapitated her stood in front of her. Having committed the murder, Marnak raised his sword above his head so that the shadow fell on the villainous partner, who realized with horror that he would be next. Without any hesitation, the protagonist immediately brought his weapon down directly on the villain, who froze in horror, finishing the job he had started. Parna, with horror in her eyes, only cried out as her second partner died right before her eyes in a matter of seconds. Looking up at the bloody stranger who was too intimidating, all she could say was a curse full of bewilderment and horror. The intervention of the mother of the spoilsport, with a rebuke of the murder of the third, without further question, received the young man's admission of the unfairness of the argument facing the last survivor. Explaining the enemy's ability to manipulate divinity and cause serious damage, the priest spoke with a sinister smile as his face transformed into a human face, removing the tattoos. Continuing his conversation with the divinity about the importance of keeping him safe over winning a silly argument, he made the villainess stand in shock at his conversation with himself. Seeing the worried look on his face, the protagonist continued to stand motionless, while the tattoos disappeared from his body, only looking questioningly at the girl. Such behavior frightened Parnu even more, who felt a strange consternation around her, barely breathing from the growing horror of facing an incomprehensible foe. Breaking the silence by asking if she was a follower of the evil spirit, the protagonist made the girl heavily question what she had heard. With a friendly smile, Marnak inquired as to the reasons for Kelton's entourage, showing an unexpected calmness to the situation. Expressing surprise at the complexity of what was going on after hearing the story, the boy was answered about the 3 years spent preparing the plan. Adding that no one would waste that much time on a useless endeavor, she stood next to something strange towering near her. Noticing that the woman began to answer immediately after the question, as if waiting for an opportunity to spill everything, Marnak continued to watch the speaker. The simple story was that they wanted to sacrifice all the people of the town to create a divine incarnation in the form of a giant ball. To do so, they had been hiding within the city limits for 3 years, but still started 5 days earlier than planned. The reason for the premature start was a chain of events that led to Carmen's escape from their hands. After receiving the story, the protagonist drew his sword and displayed it in front of the villainess, immediately hearing her worried question about his intentions. After explaining his desire to kill the flesh and blood monster before it awakens, the guy started to slowly approach. But Parna put out her hand with a cry of, "No!" Shouting requests not to do so, she watched as the protagonist approached the orb without hesitation and began to attack it. Trying to get the young man's attention and stop him by yelling life-threatening cries, the dark-haired girl continued to thwart him, even as his hand was pierced by something sharp. After shouting the start of an unstable awakening, she watched as the orb's mouth appeared to open with a heavy sigh. Screaming in pain, the monster burst out of the orb, transforming into some sort of monster and complaining of unbearable suffering. Screaming out the knowledge of the location of the sacred relic inside the creature, the young man grabbed the object sticking out of it and immediately chopped it off with his sword. After earnestly muttering about the awakening of a new power, the priest continued to be covered in blood, completely ignoring the wound on his shoulder. Throwing the protruding object away and crushing it with his foot with fury, Marnak only shouted that the meatball would be an offering. Parna exploded in anger, screaming in rage as she realized how what was happening was ruining her carefully laid plans. Starting to yell about not understanding how the system worked, she didn't have time to finish as the guy abruptly swung his weapon, touching her neck with his sword. Briefly explaining it as a punishment, Marnak continued to stand with the same emotion as his new victim fell to the ground and he absorbed her 1,000 divinity. Counting the total amount at 8,592 units, he recalled absorbing the Lord as he arrived and eavesdropped on the conversations of the evil spirit's followers. A total of 10,000 units were required to unlock the new power, so the priest continued to carefully observe the monster forming in front of him. After realizing that attempting to chop the monster with a butcher's orb would cause the wounds to heal quickly, and continuing to miss attacks would risk defeat, the young man looked at the open wound on his shoulder. Since it was just a ball of meat, in which it is difficult to find weaknesses, as in the case of the Spider Queen, there was only one way out of the situation. Gripping the weapon harder and taking a few steps, Marnak began to run away with all his might, which of course greatly surprised the monster left behind. The monster just stood there watching its potential victim run away and opened its mouth in despair and simply screamed its pain and misery. As he continued to run, the young man felt himself absorbed by another divinity, and turning around slightly, he realized the lack of very little strength. Running even further, he began to absorb the corpses of previously killed villains and use them to also absorb one divinity each to build up his strength. Running out into the city, where there were also quite a few dead, he absorbed the divinities one by one, mentally deciding to run away until he had accumulated enough power. The monster chased after its victim with cries of pain and suffering, but the priest kept moving in this game, where either the monster would catch him or he would gain new power. The creature continued to chase after the protagonist, screaming furiously, its eye blazing with light as it overtook its victim at an alarming rate. Marnak, realizing the inevitability of the chase and sensing his opponent's approach, tried to accelerate, feeling that he was losing a bit of speed. The meatball monster began to make leaps, each one causing the ground to shatter where it landed with debris flying around. The young man continued to run, occasionally stopping and covering his ears as even the creature's scream radiated the divinity of a true living disaster. Realizing his fatigue and the need to rest, the lad turned around and looked very angrily at his approaching opponent. The creature threw its tentacles straight at the young man, who barely had time to jump aside with a cry of appeal for help to the mother of spoil. The monster suddenly felt intense pain. Its eye glowed with a pink light, and hearing something above it, it looked up sharply as it continued to scream. The monster was unaware that more suffering lay ahead of it, as a summoned giant was falling towards it from the portal it was looking through. Balling its massive body part directly at the enemy, the creature quickly folded its two limbs into fists and brought them down with devastating force. The attack was so powerful that a dust veil was formed, hiding the result but probably pushing the monster completely into the ground. In addition to hitting it with its limbs, the protagonist's monster decided to complete the attack by stabbing something sharp into the enemy's only eye, from which blood flowed. Speaking with relief that one giant of spoils would be enough, the young man watched the picture of victory unfold before him. Taking a look at his powerful ally before departing, the young man warned him not to overdo it, promising to return soon. Pondering further, he stood for a while, simply contemplating the need for more bodies to absorb divinity. Immediately after that, Marnak realized that the greatest amount of power would come from elite soldiers or knights and ran deep into the burning city. The fire was spreading too fast and was taking everyone in its path, turning living beings into burnt skeletons without skin. When he came to the next street and saw two corpses, he only regretted that he had wasted too much time without consuming them. Chastising himself for not absorbing divinity while searching for the followers of evil spirits, the young man covered his face and ran away from the oncoming fire. Counting the 9,237 units he had collected, he ran forward even more diligently in search of more sources of power. Screaming for more, he ran into a burning building that he thought he might find something in. Instead of the expected find, something made him stop, and Marnak simply stared ahead, trying to understand the nature of the event that had occurred. A massive explosion sounded in the building on the upper floors, blowing everything into small shreds and debris, changing the situation drastically. The priest crossed his arms in front of him, trying to cover his body from all the debris flying at him as he continued to stand still. It wasn't the aftermath of the detonation, but the tentacles of the very creature the young man had been running away from earlier. They had destroyed part of the building and were now climbing into it. Of course, when the explosion occurred, the protagonist immediately raised his weapon upwards to fend off a possible attack on him. With the butcher in his hand, Marnak was able to fend off all the tentacles flying at him and carefully move on. Screaming out in pain with all his might, the creature immediately afterward brought his fist up and aimed the bent limb at the surprised fellow below. It didn't take a few moments before the blow came crashing down. Everything went hazy again, and the creature even thought it had defeated the young man. It wasn't that simple. The protagonist managed to avoid the attack with a few leaps forward, so the monster also took steps to shorten the distance. Once at a more or less safe distance, Marnak managed to turn around, displaying a huge weapon in front of him and glaring at the enemy. Assuming that fighting the spoil giant had made the enemy stronger, the guy saw the newly transformed body of the previously very weak opponent. The creature slowly approached Marnak, who was standing in one place, as if he was not afraid of it and was not going to run away. After taking a few more steps forward, the advanced monster put his hand forward and looked in that direction with a single red pupil. It was as if some tentacle-like webs began to form from that hand, and there were many of them, and they all flew forward at the priest. The protagonist not only did not recoil, but even put his weapon in front of him and began to swing it around, shredding everything that flew at him. The monster was a little surprised when he saw his body parts explode with blood right in front of his eyes. The young man continued to swing the butcher, continuing his approach to the creature, which only cried out in pain. Thinking of his proximity to his enemy, Marnak suddenly saw the man quickly fold his palm into a fist and begin to bring it closer to his face. The other hand once again released a multitude of tentacles, which the protagonist was now unable to fight off, and they began to immobilize him. Joy appeared on the monster's face when he felt that finally his limbs managed to catch the enemy, so he decided to play with them a little. With a sharp twitch of its arm, the creature signaled for the tentacles to begin to rapidly fall downward along with the captured victim. They purposefully threw the victim, which had a very hard landing, and once again a huge dust rose up, hiding everything that was going on. Coming to his senses, the protagonist was barely breathing, struggling hard to say something as he lay on the cold shards of earth. Smiling at his mother's alarm and assuring her that all was well, Marnak remained lying there, remembering the words of his followers, that this place was the arena of their battle. Standing up with the support of his sword, the young man noticed several bodies of strong soldiers around him, which confirmed his suspicions about the location of the battle. The creature, still in the building, walked to the edge and looked through the rubble of the wall at his enemy, who was already on his feet. After muttering a request for Mother to take them all away and scratching the back of his head, the guy saw all the bodies around him glow green, and his divinity began to increase rapidly. After only a couple of moments, the number reached 10,000, and the young man's face instantly changed. The realization of the significance of this pierced through him like a flash. The monster, who saw the sudden change in his enemy, was a little frightened, and all he could utter was an inarticulate muttering of pain. After uttering the words of offering 10,000 divinity to the mother of the spoil, Priest Marnak remained surrounded by a slight green glow, preparing for the transformation. After shouting a request for the bestowal of new power, He abruptly straightened up and began laughing like some villain enjoying the power he had gained. The young man continued to stand in the same place as the area beneath his feet began to lose its glow, turning into a solid blackness with no signs of life. With a worried shriek of pain, the enraged giant looked around with his single red eye, sensing some sort of unease and unspecified threat. Looking around and not noticing no threats, he spotted the protagonist behind him the next time he turned around, a sight that made him panic instead of relieved. Marnak walked like a victor, slowly but surely approaching his target with weapon in hand, promising the enemy much more pain and suffering. Shouting a threat to remember the agony forever, the boy stepped closer and thrust his blade forward, waiting for his hand to be tattooed with new power. Hearing this kind of treatment, the opponent was clearly angry, clenched his fist harder, and out of his wrist came a multitude of tentacles that he was going to control. The new power of the spoil pit was corrupting all living beings inside, which applied to himself as well, which the young man was well aware of. Therefore, the lad was forced to think about the possibility of using the spoil text to select the body parts that would decompose first in battle. The enemy, dazed with horror, barely moaned. His tentacle arm, as if losing its footing, broke off and collapsed helplessly down. The grin on the protagonist's face blossomed into a new color as he just silently watched the scene and rejoiced at the upcoming battle. Tucking his sword behind his head and jumping up sharply, he challenged the monster, offering to see which would be faster, his regeneration or decomposition from the blows. Receiving a multitude of attacks, the barely standing creature was only begging to stop when the priest thrust his sword in even deeper, declaring the mother of spoils his victory. As a part of the enemy's body got stuck on the sword from the strong blow, the guy yanked sharply, sending it away, after which he just stood there for a while, as if resting. Immediately afterward, the bandaged hand pulled a small pink sphere into the palm of his assistant's hand, a relic that had been inside the enemy and had now fallen under its influence. The boy's request to break another seal was heeded, and the mother of spoils continued to gently move her hand over the sphere, changing its color. Immediately afterward, the relic seemed to burst into flames, spreading multiple glows around it, creating a light display without a destructive explosion. Everything changed in an instant. The young man stood with a small purple orb in his hand, looking at it anxiously and only saying the name of the mother of the spoil. Carefully looking around, he saw someone's silhouette ahead who was watching him carefully from some distance. Continuing to stand as if dumbfounded and not taking his eyes off the stranger, Marnak was incredulous at the suggestion of the impossible. After looking for a while longer, he saw a shy girl in a torn dress with bandaged hands who was just looking questioningly at the protagonist. After examining her facial features and the way she was looking at him, he wondered if she was the mother of the spoil. The protagonist began to walk closer and closer, continuing to stare questioningly at the girl who was watching him with the same emotion. When he got close, he put his hand on her head and ran his fingers through her hair, as if stroking it, and she covered one eye in pleasure. Seeing her reaction, he realized the correctness of his guesses and asked the mother of the spoil sport about the cause of the child's body, watching her inept attempts to walk. Hearing the request for permission to ask a question, the girl lifted her deep-set eyes and stared at the boy with mute curiosity and anticipation. With a slight hope in his voice, he inquired if the divinity of another god could be harvested if it was still present in the dead incarnation. Noting that it would be a pity if the power was simply lost, the young man pointed to the corpse of the defeated creature lying nearby. The mother of spoil, holding out two small hands in front of her and closing her eyes to concentrate the power, began to emit a green glow around her. Trying to do anything about it caused her to fall to her knees from exhaustion, but she kept trying anyway, eliciting a slight laugh from the young man standing behind her. After muttering a request to take it easy and come to him if the task was impossible, the boy tried to encourage her and calm her down. Barely had Marnak had time to speak of the blending of all divinity and the impossibility of separating it, the girl immediately ran to him and fell into his arms. Expressing regret for the failure, the protagonist began stroking the head of the mother of the spoil, who looked up at him with tearful eyes. After reporting the breaking of the seal with the relic and the gathering of 10,000 divinity, the guy looked into the palm of his hand with a green sphere of energy. After saying a request to accept the gift, he held out his hand with the sphere in front of him, which immediately began to glow, emitting magical energy. The relic seemed to come to life, rushing upwards to give the protagonist new power and opportunities for further travel. Becoming huge in size, it descended to the ground and began to radiate the same magic now, with several beams in different directions. Inquiring with a smile on his face about the meaning of the new power, the guy wondered about the reasons for such a generous gift from the deity. The mother of spoils had materialized in another body, but could still only speak the word kill, which made the lad clarify the meaning of limitless use. After standing like that for a while longer, they both walked down the deserted road in the right direction, leaving behind the site of the recent battle. Along the way, the young man pondered the curse of spoiling, realizing that this power could slowly corrupt all living things within a small town radius. Recognizing the possibility of devouring the fiends or the dead, he mentally noted the reluctance to kill innocents for the sake of gaining divinity while following a joyfully bouncing child. Wondering the reason for the presence of religion in an incarnation with sealed divinity, the boy watched as the sphere split apart. Looking at the girl and remembering the recent battle, the priest thought about the non-randomness of what was happening, assuming the use of the mother's divinity to create that monster. Noting the headache from such thoughts, he visualized his poor health and growing fatigue. Barely having time to think of a more important problem, Marnak noticed the disturbing gaze of the spoilsport mother directed in his direction. Before she could look at the boy normally, she turned around just as anxiously and saw some strange shadow. Barely having time to mentally mutter about taking on too much divinity, he suddenly collapsed to the ground exhaustedly, causing the girl to cower in fear. After realizing reaching the limits of his body, the young man was the last to see the mother of the spoilsport in front of his closing eyes, who simply sat over him and cried. Suddenly opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was his employer with a small towel in his hand, who noticed the awakening and exhaled in relief. Marnak was lying on the bed looking as if he had died and came back to life, holding his heart with his eyes wide open without uttering a word. Abruptly jumping up and sitting on the bed, he shouted a question as to the whereabouts of his belongings, much to the surprise of the lad standing next to him. The fellow's attempts to calm the priest down and explain the situation met with resistance, as the young man did not relent and continued to ask about his belongings. As if in some kind of panic, he shouted the whereabouts of the things without stopping and wanted to see them immediately. Marnak continued shouting for a while, and realizing that it wasn't going to end, Valtus immediately pulled out one of the things and held it out to his comrade. The bandaged hand that the protagonist now held in his palms made him relieved to admit his fear of losing it, when Carmen noted its importance with a smile. After explaining that the others had wanted to throw the strange item away, but he had taken it with him, Valtus took another look at the item handed to his comrade. With great relief on his soul at the utterance of gratitude and not knowing how to repay it, the young man placed a hand to his chest, savoring the moment of its return. Brushing off the thanks as nothing, Carmen scratched the back of his head in a very friendly manner, downplaying the significance of his act. The explanation that without the young man's sacrifice he would have died without getting out of Kelton prompted a logical question about his current whereabouts, followed by an explanation about the city. Inquiring as to the time of his unconsciousness, the priest was answered about 10 days, then listened to the sounds of construction coming from the street. A question about other survivors was met with the simple answer that he was the only living and breathing person from the entire city. A man running down the snowy road received a small blade in his leg, causing him to fall into the snow with a cry of pain. From the sudden impact and wound, he lost his balance and collapsed face first into the white cover, staining it with drops of blood. Several more of the same victims followed each other in a single column, all partly frightened and wounded, with their heads lowered, looking around warily. The source of their fear was the blue-haired girl who had intimidated them, and now stood with a naked weapon in her hand, ready for more brutality. The wounded man lying on the ground screamed with all his might, begging not to be killed, but the priestess looked at him as if he were trash. Briefly stating that he could go no further, she drew her sword. But seeing this, the wounded man began to reassure her of his strength. Continuing to beg for mercy and folding his hands in a gesture of prayer, all weepy and covered in drool and snot, he looked at the girl pleadingly. She quickly took a few steps forward and swung her sharp sword at him, knocking his head off. Closing her eyes, she spoke a request to the sacred flame to burn the man's sins, and the body with the head was immediately engulfed in fire and began to burn. All the other prisoners closed their eyes, unable to watch the execution, realizing that the same fate might await them. In an orderly tone, the blue-haired girl ordered them to go, turning around and glaring angrily at all the survivors. The captives, with bound hands not daring to disobey, immediately began to step forward, obeying the unconditional order. They followed each other for a long time, not trying to break the order, knowing that the priestess behind them was in control with a sharp sword in her hands. Surprised to inquire about wanting to turn in the bandits, the guard listened to the request with some bewilderment as to what was going on. A beaten man with a black eye, snot and tears on his face, shouted his affiliation with the Snow Bear Bandits. Walking first in the column, he fell to his knees as everyone behind him began to beg his interlocutor to imprison them instead of executing them. The priestess, who had been standing near the kneeling bandits all this time, briefly confirmed that this was what they themselves wanted and asked for imprisonment. As he began to speak with a smile about the master of Kelton bidding for them, the man met her questioning gaze and immediately fell silent. After explaining the Lord's death at the hands of a follower of the evil spirit and the need to wait a couple days for the money, the guard saw a change in the priestess's gaze. When asked about the fate of the followers, the man said that Priest Marnak, including the summoned monster, had slept for 10 days after the ferocious battle. Having earnestly begun to speak of the young man as the murderer of the demon Gisa, the blue-haired girl herself now met the surprised and questioning gaze of her interlocutor. Asked who exactly had dealt with the evil spirit's followers, and if he was still in Kelton, she glanced up from under her forehead with her shining blue eyes. Several companions in good spirits began to approach a small building resembling a bar, preparing to celebrate the recent events. Someone's voice was asking a slightly drunk guy who had dealt with the followers of the evil spirit and where the priest Marnak was now. Upon hearing Marnak's name, everyone present joyfully shouted, "Hurrah!" and began to repeat it, forcing the blue-haired girl to stand silently. The shouts of the Savior's name spread around, and even those who were not in the bar, hearing the excited cheers, also started calling the hero's name. Meanwhile, the one everyone in town was talking about was now on horseback with his companion, riding away from the scene. His words about needing to know something came to mind as the priest Marnak continued to move forward without turning back to the abandoned city. He remembered the words about the interest of the blue-haired priestess from the Temple of the Sacred Flame that Tredden had spoken after telling the whole truth. Summarizing what he had said about the priestess looking for him, the man made the young man feel a real sense of alarm as he realized her incredible power. Anxiously asking if she recognized his true nature, he felt his blood nearly boil upon receiving the answer of her uncertainty. Harshly noting that there was simply no question as to whether she would seek him out, the Giza master looked at his savior with the same cold calmness. Manrak was now on horseback with his companion and rushing as fast as he could, realizing that to stay in Kelton would be sheer madness. Even though his employer had ridden with him, he still didn't understand why he had packed so quickly and left so quickly. Marnak clearly remembered, among all his acquaintances, this woman was the strongest. Even the mother of Spoil estimated her power at 4.5 fingers. After thanking his companion for agreeing to leave at once, the young man ahead of him expressed his gratitude to his companion a little behind him. He said he would prefer to leave as soon as possible so as not to attract attention in Kelton, but Valtus still didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. 2 weeks later, they were walking through the snowy forest, talking to each other leisurely and in no hurry to get anywhere on their journey. Noticing something familiar up ahead, Carmen speculated that it might be the crest of the Irmel family, scrutinizing the approaching procession. A little ahead of them, a carriage surrounded by a number of people, implying the presence of someone important inside. When Marnak asked if he was referring to the family of the great lord of the southern lands, the interlocutor, who was also looking ahead, briefly answered in the affirmative. The white camellia seal visible on the carriage indeed appeared to be the family crest of a noble family, confirming his employer's assumptions. Offering a greeting to those he met, Marnak and his companion took a few steps forward, though he didn't see the need to do so without the Lord's flag. Deciding that inside there was a distant relative or a child, Carmen preferred not to interfere and quietly pass by without arousing unnecessary interest. So they did. The carriage went its own way, and they went their own way, without approaching each other or trying to draw attention to themselves. As they passed by as if nothing had happened, the young man suddenly felt something, as if a sudden revelation had thundered in his head. Seeing his companion's strange reaction, Valtus, who was walking ahead, immediately asked what had happened and heard the answer that someone was tied up inside the carriage. Hearing this, the man could not hide his surprise and anxiously began to look around, which was noticed by the men accompanying the carriage, who quickly drew their swords. They looked very furious with their weapons and angry eyes, as if ready to punish the fools who couldn't just walk by. After shouting an order to kill the two, one of the ringleaders caused the entire surrounding crowd to rush towards the young man and his comrade from all sides. When everyone jumped into the attack at the same time, a veritable chaos ensued in which nothing could be seen until the head of one of the attackers rolled out of the huddle. Upon seeing the decapitated body, those running and watching froze with eyes wide open in horror, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. The attacker on the other side shouted outrage at their fighting style, also seeing the body of his breathless comrade. Meanwhile, everyone moved away from the two who were still swinging their swords, not even really looking at where exactly they were aiming their blows. Summarizing that there were 8 opponents left, the priest looked carefully at his employer, with whom they stood back to back. The door opened and a man stepped out of the carriage, threateningly indignant at what was happening. He demanded that this outrage stop immediately. In response, the bald bandit shouted at his companions, reminding them that it was foolish to be afraid of a couple of men, and told them to act faster because of the lack of time. These words became a signal. The whole group rushed at the guys from different sides at the same time, but they only clutched their weapons tighter, not moving. Baldy shouted the curse again, pointing his finger furiously at the guy closest to him, and rushed forward, preparing for a decisive blow. Before he could do anything, the kidnapper only noticed that the arrow flew straight at him and plunged into the center of his forehead. He was mortally wounded and fell dead, face down into the ground right next to the archer who had fired the arrow. Hearing strange sounds in the distance, like gagging, Carmen turned around in surprise to see what was going on. What a surprise he was when he saw his partner, who was clearly uncomfortable, and a bent, vomiting man nearby. At the archer's question about the stranger's name, Marnak, patting the distressed man on the back, remarked with a smile that the timing of the conversation was unfortunate, to say the least. After voicing his uncertainty about what had poisoned her, and noting her inability to move normally, the young man met Valtis's understanding gaze. Assuming from the victim's golden eyes that it was a lady of the Ermel family, the two friends suddenly heard a sharp cry, demanding that they stop pounding on their backs. Finishing her business and straightening up, the girl spoke her thanks for the rescue, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of Kalto, smiling Irmel. Taking a few more steps forward, she looked at the boys with her golden eyes and finally introduced herself as Dakia Irmel. Quietly mouthed to his comrade standing behind him, a guess as to the veracity of her words, the archer continued to stare at the girl in disbelief. As he spoke excitedly about the fact that she was a mage of a noble family. Mentally thinking about how useful she would be with them, he stared so intently that the girl perplexedly returned his gaze. Not to be prejudiced, the archer whispered a caustic comment in Marnak's ear about Dacia's huge heart, while the object of their conversation continued to stare at them with slight suspicion. The girl coughed loudly to attract attention, and finally asked for the name of her savior, who appeared to be a priest. Confirming his service to the goddess of support, the protagonist introduced himself as Marnak with a smile, ready to communicate further with his rescuer. Approving the name with a laugh, Irmel extended her hand to her surprised interlocutor, showing a desire to be properly introduced. After a moment, Dakia continued the conversation, asking for help and explaining that she was still having trouble moving due to the effects of the poisoning. Mentioning the inhalation of the soporific gas that had yet to wear off, she showed trembling and difficulty moving, prompting the archer to offer assistance. Introducing himself as Anthony Valtis's son Carmen, he extended his hand to the lady, but met her interested question as to the appropriateness of such a gesture. Sensing that she might be seen with a representative of the Black Wild Dog, she anxiously hinted at possible rumors, and the archer was immediately embarrassed. As she continued to speak of those whose opinions in the capital might prove dangerous, she expressed her desire for at least a little attention, eliciting the same emotion from the protagonist. Turning to question Marnak about her validity, Dakia looked at him with a look that made him feel something strange and incomprehensible within himself. Both he and his friend stood with their mouths open, unable to utter a word, unable to understand how a noblewoman and mage could be so considerate of others. Continuing to stand with faces that raised more questions than answers, they stared silently at the girl, who waited patiently for their reaction. Suddenly speaking up and breaking the silence, Carmen inquired as to how exactly she came to be in such a kidnapping situation. Beginning an explanation about the lack of evidence but the presence of obvious sensations, Dakia caught the attention of Marnak, who was listening intently to her story. After explaining that the kidnapping had been planned by a brother who despised her, she mentioned the name of the man who had arranged the whole thing, Derso Irmal. Speaking of him, the girl lowered her head and folded her arms across her chest, showing obvious discomfort at the memory of this individual. The incredulous exclamation about her brother caught Carmen off guard with surprise, causing him to take a few steps in her direction. She also mentioned the marriage proposal from the Dragon Kingdom and explained, Derso was trying to use her status as heiress to get rid of her. The question of getting rid of her made the protagonist roll her eyes slightly at the thought of similar problems affecting her family as well. Thinking about the fact that people of noble lineage are not welcome anywhere made his head drop in sympathy for the common problem. The explanation for the noble's hatred of mages was that noble families considered the awakening of magical abilities to be a serious problem for the clan. The first and most obvious reason for the dislike was the character traits inherent in all mages, without exception in their behavior and outlook. Difficulty of learning even basic manners. Egocentrism and power lust made the transfer of power to such people potentially dangerous for the whole environment. The second reason for the reluctance to give mages high positions was the ancient tales of the times before the current political system was created. Even before the creation of the ancient empire, stories about the era of mad mages were passed down from generation to generation, terrifying the rulers. Most of the inhabitants of this world believed such stories, so they tried not to give mages any real power or influence. The tale of her desire to become one of the 4 great lords of the Northern Kingdom took place in the evening, around a campfire where everyone was roasting food and having heart-to-heart talks. The declaration of unwillingness to kill her brother to gain a high position intrigued Marnak with the possibility of making the impossible possible peacefully. The admission that she had repeated the story several times already brought a wicked emotion to Dacia's face, causing Marnak to laugh with embarrassment. The sad question of whether or not her companion was paying attention to her words came with a heavy exhale from the distraught girl. A repetition of all that had been said about marriage as an excuse, and suspicions of selling out to the Dragon Kingdom sounded from Carmen Valtus in confirmation. Confirming the speculation in earnest, she cast a glance at the archer, while the young man behind laughed, trying to explain that they just wanted to catch every detail. As she continued her explanation about the third retelling of the same story, Marnak smiled lightly, hoping she would realize how difficult it was to keep her attention each time. The mention of the meat that had been burned while that particular story was going on came from Marnak as an attempt to diffuse the tense situation a bit. The offer to exchange food in response to her disappointment brought a smile to the girl's face, in a quiet gratitude for his concern. With a slight chuckle, the guy expressed his hope that it would work out better next time, adding that chatting while cooking was risky. The joke didn't please Irmel's eldest daughter at all, causing an irritated look of frowning eyebrows in the direction of her interlocutor. A moment later, a request for help was heard. Marnak, sitting next to her, guessed it immediately. Dakia wanted to be taken to Beatus, the land of the Irmal family. The predictability of the request was confirmed, but the offer of gold weighing as much as his own weight was said with complete seriousness, without a trace of jest. The generosity of the High Lord's family made it a joy to have such a client. But a glance in Carmen's direction showed. The thought of him overshadowed the moment. Realizing the need to postpone the search for Valtus' mother should he agree to accompany the lady, the lad looked at his friend carefully, as if seeking agreement in him. Pondering the mother of a spoil that could burn to the ground, the young man heard her words and responded with disbelief at the impossibility of believing such suggestions of overeating. Expressing his incomprehension of how a love for gold could be a reason to make his own son fat, Marnak continued to argue with the divine entity. Clenching his fist, the archer suddenly spoke of understanding the responsibility of meddling and being willing to carry it to the end, as any Valthus would do. The next morning, after the 3 of them had traveled quite a distance, the protagonist walking ahead stopped and shouted sharply for a village visible ahead. With a new burst of energy, they moved forward to be even closer, while the girl hoped for a chance to take a long-awaited hot bath. Arriving in town and entering a small room, Marnak set his backpack on the floor next to the Lord's daughter, who looked up at him with wide eyes. Approaching his friends, Valtis explained with a smile the location of their rooms at the end of the hallway on the third floor and mentioned the bathwater that had been prepared. Agreeing to wash up quickly and travel together, he saw the smiles on his companions' faces, signifying full agreement with the proposed plan. Exclaiming enthusiastically at the appetizing sight of the dishes, Dakea admired the table of food, while Marnak only sighed heavily, wishing he could regain his sense of taste. Sitting down and eating his dinner, the protagonist heard a shout from outside, and before he could even get worried, he immediately looked in the direction of the source of the sound. The screams of the waitress, who was serving a table with 3 men, one of whom was harassing her, attracted the attention of everyone present in the establishment. Approaching the troubled table, the employee politely asked Sir not to cause trouble in their hotel, trying to resolve the conflict peacefully. Instead of understanding, the drunken man only looked up angrily, rudely inquiring about the problem, explaining his simple desires regarding the girl. Inquiring of his comrade about the need for help in the upcoming fight, the archer heard the laughing reply that someone was already there. As they were discussing help, a small hand had already flown into the pervert's cheek, nearly knocking out his teeth and causing blood to gush from his mouth. The blow was delivered by their companion, the most petite but very strong girl, who instantly changed the situation in the establishment. The beaten guy's comrades were shouting and swearing loudly as they watched the situation rapidly go out of their hands. As they continued to shout questions about the girl's identity, one of the thugs was grabbed by someone's head and brought down sharply on the table in front of them with a deafening thud. Raising his head with several teeth knocked out and a bloody nose, the man barely remained conscious after the powerful impact against the hard surface. Still holding his head for some time and seeing the futility of doing so, the protagonist released his hand slightly, letting his head fall to the floor. The situation was observed by everyone present, including Daisha, who immediately thanked Marnak for his help in resolving the conflict. Archer, who was also dealing with the third ruffian, asked for at least a warning of his intention to intervene in the fight, expressing his confusion. Looking at the fallen unconscious opponents, Valtis with a smile on his face only reminded of their command, meeting the gazes of his comrades. Ermel's eldest daughter admitted that even as a child she couldn't get past injustice, explaining her tendency to intervene in such situations. The hero mentally noted her lack of anger control problems, but her excessive sense of justice as he continued to watch her. Marnak was busy thinking when he suddenly heard his name and turned around to see Valtis tossing him a bag of money from the bandit. Reacting quickly, the boy went over to the worker who had been the first to stand up and handed over the pouch, explaining that it should be enough to repair the furniture. After that, they went to their rooms. It was getting dark outside, but no one was sleeping. There were lights on in the windows of the houses everywhere. When they heard a knock on the door, Ermel's eldest daughter tensed a little and cautiously inquired who was there at such a late hour. Hearing a familiar voice, she opened the door with a smile, without a shadow of fear, and looked at the protagonist, wondering what had happened. Instead of a friendly answer, he immediately covered her mouth with the palm of his hand and sharply pressed her against the wall, plunging her into a stupor of shock and surprise. Immediately after that, he plunged the knife into the wall with all his might, the blade passing within a centimeter of her head, increasing the victim's fear to the extreme. Like a true villain, the protagonist now watched with evil eyes and spoke of the need to listen and be quiet so as not to wake Carmen. Recalling her words about not being able to walk past injustice, the young man advised to do things differently next time, as they were still being hunted and needed to avoid attention. Threatening to harm and surrender to the pursuers if such behavior continued, the protagonist still kept his palm on Ermel's mouth. Questioning the tragedy of such an outcome, he hoped to accept wisdom and discuss solutions with his comrades, slowly raising the knife glinting in the light. Asking for a slow nod of understanding, the priest waited for an appropriate gesture from the still frightened girl with her mouth closed. He left the room with a last glance at his companion, saying goodnight in a less friendly manner. Finally releasing her mouth from his palm, Ermel's eldest daughter began to breathe heavily, trying to calm down somehow after the experience. Justifying his haste by the need to avoid huge problems, the protagonist said to himself as he left her room. The girl collapsed helplessly on the floor and just sat silently with her head down, looking down, not even closing the door. Marnak continued to walk away with thoughts of now finding out if Daisha had an uncontrollable sense of justice, which was what it was all about. Cries of failure and capture came from the castle that night, expressing frustration and anger. With his head down, one of the men began to justify himself to the Lord, citing unexpected circumstances and the need for funding. Flaring up at the demand for even more money, Vadas Draco lashed out at the performer with a shout as he stood in a sweat and did not lift his gaze from the floor. With an irritated reminder that he had already given away a fortune and not wanting further conversation, His Highness gestured to a subordinate. Hilden, the head of the eastern branch of the Secret World Organization, had no time to take a few steps, but immediately received a slap that almost knocked him off his feet. Jumping to his feet, Vadas began shouting at his subordinate sitting on the ground, demanding an explanation of the need for the money without mentioning the heavy losses. Realizing that what he said could cost him his life, Hilden, pressing his palm to his flushed cheek, stared silently at the floor, mentally saying that failure would result in death and that his family would be waiting for him at home. He continued to remain silent, replaying in his mind the faces of his wife and 2 children. Then collapsing to his knees, the man screamed, blaming it all on the priest serving the goddess of support. Lying on the ground, the head of the eastern branch of the Secretive World Organization squeezed out a sentence saying it was all Marnak's fault, avoiding the gaze of his interlocutor. Bursting into an angry scream, Draco shouted, resenting the fact that money was needed again for the sake of some priest. After waiting for the angry tirade to subside, the man finally dared to look up and gently asked to listen. After all, Marnak was more than just a priest. In Giza, he had destroyed a demon that had become a giant monster with a single sword, astonishing everyone with his monstrous power. And more recently in Kelton, he single-handedly destroyed a monster created from the lives of an entire city, for which he earned the nickname of the sworn enemy of evil spirits. Listening to the whole story, the Lord calmed down a bit and watched carefully so as not to miss anything of the important information. Starting to talk about the priest and Valtus's eldest son, Hilden was interrupted by Draco asking if they had taken Dacia, receiving an affirmative answer. Changing in tone after hearing the story, Vatis agreed to give the money, which brought a smile to the face of the head of the Eastern Branch. Warned to handle the next time, the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom summarized the conversation with a demand for results. A wicked grin appeared on the man's face as he rejoiced at the successful outcome of events, for now his wife and children would have a chance for a better future. After a while, tormented by regrets and doubts about the justification of his cruelty, the young man sat on the bed, feeding the mother of the spoil in the girl's body. Before she could express her worries, she raised her finger and began to speak. But the boy immediately interrupted her with a question about her reasons for worrying about her client. A sudden knock made both him and the girl flinch. She swallowed her food fearfully and froze, staring at the front door. A little anxiously wondering who was there, Marnak watched as the mother of spoil turned into a bandaged hand and hid under his clothes. Hearing Dacia's voice outside, the protagonist felt a slight uneasiness, but allowed her to enter, remaining wary. The door opened slowly, the girl entered, closed it quietly behind her, and leaned back against it without raising her head. Looking around the room questioningly and seeing the plate on the bed, she only inquired about dinner time, to which Marnak laughed, confessing his hunger. After removing the food from the bed to the bedside table, he heard Dakia still standing in the same spot asking permission to sit down for an important conversation. They sat down on the bed but looked in different directions and just remained silent with their heads down, hesitant to start a difficult conversation. The girl raised her head and glanced at her companion and suggested that the reason for the warning was her magical origin. Marnik sat with his head lowered, not saying a word, and only after a few moments of thought did he answer in the affirmative, barely audibly. As he began to talk about the way he was looking at her, Dakia Irmo continued to stare at the same point, slightly thoughtful, and suddenly fell silent. It had already become a familiar sight to her that people who had been harmed by mages looked at her with the same wariness. Noting the first time she'd seen the fury in his eyes, the girl ranted about this observation she'd made when she'd stood near the wall and he'd covered her mouth. Wondering if his words meant she needed to be more careful because of their new partnership, she looked at the young man with golden eyes. Noting that most people with such a look wished her nothing but bad things, she watched the still floor staring interlocutor without uttering a word. Excitedly admitting that she wouldn't be able to ignore him when she encountered a new case of injustice, she honestly shared her intentions. Promising to discuss everything with him now, she leaned her arms on the bed and looked up at the ceiling with a smile as the hero sitting next to her continued to study the floor. Finally deciding to say what she had come to say, Dakia stood up slightly and tried to look at the face of her silent interlocutor. Saying goodnight to the priest Marnak, she received no response or reaction. The young man still sat motionless. Suddenly muttering about having a bit of a temper, the protagonist got out of bed and managed to stop the girl before she reached the door. With a smile on his face, Marnak admitted to being unnecessarily rude as he had been sitting and thinking about it the whole time. The admission of the young man looking at her normally for the first time made the eldest daughter of the smiling Irmel genuinely happy. Re-questioning the truth of her words and making sure there was no offense, he heard Dacia promise to look forward to further travel. Reflecting on the fact that mages were human too, the young man was left alone in the room and quietly continued to feed the mother of spoil in the girl's body. Slightly bemused, the protagonist began to speak of himself as a foolish son, addressing the divine being. After admitting to facing the reality he was trying to avoid, he stabbed a small sausage on his fork and pulled it toward the yawning girl's mouth. Meanwhile, a crowd of thugs had gathered outside the building, intent on forcibly breaking in to fulfill their plans. Kicking the door with his foot, the bald giant simply shouted a question as to whether the bastard Marnak was here, showing aggressive intentions. Continuing to shout a demand to get him out immediately, the thug was only met with surprised looks from the bartender and the establishment's customers. Threatening to kill everyone present, the giant shouted at full force, demonstrating his power and instilling fear in the rest of the men. Expressing his displeasure with the task, the boy sat on a barrel studying a small sheet of paper describing the capture of a girl from the Irmel family. Examining the portrait of the painted priest, he pondered the nemesis of the evil spirits, raising questions and doubts in his mind. As he continued to study the image and accompanying notes, the young man tried to memorize the name Marnak given in the documents. Suddenly, his partner burst into the tent, shouting the arrival of an unaccompanied female priest, addressing Sajita. Furious questions about the cleric's whereabouts and possible attack on him silenced his subordinate and lowered his head. Coming out of hiding with the same anger, Sajita suddenly froze, looking questioningly in the direction his subordinate was looking. Demands for release were shouted by the hell giant from the leader's team, while in the grasp of the protagonist with one hand around his neck, the enraged commander ordered his entire already sword-armed team to immediately lower their weapons and cease their threats. When the order went unheeded, Sajita repeated it with such fury that the veins in his face swelled with tension. Realizing the need to calm themselves, the team reluctantly began to sheathe their blades as they continued to watch the intruder furiously. The reproaches to himself about inattention during the explanation of the task and the realization of the big problems made the commander blush with anger. Meanwhile, the protagonist, slightly lowering his head from under his forehead, watched the approaching Sajita with a mere questioning look. As friendly as possible and with a smile on his face, the man asked the guest's name, stepping a little closer to the stranger. While the young man continued to hold the giant on his outstretched arm, the leader of the group politely asked to release what he was holding. Firmly stating the need to meet with the captain of the mercenary group, the protagonist made the demand immediately after releasing the captive. Having expressed the condition but hearing no response, the young man continued to stand with a smile, patiently waiting for a reaction. His interlocutor was the captain of the Red Bear himself, the head of the entire group of evil men, whose glances were now burning through the young man. Feeling a little afraid, he leaned his hand against his chest and introduced himself as Sajita to the unexpected visitor. Thanking him for the offer, but confessing his dislike of alcohol, Marnak entered the tent where there was a table with a drink and a small amount of food. Expressing surprise at the refusal of alcohol, Sajita thought of ways to placate his guest, himself drinking an entire shot in one gulp. Mentally noting the lack of choice, the group captain placed the shot very loudly on the table, demonstrating his decision to continue the conversation. Explaining the situation, the young man said that their colleague came to him in the morning with a desire to organize a meeting, sitting opposite the drinking interlocutor. The assumption of a connection to last night's fight made the owner of the place laugh a little, mentally pondering the tactics of the conversation. Pondering whether to mention the search for the girl from the Urmel family at the request of the Ile organization, the Red Bear commander remembered her picture. Mentally reciting the horror of the rumors about this priest and the fear of a fight with him, the man continued to stare at his interlocutor, seeing him as evil. Blaming Vice Captain Pelguin for everything, Sajida muttered curses at the bastard, remembering a moment from the past that had hurt him deeply. Pelguin was an adult bearded man with eyes constantly cloudy from drinking, inspiring disgust in those around him. Expressing his disgust and marveling at Marnak's boldness, the huge man moved closer to the tent, pushing everyone in his way. A nasty voice addressed to the brother priest caused the calmly sitting young man to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Seeing a red-haired man enter and shout a question from the threshold as to whether it was the same Marnak, the young man nodded in agreement and was asked a question about his companion. After confirming what was said about the silver-haired girl, the lad heard a demand to hand her over and get the hell out, which made Sajitha covered in sweat from fear. The threat of death for refusal was not completed, as the speaker did not notice the recipient had already stood up and pulled out a huge blade for punishment. The group commander's attempt to warn caution was too late. The hand flew upwards along with a spray of blood, leaving the owner only to stare at it. Finally realizing what had happened and seeing his own hand in a pool of blood, the man fell to his knees and simply began to scream in pain and shock. With a cold intonation after muttering that he didn't recall calling his name, the protagonist looked at Sajida in a way that made him realize the possibility of being next. Turning to the wounded Vice Captain Pelguin, who only looked at his stumpy arm and screamed for help, the young man questioned his overconfidence. Standing majestically with his sword in front of these men, Marnak very furiously began to ascertain the identity of whoever wanted to hunt them down. Turning to the captain of the Red Bear, who stood with a look of horror on his face, unable to say anything, the priest demanded answers about the pursuer. The cry that Pelguin's arm had been torn off came from one of the crew, trying to draw as many of their comrades as possible to the scene. The call to run to Sajida's tent was followed by cries that the priest didn't understand the situation, when everyone drew their swords and ran armed for revenge. The shouting about having to tear him to pieces was suddenly cut short as everyone stopped when they saw the severed head of a comrade flying past. Already less confidently, they began to talk, fearfully inquiring about what was happening and afraid to come any closer to the source of danger. The shouts of needing to be killed on the way out and the cursing at the priest were perfectly audible to the young man, but only amused him. Sajida, still in that very tent with the boy and his wounded companion, just stood there watching in horror. Hearing his name, he turned around and saw Pelguin lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, begging to be saved. Continuing to beg and not looking forward, the man made a huge mistake as right in front of him stood the priest with his sword drawn. Finding it pointless to let those who remain silent under torture live, Marnak with that thought began to bring the weapon down on the body of the lying man. The deadly attack on Pelguin was interrupted by the sound of two metal objects clashing as someone put out a spear, knocking back the young man's blow. Expressing interest and surprise at the interference, the priest looked at the one who had thwarted his intention to commit the murder of his opponent. Explaining that he hadn't intended to interfere at first, the vice captain's savior, the same previously intimidated Sajida, began to speak of loyalty to the team. Proudly raising his spear, he spoke with dignity about how they had been together with these guys for 15 long years. The captain threw his spear at Marnak, but he swung it back with a single swing of his sword, severing the attack at several points and dispelling the threat completely. The first result was a shattered spear, its tip flying upward, causing its owner to stare in horror at the lack of a weapon. Realizing the impossibility of defending and attacking, Sajida abruptly grabbed the dangling cloth and thrust it forward in an attempt to thwart the protagonist. The young man, though a bit surprised by such a tactic, reacted quickly and now stood outside, watching the gleaming heels of the fleeing man. After shouting the order to retreat and addressing his teams, the captain of the Red Bear was already somewhere ahead, trying to save the rest. The men, frozen in fear and indecision, spent the last seconds of their lives in a daze, until the blade slid across their necks. The blow was so precise that several heads soared upwards at once, and those behind saw them fly, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Seeing what was happening, everyone rushed to flee in panic, desperately trying to save their lives from their ruthless pursuer. But no matter how fast they ran, the protagonist was faster. His butcher had no trouble catching up with everyone. Noticing what was happening behind them, the Red Bear captain couldn't leave the survivors to their fate, so he stopped and picked up his spear again. Sajida walked towards his opponent, passing by the lying, bloody, and breathless bodies of his former comrades. Standing near the same tent where the entire conversation had taken place earlier, Marnak spoke to the mother of Spoil. Their pursuer must be brought out into the light, at any cost. The priest, partially covered in blood and with a sinister smile on his face, repeated about the need to get the one who had sent the chase after them out as well. Anger began to consume Sajith, and he grabbed the spear lying nearby, his pupils glowing red with anger, and he swung for a throw. Throwing his weapon straight at the protagonist, the Red Bear captain didn't expect the young man to calmly grab one of his comrades and put his shield in front of him. Immediately afterward, Marnak grabbed his huge sword, which further displeased and even angered the already losing Sajith in the fight. Raising the butcher's sword above him, the protagonist began to look like a majestic fighter who didn't need any additional action due to his intimidating appearance. Immediately after his show of strength, he moved forward, pursuing his fleeing opponent with an unrelenting determination to continue the battle. Realizing that he would not get far, the captain of the Red Bear grabbed a new spear and turned around and swung for another throw. The protagonist was quicker than his opponent, because as soon as he turned around, he immediately had to repel the attack instead of attacking. Taking the full force of the blow and trying to hold back the onslaught of the huge weapon, the captain was still true to command, only shouting for the injured Pelguin. Managing to repel the attack and pull the priest away slightly, he continued to shout requests for help to the vice captain, while he himself distracted Marnak. Continuing to fight, Sajith tried his best to withstand the onslaught and not let the guy win, who was calmly doing everything with one hand without complications. Deciding to help his weapon, the young man drew his arm back with the butcher's and with his free one, swung around and delivered a very strong blow to his stomach. The attack was so strong that the victim flew back a few meters and flew into the ground, raising a cloud of dust around the place where he fell. Not intending to stop there, the protagonist immediately ran to that place to continue the fierce battle. A smile appeared on his face from the joy of striking another blow, as it had been a long time since he had fought opponents of this level. An unexpected shout of gunfire from the lying captain, directed somewhere behind the young man's back, caused him to immediately jump back. Hearing the voice of the Spoil mother, the lad also turned around, mentally wondering if there was an archer in ambush among the surrounding dead. Realizing the problems from an arrow that could pierce a joint, he continued to look around while the victim took advantage of the confusion, getting to his feet. A small distance reappeared between them, and the combatants simply stood there, silently looking at each other as they waited for the fight to continue. Looking around and seeing many corpses and only a few people running away, the commander began to swear at the disregard for orders. Friendly inquiring about the continuation of the battle, the protagonist met with a surprised look from his opponent. Chuckling slightly, Marnak noted that his opponent had been thrown without support, and now they were left alone. Suddenly, the Red Bear's captain threw his spear to the ground and spoke to end the resistance, promising to tell all in exchange for mercy. Standing near a cross in the small cemetery where the body had just been buried, Sajith expressed strange feelings about Pelguin's death. After inquiring about his self-hatred, the young man continued to stare ahead, not even noticing his interlocutor's questioning look in his direction. Deciding to be frank, the man looked at the boy, wondering if he intended to kill him if he answered the previous question positively. After asking a counter-question about the meaning of leaving a hateful person alive, the guy still looked forward, not paying attention to his interlocutor. Recognizing his inexperience with such things, the captain noted the complexity of the explanation as they continued to stand in the mini cemetery near a fresh grave. Explaining the mercenary law of kill or be killed, Sajith recalled the times he had fought alongside those who had taken the lives of his comrades yesterday. While he recognized the lack of intimacy with his dead comrades, he noted that he had not attacked the killers with an axe in a fit of vengeance. Exhaling heavily, the man attributed the lack of hatred to a simple sense of loneliness, and finally noticed the boy's attentive gaze on him. Recognizing the initial failure of the mercenary group, he looked bitterly at their red flag with the image of a ferocious bear. The priest's question about future plans was followed by an answer of confusion after 15 years without a sense of loneliness, when his entire life had been devoted to battle. Pondering the inevitable return to his old job, the captain looked at the protagonist while they were still standing in the same spot. Briefly responding positively, the young man abruptly fell silent and continued to stand in silence, immersed in his own thoughts. Marnak's unexpected offer to meet with a hirer who had paid a large sum of money caused the man to stare in great surprise. After a moment of stupor, the Red Bear captain interjected to realize exactly what the previous words were referring to. Dasha Irmal sat with obvious annoyance, lowering her head and simply looking at the floor, showing her displeasure. She, the protagonist, and their new comrade sat at the same table of food in complete silence, hesitant to say anything. The guy's attempt to cheer up the girl with a question about the smell of blood met only a one-word negative answer with an annoyed look. The admission that the blood had been cleaned up very well sounded reproachful, and the young man immediately understood the reason for her displeasure at his unauthorized departure. Recalling the previous night, when they had sat on the bed and she had poured out her soul, the girl wondered if their rapprochement had turned out to be a misunderstanding. Even more irritably, without even looking at her interlocutor, she reproached him for violating her own requirement to discuss all plans. The protagonist's sudden question about whether the princess had ever killed a man was met with a surprised and questioning look from Daisha. A negative answer with a lightly lowered head immediately received the priest's explanation of the reasons for his solitary quest. Barely had he had time to explain the impossibility of compromise in mortal combat before she started yelling about the lack of warning and her quiet breakfast. Mentally thinking that this was also one of the reasons for the solo action, Marnak promised with a smile to always warn from now on. A sudden voice addressing the princess caused the girl to look questioningly at the source of the sound at the entrance to the dining room. Valtus burst in, not understanding the situation, and began shouting that Marnak had gone to talk to the mercenaries he had met yesterday. As he continued to yell about the need to get weapons and help, he saw his comrade sitting there listening to the whole commotion with a smile. Confused and surprised, the hired man inquired about the return of the man he was pointing at, looking at everyone sitting at the table. In response to the boy's question about the stranger's identity, the priest explained that he was a mercenary hired by the princess for an assignment. Offering to introduce himself, the protagonist watched as the lads shook hands, and Marnak expressed his hope that there would be no problems between them. Slightly embarrassed, the Red Bear captain agreed, feeling somewhat awkward at the unexpected acquaintance. With a wink, Carmen Valtus expressed his joy at meeting such a stalwart companion, displaying a friendly attitude. Explaining his need to return to the forge to select arrowheads, his employer headed for the exit of the room. Afterward, Valtus noted the high position of the sun and suggested moving on in the early morning, then left the dining room. The violet-haired girl roared questions about the time, almost on the verge of hysteria from the anticipation. Her two companions sat quietly in their chairs, but the little companion was lying on the floor and constantly shouting the same thing. As she continued to pelt them with questions about whether the guests were headed this way, the girl didn't notice the man feeling worse and worse from her shouting. The red-haired companion tried to calm the little girl down, confidently stating the imminent arrival and regular checking of the expected people's whereabouts. With a smile and somewhat calmed down, the child happily queried the validity of the information she had received from her older companion. The little partner began to ask many questions about the arrival of the guests in Erotica, finally getting answers to her queries. The book-reading girl interjected her reasons for disbelief, while the little girl continued to stand by her side and jump with excitement, assuring her of her faith. Suddenly, the child's expression changed. Eyes glowing red, a creepy smirk appeared on her face as she threatened to tear it to shreds if deceived. Dakia shrieked with joy, restraining herself from starting to jump up and down, with anticipation of the long-awaited meeting with the arrivals. Quickening her steps slightly and getting ahead of the group, she turned to her comrades behind her with the announcement of their arrival in the city. The princess continued to rejoice at the opportunity to take a hot bath, while the boys following behind her showed no similar excitement at accomplishing their goal. As they continued on their way, the group suddenly saw a fully cloaked man in front of them, watching their approach intently. The protagonist's companion suddenly shouted an appeal to her parent, causing the young man to look forward at the recipient of the cry. The burly man inquired about the priesthood from the Marnak ahead of him and began to move closer. Abruptly shouting a plea for help, he grabbed the protagonist's hand with both of his palms with a desperate plea. The girl's father pointed back with his index finger, agitatedly asking to go to the trumpeter of peace, who wouldn't even listen to the local ruler. The man begged to order the necromancer to stop summoning the dead, offering a monetary reward as payment. The boy laughed embarrassedly, doubting the effectiveness of his words to stop the sorcerer, which caused a violent reaction and a cry of impotence from his interlocutor. The desperate parent kept asking to at least try to talk to the troubled mage, while Valtus and Sajida talked amongst themselves. The man admitted that the inhabitants were already at the end of their endurance, as everyone was in constant fear of nightly occurrences. The dead roaming around every night created too frightening an atmosphere for the ordinary townspeople who couldn't handle it. As the man continued to beg for help in a pleading voice, he watched the main character stand and look at him somewhat pitifully, weighing his decision. A brief reply, that much was not to be expected, brought a look of joy to the face of his interlocutor. Realizing the appearance of some hope and loudly thanking him for agreeing. Turning back to his companions, Marnak spoke his agreement to help and permission to go ahead with the search without waiting for him to join the group. With a smile on her face, the princess mouthed approval as she took the instruction as a guide to the situation. The young man walked into the misty forest with a burning torch, pondering the fact that there are special servants among the many priests of many different gods. The trumpeters of peace stand out more than any other, so he walked and looked ahead carefully, expecting to meet one of them. Ordinary gods choose their priests, who are given power in exchange for faithful service and fulfillment of the divine will in the mortal world. But trumpeters of death and rest on a random day, for no particular reason, become random people who unexpectedly receive the mystical power of necromancy. The chosen ones always choose the path of the trumpeter of rest, wearing a special mask that hides their true face from the living and the dead alike. After receiving the power, they dedicate the rest of their lives to the service of death, renouncing their former existence among the living. Why no one agrees to resist this calling is a mystery to which no sage or scholar knows the answer. Trumpeters simply appear in places where there are many corpses, as if drawn by the smell of decomposition and grief for the dead. Blowing their soundless trumpets, they raise the dead, who then follow them around, forming an obedient and tireless army of undead. Most rulers view this phenomenon with apprehension and distrust, realizing the potential threat such supernatural power poses to the living. Such a reaction is expected, but none of the rulers try to disturb the dead led by the trumpeter, preferring to avoid direct confrontation. There is logic in this. No reasonable commander would want to confront an army of the dead, which can endlessly increase at the expense of fallen enemies. That's why the trumpeters of peace live in complete solitude and go out only to wander among the dead. That's how the hero pondered their fate. Saying that it was more like a natural phenomenon, the young man just came to a clearing with many undead, and approaching the trumpeter, sitting on a rock, briefly said hello. The man, completely hidden by the mask covering his face, was a bit in shock at the unexpected visit and simply stared ahead in silence. Recognizing that many had already come with similar requests, but he could not refuse, the young man uttered a call to leave the place, standing confidently surrounded by the undead. Continuing his explanation, the priest noted the understandable reluctance of ordinary people to see the walking dead, as the sight was extremely unpleasant for the living. Inquiring as to why they were in this place, Marnak looked at the silent interlocutor, knowing that the dead usually did not stay long. The man continued to sit silently on the stone surrounded by his army, simply observing the unexpected guest without any show of emotion. Suddenly, speaking of the followers of an evil spirit that would bring much death, the trumpeter put out his index finger, to which the protagonist immediately turned around. Realizing that the man was pointing specifically at Erotica, the priest stepped back slightly, realizing the seriousness of the warning of impending danger. Without a drop of humor, the protagonist asked about the presence of the followers of evil spirits there, and looked at his enigmatic interlocutor again. After muttering that it had already begun, the dead man pointed to a signal that appeared high in the sky above the city. Turning around and realizing the truth of the trumpeter's words, the young man shouted that he would not allow a repeat of what had happened in Kelton and was determined to prevent disaster. Shouting that he would not allow them to do as they wished. With these thoughts, he ran back to the city to remedy the critical situation. The angry shouting girl with purple hair, non-stop, demanded an explanation as to why he wasn't at the specified location. Her partner spoke confidently about the presence of his companions in the city and asked him to wait, but the little one only continued to shout threats. While they were quarreling among themselves, their partner, who stood in front, spoke sharply that the object of the search had been found, instantly attracting the girl's attention. Speaking the instruction and simply looking in the same direction, the man made both partners look to the same place where the long-awaited target was found. Briefly uttering the name Marnak, The girl saw the one she had been waiting for so long. He stood right in front of them, surrounded by fire, fierce as a monster. The followers of the evil spirits continued to stare at the young man, a gloating smile appearing on his face as he mentally rejoiced at the encounter. Seeing the strange expression on their enemy's face, the man who had previously been very confident now stood there with incomprehension and looked forward questioningly. The protagonist pulled out his butcher and began to get closer and closer to his opponent, waving his weapon in different directions. Such behavior of the young man was very alarming to the adult partners of the enemies, but the girl with purple hair stood with delight and a smile on her face. Muttering about the need to calm down, but refusing to do so at the moment, the protagonist looked with hate-filled eyes at the cursed mage. There was a good reason for this, as this was the man who had killed his benefactor and inflicted mortal wounds on himself in the past. This was the man Marnak had sworn to avenge all the suffering and loss he had caused, and the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. The protagonist was breathing heavily in the snowy forest, just lying there and looking up as the falling snow fell on him. Thinking back to those times with many unusual worries, he mouthed the memories, trying to catch the snow falling right on his face with his hand. Reflecting on the days when there were moments of hunger due to the inability to earn anything, he continued to lie there, not noticing the man passing nearby. Completely immersed in his thoughts, the young man did not notice that the boy had immediately run up to Marnak, hoping to see if he was alive. Memories of meeting his savior in the middle of a blizzard brought him back to the stranger who had been in the right place at the right time. Shantix had done just that then, grabbed the exhausted young man, threw him on his shoulders, and carried him away from the cold forest to safety. A middle-aged man, not too young but not too old, was the man who changed the fate of Marnak freezing in the forest. Shantix was usually an easygoing man, but in important moments he always became serious and focused on what was important. When he woke up, the young man felt even safer from the fact that his savior didn't try to ask anything, and no one bothered him with unnecessary questions. The only thing he said was an offer to stay with him for as long as he saw fit, in a remote cabin in the middle of the forest wilderness. As a priest serving the goddess of support, he had decorated his home with paraphernalia, bearing their important sacred mark, creating an atmosphere of sanctity. His duties also included looking after the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, which he even enjoyed because of the privacy and lack of disturbance. One day, as the main character was helping him with his work, he decided to ask about the reason for the rescue, to which Shantu smiled and replied. A simple desire to help was his answer, reflecting the real truth that he saw no benefit to himself. The smile he saw that day took a special place in the protagonist's heart, becoming a symbol of selfless kindness and humanity. Shantix was always helping those around him, helping constantly, tirelessly, time after time, never denying support to those in need. His philosophy was that there was no need to look for special reasons to help. Just the desire to do good was enough. The desire to be like him led to the young man also babysitting occasionally, though he wasn't as good at it. For a whole year they lived peacefully, praying for the dead, and the young man assisted his savior in all the chores involved in taking care of the cemetery. The tranquility was broken the following winter when Marnak rescued a man who had fainted and was lying in the snow, just as he himself had once been. Remembering how Shantuk had saved him, the young man carried the wounded fellow on his back, unable to see the sinister smile on his face, a mistake that should not have been made. After receiving the necessary help, the bloody mage gradually healed and was able to walk and get out of bed on his own, regaining his former strength. Then, with a smile on his face, he confessed to serving the evil spirit, revealing the true nature of his intentions. Using his dark magic, he brutally chopped the savior to pieces, revealing all the meanness and cunning of his nature. When the young man awoke, all battered and barely alive, he simply lay there with one eye open, staring powerlessly up at the sky. A hand which had been burdensome to carry around somehow made its way out of the inventory and gently stroked his bloody cheek. He then had to face the consequences of his own actions when he entered the house of his former savior. Lying against the wall was the body of Shantux, who had been brutally murdered by the cursed mage, showing the brutality of his methods. A memory came suddenly upon the mage as well. The same priest from the graveyard, shouted the spirit stalker with recognition, pointing a finger upwards. Speaking majestically about the fact that the young man seemed to have died last time, the man continued to stand a short distance away from the protagonist. Noticing that the opponent had come alive, He continued to talk about the pointlessness of the conversation, while his violet-haired partner silently stared at the guy. Feverishly, like a demon, the man started yelling about the priestly garb and the hand that had proven itself perfectly in 3 years of service. The bloody mage pushed the protagonist to the limit. Tattoos began to appear all over his body, and on his face was full of anger and rage. Excitedly starting to scream with tears of joy in her eyes, the girl ran to the protagonist, talking about his strength and long wait. She didn't have time to shout about how long she had waited for him, as she immediately collapsed to the ground and blood spurted from her body. The protagonist, having removed one obstacle in his way, began to run to the very mage from his past life, whom he was going to take revenge on. Since the opponent was not weak either, he managed to display his weapon, and when they faced each other, the mage started talking about the difference between power and rumors. Since the priest wasn't going to listen to this and was still seething with rage, he simply shouted a demand to his interlocutor to shut up. The mage continued to stand confidently, putting his hand forward with a small shield, which suddenly began to crack, much to the creator's surprise. After another moment, the shield shattered into small shards, allowing the protagonist to swing his sword for a decisive attack. The blow was so precise and quick that the mage didn't realize it when his arm flew aside with blood. The little girl's voice whispered words of admiration right into his ear, so suddenly that the young man flinched in surprise. Reacting quickly and swinging his sword once more, the young man now brought down her head, which flew high up, and her body fell to the side. Screaming the scales of retribution, the mage tapped his foot against the floor, and a small magical glow appeared there, foreshadowing something terrible. As if in response, a glow began to appear in the sky, which caught the attention of the protagonist, who froze and just watched what was happening. The man's foot was also glowing very strongly, but he seemed to ignore it, looking up at the sky and knowing what was coming. After the impact, dust clouds rose up so thick that even his partner started coughing and trying to cover her mouth and nose. The entire city was on fire, everything was in smoke, and there was little, if any, chance of escape. The priest fell to his knees next to the sword lying there, his hand beating the ground at his own helplessness before the scale of the destruction. Sensing that the divine power was clearly not the goddess's support, the man took a few steps towards the young man sitting on the ground. Agreeing that the blessings on the priest's robes hid it well, the evil mage summoned a huge rage on the lad's face. Laughing feverishly and claiming another follower of the evil spirit, the man didn't notice the portal forming over the protagonist with the summoned giant. Speaking with interest about the unusual power, the mage raised his head mesmerized and began to watch the unfolding confrontation with obvious curiosity. Claiming the loss of his left arm and the need to take Marnak's perfectly fitting limb, the man continued to stare at the protagonist standing across from him. The summoned giant, responding to the call for help, folded his limb into a fist and began to bring his hand down very quickly directly on the villain. After the attack occurred, clouds of dust and smoke flew in different directions, and seeing this, the protagonist's face lit up with a triumphant smile. As soon as the dust cleared a bit, it was clear that his arm had not reached his opponent, who had managed to put up a shield in front of him just in time. The protagonist, though a bit tired, realized the impossibility of leaving things as they were, so he clenched his sword tighter and lowered his head to concentrate. Having promised himself to kill the Riverkel mage at any cost this night, the lad once again looked at the overconfident enemy with determination. The man had every reason to smile as he continued to stand protected, while the giant's arm tried unsuccessfully to reach him. Sajin, like a brave fighter, took his spear in hand and began hammering away at the undead with the hilt, delivering blows so powerful that his opponents fell to the ground. The question of whether he had killed someone was heard from the side, causing the slightly confused former captain to turn around at the source of the voice. Seeing Daisha addressing him, he relaxed and slung his weapon on his shoulder, answering her troubled question in the negative. Intervening in the conversation, Valtus very earnestly suggested that they hurry toward the castle without wasting precious time on discussions in such a dangerous situation. The princess, having spoken excitedly of Marnak, froze with anxiety for him, but Sajin interrupted her, asserting that the priest would hold out, and it was time for them to get out. The formerly ordinary resident, now dead, abruptly put out an arm and began to climb out from under the ruined, partially burning structure. The Lord's castle, near where the group was ablaze with fire and surrounded by throngs of fallen but resurrected undead. Expressing his opinion that it wasn't because of the Lord that the inhabitants had gone mad, Carmen continued to stare ahead at the unfolding chaos. The address to the lady came from the young man, catching the attention of Daisha, who instantly turned around and inquired as to the cause of the concern in his voice. Sajida, who had already spotted the dead man running at them, understood the girl's dislike for killing, but the lack of choice demanded immediate action. Abruptly turning around without hesitation, he slew the lying dead man with one precise blow, realizing the need to protect his companions at all costs. Explaining to the princess the difficulty of escaping the city, Sajida watched as she, who had previously stood with her head down, now stared at the gushing blood. Offering to make a path of corpses and encouraging the princess with advice to imagine cutting common meat, he explained the lack of other choices for survival. Shouting about leading the group, the former captain urged to keep up when a whole mob of enraged dead began running at them. Gritting her teeth and gripping her sword tighter, the girl drew it sharply from its sheath, swinging it to strike at the foe running straight at her. Valtus, determined to see to her well-being, stood with relief in his heart as he realized the girl's ability to fend for herself. Shouting the call to make their way to the gate, all three of them began to destroy the dead men running at them, attacking from different directions at the same time. Daggers were plunged into the bodies of their enemies, one after another, and all that could be heard was their heavy breathing and battle cries amidst the chaos of battle. Something glowing in the distance caught the attention of the recovering former captain, who simply began to look at what was happening. Taking a closer look, he saw the very familiar giant and the young man beneath him, recognizing them with surprise as longtime acquaintances. With a smile on her face, the violet-haired girl looked out from behind her partner's body, saying that everything was going exactly as she had expected. Expressing keen interest in how far they would go, she watched while the man still held the protective shield from the giant's hand. Her second partner's attempt to resolve things with words was cut short by the girl's cry of inability to stop after waiting so long for this moment. Marnak, who continued to stand in the same place as his monster appeared above him, calmed his rage a bit and, gathering his thoughts, gave a command. The giant wordlessly applied more force to his arm, which instantly shattered the protective shield, causing its master to immediately rush into action. Such a quick reaction was not only for the guy, but also for the evil mage, who also, having accumulated rage, flung himself into a retaliatory attack with glittering eyes. Facing each other, they simply waved their weapons around, each trying to inflict serious damage to their opponent in a fierce battle. Laughing and snide remarks about how his opponent had not come up with anything better than a fistfight, Riverkel showed his disdain for the simplicity of the attacks. Anger was taking over the young man more and more, especially because those words hurt him deeper than he had expected, and the voice of the mother of spoil repeating the order to kill. "Cool down a bit," shouted the evil mage, pulling back his clenched fist in which the restrained power was already beginning to pulse. Shouting that it was too easy, Riverkel was suddenly silenced as something flew right beside him and caught him with unexpected force. Blood rushed in all directions, and the protagonist, who was on the verge of defeating his opponent, stared in amazement at the flying spear that had struck the mage. The wound was quite strong. The blood spurted even further, splashing in all directions, and the body itself fell from loss of balance. Marnak still didn't understand what was happening and started to look around, not noticing the guy running towards him, who had the same spear in his hands a second earlier. Finally looking in his direction and seeing his comrade still running, the priest realized that the damage had been done by Saj's hands. The former captain continued to run, fleeing from the crowd of undead that was catching up with him, who were not about to let go of their prey. The young man continued to watch as all the undead ran away from him, trying to catch up with the former captain, and thought about something he had once read about the emptiness of revenge. Marnak hadn't expected to be so empty inside, a feeling that overwhelmed him as he approached the body of a rival who had fallen through no fault of his own. With no desire to dramatize, the priest felt saddened by the senselessness of such an ending and could not take his eyes off his defeated foe. Turning to the mother of the spoil with an offer to accept the body, the protagonist felt his eyes glaze over as he continued to stare at the victim uninterruptedly. He froze, startled by the sudden glow that flashed over the body, and only after a moment did he instinctively pull back, keeping his gaze fixed on the flickering flash. At that moment, the protagonist realized the mage's body was overflowing with divine power, which was extremely surprising and unusual for a dead man. Suspecting that the enemy was still alive, Marnak snatched up the butcher's knife and struck again, severing the other arm, which flew upward like a discarded puppet. The limb caught on the fly fell precisely into the young man's palm, as if it had returned to its new owner at some unknown call. The mage's companion, watching from afar, went into a panic, screaming that everything could have been solved with words, but it was too late. The little girl, not realizing the horror of the whole situation, was watching with delight and shouted joyfully without hiding her excitement. Only the scream of the adult woman and her sharp grip on her clothes interrupted the child's excitement, forcing the little girl to rush away with her. Loudly musing on the possible danger, the woman failed to notice that the young man, though at a distance, heard her every word perfectly. The priest, casting a glance at his summoned beast, mentally urged the latter to throw it forward to fulfill another part of the plan. The creature, accepting his will, lowered its palm and gently lifted its master, as if lifting the burden of fate. The girl lashed out, shouting threats, while her companion only quickened her step, trying to detach herself from reality. In an attempt to quiet the child, the woman stopped and turned around and irritatedly expressed her displeasure. But it was a big mistake. Because it was then that she heard the sound of a heavy landing, she did not immediately realize that Marnak, from whom she had been running away so furiously, was already standing in front of her. Her body stiffened, and fear came over her head as the realization that there was no turning back pierced her consciousness with a cold wave. Everything was about to change. The hero, showing no emotion, looked straight at them, waiting for clarity and explanations of what was happening with frightening calmness. The girl, noticing his seriousness, began to make confused excuses, while the girl next to her continued to rejoice, as if everything that was happening was a game. With a carefree twinkle in her eye, the little girl enthusiastically introduced them, pointing to her friend. "My name is Pearly, and this is Bina." She called them followers of evil. She called them followers of evil spirits, putting her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, and then, losing her smile, whispered with a cold face, "Liberacho," joyfully barking out a question about whether he remembered the guys he'd killed earlier in Kelton. The girl seemed to jump up and down as she continued to stare at the boy with rapt attention. After receiving a brief affirmative answer, she explained that those killed were also part of their mysterious community and had similar goals. Admitting that waiting for him here was one of the reasons for their presence, was accompanied by a smile on her face, as if she was obsessed with this priest. Taking a few steps forward, the young man inquired about their numbers, to which the little girl admitted with the same smile to not knowing the exact numbers. Continuing to act as if she was insane, not realizing the gravity of what was happening, she shouted out what River Kell should have known, mentioning that Liberatio had sent him here on some sort of mission, accompanied by a hand pointing in the direction of a strange glow. Taking note of his current state, Pearly pointed to where his body, cut into pieces, was now flying in the glow. Very seriously but calmly, the protagonist inquired as to the true purpose of their presence and actions in this place. The unexpected intervention of Benna stepping forward caused some surprise on the guy's face, not expecting her participation in the conversation. Closing her eyes and folding her hands around her chin, she explained their goal to create a world where it wouldn't matter what god a person served. The mention of a world without persecution was followed by a sinister smile and an even more detailed description of their vision of an ideal society. Marnak closed his eyes against the weight of what he had heard, but only wondered at the necessity of such methods when he met the surprised gaze of the evil spirit's follower. He shouted a question as to why they had done such a thing to the town, pointing to the burned buildings. A confession of not wanting such an outcome from the same girl was accompanied by her approaching Marnak as if beginning to cooperate with him. The mention of collecting certain items, one of which was in his possession, made something click in the hero's mind, but he didn't give the appearance of doing so. As he mouthed the question of what she was talking about, he met the evil look with a devilish smile from his interlocutor as he uttered the words about the sacred relic. Benoya's mention of the bead that was inside the incarnation sounded as if she had personally participated in the events or seen everything with her own eyes. Gripping the weapon tighter, the guy mentally realized that his assumptions were correct. They were collecting items with the sealed power of the Mother of Spoilage. The protagonist's statement about destroying the relic was immediately met with the girl's surprised exclamation that it couldn't be broken, accusing him of lying. Keeping calm and continuing to stare at them, he began to talk about the wreckage without being deceptive in his words about what had happened. Mentioning that they had been discarded somewhere in Kelton confirmed the truth of his words and made his interlocutors believe that the destruction was real. Inquiring as to whether the bead was one of a kind, the voice received no answer from the bandaged hand, which for the first time was silent. Shouting that there were 4 more like it, the violet-haired girl met her partner's annoyed look and the boy's surprised gaze. The young man stared at her for a while, but further he was not so much interested in her as in the perceived anger of the mother of the spoils, who continued to shout demands for murder. The mistress of the sealed powers seemed to be in a state of frenzy at the information she had received about the existence of additional artifacts. Benna's screams at the little girl about the unnecessary disclosure of the information were accompanied by a sinister smile from the young man, for whom this news was quite valuable. Unexpectedly friendly in his greeting, he met the girl's enthusiastic gaze and her older partner's slightly startled one. After inquiring about who drove the locals crazy, the protagonist uttered it with a smile, as if he just wanted to chat with his new acquaintances. The girl's denial only increased Bina's irritation, but she did not have time to close her friend's mouth. The young man swung his sword and her head was separated from her shoulders. Blood spurted in all directions, and the severed head flew past. But the little girl was not frightened by it. She only watched its flight with delight. The violet-haired girl shouted a promise of a new meeting before a second blow severed her head from her body. The young man stared blankly at her, not a muscle on his face as his thoughts were elsewhere. After briefly reciting the words of his offering to the mother of spoils, he watched as the body was enveloped in a green glow that gave him 3023 divinity. Looking very surprised at the decapitated body of the little girl, the young man noticed that nothing happened to it and it continued to lie there. Noticing that it had not died, but not yet knowing how it did so, the protagonist continued to watch the motionless body. Exhaling, he finally spoke of removing the cause of the disaster, noting that the place was much quieter after the work done. The shouted voices of his comrades caused the tired young man, who only had time to exhale, to raise his gaze and look in the direction of the sound. Asked about the reason for the sudden fall of all the people to the ground, the comrades who had been fighting the dead all this time were waiting for an explanation. The protagonist only smiled embarrassedly and tilted his head slightly and nodded affirmatively, as if inadvertently confirming his involvement. Inquiring about the assistance of his lance, the former captain of the Red Bear looked at his comrade with great respect, waiting for his assessment. Having answered affirmatively with words about the impossibility of conveying the accuracy and quality of the blow, the young man remembered the flight of the spear along a certain trajectory. Mentally hoping his comrade had not seen the spoil giant battle for him, Marnak continued to stand opposite, realizing the potential problems of exposure. Told of the need to leave due to the imminent awakening of something big, the young man met the surprised looks of all 3 present. Valtus, as if taking it as a joke, asked what exactly his comrade meant, expressing his complete lack of understanding of the said danger. Suddenly, a noise out of nowhere caught the attention of all 3 of them, who looked in that direction with open mouths. A creature of enormous size with many glowing eyes and a strange texture appeared right in front of them and started approaching with its mouth open. As the monster got even closer, everyone could see exactly what it was made of. There were many undead arms, their mouths, and other such parts. Carmen's face changed as he saw the bodies of the dead melting and sticking together, unprepared for such a disgusting sight. Barely able to utter the suggestion that they were human bodies, he felt a nausea coming on, which the comrade standing next to him confirmed briefly and without emotion. Uttering the phrase that this was what he was talking about, the young man watched as the creature grew slightly and began to approach them. Mentally noting the disgusting flavor of what was happening, the priest continued to stare at the monster that was getting closer and closer to them. The explanation that even after death, the evil mage Riverkel had collected all the corpses to take this vile form completed the understanding of the creature's nature. Turning to Lady Dacia with an understanding of her reluctance to get her hands dirty with blood, Marnak saw her questioning look and discomfort at the impending action. Promising to be sure to comfort her after getting out of here, he spoke very earnestly about the need to gather his strength, trying to encourage the princess to take action together. The question of how exactly he would comfort her came with a smile on the girl's face, causing the young man to immediately turn his back on her with the advice to think about it later. After explaining the need to buy time to save people first, the protagonist looked at her with a smile. The mercenary's question about possible help widened his eyes even more when he heard an affirmative answer from the priest of Marnek. All the dead men lined up in several columns and moved toward the obscure silhouette ahead of them, following some unknown order. The attentive Sajith, seeing this and sensing something strange, did not take his eyes off the guy standing next to him, drawing his attention. Barely able to tell that help was here, he looked closely at the silhouette and saw the raised trumpet, realizing it was the trumpeter. All the dead, after receiving the musical instructions, scattered and started attacking that fierce, huge giant, following the rhythm of the trumpet. Since it was the undead, they were not afraid of anything and could calmly climb up the sprawled bodies right on top of the monster to attack. While climbing up, they would also parallel grab onto those bodies and gnaw on them while trying to hurt or tear the creature in any way. The huge monster on which the dead were moving, though, tried to throw them off, but it was having a hard time doing so, so it opened its mouth and began to scream for intimidation. Marnek and his companions were still standing in the same place and just watched, not even trying to rush in to help. Without taking her eyes off the scene, the princess called out the name of Marnak's priest, addressing the young man standing just behind her. Pointing a finger at the approaching silhouette, the girl mouthed the fact that the man was heading towards them and was already quite close. Briefly agreeing with her observation, the young man took a step forward with the princess to properly greet the stranger. The masked trumpeter of peace stopped abruptly and began to speak about how he needed someone among them who had enough power to accomplish a special mission. Pointing to the weapon in his hand, he explained the need to take the spear and pierce the giant's heart with it, causing the entire Marnak team to look up at him. Holding the weapon out above him, the trumpeter continued to give a motivational speech to summon someone to help him for the upcoming battle. Mustering up his courage, the protagonist walked over and grabbed the spear, the only weapon on offer, puzzled as to why it was the only one, if not even a sword could be found. Such a question put the masked entity in a stupor, who said nothing, just silently looking at the puzzled guy. Taking the weapon back into his hands and doing something with it, the mysterious figure returned it to the protagonist, only in a different form, causing the priest surprise. With a smile but a little over the top, Marnak inquired about the possibility of creating swords and arrows, again meeting the surprised gaze of his silent interlocutor. They continued to stand like this while the creature behind continued to howl angrily, as if drawing attention to itself for swift reprisal. Raising his hand up with a small glow appearing, the trumpeter made the bow and arrows fall to the surprised lad along with words about the need to speak all at once. After handing out different weapons to each comrade, the young man watched as the princess swung her new blade, delighting in how lightweight it was. The protagonist also scrutinized the weapon, noting to himself that it was quite good, and perhaps perfect for him. The sharp spear, though made of bone, was endowed with the divinity of a trumpeter of peace, making it particularly powerful against certain enemies. He assumed that against the undead, this weapon must be particularly effective, and glanced at the snarling creature already approaching them. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, announcing that the enemy had stopped briefly. He immediately turned around, trying to see who had said it. At that time, the trumpeter ordered to thrust his weapon deeper into the giant's heart and lowered his head again, so that the mask was hidden under the hood. Agreeing to the possibility of keeping the weapon if successful, he met Marnak's smile, who nodded, signaling full understanding. Lifting the pipe up and blowing loudly into it, the trumpeter of peace caused the sound to disperse through the neighborhood, past the lad and his team inclusively. The creature, still partially shrouded by the undead, heard the sound and didn't realize what was happening at first, but began to fidget harder with worry. The undead, on the other hand, who perfectly understood the instruction given to them, began to bite even more aggressively at the molten bodies that were terrified by their persistence. It might have seemed so, but at the same moment the dead man who was about to bite seemed to dissolve, and instead of him began to appear splashes of water. The princess, who had seen everything that was happening, shouted her comrade's name fearfully, drawing his attention to the strange and frightening transformation before them. All together looking at the monster, they came to one conclusion, that this man had melted the bodies of the dead men he had brought with him. The priest, who stood watching the scene, was puzzled, not understanding why such an action was necessary. At the same moment he saw that the creature had fallen to the ground, Marnak seemed to realize something and decided to continue watching the events unfold. Unfortunately, the monster didn't stay down for long and almost immediately started to get up, while water and parts of the molten dead kept pouring from it. Then the guy realized the molten bodies of people were used to restrain the enemy's movements, and realizing this, turned to his new companion, asking aloud if this was worse than the actions of the followers of evil spirits. He heard briefly from the trumpeter of rest the answer of granting rest to empty shells. Abruptly changing the subject, the companion went on to say that the weapon would suggest the location of the enemy's heart, causing the young man to close his eyes to concentrate. Shouting the call to go forward, the protagonist led the entire team into the attack, though he still had a few unspoken words on the matter. Pondering that further delaying the fight could lead to bad consequences, he ran up to the torso of the monster still trying to rise. Mockingly playing with the creature's clumsiness, the girl gracefully dodged the blows of its many limbs that were desperately trying to knock her down. The monster, created from multiple human bodies, each retaining a limb, unleashed a whirlwind of grabbing motions on the princess, which she managed to elude for the time being. As she continued to run, Dakaya almost stopped in horror as she saw the flying heads of the dead trying to grab her. Accurate shots from Carmen Valta's bow methodically hit the targets one after another without a single miss, saving the girl from her pursuers. A voice from the side began shouting for joint action with Carmen, addressing the young man, who didn't listen, preoccupied with his own observations. Shouting her plans to distract the giant from below, the princess swung her blade around, mercilessly killing anyone who dared to attack her. Shouting an agreement to leave it to them, the protagonist continued to run away, looking carefully around for a better path. Calling Sajida over to him, the two began to climb up the monster together. In parallel, Marnak inquired of his friend about the possibility of piercing its heart. Promising to divert the head, the young man continued to run, in parallel killing all who crawled out of the body of this gigantic creature. Shouting an agreement to take charge, the priest continued running forward, leaving Sajida to deal with the appearing creatures alone. They appeared not only there, but also along the protagonist's path, which didn't stop him at all. He kept running, swinging his sword. Purposefully running upwards, he was in parallel talking to the mother of the spoils, explaining that he aimed at the head for a reason. According to the information he received, the giant's head contained a significant accumulation of divine energy, making it a strategically important target. The creature's face appeared strikingly similar to the face of the very mage the protagonist still very much wanted revenge on, River Kell. Sajida followed his comrade's instructions very diligently, swinging his spear and delivering powerful blows that made blood splatter everywhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to climb higher and higher to the creature's head to finally accomplish what he had long dreamed of. Shouting his intentions to accurately tear his opponent apart, he delivered another series of multiple blows, tearing everything in his path. As he continued to vent his anger, one of the eyes on his head fell down without any support. This didn't stop the young man. He continued to swing his blade in different directions, seeking to maximize his revenge for his past suffering. Various body parts began to fall off as the protagonist thrust his sword straight into the monster's body with all his might. There was joy in his eyes as he tore his opponent's head to pieces, finally achieving his desired goal of revenge. Sajida, standing near some part of the body, scrutinized it very carefully, assuming that it must have been the giant's heart. Assuming the guess was correct, he thrust the tip of his weapon right into it, trying to deepen it as much as possible to deliver the fatal blow. As soon as it did, the creature began to thrash even harder, a multitude of lightning bolts appearing around it, foreshadowing its near death. The princess, who had been standing on the ground the entire time, suddenly turned around as she saw the creature begin to die, splashing green liquid in all directions. Not believing her eyes, she continued to watch, sighing heavily as something rose higher and higher, continuing to spray green. A multitude of blood rushed with such force as if from fountains, that it even surprised the trumpeter, who stood and watched, unable to utter a word. Only a young man calmly walked on the ground covered with many bloody puddles, holding a small sphere of red color, also drenched in blood. With a smile on his face, the protagonist whispered the name Shantux, not only in memory of his savior, but also as a symbol of his completed revenge. Still standing beside the defeated body from which he had retrieved the relic, the young man felt a quiet, almost sacred satisfaction. The anxious princess shouted the name of the priest of Marnak, running up to her comrade with obvious concern on her face. The question of Sajita's whereabouts made the protagonist think of the worst that could happen, and the smile began to fade from his face. A man appeared with a spear in his hand, confirming his presence as he continued to examine his ill-omened weapon with satisfaction. Standing all four of them talking amongst themselves, they heard footsteps from outside and turned around to look at the approaching man. The trumpeter of peace spoke the order to follow him briefly but without any jest, showing the seriousness of his intentions. Pointing his index finger at the slightly puzzled priest, he agreed that only he alone was needed, without explaining his reasons. Immediately after that, the man turned and began to leave, and the young man, as an obedient man, followed the mysterious figure. Many questions about the purpose of the private conversation, about the theft of the bead, and about his belonging to the evil spirit began to torment the boy, but he tried not to give away his anxiety. The sudden stop of the man made the protagonist feel something wrong and reach for the sword hanging behind his back. Uttering a not-so-loud warning of those approaching, the masked man continued to stare at the floor without turning back. Sensing a familiar presence, Marnak mentally ran his hunches, never taking his eyes off the trumpeter standing with his back to him. The whole point was that this was not the first time he had felt such a thing. It was as if a huge hand was forming from above, ready to grab him. An overwhelming sense of the presence of a supreme being, completely unlike a human, filled the space around them. Part of the god was already here in the person of the trumpeter of death and rest himself standing before him. Looking through the mask at the protagonist, the trumpeter remained silent, not uttering a single word. It was like that for a few more moments, when suddenly the man pointed his finger at Marnak and uttered a single word, "Capital," without explaining his intentions. Suddenly, the trumpeter dropped to one knee, bowing his head in a bow before the protagonist, who only stood there, not fully realizing what was happening. He continued to watch silently as he remained in humility, as if the words spoken earlier had started someone's disappearance. The protagonist looked hopefully at the silent interlocutor, wondering if he had anything to say. Receiving a cold reply of not wanting to know or speak, he didn't insist, just held out a hand to help him up and offered to go back inside. Following the masked and cloaked figure again, the young man dropped a plea for order in erratic, mentioning that the dead could still be of service. The trumpeter's brief reply that it was not his duty to help the living brought only a slight smile from Marnak, who was walking behind him. The stranger suddenly froze, as if he had caught an uneasy premonition that something unknown had happened in the world. In the same second, black alien shapes rose into the sky, dissolving into the air like smoke or something from another world. Sensing the change, he turned sharply to the young man, and without saying a word as to the cause, he asked about the possibility of helping, having been asked to find survivors. Asking if that was all, the masked man knew of the young man's habit of adding something else, and he was right. The interlocutor immediately continued. The request to move the survivors to the surviving building came just as the trumpeter raised his trumpet to his lips and began to play. All the dead, hearing the melody, seemed to awaken. One by one, they began to get up, obeying the silent order. The undead were quite numerous, and several of them made their way towards their comrades where the princess stood, who immediately shrieked and recoiled in horror. Adding a request to move the surviving useful items, the protagonist looked at the trumpeter with a slight smile, waiting for agreement. Explaining that what was abandoned might burn, he nevertheless forced the masked man to bring the trumpet to his lips again and play it. When Marnak spoke of putting out fires, his interlocutor gave him an irritated look and exclaimed with annoyance that everything had to be said at once. Pulling himself back together, the protagonist explained the presence of only his right arm by raising the bandaged limb. Handing the trumpeter the artifact obtained in battle, Marnak mouthed the fact that he was leaving the item of value to him as a thank you for his assistance. Though the masked stranger took the gift, he simply stood silent for a while, examining it in his hands without saying a word. As the sun set, the masked man gathered himself, and after giving a command to all the dead, they headed out of the ruined city together. Someone's voice commented on receiving help from the trumpeter of peace, causing the young man who had been watching them leave to turn around at the source of the sound. The princess's admission that she had never thought to see such a thing was met with a smile from Marnak and his remark on the stranger's kindness. After almost confidently uttering the assumption that it was Marnak who had asked for help, Dakia received an embarrassed confirmation. Her gratitude for the timely help was accompanied by a look that almost made the spoilsport's mother, blinded by jealousy, beg for her murder. Back in his room, the young man sat pondering while the mother of the spoils played with the red orb in the body of a little girl. Remembering the episode, Marnak wondered if the trumpeter had hinted at a sacred relic in the capital, but soon realized the man already knew of his status as a spoil priest. Smiling, he suddenly asked about the deity they had encountered today, looking at the mother of spoil with undisguised interest. Receiving a denial and a cold unwillingness to know anything, the protagonist wondered if he had left too much about himself in the shadows. As he continued to ponder the significance of what was happening, he saw the mother of the spoil toss the orb, which now flew to the floor, causing him to shout from afar. Having already inquired in a light tone about the possibility of being transformed into a beaded divinity, the boy saw the crying eyes of the girl who had turned back to him. Though the sphere fell to the floor, it remained intact, after which the protagonist calmed her down with assurances that she could handle everything. Explaining that throwing things was not the best way to express anger, he thanked her for wanting to help and continued to comfort her more and more calmly. Promising that she would be 3 times more adorable if she stopped throwing things, he picked her up under her armpits and lifted her up, eliciting her smile. Hearing her denial when asked about her attractiveness, the girl recoiled, but he, noticing the reaction, asked her not to interrupt and to listen. She cried before he could continue, tears splashing in all directions. But Marnak continued to hold her in his arms as he explained his words. With tenderness, he mouthed that to him she was the most adorable thing in the world, even 3 times, even 100 times. And he saw the glow of expectation in her weeping eyes. Asserting this as an unchangeable truth, he clasped the girl to him, and for a moment they dissolved into silence, savoring the moment of joy. Meanwhile, in the bar, the customers were discussing the leaders of evil spirits, now and then popping up in different parts of the world, raising doubts. The girl at the counter listened to a tale of the constant sightings of villains in various kingdoms and empires, including the recent destruction of 2 cities. The enthusiastic continuation that there was nothing to worry about thanks to one man handling these cases caused the priestess to turn her back as she continued to listen. Inquiring about Eradika's savior named Marnak, the comrade received an affirmative answer from his interlocutor about his merits. Raising their mugs and clinking them, they continued to praise his name and toast him with shouts of, "Hurrah for Marnak!" As the men continued to praise his name and drink, the blue-haired girl, who was also seated with a drink, only spoke angrily. Savior of Eradika, Marnak. Walking down the corridor of the castle, Hilden was angry at the cursed followers of the evil spirits who had even convinced Lord Eradika to kidnap the princess. Memories of how both the mercenaries and the lord had died made him shout curses to those bastards, remembering the burning city and the impossibility of escape. As he continued walking, he remembered the silhouette of Vatis constantly yelling at him over every little thing, realizing that the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom would be furious. Realizing that things would only get worse without his actions, he paused slightly and lifted his head up, gathering his thoughts. Gaining his courage, Hilden knocked on the door in front of him, took a step back and introduced himself, immediately being allowed to enter. Inside the room, he saw the ruler sitting on a small couch in a semi-reclining position, clearly in a foul mood. The yellow glow of his eyes and the expression on his face, as if boding ill, greatly frightened the head of the eastern branch of the secret organization. Standing among the dead bodies, the protagonist turned to the only surviving bandit kneeling and begging for mercy. The bandit's speech was suddenly interrupted when blood splattered in different directions, hitting the princess standing next to him. The girl, who had been silent until that moment, could not utter a word, but the young man, turning around and seeing her emotions, promised to bury the dead. Keeping his promise, the protagonist in a moment prepared a grave with a single cross, near which he stood for some time. Turning to the mother of spoil with an offering of these people, he closed his eyes and folded his hands in front of him, making the space flooded with a green glow. As he watched the earth on the grave partially take on a greenish hue, he felt his divinity increase by 3.379 units. Continuing to stand in the same pose with a small smile, the protagonist noted the successful gathering of more energy thanks to the brigands. Suggesting to get back on the road, the 4 of them quickly packed up and continued on their intended route. As they walked ahead of the group, the protagonist turned around when he heard someone calling him from behind. Immediately inquiring about what was going on, the guy saw his partner running up, who obviously wanted to say something, but for some reason crumpled. Having intrigued the young man with her words about not trying to accuse him of anything, she gave him a questioning look, waiting for him to continue. Beginning to touch his hair thoughtfully, Daisha inquired as to the reason why he never spared brigands as he continued to walk forward. Quickly adding that he could choose not to answer if he didn't want to, she received a counter question about asking the guys walking behind her. Quoting Carmen's words about armed bandits attacking unarmed weak people, she looked at her laughing comrade. After relaying Sajith's words about doing her employer's will and being able to save more of the bandits' lives, she glanced at the guy walking behind her. After explaining that in his case it was about the potential of people, Marnak made the princess question the meaning of the term. After inquiring if he believed in original goodness and rebirth, she turned around and looked at the freshly dug graves of the buried bandits. Smiling slightly, Marnak explained his belief in the possibility of repentance and living a good life for everyone. Beginning to cry out in bewilderment about the contradiction between faith and murder, Dakia received a calm reply about the difficulty of the first murder. After spouting the philosophy that in this situation it was much easier to return to the path of evil than to achieve good, he noticed the girl seemed to calm down and reflect on what she had heard. The explanation that this was why he had killed everyone made her stop for a moment and wonder if they had the right to judge the deeds of others. Catching up with her comrade and continuing to walk beside him, the princess elaborated on the idea that no god would allow such a thing, continuing the philosophical discussion. Mentally uttering words of gratitude to his mother for allowing him to do as he wished, he put his hand to the place where the mother of spoils was hiding. Seeing Daisha's questioning look, he explained that he was not killing for justice, but simply making a choice for which he was taking responsibility. By his logic, it was better to cut off the life of evil at once than to let it harm the innocent and become an accomplice in the accumulating sins. Recognizing that he had taken such responsibility consciously, he sadly noted his lack of understanding of when and how he would have to pay for the murders he had committed. Remembering how he had once entered the house and found the body of his savior, he mentally recalled with disgust the mercy that had allowed evil to kill a righteous man. Clenching his fists at the memory of Shantug's funeral, he knew he could not bear the sins of others, but he would fulfill his promise to spare evil to the end. She continued to look at her hair in silence, not answering, still digesting the information she had heard about the recent events. Asked about the possibility of speaking about what had happened to him, Dakaya immediately cried out as if in impotence, offering to keep silent if he didn't want to. Offering to leave this conversation for later, the protagonist smilingly changed the subject slightly as he didn't want to talk about it now. Suddenly uttering a call to look over there and pointing his hand in the other direction, Marnak made the girl turn around to survey her surroundings. Suggesting to meet up with a group of merchants, the comrades looked ahead and indeed saw several people with goods there. Logically assuming that a group of this size must have a large selection to sell the equipment taken from the bandits, Sajida scrutinized the travelers. The protagonist liked the idea, and though he continued to stand in the same spot with all of his comrades, he agreed. Carefully examining the brought artifacts, the man noted with admiration the exquisiteness of the metal and the immortal alloy infused with the technology of the ancient empire. The young man, still smiling at the buyer's reaction, watched as he brought the blade closer to his face and, forgetting himself for a moment, noted with admiration that he had never seen so much immortalium before. Rhetorically questioning what he had heard, the hireling demonstrated knowledge that it was a metal of immortality of particular interest. Noting that the sword contained twice as much immortalium as he had managed to collect in 120 years, the buyer unwittingly made Marnak look at the weapon differently. By stating the rarity of such artifacts and his willingness to pay any price, the man made it clear that his intentions were extremely serious. After hearing this, the protagonist smiled awkwardly, but in the next second he found the determination to say that he was not going to sell the weapon. The man was upset, though he realized the correctness of such a decision, when the priest companions intervened in the conversation with a reminder of the original reason for the invitation. Upon recalling this, the buyer expressed his desire to hire them as an escort to the capital of the Northern Kingdom, citing their journey from Eradicate. Continuing to gesticulate and narrate, the man suddenly pointed his iron hand sharply at the young man, proclaiming him to be the murderer of the demon Gisa. As he continued to solemnly proclaim the titles of Nemesis of the evil spirits of Kelton and Savior of Eradicate, the man looked at the boy who sat with his head down. Claiming to have met the hero, Priest Marnak, in his abilities, The buyer was interrupted by a slight cough from the lad preparing to say something. Promising a decent fee and better terms than the others, he gesticulated vigorously, trying to attract the attention of his companions to his offer. Suddenly asking for some time to discuss, Carmen Valtis looked at the man with polite calmness. Agreeing, and before he could add anything, the stranger headed for the exit to leave them alone to make a decision. It was dark outside. The group had set up a few tents so they could get a decent night's sleep after a long day of negotiations. In one of the tents, the protagonist was massaging the mother of the entity residing within the girl's body, who was thoroughly relishing the experience. Offering to look for a good place to live after receiving the money for the task, the young man with a smile continued to massage the shoulders of the mother of the spoilsport, who was enjoying the moment. A sudden violent scream took the smile off the boy's face and made him look around, trying to find the source of the threat. At the other end of the camp, several men were confronted by a huge bat. It was circling above them, clearly choosing one of them as its prey. One of the men screamed out an attack and fought off the creature with desperation as it threatened the camp with dark wings and a lustful screech. Hearing the cry of attack, the priest immediately hugged the girl, realizing the need to protect her at all costs, annoyed at the evil intentions of the other creatures. The bats went on the offensive from the scream, starting to fly at the defenseless humans one by one, with red eyes and open mouths. The protagonist, who was outside in an instant and drew his sword, entered the fray, frantically running at the foul creatures and cutting them down. Following his comrade was Valtis with his bow and arrows, which accurately hit the heads of enemies, striking them to death. There were a lot of opponents, but despite this, the protagonist calmly ran past them, inflicting each surrounding damage, from which the blood flowed. The young man even managed to approach the sitting as if resting creature, and while it did not see anything, to strike, cutting it through. Meanwhile, while the guys were fighting, their partner, who was also a mage, was creating concentrated magic between her palms. Standing aside so that no one would disturb her, while the others were distracting the creatures and trying to fight them, she was preparing the spell. Noticing that the man was in danger, the boy threw his weapon with such force that, despite the distance, it hit the target and the man managed to escape from the trap. Running up to Daisha, Marnak warned that her unstable magic was more dangerous than the enemy's spear, and this made the girl stop concentrating her magic. Like a child, she burst into tears, trying to prove that the situation was not so dire and that hitting a huge bat was well within her capabilities. Noting that the movements of the flying enemies were unpredictable, Marnak looked around at the surrounding area as the bodies of the dead lay around and the shadows of new threats circled the camp. Explaining that there was no guarantee that the spell would miss its target and not hit an ally, Marnak advised him to save the weapon for other occasions. Still seething with rage, the princess reservedly mouthed her agreement with his words, but immediately turned away, showing clear resentment. Covered in blood from the grueling battle, the young man was finally able to re-enter the tent and finally exhale with relief. Continuing to leave bloody footprints behind him, he walked inside, reached the same chair where he and the merchant had sat earlier, and stood across from him. The instant offer to hide the immortalium weapon was an indication that the man realized the depth of the protagonist's intentions. Considering the merchant's possible response, the priest entered the conversation with impressive seriousness, and in return heard an acknowledgement of the need to act with the utmost wisdom. The advice to be cautious with his words was accompanied by Marnak's demand that he explain why the followers of evil spirits had attacked the merchant organization. The merchant's calm suggestion that he would not be believed if he spoke of ignorance was interrupted by the angry young man striking his weapon on the table. Realizing the risk of conflict, the interlocutor hastily raised his hands in a pacifying gesture, acknowledging the priest's authority and trying to delay the denouement. The young man put away his weapon and remained standing in front of the table, hoping for candor, especially when the merchant spoke of secrecy. Marnak, identifying himself as a mercenary, gave a friendly assurance that he was capable of taking any secret to the grave. The order to bring a certain item was given by the Iron Man to one of his subordinates, who understood the demand and turned his head slightly. After a moment, the subordinate returned and began to carefully place a small box on the table, which the protagonist met with a hard stare. The Iron Man placed his hand on the chest, emphasizing the explanation about the desire of the followers of evil spirits to get their hands on the item handed over. The task of getting the item to the capital and safely handing it over to the right person was voiced as the main goal of the trade mission. The protagonist's question about the group's serious losses and the possibility of refusing the order showed an understanding of the critical situation. The explanation about the immortalium deposit and the promise of a greater reward for the task only confirmed the lack of understanding of the true value of the item. When the box was finally opened, the Iron Man displayed the gold necklace, the source of all the recent troubles, without further ado. The young man, who had expected to see anything, froze abruptly, mentally realizing that it was a sacred relic with the divinity of the Mother of Spoils. The priest realized that it was the one that attracted enemies, but the mystery of its discovery remained unsolved. Even possessing the hand of spoiling explained nothing. The merchant's questioning of the priest's opinion, with a drop of hope in his strange gaze, betrayed his despair at the insoluble situation. Realizing the need not to give himself away, the protagonist shook his head slightly, making it clear that he knew nothing. Quickly changing the subject, the guy expressed his understanding of the difficult situation and offered to discuss additional conditions, which immediately aroused the interest of the interlocutor. With a smile and a demonstration of 2 fingers, an offer to double the promised amount was voiced, in response to the true purpose hidden from them. The stranger reacted alarmed, and when he heard that the doubling applied to everyone, his surprise was even greater. Realizing the lack of other options, the man slapped his face in frustration and grudgingly agreed to the new terms. A joking suggestion to choose the profession of merchant instead of priest received a negative response, whereupon Marnak left the guarded tent. Later, chatting among his 4 companions, Sajida shared an observation. The battle marks on the trader's weapons spoke of long-standing attacks. He had long suspected that the men were hiding something, but hesitated to speak, realizing that even without the order, they would still be caught up in the fight. The hireling, after listening to all this, shared his thought that their clever priest had outsmarted everyone and doubled the original bounty. With a smile and happy to mouth that he had just asked for what he deserved, Marnak heard from the princess sitting next to him that it was good to keep everyone happy. Valta's suggestion of going to bed before heading out on the road tomorrow caused everyone to leave the tent and disperse in different directions. When the Mother of Spoil began to show herself again, he gently tapped on her hiding place, pondering the implications of immediately stealing the relic and inevitably being caught. Instead of calming down, she peeked out even more, gave a bark, and the young man realized that as long as the enemy's strength was unknown, it was best to stick to the no body, no case principle. Continuing to reassure her with the reminder that metal doesn't rot and spoilage won't work, the boy continued onward. The idea of allowing followers to steal an item and absorb divine power in the process of returning it was very appealing to the bandaged hand. After rhetorically wondering why he was hiding his genius, the young man continued walking and talking to his interlocutor. Before he could finish speaking, the boy heard shouts of attack, and already without fear, sighing heavily from fatigue, turned around with the thought that he had just taken a bath. The warning of a monster attack was shouted by one of the men on the street when an incomprehensible bipedal creature ran straight at him. The fleeing monster simply scattered everyone in its path, not stopping for any weapons and paying no attention to resistance. The young man standing in front of him simply looked at the enemy running at him, mentally determining that it was a carpal and preparing for a fight. Without waiting long, he raised the weapon above his head with both hands, his eyes remaining fierce, just waiting for the moment to strike. The protagonist stood for a while longer as the creature moved closer and closer to him in a run, opening its jaws and screaming in an attempt to scare the guy. At just the right moment, Marnak jumped slightly and with his weapon drawn, struck as hard as he could ever imagine. Carpal was much stronger, and since the blow was not to the body but to the horn, he wasn't hurt in any way, so the guy still held the weapon. In a fit of rage, the screaming young man vowed to cut off the horn that the monster was trying to impale him with, striking many blows with blood splattering in all directions. Finishing the fight, Marnak rose above the monster's body, head down heavy with fatigue, and began to slowly back away as if coming out of a grim trance. Before he could relax properly, he heard something strange in the bushes ahead, so he looked up alarmed and began to look around. It was a very good idea, as something with ominous glowing eyes flew out of there, which flew just screaming incomprehensibly. The guy was surprised to catch the purple-haired girl by the neck, who was just laughing and just talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a while. Pearlie continued to pester the protagonist with questions about the reciprocity of their feelings, while he held her firmly by the neck, confessing his complete obliviousness. She cheerfully assured him that she was thinking for both of them when the exhausted young man exhaled heavily and announced the need for an important question. Her tongue slid flirtatiously across her lips as the girl playfully inquired about the reward for a candid answer to the hero's upcoming question. The fury from the sudden attack drove the warrior to mercilessly chop the attacking creatures in half, scattering their remains around. Among the countless opponents, some particularly ferocious specimens stood out, and one of them stealthily approached the fighting hero from the side. An unexpected whistle cut the air in front of the young man's face as the deadly projectile struck the sneaking monster at the most critical moment. Marnak turned around and nodded gratefully to Sajida, the marksman whose impeccable accuracy had once again saved his life. Carmen's sudden shout caused the fighting comrades to turn sharply in that direction, following his outstretched arm. The spear-pierced beast was more resilient than it appeared, and was now running away on two legs to escape imminent death. The monster was moving astonishingly fast despite his serious injury, but the determined priest was not about to let his prey out of his sight. A swift dash after the fleeing foe allowed the warrior to reduce the distance to the minimum possible in a few moments. As he drew close, the protagonist raised his heavy axe and with a powerful leap delivered a deadly blow directly into the monster's torso. The defeated monster collapsed to the ground, allowing the cautious fighter to move closer to check the results of the attack. With the Carpal finally dead, a satisfied Marnak continued on his way with a clear conscience to attend to urgent business. The apologetic warrior approached a tree where a purple-haired girl was hanging upside down, loudly resenting his tardiness. Leaping down from the tree, the young girl directly landed before his conversational partner, playfully eager for her every desire to be fulfilled. The bewildered boy asked the essence of the request, receiving a sly smile and a playful refusal to give a direct answer. A determined demand to answer the questions first made the excited Pearlie agree to the terms of the information exchange. The girl listened attentively to the question about the number of evil spirits haunting their followers and began counting on her fingers. The joyful counting was suddenly interrupted by a thoughtful pause when she realized the defiant disregard from her opponents. Outraged at the rudeness of her enemies, the girl clenched her fists in fury while the protagonist pondered her naive candor. The support from the young man instantly shifted the little girl's mood to one of joy, eliciting a grateful smile and enthusiastic agreement. Marnak's simple question about the purpose of the merchant's pursuit immediately received a one-word answer about the mysterious necklace. The girl honestly confessed her ignorance of obtaining information about the artifact's whereabouts from the group leader, maintaining a carefree smile of innocence. The mention of the secret society Liberatio and the transfer of the necklace to the merchants made the hero doubt Pearlie's true motives. The shrewd little girl confirmed the absence of an internal rift in the organization, hinting at the existence of more serious problems. Childlike naivety and an innocent smile colored her words about the small quarrel, as if it was just a game between friends. The protagonist smiled, wondering about the cause of the conflict, but the girl thoughtfully admitted that she had forgotten other people's explanations. The unexpected answer surprised the young man, and the violet-haired interlocutor only laughed, explaining her belonging to the neutral faction of mercenaries. The question about wages and materials made Pearlie's legs swing happily when she mentioned the supplies needed for the dolls. Folding her hands in front of her, she suddenly transformed, directing at the lad the serious gaze of a priestess worshipping a quivering string. The realization that her entire body consisted of dolls flashed through the protagonist's mind, reminding him of his interlocutor's previous murders. A sudden change in the topic of conversation led to Pearlie's warning that her companions were planning to proceed without her. Marnak's sincere interest in the reasons for her kindness caused the girl to stop, fold her arms and smile, surprised at the seriousness of such a question. Placing her hands behind her back, she noted the difference between this question and the previous ones, while her eyes took on a sinister glint. The silent confrontation dragged on when a precise answer to the question never came from the enigmatic interlocutor. The sudden loss of interest made the hero turn around and start walking away, leaving behind the scream of a disappointed girl. The little girl collapsed to the ground, beating her arms and legs desperately, begging for a question, but Marnak remained adamant in his decision. Stopping a few paces away, the lad offered to explain his real request without turning back to his fallen interlocutor. Rising from the ground, she smiled again, promising to reveal her request only the next time she met the hero. The agreement to this offer was instantly replaced with a swift movement as the protagonist swung his axe for the decisive blow. The girl's head flew off her body, but the smile didn't disappear from her face as she promised a new meeting in the future. The evening sun was slowly setting over the horizon, illuminating the camp, where lights were burning in the tents, but many had already fallen into slumber. As he approached his dwelling, the hero heard someone's call and turned around questioningly, trying to determine the source of the voice. The princess stood beside him with a smile on her face, causing the priest to inquire as to the reason for her appearance. A brief advice to rest before a possible attack elicited a silent agreement from the interlocutor, who continued to stand still. With a smile and a dash of curiosity, Takia inquired about her comrade's whereabouts as he disappeared from her sight. The explanation about chasing the caracal and searching for followers of evil spirits was accompanied by a smile that hid the truth of what was happening. The princess's startled reaction at the mention of encountering enemies caused the young man to hastily assure her of their well-being and their escape. Words of regret barely had time to escape her lips as she approached the surprised hero with a small handkerchief. Marnak pulled away sharply, crying out that the royal handkerchief would become filthy from touching his cheek. The girl winked with a smile, explaining that she had taken the handkerchief especially for him, continuing to hold her hand near his face. Dasha moved closer, romantically grabbing the boy's hand, and they froze, looking into each other's eyes under the starry sky. With a satisfied smile, the princess put the handkerchief away, noting that he would be able to clean the rest on his own. Then she gently placed the soft handkerchief on the palm of the motionless young man, who silently accepted her caring attention. The parting words and goodnight wishes were replaced by a brief silence as Daisha began to drift away into the night's darkness. A sense of unease gripped the protagonist upon entering the tent, causing him to reflect aloud on the hardships of the past day. The mother of spoils, sensing the loneliness of the moment, materialized in the guise of a little girl with a hurt look and a handkerchief in her hands. The hero's smile and words about independence were suddenly interrupted when he was unable to finish the sentence he had started. The little creature's tears glistened as she began vigorously rubbing the young man's cheek with the handkerchief, ignoring his pained grimace. The morning gathering of the team marked the beginning of a new day of travel as all participants set off again along the planned route. A strange sound caused the pensive young man to stop as he approached the mountainside, triggering an unsettling premonition. A cautionary voice seemed to whisper caution, making the hero think of a possible ambush by followers of evil spirits. The realization of the true nature of the sound came too late when a huge mass of snow began to fall from the mountain peak. The desperate cry of snow avalanche echoed through the gorge as the hero urged his comrades to drop their belongings and flee. Turning to assess the situation, Marnak was horrified to realize the catastrophic speed at which the deadly snow element was approaching. The desperate thought of buying time flashed through the boy's mind as a sudden idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. The hero's sharp cry made Daisha, who was standing nearby, turn around sharply, hearing the call for immediate help at a critical moment. The oncoming avalanche was moving too fast to save all the fugitives, dooming them to certain death under the snow masses. Desperate pleas of the protagonist to save people echoed around the neighborhood, appealing to the conscience of the powerful sorceress. Uncertainty in her own strength made the worried girl doubt her ability to cope with such a catastrophe. Pointing at the approaching wall of snow, the young man begged to direct all the magical power directly at the avalanche. The princess's surprised exclamation was replaced by her companion's calm explanation that now was the moment to use her gift. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the princess cried out desperately about the impossibility of stopping the snow elemental with any spell. The guy's calm explanation about the need to buy time for people to escape gave the girl the determination to gather all the available mana. The fear of death from the impending avalanche made the sorceress confess her helplessness after using the maximum strength spell. A firm hand on her shoulder and a sincere oath of protection from Marnak gave the princess the confidence she needed for the risky spell. The determination in the girl's voice was replaced by a demand to keep her promise as she turned around to face the oncoming snow elemental. The princess' words of confidence brought a smile to the face of the protagonist, realizing the importance of the trust placed in him. The girl's closed eyes and deep concentration changed the atmosphere around her as she immersed herself in gathering magical energy. Streams of magic began to form around the focused sorceress, forcing the young man to step aside so as not to interfere with the process. After a few moments of complete concentration, the princess threw her hand forward, directing the gathered power directly at the approaching avalanche. The clash of magical powers with the snow elemental caused a powerful explosion, temporarily slowing the destructive avalanche. Holding her hand in front of her, the princess continued to direct the flow of energy, desperately shouting a spell to disappear the snow threat. The mother of Spoil, watching Dacia closely, assessed her strength, raising her rating from 4 fingers to 4.5 points. Having finished performing the complex spell, the exhausted princess fell silent, feeling a strange emptiness in her eyes and complete exhaustion. The young man came running up and asked about his partner's well-being when the exhausted girl almost fell into his arms. Having assessed the result of the work done, the protagonist was relieved to recognize the sufficiency of efforts, which pleased the princess. The relief from the successful completion of the task made Dacia pass out right in the arms of her comrade, saving him from having to put her to sleep. The protagonist's desperate cry for a summoned protector echoed around the neighborhood as disaster approached the defenseless humans inexorably. The appearance of the summoned monster before the host coincided with the request for protection in the critical seconds before the impending avalanche. The huge creature effortlessly covered the master and princess with its palms, creating a safe haven from the snow flood. Clustered in a protective cocoon, the monster ensured the complete safety of its charges, realizing it's unharmed after the disaster. As the elements subsided, the creature cautiously raised its head, piercing through the snow cover and making sure its surroundings were safe. Seeing that there was no danger, the protector made his way out through the snow tunnel, carrying the young man and girl carefully in his arms. Calling for silence, the protagonist carefully stepped away from the obedient monster, carefully carrying the unconscious companion in his arms. The giant creature silently complied with its master's instructions, methodically extracting the stuck stone shards from its mighty body. Once free of the stabbing objects, the faithful protector disappeared into the green portal, leaving his summoner alone with the princess. Marnak watched the girl carefully as she opened her eyes and wondered in amazement at the reality of her survival. The young man's calm remark about losing the group but keeping alive helped the newly awakened princess come to her senses. The priest delicately inquired about his partner's well-being, gently trying to place the weakened girl on unsteady legs. Complete mana depletion forced the princess to admit helplessness as her legs gave out and her gaze suddenly settled on the eyes of her savior. The horror of realizing that Dacia had seen everything made the boy exclaim in panic, realizing that his secret was no longer a secret. The girl's serious gaze confirmed her words about the sinister giant, making the young man realize the magnitude of the revelation of his true nature. Sitting on the snow, the princess continued the revelation, claiming that she had long ago realized the falsity of his service to the goddess of support. Questioning the timing of the suspicion forced the girl to explain her observations, recalling moments of the supposed priest's excessive strength. An attempt to justify herself with training did not convince the shrewd princess, confident in her guesses about her comrade's supernatural abilities. The mention of strange conversations with himself stunned the young man even more, causing the mother of Spoilers to become alarmed inside his mind. The girl's detailed observations revealed the strangeness of the companion's behavior, while the bandaged hand whispered about killing the witness. Dacia calmly explained the ease of detecting the oddities, confessing her long-standing discomfort with Marnak's unusual behavior. The young man's insistent excuses about prayers infuriated the princess, causing her to vehemently affirm her observation of all events. The reminder of the cries to her mother and the appearance of the ominous giant finally destroyed all attempts to conceal the truth of what was happening. A finger at the girl's lips silenced her when the boy saw her strange look and decided to warn her of the consequences. The demand to remain silent in exchange for saving her life was interrupted by the princess's cry about the unimportance of such conditions. The girl's sincere confession of indifference to the nature of his powers stunned the young man, who had expected a very different reaction to the revelation. Realizing the need for an explanation, the princess confessed her lack of religious beliefs, despite her comrade's temporary ruthlessness. Lying in the snow, Dacia explained her determination to speak out before the end, using her moment of complete exhaustion to speak frankly. The mage's bitter experience from birth, having experienced anger and hatred for no reason, helped the princess understand the plight of her enigmatic companion. The promise to keep the secret regardless of the nature of his powers came at a time when the mother of spoils was making herself increasingly known. Continuing to lie on the ground, the princess felt someone fist-bumping her, while the young man stood nearby, not interfering, with an awkward smile. Dakaya looked at the silent attacker who continued to beat her, demanding Marnak explain the child's appearance and stop the attack. Gently taking the girl's hand, the hero appealed to her mother for calm, explaining his desire to trust the princess as she had trusted him. The explanation that Daisha was a mage and could make an oath caused the girl who had been lying down earlier to slightly peek at her comrade's conversation. Very earnestly pointing two fingers, first at her eyes and then at the protagonist, the mother of spoil attempted to say something without words through gestures. As Dakia lay watching, she asked about the gesture, and Marnak, embarrassed, explained that it was a warning to keep watching. The requirement of an oath in the ancient language was accepted by the princess without objection, so the young man helped her stand up to perform the ritual. Taking a comfortable pose, she began to recite the necessary words while the glow appeared around her, and the mother of the spoils and Marnak watched the process carefully. After waiting for the ritual to be completed, the boy was relieved that the vow had been fulfilled and expressed his willingness to answer any questions. A question about the possibility of lying while reciting the oath was met with a serious look from Marnak, who simply replied about his knowledge of the ancient language. Surprised at such skills without magical abilities, Dakia remembered the opportunity to ask a question, but met the intimidating gaze of the boy waiting for her words. Blushing and putting her palms together, she turned slightly around to ask him what kind of girls he liked. Dasha's question caused the little girl to gesticulate violently with jealousy, causing the young man to remain calm and the princess to feel awkward. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, the protagonist laughed and offered to continue on his way, trying to calm the rampaging mother of the spoil sport. The princess looked at her comrade carefully, offering to help her find the relic hunted by the followers of evil spirits. The glade was strewn with many dead bodies, and bloodstains everywhere stained the snow-white cover with an ominous scarlet color. The follower of evil spirits surveyed the result of her work with satisfaction, rotating the precious box in her hands next to her partner's. After opening the treasure and verifying the authenticity of the contents, all three followers realized that they had found the exact relic. The girl captain offered to return with a triumphant smile, certain of the priest's death from the destructive avalanche she had created. Sudden sounds interrupted their celebration, causing all three of them to turn their heads warily toward the source of the noise. A dark silhouette with three glowing blue pupils furiously shouted an accusation at the followers of the evil spirits. An enraged merchant from a powerful organization shouted angrily at those who dared to touch his property with dirty hands. The girl laughed contemptuously, instantly extending her arm and beginning to gather ice magic for an immediate attack on the enemy. The power created turned into huge, sharp ice spikes, pointing in all directions and looming menacingly over the battlefield. Among the ice spikes was a sealed merchant who had been sealed alive and continued to shout indignant words about the audacity of the attack. The android's rage was so strong that it broke all the ice without assistance, freeing itself from the ice trap. Androids are metallic creatures obsessed with finding rare minerals to replace parts of their bodies. Their passion for rare metals often leads them to choose trading activities, turning money and time into a source of power. Destroying the core remains the only way to stop their movement, which explained the merchant's ability to escape unscathed. The android furiously shouted accusations, running up to his opponents while simultaneously dismantling his arm into small parts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl crouched down sharply and attempted to create a protective barrier out of the available ice flows. The enemy completed the modification of her arm, turning it into a huge drill, and rushed at the opponent with this deadly weapon. The android's self-assured words ended when he shattered the protective barrier with his drill and was next to the target. The girl was horrified as she realized the nearness of death, trying to cover her face with her hands from the ice shards flying at her. Her partner tried to calm her with cries of patience, but his words only increased her anger at the futility of support. Seeing that her comrade crouched down and was about to do something about it, the girl cried out in despair, questioning his sanity. The proximity of her opponent allowed a glimpse of his frost steel body covered in gold, prompting a rhetorical question about the possibility of such a thing. The cocky android approached his opponents, proclaiming their inability to deal with his superior strength. The silent young man, who had been inactive until that moment, raised his gaze ominously and glared at the cocky merchant. Seeing his partner's despair and his partner's attempted actions, the third member of the team continued to simply watch. The powerful impact of his foot split the ground in concentric circles, spreading destructive cracks from the epicenter in all directions. A mysterious black substance began to crawl out of the Earth's fissures, entangling the android's legs and rendering him unable to move. The merchant's desperate attempts to break free only exacerbated the situation, plunging him further and further into the ominous tentacles of the unknown entity. The excited girl jumped to her feet, happily promising a kiss to Pelham for saving her and beginning to create a magical vortex around herself. A smile lit up the sorceress's face as her plan began to materialize, and she summoned the melted ice spell. Huge blocks of ice flew towards the immobilized opponent, who was desperately trying to free himself from the Earth's shackles. The girl shouted the freeze command as the sharp ice projectiles completely engulfed the creature's torso in an icy shell. The android folded its arms in front of itself, dismissing the dirty tricks with contempt and breaking with force all the icy restraints holding it back. A furious scream of killing intent echoed around the area, causing the cocky girl to freeze in horror at the devastation of the second attack. The ominous, devilish scream of her partner from behind caused Kiruna to duck instantly, sensing the impending deadly danger. A huge, ferocious something began to emerge from the bowels of the earth, replacing the familiar landscape and filling the air with menace. The android that had been running at its opponents came to an abrupt halt, frozen in terror at the unknown creature that had suddenly appeared before it. The tube-shaped mouth of the plant monster began to spit out thick streams of yellow mass, directing them directly at the enemy. The poisonous substance splashed onto the enemy's hands and feet, causing discomfort and awareness of the devastating effects on the body. The stalker watching the battle laughed mockingly, rebuking the enemy for underestimating their preparedness and strength. The partners approached their dying opponent, reporting preliminary information about the head of the android trade organization. The girl shouted a command to the insect to spit out more acid, seeing that the stranger was still moving slightly on the ground. Pelham rose to its defense, explaining the creature's peculiarities, unable to produce acid in cold conditions due to its need for a warm climate. The proposal to break the android's core was abruptly interrupted when an incredible noise heralded the approach of a huge giant. Everyone involved in the battle, including the summoned monster, turned around in surprise at the source of the deafening sound of the approaching creature. The terrified screams of the pursuers merged into one voice at the sight of the main character's huge monster running swiftly in their direction. Kiruna cried out fearfully to Pelham, realizing that the ferocious giant was bearing down directly on her with destructive intentions. Her partner anxiously recognized his insect's powerlessness against such might, immediately hearing the demand to summon other creatures. The girl concentrated and prepared to hold off the giant, while Pelham created protective magic to cover her partner. Kiruna shouted the melted ice spell again, crouching closer to the ground and putting a hand to enhance the magical effect. Ice shards began to form in front of the fleeing monster, which was puzzled by the sudden obstacle and did not realize its nature. Fury did not break the creature, which clenched its teeth even harder and continued its pursuit, easily jumping over all the obstacles in its path. A maximally alarmed Kiruna screamed desperately for imminent death, realizing that they only had a few critical seconds left. Pelham agreed and began summoning a small black portal, trying to disappear before the enraged pursuer appeared. The summoned giant of a protagonist jumped over the last defense and decapitated the acid monster in one blow, splattering blood in all directions. Marnak carefully carried the weakened princess through the forest thicket as she was still unable to move on her own. A friendly look accompanied his question about his partner's well-being when he inquired about her ability to move. The girl quietly mumbled her willingness to try to stand up, at which point the young man gently sat her down near a tree. Rising to her feet and taking a few tentative steps, Daisha assured her normal condition, looking at her comrade in silence. When the girl came to the clearing where the summoned giant was fighting the followers of evil spirits, she inquired about Marnak's desire to help the creature. The guy without emotion on his face sharply raised his index finger, pointing it in the direction of the hidden threat, explaining the impossibility of intervention. Turning around in the indicated direction, the girl exclaimed in surprise and froze, continuing to stare at one point. The recovered merchant rose to his feet with a furious shout and once again attacked the damned opponents with a weapon instead of a hand. The enraged android shouted an oath to destroy all foes, stabbing one of the attacking bats through and through on the run. The priest lowered his head thoughtfully, noting the Iron Man's good progress, but recognizing the disadvantage of his current position. Marnak calmly offered to wait, watching as the multitude of flying creatures surrounded the lone mechanical warrior. The young man's attention was drawn to the strange behavior of the summoned creature, who was aiming in their direction near the icy sharp formations. Seeing some object in the monster's hand, the protagonist pondered the purpose of throwing it directly into their hiding place. In just a few seconds, the thrown object landed a few meters away from the humans, turning out to be a dead bat. The priest approached the creature curiously, looking at the remains of the previously mighty snowbat in surprise. The young man looked incredulously at the mother of spoil hiding under his clothes as she pointed out the need to search for something inside the corpse. Standing nearby, the princess felt horrified at the sight of the dead creature. But it got even worse when the comrade stuck her hand inside the carcass. Digging through the remains, the priest managed to pull out the very necklace that was previously in the mysterious chest. The summoned giant smiled at his master in anticipation of the praise, showing a raised finger, not noticing the kin of the previously killed creature flying at him. The protagonist, noticing the threat, turned to the mother of spoils in earnest, preparing to ask her for some rather important help. Transferring the necklace into his bandaged hand, Marnak cast a skill enhancement spell to divine level 13,379. Calling the name of the spoiled giant, the protagonist found himself standing in a glowing green sphere, coloring everything around him with an emerald light. In the same instant, the summoned monster found itself surrounded by the same glowing sphere, while many bats circled around. The green glow began to scare away the creatures, which flew back with a shrill screech but were stubbornly unwilling to leave their prey. The flying creatures darted back and forth, but the rays from the glowing sphere cut them into several pieces, depriving them of life. The protagonist stood with a devilish smile, realizing that the situation was developing extremely favorably for him. While the priest was watching what was happening, iron armor formed on the spoiled giant under the protection of the dome, enhancing its power. The deadly rays of the giant sphere mercilessly struck not only bats, but also two-legged horned creatures, killing them instantly. After completing its devastating spell, the summoned monster threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, dispersing the remaining enemies. The cocky Ludum was now on his knees with his face blue with terror, holding his hands to the floor and whispering a single word: "Impossible!" Kiruna, with her face twisted with fear, could barely hold back her tears as she tried to overcome her stutter and shout her comrade's name. Overcoming her panic, the girl shouted an order to the Pelham ahead of her, around whom an ominous black substance began to form. Instead of the expected rescue, she saw only a bloody stain on the spot where her partner had stood a second ago. The horrifying sight made the girl scream in despair and rush forward, recklessly trying to save herself from imminent death. A sudden grab for her leg stopped her escape as she turned around and saw the hand of the merchant they were trying to kill. Kiruna's desperate cries for help echoed around the area as she dragged the clinging android behind her. Realizing the futility of escaping with such a load, the girl pleaded for help from her surviving partner, but he thought only of himself. The pleas for rescue went unanswered when a frightened Ludum only sped up his run, trying to get as far away as possible. Panicked flight and desperate fighting did not save the coward from the inevitable retribution for betrayal and cruelty. The protagonist's deadly weapon pierced the villain's body with precision, pinning him to the ground without a chance of escape. Having freed her leg from the insidious trap, the girl, almost falling, rushed into the depths of the dark forest, mentally realizing the betrayal of her comrades. The desperate cry of her only chance of escape echoed around her as she ran toward freedom. A blinding explosion right in front of her nose caused her to squeeze her eyes shut and stop, not noticing the giant shadow looming over her head. The iron paw of the huge monster instantly grabbed the confused victim, giving her no time to even try to resist. The captive screamed desperately for release, but the steel fingers clenched tighter and tighter, making escape almost impossible. The giant began a cruel game, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fist, eliciting agonizing screams from his victim and a ghostly hope for release. Having finished its sadistic entertainment, the reinforced monster mercilessly pressed the defenseless girl into the ground with its iron hand. The dying merchant watched the nightmare silently, unable to move or make a sound. Having disposed of the man, the summoned creature approached the defeated android and watched his eyes go out. Folding his hands in front of him, the monster began to cast a spell, enveloped in the mystical green glow of ancient magic. The protagonist, bound to the giant by invisible ties, also glowed green, but stood silent, staring ahead. The summoned creature knelt respectfully next to the body of the dead Karuna, absorbing her divine essence. Having accomplished the task, the monster showed a thumbs up, and the young man standing with the mother of spoil repeated the gesture, suggesting a new division of duties. The unexpected question stumped the mother of spoil herself, who was unaware of the hidden abilities of the summoned creature. The protagonist suddenly placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, meeting her surprised gaze with a remark of increased eloquence. Crouching down to her level, the young man smilingly inquired about the effect of breaking the seal on his companion's mental faculties, causing her to become angry. Blushing with rage, the mother of the spoils swung her fists, shouting threats while the smiling interlocutor sat calmly across from her. The protagonist's words of deep respect and the preciousness of their relationship instantly brought an enthusiastic smile back to the girl's face. A female voice mockingly questioned the girl's divinity, suggesting her kinship with the protagonist, to which the spoilsport mother silently pointed her middle finger. Princess Dakia quickly calmed down, realizing the reason for the child's anger, and decided to gently ask a favor of the protagonist. Pleasure overwhelmed the heart of Marnek's partner as she pressed her hands to her face, longing to hug the adorable little girl. Hearing the request, the frightened mother of the spoilsport promptly jumped into the arms of the protagonist, demonstrating exclusive rights to his attention. The young man gently refused, offering to repeat the attempt later, but with tasty treats. At this time, the enraged girl was hiding behind his back. The princess's insistence on rubbing the baby's cheeks only made the already furious little girl angrier. The protagonist decided to change the tense topic of conversation, while the mother of the spoils still clung to him, seeking protection. Hearing the question, the caring girl took a pensive pose with closed eyes, wanting to somehow help the interlocutors. A sudden smile lit up the child's face, and sparks of enthusiasm sparkled in his eyes at the sudden brilliant idea. Marnak inquired curiously as to the reason for his joy, but the smile vanished instantly, replaced by annoyance at the misunderstanding. Pointing a finger at herself, the little girl threw her head back and shouted 100, causing the young man to gasp. The hero stood in confusion for a few moments until the meaning of what he said struck him, and then a slight understanding smile appeared on the boy's face. Their gazes met, and mutual notes of joy lit up their faces as the mother of spoils continued to point with her hand with a satisfied look. An enraged Fadus shouted furiously at a kneeling subordinate, blaming him for the death of trained fighters from the cursed avalanche. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom continued his angry tirade, while the culprit realized the justice of all the accusations against him. Hilden desperately excused himself, holding his reddened cheek after the blow he received, claiming that the natural disaster was unforeseen. The head of the East Branch was mentally complaining about his hair falling out from stress, remembering the morning's shock at the amount of it on his pillow. Draco softened his tone slightly, inquiring about the rumors that Dacia had left the East Branch of the organization. The knee-jerk subordinate stammered to confirm the information, adding that the princess was now under the jurisdiction of the main branch. The prince commended their professionalism, recalling that it was the main branch that had first managed to catch the elusive Dacia. The head of the eastern branch of the Ile organization looked timidly at Vadis and inquired about the trip to the capital, afraid to fully lift his gaze from the floor. The affirmative answer from the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom caused the man to feel an undercurrent of joy at the impending release. Looking at the evil Draco once more, an inner jubilation swept over him at the thought of temporary freedom from the prince's oversight in the search for the princess. Dreams of a quiet life without constant threats filled Hilden's heart with hope as he smilingly apologized for his failures. Vadis's unexpected words about packing made the kneeling lad gape in shock, ruining all his plans. A logical question about the necessity of the trip was met with a baleful glare from the prince, dashing the last hopes of a misunderstanding. The special relationship and the suggestion to ride on his back finally threw Hilden into a state of terror and despair. Attempts to refer to the duties of the head of the branch met with the threat of exposing all the mistakes before the top management of the organization. The ominous smile of the third prince in the hint of the consequences of exposure made the man turn pale with a premonition of disaster. The realization of the inevitable punishment robbed him of his ability to think and speak, plunging him into an abyss of hopelessness and fear. The mocking laughter of the prince and the suggestion to consider the trip a vacation finally broke the will of the unfortunate subordinate. Tears streamed down his face as he thought of his beloved wife and children, to whom he had promised to return home soon. The exhausted travelers gathered together and continued on their carriages after a grueling battle with dangerous opponents. An enthusiastic android among his companions raved about the great warrior of the heavens in shining armor who had appeared before him. The protagonist laughingly reminded the speaker of yesterday's conversation, while the miniature android on his shoulder confirmed the encounter with the heavenly gods. The diminutive replica of the Iron Warrior continued to enthusiastically describe the majestic appearance of the heavenly protector, astonished by its appearance. The princess quietly whispered her opinion of the great warrior into her comrade's ear, as her perceptions differed drastically from the android's enthusiasm. Memories of the actual appearance of the summoned giant painted a frightening picture in the girl's mind, but Marnak rightly noticed the half-dead merchant's indifference. The voice of a guard announced a suitable turn of inspection, causing the android to hastily leap into the arms of a subordinate. The Iron Warrior settled on his shoulder and patted the lad gratefully, promising to thank him generously for his help on the journey to the kingdom's capital. The travelers continued on their way as the young man admitted with a smile, impatiently awaiting the promised reward from his mechanical ally. Carmen suddenly approached his companions from behind, crumpling slightly before beginning to speak of an important warning he had forgotten. The anxious princess turned to him with a question when the boy warned of possible chaos at the entrance, urging him not to be intimidated. Marnak's bewildered smile was replaced with shock when the guard at the entrance changed dramatically in his face, recognizing Carmen Valtus as his companion. A loud order for arrest caused the crowd of guards to rush forward to the still confused employer, surrounding him in a tight ring. The rope-bound Carmen continued to laugh with hopelessness, promising his comrades to take care of the problem on their own and return as soon as possible. The desperate cries of Valtus, who was being dragged along the ground, echoed in the ears of the confused companions, who did not know what to do in this situation. The majestic yellow dragon soared over the snowy expanse, its wings raising swirls of snow and ice all around. As soon as the young man jumped to the ground, the heat emanating from the dragon began to melt the snow around him, while the motionless creature remained behind. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom waited silently for his clothes to be handed to him, never losing his regal posture after the grueling flight. As the clothes were handed over, Hilden's sinister chuckle cut through the silence. He was already anticipating revenge on those who had neglected the branches of their organization. The prince arrogantly inquired of his subordinate about the way to the capital, receiving an assurance of a wire on the shortest route. The mechanical man behind the desk told the heroes about the constant problems with the black dog, Carmen Valtus, advising them to find out the details in person. The princess enthusiastically offered to buy some goodies before meeting her comrade, mentioning several suitable places in the area. The protagonist smiled approvingly at her companion's suggestion, signaling his full agreement with the plan to buy treats. The merchant placed a small bag of coins on the table, announcing the payment of the promised reward for the accomplished task. 15 gold pieces per person amounted to an impressive 60 coins, causing Marnak to stare at the pouch in confusion. The protagonist mentally admitted that it was the first time he had seen such a large amount of gold since entering this world, gazing at the contents mesmerized. The concerned princess asked the priest the reason for his intense focus on the gold coins, slightly startled by his reaction. Dakia assumed that her comrade had never seen so much gold, and laughed when she met his unchanging, fascinated gaze. The girl playfully noted the cute side of the protagonist's character, admiring his genuine admiration for wealth. Hearing the compliment, the hero looked as usual at his partner, who smiled softly as she watched his embarrassment. The young man smiled back slightly, modestly stating his constant cuteness, which caused even more embarrassment. The princess wondered at the seriousness of his words, but upon hearing the confirmation, laughed again at the protagonist's sincerity. Marnak recalled the due reward for the return of the item, receiving a promise of payment from the merchant once all procedures were completed. The priest and his companions decided not to waste any time and headed towards their acquaintance, leaving the building of the merchant's shop. Sajida suddenly announced the need to depart, leaving his companions to continue on without him in the opposite direction. Left alone, Marnak and Dakia walked quietly down the street, chatting casually and ignoring the curious stares. The friendly group entered a cozy bakery, choosing a variety of cakes with strawberries and berries to please the imprisoned comrade. The princess walked ahead like an experienced guide, pointing her finger at each building and telling stories while the smiling young man followed behind. The girl pointed to the gloomy guardhouse, which made Marnak shiver slightly at the hostile look of the structure. The princess laughed, confirming the guard's disgrace, and playfully nudged her companion in the stomach with her elbow, sharing his opinion of the building. The young man called his companion intrusive, but only shrugged at her interested look, acknowledging his own favor without irritation. Deciding to change the topic of conversation, the hero suggested hurrying to Carmen before the food brought had time to cool down completely. The girl promised not to make any more jokes about his obsession with money, catching up with the silent comrade, who briefly replied with a denial about the offense. The prisoner sat serenely behind the iron bars, allowing the caring girl to spoon-feed him the food she had prepared. Carmen waited patiently for the short-haired blonde to bring another spoonful of soup to his mouth, demanding that he open it wide. Hearing familiar footsteps at the entrance, the prisoner cheered as he saw Marnak and their partner approaching. The protagonist noted the homely atmosphere with a smile as he watched his comrade being carefully spoon-fed right in his cell. Carmen scratched the back of his head awkwardly, admitting that he had often been behind bars while his friends were already getting closer. The tired blonde sighed heavily, silently confirming the frequent imprisonments, and closed her eyes, exhausted by the experience. A slight smile lit up the girl's face as she turned to ask the guests about her journey with Carmen. The slender blonde bowed respectfully and introduced herself by the name Aris Grata, displaying graceful manners and bearing. Marnak responded with a reciprocal bow, mentioning his comrade's stories about her, while the princess repeated the polite gesture of greeting. Dakaya inquired with a smile as to the reason for another imprisonment, as if implying some minor transgression on Carmen's part. Someone's voice from the shadows announced the theft of Ensign Baltus's sulfur from the vault, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. A mysterious figure approached from the darkness, menacingly inquiring about the fate of the stolen key and the wanted notice. Carmen smiled slightly, recognizing his brother, but the stranger stopped his attempts to change the subject, demanding a direct answer to the question. The protagonist mentally analyzed the family connection between the brothers, guessing the possible identity of the mysterious visitor. The legendary vice captain of the Knights of Frost from the Queen's personal guard stood in the shadows, radiating power and relentlessness. White Wolf. Sethian Valtus emerged from the darkness, demonstrating the gravity of the situation with his presence within the prison walls. Carmen's face darkened with anger, but his relative persisted in asking the same question about the whereabouts of the stolen key. White Wolf ruthlessly continued the interrogation, glaring at the imprisoned younger brat. The older brother glared piercingly at Carmen, persistently repeating one question about the theft of the key from his father's vault until he heard a confession of use. The prisoner's brief response caught the attention of the protagonist, who thoughtfully watched the family drama unfold. White Wolf recalled his father's hatred of thieves, pointing out the impossibility of recovering a stolen object, while the prisoner's friends watched in silence. The patriarch's ancient words about the pricelessness of gains obtained by fraud echoed in the prison cell. Sethian Valtus adamantly repeated the principles of justice, while Carmen closed his eyes as if realizing the deeper meaning of what he was saying. The prisoner's unexpected agreement with the correctness of the principles elicited a surprised look from his older brother, who had not expected such a reaction. The painful question about his mother sounded like a challenge to family principles, making him question the fairness of his father's principles. Grasping the bars, Carmen burst into tears like a child, crying out the injustice of his mother's banishment without explanation. Comparing paternal honor to backstreet rats provoked fury in the eyes of his older brother, who silently watched the emotional outburst. Years of his father's silence and avoidance of the painful subject had driven the younger one to despair, forcing him to pour out his accumulated pain. The real reason for stealing the key was finally revealed when Carmen confessed to wanting to find his missing mother with his own hands. Valtus explained the use of the stolen item for portal crossing with hired helpers in search of the right trail. The older brother's disbelief was replaced with understanding when the younger showed the neck necklace, honestly confirming the truth of his words. A heavy sigh and closed eyes preceded Setian's promise to speak to his father, reaching out to the bars behind which the surprised prisoner stood. Carmen's gaze changed as he realized his relative's willingness to help in a difficult situation. The protagonist and the princess spoke softly to the side, noting the closeness of the relationship between the Valtis brothers. Nakoturum. White Wolf turned sharply at the suspicious whispers, causing the observers to quickly turn away as if nothing was happening. Sethian's apology for his family's troubles at their first meeting froze on his lips when the young man saw the girl's familiar face. Recognizing the Princess of Dacia caused disbelief in the boy's eyes, genuinely surprised at the unexpected encounter with royalty in such a place. A question about the princess' presence away from Beatus received her flippant answer about traveling, accompanied by a careless wave of her hand. The warning about the unsafety of traveling and her father's worries elicited only a faint smile, hiding the true nature of her parents' feelings. The blonde's unexpected question about the sentence made Carmen feel uncomfortable with the woman's intercession. A month's imprisonment on his father's orders caused his younger brother to sob, only slightly soothed by Satan's promise to help. Talking amongst themselves about the need to move on as soon as possible, the princess and the young man came to a consensus to continue the journey. Suddenly saying that Marnak had misunderstood and she wasn't pushing, Dakia tried to justify herself, causing Sethian to look at her more surprised. Wondering if this was the same Marnak, the nemesis of evil spirits, their friend's relative turned to the priest with a questioning look. Many more questions were asked, and the protagonist eventually confirmed the correctness of the assumption. When asked about Carmen's role in saving Erotica, the hero, without hiding the truth, only pointed to his comrade, thus confirming the conjecture. Upon receiving this news, the White Wolf seemed to feel relieved, realizing that thanks to this, conversations with his father would go much easier. Extending his armor-clad hand to Marnak, he only mouthed an apology for the late introduction and expressed his pleasure at meeting the priest. The invitation to visit the Balthus residence with Carmen came during the handshake, bringing relaxation to the hero. Bowing slightly and placing a hand to his chest, the blonde-haired boy explained the need for a farewell due to limited time. After glancing at the departing figure and seeing that he was out of sight, the protagonist uttered a remark about how different they were. Lowering his head in shame, Carmen Valtis confirmed that his brother was a good man and a role model, unlike himself. The princess smiled slyly, seeing how easily his comrade got angry at the one he himself wanted to emulate. Realizing his excessive self-criticism, the prisoner scratched the back of his head slightly, realizing the inappropriateness of his words, justifying himself by his desire to say what was on his mind. The appetizing aroma from the bag on the bench caught the young man's attention when Dakaya confessed to buying food for a starving comrade. Carefree laughter filled the air as the protagonist decided to leave the loving couple alone to enjoy their long-awaited reunion. The princess caught up with the departing priest of Marnak, suggesting a visit to a good place she suddenly remembered. The lad agreed with the decision, waving goodbye to the loving couple who really wanted to stay in solitude. The priest pondered the words of the trumpeter of peace about the sacred relic, sitting on the bed while nearby the mother of spoil in the guise of a girl tapped on the mattress. Mentally suggesting the need to make use of an item received from Lord Tredden, the young man remembered that all-important envelope. A knock on the door and the question of being able to enter caused the girl to jump up fearfully on the bed, but the young man rudely pointed at her, demanding she get out. Entering the room with a bag of flavorful food, the princess mouthed the fact that she would not be refused this time, showing her persistence. Presenting the snacks from a popular bakery in the capital, the girl looked at the mother of spoils, who was glaring at her angrily and hiding behind the protagonist. Opening the bag of custard bread, Dacia mouthed its flavor, spreading the aroma throughout the room. As she continued to talk about wanting hugs instead of thanks, she suddenly saw the girl knock the bag out of her hands and the bread fell to the floor. The mother of spoils not only knocked the food out of her hands, but also looked very seriously at the princess with a look that made her feel uncomfortable for a moment. To the princess's frightened question about the meaning of what was happening, Marnak replied with a quote that this creature could not be deceived by such things. The main branch of the Ile organization was located in the capital, serving as the center of coordination for all important operations and investigations. The man studied the portrait of the priest, doubting its resemblance and earnestly clarifying with his interlocutor how plausible the image was and the validity of the request. Warning of the possible rudeness of the question, the man glanced at the blue-haired priestess, who looked at him in surprise, waiting for the question itself. Chuckling, he cautiously asked if she was looking for a human, to which he received a vague answer. One that looked human, but its nature remained unclear. She pointed again to the drawing, saying that the image was clear, and the interlocutor, anxious to look again, inwardly realized that everything was more confusing than it seemed. Not daring to say anything to the priestess of the blue flame, he simply inquired about the proposed reward, receiving a soothing tilt of his head in response. After explaining the capture of the wanted criminals on their way here, the girl assured him that there was money available to reward his help. Realizing that the main branch was entitled to at least 100 coins, the man inwardly rejoiced at the upcoming reward. Looking at her hopefully, he watched as the priestess took out a pouch and placed it carefully on the table, announcing the amount of 12 gold and 33 silver coins. An awkward interjection about the amount betrayed the man's confusion, who stared silently at his interlocutor, unable to find the right words. Seeing such a look, the priestess looked at her interlocutor in a friendly manner, asking if there were any problems and if the money offered was too much. The irritated Vatas furiously questioned the length of the route, unhappily looping through the endless corridors of the gloomy dungeon. The head of the eastern branch anxiously watched his lord seething with anger, realizing the inevitability of the prince's imminent explosion of rage. The subordinate realized with horror that he would be the target of the prince's outburst of anger. Knowing the destructive power of these outbursts, a questioning look from his superior forced the nervous Hilden to justify that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. The guide who was walking ahead of the group turned around snidely at the sounds of discord, realizing that the criticism was not directed at him. The head of the eastern branch mentally spewed curses at the mocking bastard, boiling with impotent rage. The unexpected conversation ahead made Hilden turn around and look questioningly at the unfamiliar guest who had appeared. The man stared in surprise at the passing blue-haired girl, not understanding her presence and identity in this place. Suddenly turning to his companion, he felt a rush of amorousness, as if the world had changed as she walked without looking back. The subordinate noted the stranger's beauty, but the arrogant Prince Vatis Draco dismissively brushed the remark aside. The arrogant aristocrat boastfully claimed throngs of beauties begging for his love and attention to their personages. A secret rage blazed in the eyes of his subordinate, who mentally cursed his master's obsession but dared not object openly. The guide bowed ceremoniously to the highborn guest, solemnly welcoming his arrival within the sacred walls of the Ila complex. Hilden stared forward in surprise as he received the man's order to return, leaving his companions to continue on without him. The head of the branch mentally resented the humiliation of having to obey the orders of a common servant despite his high rank. The prince's unexpected defense puzzled the employee, who continued to stare at the dignitaries in incomprehension. The employee regretfully explained the impossibility of letting a branch employee pass even at the request of the royal prince himself. The aristocrat's fierce punch nearly knocked the defiant employee off his feet, interrupting his explanation halfway through with a powerful slap. Hilden grinned as he watched the angry Draco demanding authority and rejecting the servant, mentally reassuring himself that he had believed in this man for a reason. The servant slumped to the floor, mentally praising his master as a destroyer of order, until another worker collapsed nearby with a broken cheek and a lost look. Vadas hurried to the right door and sharply called out to his subordinate, who instantly ran up, ready to follow without further ado. Mentally muttering his decision to take a chance and check the staff's reaction to the prince, he walked further down the corridor to a remote part of the castle. The princess fearfully left the room, leaving the bread to the priest Marnak, when she noticed the piercing gaze of the mysterious girl. Left alone with his little guest, the hero began picking up the scattered food, gently rebuking the spoilsport's mother for being unnecessarily rude. The young man straightened up with regret in his voice, explaining to the girl the existence of many more delicate ways to refuse a stranger. The words about the bread specially bought for her made the spoilsport's mother blush and awkwardly look away in embarrassment. The protagonist continued to talk about nobility and elegance, while his interlocutor lowered her head more and more in shame. Taking a seat next to the girl, the good priest gently stroked her head, asking her to promise to apologize to the princess. Marnak held out the round bread he had just picked up with a smile, confidently offering the little guest a taste of the tasty treat. The child's eyes widened at the unexpected flavor, making her bounce with delight as the hero watched the reaction with a smile. The mother of spoilage not only jumped aside but grabbed another bite, greedily eating the bread, leaving crumbs everywhere. The girl climbed onto the bed and turned her back to the boy, continuing to eat as he warned her to chew thoroughly. Suddenly, the princess huffed in embarrassment, apologizing for her forgetfulness and voicing her desire to taste the flavorful bread as well. Looking up, she saw the girl sitting back, eating the treat, but didn't notice the awkward expression on her face. Abruptly dropping the piece of bread, the spoilsport mother blushed and turned to the princess, who had entered with obvious embarrassment. Dakia took a look at the gathered bread and scattered crumbs. Then an understanding smile of approval appeared on her face. 10 minutes later, the princess was already sitting on the bed, holding the mother of the spoils on her lap and stroking her soft hair while she, frowning, silently ate bread. Offering to go himself, the protagonist heard only a smile and a monologue about forgetting something important from his partner, who was walking next to him. Recalling his promise not to reveal his secrets to anyone and the vow he had made, Dakia remembered the moment when she recited the spell in the ancient language. The princess inquired about the demon friend's residence as they stopped near a small house marked by the priest. Without full confidence, they approached the structure, where the seated man raised a questioning gaze to the unexpected guests. A tense silence stretched between the strangers until the owner of the house noticed that the boy was reaching for something and sharply demanded an explanation. The young man silently put forward a small shield-shaped sign with a cross, allowing the stranger to scrutinize the mysterious symbol. One glance at the sign caused the man to open the door, silently inviting the unexpected visitors inside. The princess's curiosity knew no bounds as she persistently inquired about the nature of the object shown, but the hero continued to walk in silence. Finally, the priest explained the origin of the sign of recommendation from the demon Traden, who had forgotten to put the letter in the envelope when they first met. The girl marveled at the delicacy of demons and their ability to forget something as they descended into the marvelous underground city. Marnak's confession of ignorance of the big city brought a smile to the princess's face, calling him a villager with no urban wonder. As they continued to chat, the princess did not suspect that her companion had seen far more amazing places before entering this world. The unexpected appearance of a mysterious hooded figure snapped the young man out of his musings, forcing him to stop in front of the silent stranger. Stopping at a safe distance, the princess offered to attack the stranger with magic in case of suspicious behavior on his part. Alarmed, Marnak quietly expressed his fears of dying under the rubble of the passageway, prompting an angry glare from his irritated companion. Rejecting the girl's offer to confide in her, the hero stepped resolutely towards the guide, extending his hand for an introduction. The silent man nodded his head slightly and turned around abruptly, finally puzzling his companions with his strange behavior. As the mysterious guide headed down the dark tunnels, the companions decided to silently follow him along the unknown route. After traveling a certain distance and stopping at the desired door, the man froze in anticipation until the princess suggested the need to enter the room. The open door flooded the space with bright light, opening the hero's view of a couch with a seated, dark-haired girl a few meters away. The stranger took a deep puff and let the smoke out, casting a serious look at the tense guy and the anxious Daisha behind him. A second puff preceded the hostess's direct question about the purpose of the visit as she studied her unexpected guest closely. The protagonist took a few determined steps forward, pressing a hand to his heart in a sincere plea for help. The girl lying on the bed inquired as to his name, receiving a quick reply that it was Marnak and his companion Dakia. Upon hearing the familiar name of the legendary demon slayer Gisa, the stranger abruptly grabbed the young man's clothes, pulling him to her. The girl's red eyes intently studied the priest, silent with shock, while a worried Dakia watched from the sidelines. The princess couldn't stand the stranger's insolence and shouted a demand to let go of her comrade, meeting a baleful stare in return. A sphere of fire instantly appeared in the outstretched hand of the enraged girl, threatening to destroy the place with magical flames. The protagonist anxiously called for calm, feeling sweat dripping down his face from the tension of a situation in which they could all die. The black-haired girl continued to hold the guy by his clothes, interjecting about the identity of the angry princess with fire magic. The protagonist tried to defuse the situation with a joke, but Daisha grew more and more serious, not removing the sphere ready to attack. Realizing the need to intervene, the priest convinced his partner to remove the spell, after which the stranger lowered her head and admitted her excessiveness. Introducing herself as Wriggling Curiosity, she nonchalantly threw a hand over her head, explaining that she was usually referred to as a demon. Pointing to the protagonist, she inquired if he was indeed not a support priest, receiving a smiling negative response. The admission of serving the mother of spoil met with a surprised look from her interlocutor, who interjected with disbelief in her voice. The exclamation that he was the son of a spoil sport expressed her utter disbelief at what was happening, for she did not believe her own eyes. The request to come closer was met with Marnak's neutral emotions, but still a friendly interest in the reasons for such a request. Explaining her desire to dig into his head, the demon folded her palms together, lightning beginning to play between them, looking at the young man in surprise. Calming him with assurances of her inability to read much into this body, she licked her lips as she continued to regard the lad as if he were a phenomenon. The young man still stood as well, pondering what he had heard while squirming curiosity sat on her lap, preparing for the ritual with a remark about his difference from the others. Immediately afterward, the girl jumped up, put her hand out in front of her, and began to summon magic on the shocked son of spoil standing in front of her. Directing a stream of mind-reading energy, the demon suddenly felt as if her hand was pushed away by a small palm, interrupting the ritual that had begun. Horrified, the woman pulled her limb away, looking first at it and then forward, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The demon anxiously watched the guest, next to whom the girl had suddenly appeared. Her presence disrupted the usual order and caused him bewilderment. Calmly recalling his introduction, Marnak did not understand the problem and simply laughed at his interlocutor's confusion. Wriggling curiosity, as if from fatigue and overstretch, sat down on the bed, mouthed the bad outcome, meeting the surprised gaze of the hero. Noticing great trouble, she asked about collecting the relics of the mother of the spoils, pointing her hand at the young man holding the angry deity in the form of a girl. The question about the number of relics available made Marnak mentally puzzled about the source of her knowledge, so he asked for an explanation. Refusing to give details and suggesting that he ask the mother of the spoils herself, the girl looked at the protagonist with a meaningful glance. Marnak instantly cast a glance at the girl standing next to him, who only helplessly waved her hands, demonstrating complete ignorance of what was happening. The amazed demon even forgot about the puff, puzzled to find out the possibility of personal communication with the goddess without deadly consequences. The young man innocently explained the importance of daily communication to maintain a strong relationship, causing deep reflection in the interlocutor. After thinking it over, she seriously inquired about the time frame between the body modification and the return of normal sanity for full communication. The smiling hero simply replied that such a state was maintained from the very beginning, not understanding the essence of the demon's concern. The enigmatic voice philosophically noted the danger of concentrating all efforts in one direction, watching the hiding mother of spoils. The demon met the surprised looks of all present, explaining the need for serious effort to recoup the benefits received. Twisted curiosity abruptly interrupted the young man's question, comparing his delicate situation to a dangerous walk on a taut rope. The black-haired girl raised her index finger, hinting at celestial observers capable of noticing excessive frankness in conversation. The protagonist mentally repeated the word heaven, thoughtfully raising his gaze to the invisible heights and sinking into reflection. Everyone present also raised their heads simultaneously, pondering the possibility of the heavenly gods noticing the events taking place on earth. The demon licked coquettishly, catching the attention of the guests with a reminder to pay for any help from the underworld. The young man smilingly inquired about the terms of the deal, naively believing that the request would be simple and harmless. The straightforward offer to sleep with him made the protagonist turn blue from shock, covered with sweat, and re-examine what he had heard. The demon alluringly drew near the young man, resting a hand on his shoulder and revealing a wish to explore new experiences with the air of wealth. Sticking out her tongue and adopting provocative poses, she added that not all demons were mentally disturbed. The princess shouted a protest with all her might, watching with horror, but without explaining the reasons for her violent reaction. The mother of the spoil in the guise of a girl furiously pounced on the squirming curiosity, striking with her hands and feet with shouts of threats. The dark-haired girl only laughed at the pleasant sensations, not feeling the pain from the soft baby fists of the enraged little girl. The inability to inflict pain further infuriated the mother of the spoil sport, who sought to do harm but got the opposite result. The protagonist apologized to the little girl, as he knew that the reality was radically different from expectations. The demon called for calm and not to take the situation seriously, while Marnak was like that. But the princess behind the hero's back was blazing with rage. Leaning back on the bed with the girl on her lap, she finally admitted the jocularity of the suggestion, settling for the item the hero had brought. Listening intently to the story, Marnak realized the connection to the shield badge with the cross when her interlocutor asked for an explanation upon receiving it. A bewildered laugh accompanied the hero's hand's movement to his pocket as he honestly admitted the complete lack of any instructions. The demoness remarked philosophically about the benefits of life's little jokes, extending her palm towards her guest without releasing the disgruntled little girl from her embrace. The vitriolic wisdom about fun elicited an agreeing nod of the head from the protagonist, accepting the demoness's philosophy of being. Turning to serious business, she inquired about the search for the Mother Spoils relic, rising from her bed and dismissing the cranky girl. A confirming smile lit up the faces of the priest and princess as the dark-haired girl announced the presence of the artifacts sought. The demon offered to participate in the special event, gesturing tantalizingly to direct the guest's attention towards the hidden room. With a dramatic tug on the curtains, she revealed a view of an underground arena where bloody duels between ruthless fighters were unfolding. A sinister smile from the hostess accompanied the challenge to the protagonist to try his hand at mortal combat for the coveted reward. The demon confirmed the presence of the single relic while the hero and the Mother of Spoils watched the spectacle below intently. The announcement of the relic's designation as the prize for victory coincided with the cold-blooded murder of one fighter by another in the blood-drenched arena. The bloodthirsty fans screamed frantically and demanded the continuation of the deadly bouts, hungry for more bloodshed. Demoness clearly outlined the conditions for obtaining the relic earring, demanding victory in the arena to possess the coveted sacred artifact. A wish of good luck sounded from squirming curiosity as she stepped back, sitting down on the bed and taking another deep puff. The deafening screams of the fans called for the mighty Bigfoot to crush his opponent as the giant warrior leisurely made his way toward the center of the arena. The experienced fighter defiantly slung his heavy mace on his shoulder, giving the enthusiastic crowd a confident smile for the upcoming bout. The ringing voice of the girl announcer came through the horn, introducing the second participant in the bout, simply nicknamed the newcomer. The unknown warrior leaped spectacularly from the ground, performing several somersaults in the air, landing in a theatrical pose with his arms outstretched. The onlookers exploded with excited screams at what they saw, expecting a stunning fight, even though they didn't know who the disguised fighter was. Amazed cheers rolled through the stands as everyone discussed the rookie's incredible abilities and speculated on his true strength. Gambling fans argued heatedly about the possible change of bets, but most still believed in the invincibility of the legendary Bigfoot. An unperturbed bookie was indifferently accepting bets when a hooded stranger approached him, risking to bet everything on the newcomer's victory. Hidden beneath the dark cloak, the figure mentally appealed to the priest Marnak, putting all his faith in his impending victory. The cloaked princess clenched her fists tensely, realizing that she had bet all their savings on the outcome of this risky fight. A few days ago, while visiting the demon, Marnak had cautiously inquired about the possibility of secretly handing over the relic with a promise of return. The girl sharply rejected the naive offer, explaining that the followers of evil spirits would instantly uncover the deception and upset the delicate balance of power. An alternative offer to participate in the arena made the young man meet his gaze with his interlocutor, while the Mother of Spoils lurked angrily behind his back. The question of familiarity with the Liberatio organization and the warning of an imminent encounter with these dangerous foes caused the lad to think of Pearly. The realization of their presence in the capital made the hero understand the limitations of his opponents in the open use of magical powers on sacred territory. The logical conclusion of the local priest's detection of any manifestations of dark magic received an approving nod from the interlocutor. The realization of his own invulnerability from ordinary attacks without divine power came to the priest as he watched the deadly duel. The unexpected confession out loud drew a surprised look from the demon, who had not expected such frankness from a cautious guest. The statement about his unwillingness to kill everyone made the girl sit on the edge of the bed, bewildered by Marnak's past bloody deeds. Remembering the fight with the followers of evil spirits, he discreetly, but with a note of regret, explained that he had been cruel then because he had his reasons. The demon playfully inquired about the possibility of providing sufficient reason, holding up an eye with a blood-red pupil in her fingers. A sharp squeeze of her fingers splattered blood in all directions as the girl inquired with a sadistic smile about the willingness to kill. A mysterious glow replaced the crushed eye as the protagonist watched the magical phenomenon unfold with bewilderment. A succession of horrifying visions flashed before the priest's eyes. Screams of the dying, burning buildings, hanging bodies, crying children at their dead mother's side. The previously calm Marnak now stood wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the gruesome reality of the nightmares he had seen. The demon's brief explanation of the memories of the follower of the evil spirit now involved in the arena was spoken with a satisfied chuckle. Marnak tensely questioned the validity of the visions as the horrifying images flashed before his determined gaze once more. The demon's sad confirmation echoed in the thoughts of the protagonist, now standing masked opposite the mighty Bigfoot. The fans' enthusiastic shouts for the butcher contrasted with the newcomer's secret relief at being allowed to hide his face beneath the mask. The specific reason for the disguise was due to the comrade's magical artifacts, a shape-shifting mask and a princess ring for controlling power. The arrogant giant dismissively advised to return with weapons and armor, underestimating the hidden power of the enemy. The newcomer's insolent middle finger, in response to the taunting, enraged the cocky butcher, accustomed to unquestioning respect. A furious Bigfoot shouted threats of broken limbs as he swung his heavy mace at his defiant opponent. The monstrous impact of the heavy weapon split the arena into a multitude of debris, enveloping the entire space in a thick cloud of dust. The satisfied spectators were already anticipating the winning bets, confident in the unconditional victory of their undefeated favorite. A fan's astonished shout cut through the noise when everyone saw the unharmed newcomer, who was much faster than the devastating blow. The furious butcher unleashed a series of blows on the skittish opponent, who easily dodged each attack, fueling the giant's frenzy. The Bigfoot's eyes widened in surprise when the tiny opponent not only dodged, but ran towards him with his bare hands. The protagonist put his bandage-covered arm forward and ran up to his victim and slapped him so hard that the giant was barely able to stay on his feet. The reddened cheek further enraged the invincible fighter, who was now losing to the newcomer, forcing him to bring his mace over his head with a two-handed grip. The powerful explosion raised a huge cloud of dust in the arena, completely obscuring what was happening from the excited spectators talking among themselves. Just like the first time, the young man not only escaped the deadly attack, but stood unharmed, laughing lightly at his confused opponent. The admiring spectators loudly discussed the unprecedented agility, understanding the reason for the lack of armor, while their favorite viciously lost faith in victory. The fans shouted for the Bigfoot to gather himself for fear of losing all bets, further angering the tank man who denied his blunders. Realizing the need for a decisive attack, the giant brought his mace to bear once more, shouting furiously that he missed by no fault of his own. The enraged fighter raced at a furious speed towards the boy, who stood calmly in place as he watched his shouting opponent approach. A wan smile lit up the giant's face as he realized the inevitability of the hit and lowered his mace to deliver the fatal blow. Surprise swept over the fighter when his weapon caught no one, and immediately afterward he felt someone's hand on his head. Bigfoot was perplexed by the incredible strength of his small opponent, who was now dragging him in the opposite direction behind him across the arena. The girl with the mouthpiece stood with her mouth open, unable to believe her own eyes, as this simply could not be real. Finally pulling herself together, the commentator yelled out an impossible Bigfoot lift into the air as Marnak soared high up with his opponent. The young man continued to hold his opponent by the head, toppling him over, hearing only a pitiful "help" from the confused giant. Butcher didn't immediately understand the young man's strange movements until he realized that he was wrapping a special throwing grip around him. Immediately afterward, they lost altitude and crashed to the ground with a tremendous crash, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everything. The spectators seemed to have forgotten about their Bigfoot bets, mesmerized as they watched this incredible spectacle in the battle arena. When the dust cleared, a picture appeared. The young man was sitting with his hand on the ground with a huge dent, and his opponent was lying next to him. The giant lay breathing heavily, afraid to move from the tremendous pain he was experiencing after the powerful landing on the hard arena. The girl with the mouthpiece was still in shock, unable to say anything, as it was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. The astonished spectators mouthed "look," and were even more amazed as they looked to where the man who had shouted it was pointing. The meat man, as the young man was now called, was climbing the walls with his bare hands, much to the amazement of the continuing fans. Having reached a certain point, the warrior made a jump from the wall and flew to the middle of the arena, as if he had planned something in advance. When the hero began to land, the spectators realized that his target was a lying Bigfoot that could not take any action. The strength of the priest combined with the acceleration of the attack resulted in the giant getting elbowed in the abs and started coughing up a bloody fountain. The fighter then threw his head back, finally losing consciousness while the young man was still pressing his elbow into his stomach. The girl with the mouthpiece shouted the victory of the meat man, making the excited spectators shout loudly with delight and excitement. The commentator approached the silent winner, calling the match exciting and asking him to say something to the audience. Marnak stammered for a moment, then sharply shouted a threat to kill everyone, pointing his finger at his neck as an intimidating sign, gesturing vigorously with his hands. The spectators shouted, "Kill!" as if losing their bets on the once invincible Bigfoot hadn't dampened their thirst for the spectacle and the violent denouement. To the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd were added the voices of the princess and the mother of the spoil in the guise of a girl, rejoicing in their comrade's victory. Dakia vigorously waved her hand above her head, attracting the attention of the priest Marnak with a loud call to come closer to her. The girl excitedly pointed to the flavorful strawberry bread, lamenting their timely arrival to purchase freshly baked goods. The protagonist smiled and noticed the lack of hurry, though his interlocutor did not understand the hidden meaning of his calm words. The princess excitedly shifted her gaze between the bakery and her companion, exclaiming about the long line and the man spotted inside. Marnak gazed in the direction indicated by his companion, trying to recall where he might have encountered a familiar figure from the back. The princess firmly grabbed the hero by the arm, offering to spend the money earned in the arena on a large purchase of bread. The young man smilingly asked to take his time, still following the departing stranger with his gaze and pondering the resemblance. Inside the bakery, the restless girl began climbing the partitions between the tables, unable to stand still. Boredom forced her to demonstrate her balance skills by standing with one foot on the thin surface of the partition. After a few steps, the girl suddenly collided with an obstacle and flew forward with her arms spread wide. Putting out her elbow for landing, she hit painfully the table covered with snow-white tablecloth. She lay there for a while, holding her elbow in the same position, as if pressing harder and harder against an invisible object. The mother of spoils showed a gesture with her thumb and shouted victory, perfectly parodying her son's actions. The princess praised the girl admiringly, while the embarrassed protagonist covered his eyes with his hands, asking her not to imitate him. The demon entered with a rebuke about the mess, but the young boy apologized for the fuss and heard a condescending reply about his love of funny things. Twisted Curiosity praised the protagonist's excellent and impressive performance, noting his theatrical abilities. Initial doubts about the priest were replaced by admiration for his wild nature, which made a strong impression on the observer. Her conversation with the Bigfoot revealed the secret of the middle of the fight, when Marnak whispered in his opponent's ear a request to feign defeat. After the flashback, the young man coughed and explained the absence of the original plan, emphasizing his unanimity with his opponent. The wonderful performance was a success, reminding the audience of a real theatrical performance with convincing performance of the actors. The positive reaction of the audience inspired the organizer to add similar, impressive games in future fights in the arena. Demon also spelled out that the lack of new actors became a problem after Bigfoot left and decided to become a true theater artist. The offer to collaborate and quickly become an arena star stunned the protagonist and surprised the mother spoilsport. Gratefully declining the offer, the protagonist shook his head slightly, to which he immediately heard a remark about cutting without a knife. After explaining the need to remove all the seals, the young man got down on one knee in front of the mother of the spoils, who shrieked with delight and covered her mouth with her hand. Expressing disappointment, but not forcing to act, the demon looked at the boy and the little girl. They were like lovers standing and admiring each other. Inquiring about the possibility of using the idea of this impressive game, the curiously wriggling figure on the bed received an affirmative answer from the young man. Recognizing the repetition of things seen in the past, he mentally recalled exactly what he had replayed in the arena in his previous performance. Noting that doing it for free would be strange, the girl promised a generous reward if it worked out, turning to the still calm priest. Putting a hand to his heart and tilting his head slightly, Marnak politely agreed not to refuse if she insisted on the reward. Inquiring cryptically about the possibility of helping with something regarding the next battle, her interlocutor folded her two palms against each other, waiting for an answer. After reassuring her that everything would be fine, he reminded her that the next opponent was a follower of an evil spirit. The spectators began to shout excitedly again, expecting to see an incredible battle between opponents with such different abilities and backgrounds. The girl with the mouthpiece introduced the first of the fighters as the head crusher, who immediately raised his arms, showing off his impressive muscles to the crowd. Introducing his opponent as a rising star and a newcomer who would light up the arena, she continued to speak with great enthusiasm and admiration. The question of who he was received a unanimous answer from all the fans, who began shouting, "Meat Man," as the protagonist entered the arena. When the young man showed himself fully, all the spectators stopped and stared at him wide-eyed, seeing something very surprising. The weapon he raised, which belonged to Bigfoot, caused an instant reaction from the crowd. Hundreds of eyes recognized the uniform that had become the mark of the legendary fighter. Someone was the first to assume that the newcomer had killed the giant for the trophy, watching as the boy easily slung the mace on his shoulder. This assumption was instantly true, as the stands erupted in a wave of excitement that made the butcher's name sound like that of the new champion. Taking a position opposite his opponent, the protagonist called out his name, which caused him obvious surprise and a mute question in his eyes. How did he know it? Briefly confirming the correctness of the guess, Marnak was still wearing his mask, through which only his confident and serious gaze was visible. The commentator called for the fighters to take their positions and gestured their readiness to begin the countdown to the start of the bout in the arena. Barely had she bent one finger as the protagonist's weapon delivered a very strong blow, instantly separating her opponent's head from his torso. The severed head flew towards the girl with the mouthpiece, bounced off the ground and rolled further away as she stood numbly, unable to finish the sentence she had started. The spectators also froze with their mouths open in surprise. No one said anything. The arena was completely silent after the momentary end of the fight. Only the young man stood calmly in the same place where he had been earlier, and in front of him a few meters away lay his dead opponent, covered in blood and headless. The princess lowered her gaze, unable to watch the brutal murders, while the little girl rejoiced at the bloody sight. A sepulchral silence hung over the arena as the protagonist mentally refused to gamble with human lives and turned to leave. The enraged Vatis brought his fist down on the table, angrily questioning the reasons for the sudden withdrawal of his previously successful cooperation. After calmly ranting about the existence of three reasons, the head of the local branch of the Ilair organization, Kantar, prepared for a detailed explanation. The first attempt to kidnap the princess had succeeded due to her incognito status, which allowed the operation to be conducted in the utmost secrecy. Kantar scrutinized the documents on Daisha, explaining the official status of the current visit, which made such an operation much more difficult. The man methodically moved on to the second problem involving the princess's three companions, meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the surprised prince. The bastard of Entes Valtis, nicknamed the Black Dog, Carmen Valtis posed the first threat to the intruders. Sajida Furgan, a member of the legendary Red Bear mercenary group, was renowned for his mastery of ranged weapons and completed the list. Priest Marnak, known as the Destroyer of Evil and the Nemesis of Evil Spirits, rounded out the list of the princess's formidable defenders. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom carelessly offered to bribe the priest and mercenary, not realizing the complexity of the task ahead. The head of the branch, after studying the documents about the protagonist, categorically stated that it was impossible to buy the incorruptible Marnak, causing a logical question. The priest's reputation as a fighter of evil made the very thought of his betrayal of the princess for money unbelievable. The mention of Marnak's close relationship with Daisha caused first surprise, then furious rage as Vadas demanded an end to this nonsense. The aide nonchalantly continued the report, reporting on the princess's secret nocturnal visits to the priest's chambers based on the informant's reports. The girl's daily meetings with the protagonist made the prince so furious that he began to tear apart the furniture, unable to contain his anger. Next, Draco demanded a list of knowledgeable persons, receiving assurances about the secrecy of information within the organization, then asked about the third reason. The problem was the White Wolf, Sethian Valtus, who had met with the princess immediately upon her arrival in the city. Dasha's disappearance would inevitably provoke the lad's active actions, causing the black wolf Entis Valtus to retaliate as well. Kantar watched the squirming Vadis with delight, mentally rejoicing at the facts on his side against the stubborn lizard. Reflecting on the powerlessness of the Prince of the Third Dragon Kingdom brought a smile to the face of the assistant from the Eastern Branch. The head of the local branch was perplexed as he watched the man barely restraining his laughter, not understanding the reasons for his misplaced mirth. Unable to bear another mention of the hated Entis Valtus, the prince grabbed his interlocutor's head with a furious cry and pressed it against the table. Vadis's rage reached a climax as he accused the organization of cowardice in front of one man, as if the men before him were not warriors but frightened children. Still holding his interlocutor's head, he coldly threatened to reveal their crimes to the queen or bring Entis Valtus himself to them. Kantar, trying to raise his head, whispered that such actions would put everyone in danger, but Draco only dismissed the attempt at intimidation with disdain. The prince reminded him that he was the son of the demonic Dragon King and was capable of bending him to mercy simply by kneeling before him. Then, pointing to a document with a picture of the princess, His Highness ordered that Dasha Irmal be taken to the Dragon Kingdom immediately. His order sounded final, at any cost, and the grip tightened enough that his interlocutor couldn't stand it and cried out in pain. The hooded agent of the Liberatio organization suggested that the mistress of the arena had ordered a targeted assassination. The blazing gaze of the group's leader shone with determination as he announced a bold plan to steal the sacred relic from the arena owner. The man firmly ordered to act quickly and decisively ahead of the arrival of the royal knights and local guards. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ile organization, the ringleader approved the plan of operation, scheduling the blast of the arena wall in 10 minutes. Demonstrating the readiness of the explosives, the fighter in charge showed the commander of the bomb with spare wicks in his hands. The leader, wearing a mask from under which only his eyes were visible, threateningly warned of the unacceptable failure of the most important mission. The last order was to find the fair-haired princess Dacia Irmal, their main target, at any cost. A female commentator announced the entrance of a red-haired fighter into the arena against a dangerous opponent nicknamed the Butcher. The enthusiastic spectators loudly demanded unarmed combat, anticipating a spectacular hand-to-hand fight between the brave warriors. The protagonist calmly assessed through his mask a cocky opponent who winked at him before the fight began. The commentator brought the mouthpiece to her mouth, preparing to signal the start of the long-awaited confrontation in the arena. A sudden explosion on the roof interrupted the countdown, showering the stunned spectators with wooden debris and raising clouds of dust. Absolutely everyone present raised their heads upward in bewilderment, trying to understand the cause of the sudden destruction. A masked silhouette appeared through the scattering dust and shouted an order to search for the lurking target. The captain loudly ordered to find Princess Dacia, and his team promptly scattered across the arena in different directions. The cloaked hooded girl noted with annoyance that the appearance of the costumed men had disrupted their carefully thought-out plan. Taking advantage of the commotion, the mysterious person ordered to find the mistress of the arena, instantly activating magic to move quickly. The recently smiling and confident red-haired fighter now stood at a loss, looking around fearfully. The protagonist's opponent admitted to a complete lack of understanding of what was happening as he silently analyzed the chaotic situation around him. Marnak continued to scrutinize the situation when he suddenly heard a menacing shout of the arrival of the illegal fighting squad. The uniformed man shouted orders to kneel in Her Majesty's name, demanding immediate obedience. Pointing his hand forward, the commander ordered all those present in the arena to be fined, and his subordinates rushed to carry out the order. The two visitors kneeling in the arena were desperately discussing the possibility of paying off the fine and going home. Carmen Valtus, the man in uniform, said a few words with barely concealed amazement, staring ahead. The captain, who had illegally entered, stood in bewilderment, watching the scene and trying to comprehend the presence of the royal army in this place. The formidable commander continued to shout orders to the men in black, demanding immediate surrender and denying them any chance of escape. The pursuers shouted furiously after the fleeing figures, calling for them to stop as their heavy footsteps echoed in the corridors. One of the fleeing fugitives had the resolve to turn around and shout a question as to whether the pursuer himself would have stopped in their place. Valtus, seeing his plans fall apart one by one, cursed angrily as chaos swiftly consumed everything he had spent so long building. Quickly assessing the situation, the experienced fighter gave clear orders to distribute the men at the door, preparing to pursue the others. An unexpected voice behind him caused Carmen to instantly draw his weapon as the masked warrior blocked the path, calling for the pursuit to cease. The disguised young man pointed at the captain upstairs, revealing a plan to kidnap the Princess of Dacia that shocked the organizer of the operation. Several witnesses confirmed the words about shouting the princess's name, while the motionless Carmen silently watched the events unfold. Confirmations came from all directions, making the royal representative think, though his face showed clear displeasure. The black masked captain anxiously shouted the order to disperse, causing his subordinates to instantly scatter in different directions. Carmen decisively commanded to forget about the fugitives and concentrate on capturing the men in black, authorizing them to kill if they resisted. Valthus loudly commanded Sajida to kill all opponents he encountered, and the loyal comrade immediately sprang into action. The warrior stopped abruptly and hurled his spear at the two approaching enemies, piercing one through while the other dodged to the side. The royal decisively commanded the attack, drawing the attention of the guards who immediately followed her into the attack. The men in black continued to retreat, looking back in horror as they watched their pursuers inexorably closing the distance. The princess was anxiously in her chambers when a sudden noise in the corridor made her turn back frightened. The girl exhaled a sigh of relief when she saw a familiar figure behind her and cheerfully exclaimed the name of Marnak's faithful priest. The young man entered the room and explained to the concerned princess that the followers of the evil spirits were headed in the direction of the demon. The priest added information about the pursuers' clash with the royal army, causing obvious surprise on the face of the interlocutor. Marnak warned of the possibility of hidden enemies in the castle, removing his disguise mask as the girl was forced to turn away out of embarrassment. Digging through his belongings, the young man pulled out a white mask with slits for eyes and held it out to his partner for disguise. The princess recognized Marnak's signature mask with genuine interest, receiving an explanation about the need to conceal his recognizable appearance. The girl nodded understandingly and put the mask on as the priest took her hand and they headed for the emergency exit. Disturbed voices somewhere ahead made the protagonist and the girl walking behind him stop and stare questioningly ahead. The red-haired fighter barely had time to shout that only staff was allowed in here, when immediately a blade of an unknown enemy flew into his head. Seeing what was happening ahead on one side of the corridor, the young man immediately realized that around the corner was the enemy who had made the kill. Shouts of the need to kill everyone but Dacia caused the priest to draw a different sword, refusing to use the butcher to avoid being surrounded. The men in black, eager to fulfill the captain's directive, headed in groups in different directions with the goal of finding and capturing the princess at any cost. The protagonist, realizing the need to protect his partner, ran forward with a furious shout with his weapon drawn to strike. He suddenly appeared from around the corner and struck. The weapon effortlessly pierced the fleeing enemy, whose body, accompanied by a scream of horror, flew backwards. The young man was so ruthless that when he thrust the sword in, he did not reach it immediately. Looking into the eyes of the dying man, pushing the weapon farther and farther away little by little, they continued to stand in this position when suddenly the partner in black decided to intervene and ran at the priest also with sword at the ready. The princess, standing aside and realizing the need to intervene, raised her hand with the ring, summoning magic that made the jewelry glow. The fleeing warrior's eyes lit up in an instant, and he fell to his knees, pressing his hands to his burning face with a cry of pain. Walking over to the criminal, who sat on his knees then jumped up, the girl decided to do the same thing Marnak had done. Stabbing the man in black, the priest and princess simultaneously drew their weapons, and the enemies fell dead to the floor in front of them. Asking Marnak about the propriety of his actions, Dakia immediately met her comrade's smile with approval and a suggestion to head for the exit. Inquiring about the fate of the followers who had entered to the demon, she received a soothing reply that there was no need to worry, but that they should hurry. The priest's calmness was explained simply. Killing a demoness who had been in the same body as a human for so long would be an extremely difficult task. The attackers who were in the girl's room were desperately swearing from impotence, not knowing that the mistress of the arena was a demon hiding her true nature. When she heard the remark, she turned around with a lively interest, as if hinting that she would gladly tell them everything herself, if anyone asked her. The enemies, frustrated by their failures, shouted in anger until one of them, the more experienced one, reminded her that the demon would pay a price for awakening its power. Ordering him to find the sacred relic and the rest of them to work on the exhaustion of his rival, he looked at the identity-hiding partners near the door. The same man spoke again about the price, but the demon, as if anticipating his words, made it clear that she had been expecting this meeting for a long time and had prepared a surprise for them. The fighters, still recently confident in their strength, now stood in a daze with whitened faces, unable to find words other than curses. The mistress of the arena calmly explained the ease of such preparations in the underground arena, while the dead bodies one by one collapsed to the floor. The demon expressed her satisfaction that her enemies had come directly to her chambers, while her loose hair was transformed into snakes with mouths open. With mock and predatory mirth, she let the reptiles braid her body, slithering down her arm, showing her fangs ready to attack. Valtus cursed fate, thrusting his royal sword into the chest of his black-clad opponent, who was watching his own blood with wide-eyed amusement. The royal resolutely pulled the blade from the defeated body, looking around with agonizing thoughts of the disaster that had occurred. Comrade Marnaka recalled the recent events when a simple desire for practical experience had led to the current tragic consequences. The inexperienced soldiers under his command had suffered heavy casualties, while one of the survivors trembled with horror amidst the bodies of fallen comrades. Carmen assumed that Marnak was now with Princess Dacia, as they had left the prison together and headed in the same direction. The realization of the need to protect his subordinates pierced the commander when he saw an armed enemy attacking a defenseless young man. The royal pierced the attacker with her sword with lightning speed before rushing to slay the rest of the enemy in her role as true protector. Valtus briefly ordered the terrified soldier to gather himself and join the others, receiving a stammered thanks in return from the shocked lad. A loud voice from one of the royal guards caught the attention of his comrades, trying to restore order to the ranks of the fighting warriors. Carmen shouted orders to stop pursuit and focus on defense with all his might, fully aware of the criticality of the current situation. The commander briefly handed over control to the soldiers standing next to him, clearly prioritizing the preservation of his subordinates' lives over any other objectives. With an enthusiastic smile, the commander asked Sajida about his condition, receiving a surprised and questioning look from his comrade in return. Realizing his role, the former Red Bear captain smiled confidently, confirming his readiness to continue the deadly confrontation. Valtus offered to concentrate on slaying the enemies while standing with his back to his allies, causing Sajida to turn around carefully to assess the situation. The loud cries of pursuers about the presence of Marnak and the princess caught up with the fleeing protagonist and Dacia on their heels. The priest voiced his speculation to his companion that the enemies had recognized his face, which was why their pursuit had become so persistent. A sudden shout caused the hero to slow down abruptly as the enemy suddenly appeared ahead with weapons displayed at the ready. The stoppage was only momentary as the warrior drew his sword and continued his swift attack, piercing his confident opponent. A slight delay allowed the young man to look back and see the two attackers rapidly closing the distance behind them. Clenching the hilt of his blade, the priest waited for the perfect moment to attack, ignoring the whispers of the mother of spoils calling for an immediate kill. A smile lit up the protagonist's face as he executed his plan and successfully parried the attack of two opponents simultaneously. The first attacker stared at the blade in his hands in confusion. It had been split into two useless halves. The hero's desperate cry alerted Dacia to the danger, while the first enemy stood in confusion and the second approached from behind. The princess reacted instantly to the warning, aiming her blade straight for the neck of the approaching foe with unerring accuracy. The man in black cursed as he saw the fate of his comrade and stopped for a moment, frozen in a shocked stupor. Realizing the need for swift action, he pulled himself together and jumped at the princess nearby. The girl reacted instantly, concentrating a stream of yellow magic in her palm, aimed directly at the fleeing opponent. The attacker's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding the nature of the dazzling glow that flashed in front of his face. There was no time to ponder as the bright flash was immediately followed by a powerful explosion, depriving the man in black of his sight. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist intervened in the fight and, being close to the enemy, delivered a fatal blow. When the road became free again, the girl suddenly held out the mask to her comrade with words about the return of his property. The princess honestly admitted the difficulties of the battle with the mask when the priest took it away and offered to continue the journey. Just about to move on, the travelers heard a noise from the side, and together they looked questioningly in that direction. Another group of fleeing rivals shouted the location of the princess, drawing the attention of the protagonist and Dacia. Immediately afterward, shouts and stomping feet were heard behind them as one of the pursuers announced the successful encirclement of the fugitives. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Marnak ordered the princess to collapse the ceiling using all her magical power, promising to protect her. Wasting no time to think, the girl folded her arms and began to concentrate her magic, closing her eyes for full concentration. Within moments, Dakya had her arms out in front of her, channeling all of her power into the ceiling, which began to collapse. Huge rocks rained down on everyone underneath the collapsing part, causing enemies to dodge and swear in frustration. The protagonist, realizing the value of time, grabbed his companion's hand and led her in the opposite direction of the rubble. They continued running when Marnik suddenly stopped with a serious expression on his face, while Dakia stood behind with her head down. The girl's suppressed reaction was due to the fact that there was an armed group ahead, outnumbering all the previous squads. The captain of the men in black displayed his weapon in front of him, announcing that they only wanted the princess and Marnak could leave unharmed. The man continued to negotiate, offering a large reward and forgiveness for the killing of their men, watching the protagonist smile achidically. The priest's mention of the offer of a mountain of gold equal to his weight caused the girl to look at him questioningly, understanding nothing. Marnak's question about his willingness to give as much met with a sadder look from Dacia, indeed suggesting treachery on his part. The black-clad captain's affirmative answer and his serious look said only that their client would be able to double the amount offered. Impressed with the result, the young man continued speaking, gently putting his hand behind the back of the girl who was looking at him with incomprehension. His hand closed sharply on her shoulder, leaning closer with the remark that gold didn't smell as nice. The embarrassed companion felt the heat in her cheeks, silently digesting what was happening as the enraged captain accused the hero of bullying. Cornered, the enemy pointed to the encirclement, arrogantly expecting to overwhelm the lone opponent by the numerical superiority of his men. Laughing, the priest muttered that it made no difference to him between 2 rats or 12, for that was exactly what he thought of those facing him. Losing his composure, the captain shouted orders to kill the enemy, looking more like a frightened boy than a formidable warlord. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face as he drew his invincible and very famous sword-bearer. He didn't move, just stood there, watching the enemies coming at him from all sides, jumping like rats, sure of easy prey. As the first attacker approached, the blade glowed with an ominous green light, making the attackers regret their decision. The protagonist waited patiently, and as the first victim approached, he smirked just as the carnage began. Blow after blow followed blow, mercilessly chopping his opponents apart without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Even in the air, after incredible jumps, the hero continued to attack, not giving his enemies the slightest chance to retreat. Landing near the frightened captain, the young man silently came closer and closer to look him straight in his frightened eyes. All bloody with a twinkling gaze and a sinister grin, Marnak once again pronounced that he didn't see the slightest difference between them and the rats. The demoness approached the last survivor, tired but not broken, inquiring about his age and disgust at his paltry strength. Snakes coiled around her body as she grinned and chortled, confessing her existence even before the birth of the first son of the spoil. Her rival's worried question about the meaning of her words went unanswered. Instead, she suggested he take his time and answer one at a time. Expressing curiosity and slightly approaching her foe sitting on the ground, she suggested that he was a priest of the stitching needle, with his head in complete disarray. The demand to answer was picked up by all the snakes coming out of her hair, as if the word echoed repeatedly throughout the space. Seeing what the guy sitting on the ground was doing, she came even closer and with a devilish smile inquired about his intention to summon a piece of the god. Lightning bolts began to emanate from the eyes and mouth of the out-of-control priest, completing the strange ritual of summoning divine power. The realization of her opponent's true plan illuminated the demoness's mind, realizing the meaning of collecting sacred relics with sealed spoils. The goal was to disrupt the balance that had been maintained for so long by the efforts of so many generations and the sacrifices of countless defenders of the world. The demoness' rhetorical question hung in the air. She expected the priest to confirm her hunches about the plot and all the preparations they had made. The creature that stood in place of the young man stepped forward and angrily demanded silence from the girl, calling her nothing but a demon with disgust in its voice. The guards froze aside with their eyes wide open, hesitant to approach the scene of carnage due to paralyzing fear. The protagonist stood majestically among the defeated enemies, clutching the axe hilt tightly and burning his opponents with a blazing gaze. One of the front men in black turned to the team, urging them not to be afraid to attack the lone but dangerous foe. The priest turned confidently to his partner Daisha, standing behind him, but there was a look of intense worry on her worried face. The girl reminded him of his own request, putting out her hand and forming a yellow flame that immediately swept towards the protagonist. The fire magic traveled past Marnak and rained down upon the enemies in black, causing them to scream in unbearable pain. Realizing the nature of the attack, the enemies realized the hopelessness of escape as the melting mass turned their faces into a bloody mess. The cries for help were silenced by the merciless strokes of Marnak's blade, finishing off the burned and helpless foes. A devilish smile lit up the face of the protagonist as he watched his foes tormented amidst the raging flames. A powerful explosion, visible even from the street, marked the final destruction of all enemies inside the building. Thanks to the blast wave, the young man and the girl were able to get out into the street, leaving the flaming ruins behind. The princess cautiously looked at her friend and was relieved to admit that she didn't want to go near that cursed place again in the future. The girl started to apologize for what had happened, but the young man interrupted her, assuring her of almost complete healing and regrown hair. The hero's warm gaze settled on his partner as he inquired with a smile about her well-being after the ordeal. The princess started to answer with a smile, but suddenly fell silent when she heard a strange noise that caught the attention of them both. The bloodied man in black was breathing heavily, emitting death rattles as blood dripped off his mangled body. The body collapsed to the floor a few seconds later, revealing a dark silhouette holding two huge bloody blades. The young man couldn't see the face of the assassin, but he sensed the deadly threat as he watched the blood dripping from the sinister weapons. The princess froze with an expression of horror, realizing the inevitability of the impending disaster and her own helplessness. The approaching assassin finally showed his face, and everyone recognized the priestess with blue hair, inspiring primal fear. The protagonist was startled, feeling a rush of terror, and quickly put out a butcher's knife in an attempt to somehow defend himself against the threat. A shout of "Dakia!" caught the worried gaze of his partner, who immediately looked at his screaming friend. Throwing himself forward, he shouted orders to stand still and do nothing, no matter what happened. The immobile opponent carefully drew her weapon and raised it above her head, preparing for something important. The voice of the mother of spoils gibbered in the mind of the approaching Marnak, insisting on killing the blue-haired priestess at any cost. The young man's self-confidence played a cruel joke when his rival's unknown weapon brought him to the ground and knocked the invincible butcher's knife out of his hands. The princess screamed the name of the priest of Marnak in horror as she saw her protector rendered helpless before the mysterious and very strong girl. The warrior lying on the ground coughed up blood heavily as the sharp blade touched his back, and the priestess's voice asked contemptuously about his strength. The blue-haired girl spoke fondly of the fate that reunited her with her only apprentice after a long separation. The tragic death of Shantux forced the brave Marnak to embark on a perilous journey in search of the relic of the Mother of Spoil. The long-awaited find brought a new problem. The sacred relic rested in an impregnable temple of sacred flame under powerful protection. The protagonist enjoyed the fresh morning air by the river, methodically washing his clothes while his bandaged hand lay silently by his side. Realizing the boredom of his silent companion, the young man patiently asked for restraint, addressing the obviously irritated bandaged limb. The quest to obtain the relic continued while the mysterious hand only occasionally tapped its fingers, expressing its displeasure. The unique skill, a line that cannot be crossed by the living, momentarily distracted the hero from the monotonous work of laundry, making him think. A powerful priestess of the master level stood guard over a sacred relic, posing a serious threat to any treasure seeker. The strange movement of the Mother of Spoil in the piece of cloth alerted Marnak, causing him to cautiously look around and notice the approaching figure. The unexpected appearance of a beautiful girl by the river at such an early hour surprised the cautious lad, watching the beauty closely. The sudden offer of help in exchange for a reward startled the young man so much that he could not believe his own ears. Realizing the reality of what was happening, the hero childishly, joyfully jumped up and down, enthusiastically agreeing to the offer and surprising the stranger with his reaction. Half an hour later, the industrious young man was carefully shaking out the freshly laundered white cloth, reporting the completion of the assigned work. The satisfied priestess praised the tired assistant for his efforts and politely asked for a basket of clean linens. Holding the basket in his hands, the hero mentally pondered the identity of the blue-haired girl who had asked him for such a simple favor. The outstretched hand with a small coin was a reward for his labor, but Marnak had no idea that the relic's keeper was standing before him. Having received the silver coin in 2 hands, the boy happily agreed to future cooperation, assuring the priestess of his reliability. The strange relationship, born out of a simple wash, brought the young man the joy of contemplating the silver coin, boring the priestess with his reaction. Regularly washing laundry every few days for a single silver coin became a pleasant routine for the hard-working lad. After a few weeks, the services were no longer required for a simple reason. The priestess had run out of money to pay for the task. Surprised interrogation was replaced by a strange expression on his face when the hero heard the sad truth about the spent inheritance of his predecessors. The merciful offer of disinterested help struck the interlocutor, who did not believe in the possibility of such generosity without monetary reward. Passing ladies often laughed at the protagonist constantly washing by the river, but he understood the new acquaintance's kindness to the stranger. Considering all the payment he received, the young man realized that this service was a trifle, looking at the same silver coin shimmering in his palm. The blue-haired girl started to speak sadly about the lack of silver, but suddenly stopped, as if remembering something important. The unexpected offer of swordsmanship lessons made the hero stop washing and look questioningly at his interlocutor. The young man's surprised gaze lingered on the blue-haired mentor, whose determination left no room for doubt. She waited for an answer without any unnecessary words. After a time of silence, the priestess sighed heavily and looked at the boy tiredly, for she had nothing more to offer in gratitude. Marnak happily jumped to his feet and grabbed the hands of his slightly surprised companion, enthusiastically accepting her offer. The smiling hero admitted his lack of combat skills as he continued to hold the girl's hands and look at her expectantly. Dreams of learning from a true master were suddenly interrupted by a painful blow to the cheek, throwing the young man back. The phrase "master of this world" finally ended as the hero flew with a red cheek, not realizing the reason for the sudden aggression. The young man's sinister gaze settled on his opponent as he put his weapon behind his head, preparing for a serious confrontation. Attempts to strike at the highly skilled melee fighter proved futile as she easily dodged the attacks. The hero was aware of the difficulty of achieving such a level of skill when the girl switched from defense to active offense. True masters are those who have perfected the martial arts and surpassed the boundaries of ordinary mortals. Pritya, the hero's teacher, was one of the few masters of the land against whom he was now attempting to demonstrate his skill. The methods of training were reduced to simple, primitive sparring that was monotonously repeated day after day. Exhausted after a hard battle, Marnak dropped to his knee when his mentor offered him chores instead of laundry. Breathing heavily and coming to his senses, the priest suddenly inquired the location of the vault of sacred relics from his teacher. Strength quickly returned to the hero as he rose from the ground and asked for permission to inspect the ancient artifacts. The angry expression on Pritya's face was replaced with a relaxed one when Marnak assured her of a purely cognitive interest in the relics. The teacher agreed to make an exception just this once, and they set off on the tour that afternoon. Walking ahead of the mentor, the protagonist was mentally pondering what an object containing the divinity of the Mother of Spoils looked like. The sudden activity of a bandaged hand under his clothes caused Marnak to mentally exclaim in surprise and alarm. The hero's raised gaze fell on the object in front of him, causing the spoil mother to react violently as if sounding an alarm. The iron goblet with precious stones appeared before the eyes of the guy as a real sacred relic, radiating ancient power. Desperately holding the weapon in front of him, the apprentice tried to fend off his mentor's attack, but the tension on his face showed the hopelessness of the situation. The blue-haired priestess easily knocked the training stick out of her mentee's grip, taking him by surprise with her skill. Realizing the need for action, Marnak lunged at his opponent with his fists, but she smoothly stepped aside, causing him to somersault backwards. Announcing the end of the training session, the mentor approached the exhausted student who lay on the ground, unable to even get up. Warned of her temporary absence, the priestess instructed the protagonist to clean up and went about her business, leaving him breathing heavily on the ground. The last 3 years of living with his teacher had taught the young man how to handle household chores and basic survival skills. Not having to worry about blood and food seemed comfortable, but felt more like a survival course than a true mastery of martial skills. Realizing the limits of his training, the lad looked at the weapons waffling in the distance, realizing it was time to stop this training and move on. Remembering the bandaged arm under his clothes, the hero realized the need to get on with the main quest and avenge the dead Shantuks. Seizing the opportunity, the determined young man headed toward the building where his mentor had recently taken him on a tour. Quickly grabbing the sacred relic that the Mother of Spoils pointed out, Marnak swiftly left that place. After stealing the religious artifact with the divine spoil, the hero effortlessly extracted its contents, obtaining a powerful spoil giant. Thanks to this, and the Mother of the Spoil began to actively communicate, occasionally popping out from under her clothes to give signs. The protagonist's anxious gaze met his mentor's eyes as he voiced the question of how she knew about his survival. The girl's brief reply was accompanied by an outstretched helping hand, which the young man gratefully accepted, glancing questioningly at his savior. Memories of 3 years of daily beatings led the mentor to the logical conclusion of the apprentice's ability to grow new body parts. The improbability of such possibilities made the young man turn pale, but the interlocutor only laughed, pointing out the obvious fact of its existence. The outstretched drawing made the boy's eyes widen in shock as he realized that it was the image he was wanted for. The young man's laughter filled the air as the artwork completely mismatched his appearance and resembled a strange creature. The discarded sheet caused an unexpected reaction from Princess Daisha, who bounced in fright at the image she saw on the paper. The mentor's tone changed drastically as she earnestly stated the need to restore the scorned pride to the standing student. The suggestion to train until reaching expert level made the hero mentally sigh, though outwardly he remained unperturbed. The blue-haired girl lowered her gaze thoughtfully, bringing her hand to her chin as she recalled the years of continuous training without rest. A long silence was followed by the raising of her head and the display of 3 fingers, signifying the 30 years or so of training required. The mentor's serious gaze settled on her interlocutor as she suggested the possibility of a reduction to 27 years due to natural talent. The hero's mental indignation at the impossibility of comparison with geniuses and the loss of relevance of the main quests was reflected on his obviously worried face. Carmen's loud shout to Turdy's assistant sounded a demand for an immediate count of the survivors of the bloody battle. A quick survey of the room of many black-masked bodies revealed the number of seriously and lightly wounded comrades. The loss of 16 men horrified Valtus, who mentally regretted misjudging the number of elite soldiers needed. Sudden sounds from above caused everyone present to raise their heads sharply, anticipating the approach of a new unknown threat. A curse escaped the commander's lips as the front wall began to collapse, revealing a passage for a mysterious silhouette of an incomprehensible shape. Terror contorted Carmen's face at the sight of the huge crab-like creature with massive claws coming straight at him. Memories of a similar monster of the pasted dead from Erotica surfaced in the warrior's mind, though the current foe was much smaller. Turdy's order to withdraw the men sounded without turning around, receiving immediate, unquestioning assent from his subordinate. A loud but desperate call to Sajida to buy time to retreat resounded over the battlefield, preparing for bloodshed. The former Red Bear captain's throwing weapon instantly soared into the air, precisely aiming for a pre-selected point on the enemy's body. A direct hit to the eye caused the monster to wail in unbearable pain, creating the perfect opportunity for an attack. Without wasting a second, the warrior rushed forward, deftly taking advantage of the creature's confusion to close the distance to the critical limit. Sajida swung his deadly blade at the victim, aiming for the most vulnerable point of the enemy. Quickly finding the right spot, he thrust the sharp spear in while the creature screamed from the earlier attack, but was now forced to scream in new pain. Running up to his fighting friend, Carmen shouted his approval of his comrade's excellent strike, preparing to join the battle. Announcing his turn, the squad leader began to strike with his sword, aiming wherever he saw vulnerabilities. Not only did the creature begin to scream even more, but a green glow began to appear around it, heralding a new danger. Carmen Valtus looked up upon noticing this phenomenon, as he was very puzzled by such a thing and did not understand its nature. As he continued to watch, he saw the creature seem to begin to proliferate, its body growing larger, more muscular and towering upwards. Shouting to his comrade to withdraw due to a bad feeling, Valtus began to retreat, followed by his companion. As they continued to run, they heard a roar of incredible power behind them as the creature opened its jaws and a white glow began to emanate from its eyes. It wasn't just a glow, but an ice-creating radiation that formed explosions of ice everywhere it went, consuming everything around it. Barely managing to take cover behind a wooden partition, Carmen managed to save himself from the sharp shards of ice flying past him. An ice island had formed in the center of the arena, which was not only terrifying to look at, but also dangerous. Valtus, turning to his comrade who was sitting a little ahead of him, asked about his condition, not seeing that his hand was partially frozen. Of course, the former captain of the Red Bear was not about to give up, and with a strong jerk cracked the ice, freeing his hand from the icy shackles. Quickly jumping out of his hiding place and heading towards the approaching creature, Sajida already had his spear in his hand. The warrior thrust the weapon into the monster's head with redoubled force, delivering a series of painful blows and eliciting agonizing screams. One head of the creature screamed a request to stop attacking and called for a stitching needle, trying to restrain itself from the unbearable pain. Hearing the phrase, the former Red Bear captain didn't understand anything, but it tensed him up, causing him to look closely and stop his attacks. Thin white threads began to spread throughout the room, engulfing dead and living people who also didn't understand what was happening. The deadly threads not only found their targets, but also picked up each person, mercilessly dragging them to their creator. The insidious monster thus decided to replenish its strength, absorbing the life energy of all victims caught in its web. As Sajida shouted to Sajida to leave, Carmen realized that something very scary was about to happen. Without further rebuke or request for permission, they both began to run away as the creature continued to unravel the threads, gathering everyone in the room. Sajida, who had been running very fast earlier, suddenly stopped, feeling a terrible pain and looking at his leg in horror. The same thread pierced his lower limb, forcing him to stop, but a nearby running companion did not leave his friend in distress and began to help. The creature had other plans. When it saw that its two tormentors had stopped, it raised a huge claw and struck the ceiling with all its might. Realizing that something terrible was happening, the trapped warrior looked up in horror, and the horror of what he saw showed on his face. Realizing the criticality of the situation, he quickly pulled himself together and shouted with all his might to Carmen about the danger coming from above. Valtus barely saw the multitude of huge debris, but immediately realized that it was almost impossible to fight against such an avalanche. Realizing that there were few options, the commander drew his sword and quickly began swinging it around, trying to fend off the attacks. He continued to act as he suddenly felt white threads digging into his body, paralyzing him and robbing him of his strength. Racked with pain in several places at once, Valtus threw his head up and screamed with all his might. The protagonist and his partner were chatting quietly when an explosion of incredible power went off behind them, causing everyone to turn around in alarm. Ice shards rained down on the heroes after the powerful explosion, forcing them to cover their arms to protect themselves. The enraged apprentice turned to the mentor from his past life, demanding an explanation for her inaction in the face of obvious disaster. The woman looked at him with incomprehension, as if not realizing the gravity of the situation, only quietly mentioning the man he had spotted. The mysterious stranger was rapidly leaping across the rooftops of the buildings, approaching the epicenter of the incident faster than anyone present. The protagonist looked perplexedly at the interlocutor, completely unaware of which man she was speaking mysteriously about. The agonized screams of the suffering Valtus echoed around the area as the unknown warrior fearlessly attacked the creature holding him. Black Wolf, Entis Valtus, in one mighty thrust of his blade, severed several magical threads restraining the trapped young man. Kneeling, the freed son looked up at his father with both relief and dismay, and without hiding his tears, uttered words of gratitude. The stern Entis laconically inquired about the heir's ability to move, as he continued to methodically cut the remaining restraints. Valtus' brief affirmative answer sounded ashamed, as if the boy had fallen face first into the dirt, especially after his father's order to leave. Black Wolf seriously began to study his future opponent, mentally working out a strategy of single-handed destruction. Realizing his own weakness after being wounded, Carmen squirmed with worry, but obediently accepted his powerful father's decision. Valtus helped his wounded comrade up, heading for safety, while his parents stood motionless before the menacing monster. The enraged creature shouted accusations of theft, causing Entis to take a closer look at the monster with blazing red eyes. The snakehead's chorus demanded the return of the stolen goods, hysterically questioning the whereabouts of the mysterious missing item. The multi-headed creature of the dead silently approached, unresponsive to the screams as the black wolf watched the incomprehensible confrontation. The reptiles in the sky moved aggressively towards the silent opponent, who continued to approach, ignoring all threats. The crab's claw struck one of the snake's heads with force when repeated screams finally drove the creature out of its mind. The demonic snake quickly came to its senses, baring its sharp fangs in its open mouth as it continued to demand the return of its stolen goods. Entis Valtis, tired of passive observation, gripped his weapon tighter and began to cautiously approach the fighting monsters. The masterful warrior made an incredible circular dash, swinging his blade and scattering fragments of shattered bodies in all directions. The second round of attack was directed solely against the monster of the dead, from which dark blood spurted in all directions. Only the snake's demon remained unharmed, but it closed its mouth in horror, fearfully watching the carnage in progress. Black Wolf swiftly slid across the victim's body. The first attack stunned the creature, which gave the chance for a decisive offensive. The snake suddenly begged for mercy, baring its fangs viciously as it itself craved revenge and to ferret out important information. Entis Valtis ignored the surrounding chaos, methodically striking as purple streams of blood sprayed in all directions. The annoyed demon snakeheads kept approaching the black wolf, indignantly demanding to stop the beating, fearing for the safety of their belongings. After a little thought, the warrior made the only logical decision, postponing the killing of the first enemy and bringing down several heads with a powerful swing. The blood spatter did not prevent the experienced fighter from continuing the battle, as he coolly chopped off the attacking snakeheads one by one. The warrior's eyes blazed with determination as he looked disdainfully at the reptile with the only remaining head, swearing with rage. The demon wriggled with curiosity, realizing that the black wolf's intervention had ruined all her plans to retrieve her lost item. The dark-haired girl sobbed with helplessness, realizing the hopelessness of the situation and the need to accept the inevitable defeat in the fight. A desperate plea for help ran through the thoughts of the squirming curiosity as she remembered the deal she had made with the protagonist. Entis, who was confident of victory, was suddenly taken aback when he felt strange strands behind him, as if preparing to attack, and turned his head worriedly. The blue-haired priestess struck first before her opponent could fully turn around, knocking him back with a powerful blow. The snake, with its only remaining head, which had lost all hope, watched in amazement at the unexpected turn of events. Pridya, as a true mentor and skilled master, did not hesitate to attack Valtis, who barely had time to reflect her power. Despite his best efforts, the man's defense was inadequate, and only at the last moment did he manage to leap back from the fatal blow. The astonishing vitality of her opponent made the warrior hurriedly repel another blow that flew straight towards him. The priestess was tired of the game and unleashed her full power, sending her opponent flying at an incredible speed. The loud rumble of the fall could have meant death, but a silhouette appearing in the distance confirmed that the black wolf was still alive. As Entis Valtis approached his rival standing at his back, he was puzzled as to her motives for suddenly interfering in the fight. Turning around, the girl hesitated slightly, admitting her curiosity about the true abilities of the best swordsman of the North. The warrior offered to postpone the duel as the interference was preventing him from completing an endeavor that required immediate attention. Ignoring the indifference of his interlocutor, the black wolf shouted with unwavering confidence about the need to protect the capital, explaining his mood. The blue-haired priestess grinned wryly, mocking her opponent's main talent, which clearly hurt his ego. The enraged warrior clenched his weapon tighter, taking a threatening fighting stance and preparing for a swift attack on the impudent girl. The taunts did not frighten the brave warrior, who instantly drew her sword and raised it above her head to deflect the blow. The opponents converged with incredible speed, creating a powerful explosion at the point of collision, shrouding everything around with thick smoke. The demoness, watching from above, anxiously muttered words of bewilderment, unable to understand what was happening in the puffs of dust below. An unexpected familiar voice made her even more alarmed when something in her head painfully clicked with recognition. The protagonist in the very same white mask was shouting on the run, desperately demanding instructions for further action. Snake cheered her assistant, exclaiming gratefully as the young man swiftly approached her through the chaos of battle. The hero abruptly interrupted the thanks, demanding immediate instructions as precious time drained away mercilessly. The reptile tearfully cried out desperately for the sacred relic stolen by the monster and hidden inside its body. The only thing left of her dead daughter was the grief-stricken mother's last hope for justice. The snake's pleading words sounded more and more desperate as her only helper rushed towards the monster as her last hope. While pondering the sacred relic, Marnak suddenly saw his opponent, struck by the mixture of different kind of divinity in his appearance. Despite the intimidating appearance of the multi-hued creature, the warrior attacked fearlessly, slicing limbs under a spray of scarlet blood. Finding the relic proved more difficult than expected, forcing the hero to take a closer look at the innards of the defeated monster. The snake mother desperately encouraged her protector, believing in his ability to recover the stolen treasure. The young man began to answer but abruptly stopped talking, noticing the changed expression on the face of the interlocutor, looking behind his back. Turning around, the hero saw the familiar appearance of a girl imprisoned in a strange, glowing sphere, like a magical prison. Marnak's puzzled exclamation was interrupted by the piercing gaze of the child, whose lips silently uttered a single word: "Kill." The protagonist cautiously inquired about the possibility of searching in his current form, but shook his head anxiously, realizing the deadly danger of the undertaking. Continuing to stand masked and sighing heavily, the young man did not take his tense gaze off the mother of the spoil standing before him. Stating that she gave him no choice but to warn him of the danger, Marnak took the girl under her armpits and began to lift her up, a look of satisfaction on her face as he smiled. Immediately mouthed like a teacher the requirement to return to his hand, the young man noticed the little girl's face turn serious from understanding the situation. The demon, who was in the form of a cobra, opened its mouth, bared its sharp teeth, and intervened in the conversation, suddenly offering to help. It quickly moved from words to action and immediately began to emit its sound, causing the severed heads to revive with the same fury. Immediately after reviving, all of the heads headed towards the multi-terminal creature and began wrapping around its torso and squeezing it even harder than the previous one. The attack helped, and now the monster resembling a giant crab stood headless, helplessly waving its short legs, completely devoid of vision. The young man, still standing below with the mother of the spoil in the form of a girl, quickly climbed onto the body of the wounded creature and thrust his sword in, causing a fountain of blood. Warning the girl of the coming shaking, Marnak continued to stand with her, looking up at what was happening to the creature in the demon's aid. Stabbing the sword deeper into the monster's flesh, the protagonist provided a secure footing and told the little girl to hold on to it tighter. Of course, the sudden movements made her scream, but the young man cared little about that. He was more concerned about what was approaching them from afar. Reacting quickly again, Marnak sliced the flying dead man in two with a single swing of his sword, sending the remains crashing to the floor. The single enemy proved to be only a harbinger of trouble, as a multitude of similar dead began to materialize from the void. The army of undead united with a singular purpose: to destroy the protagonist with the girl in his arms, making him pale from so many enemies. As he continued to stand still, he thought of nothing but what to do and simply cast a spoil spell, causing his body to be flooded with a green glow. The creatures that had been rising and slowly walking towards their target were now full of rage and just started running at the guy. Still holding the mother of spoil in his arms, the hero put his fist forward and with a green glow flew forward towards the enemies. The powerful landing helped scatter all the attacking creatures in different directions. Thus, he saved both himself and the little girl from the attack. The mother of the spoil in the form of a girl was calm, just looking ahead at the developing events, and remained silent until something ahead of her alerted her. Suddenly turning to Marnak with an indignant look, she pointed her finger forward to where she had just been looking, saying her customary word, "Kill." Looking in the direction indicated, the young man immediately noticed a strange glow on the creature's head and wondered if it was related to the relic. The joyful protagonist, with a wide smile, exclaimed his desire to kiss the satisfied mother of the spoil, sincerely thanking for the praise. The priest abruptly grabbed the girl and jumped up, avoiding the deadly weapons of the attackers that pierced the site of their recent stay. Realizing the need for action, Marnak snatched his weapon from the monster's body and hurled it forward with its sharp blade towards his foes. The precise throw struck the head of the nearest aggressive creature, causing it to cry out painfully from the unexpected blow. The young man with the girl in his arms ran forward some more, stopping to shout to his assistant about the target he had found near the neck incision. The snake thanked her with a developing curiosity and began to approach the point with its mouth open and a threatening hiss. It continued its movement, coiling around the body of the multi-pronged monster, warning its savior of its intentions to chew the entire flesh of its foe. The exception was the enemy's neck, which the demon began to squeeze, inflicting lethal damage on the forlorn monster with no chance of escape. The enraged girl descended with furious accusations on the last survivor, whose eyes and mouth were oozing sticky slime in thread-like streams. While the two monsters fought each other, the protagonist calmly moved away from the epicenter, without turning back at the uprising of the dead. He continued to run with the mother of spoil in his arms when she pointed sharply downward and uttered a tentative sign. The boy queried the location, but realizing the truth of the words, he quickly set her on the ground and delivered a powerful blow to the indicated point. Shoving his hand deeper, he fumbled for the object he was looking for and shouted joyfully about the find, pulling out the long-awaited relic. A sudden unease gripped the hero as he carefully looked into the distance, where a multitude of limbs appeared everywhere but their location. His gaze fell on the relic in his hand, a small chest, causing the lad to wonder about the cause of the strange phenomenon and its connection to the artifact. The mother of the spoil, in the guise of a girl, interrupted Marnak's musings, irritably pointing forward, getting an agreement about the lack of time. Twisted curiosity, in the guise of a snake, continued her search when she heard the victorious cry of her savior, showing off her find. The overjoyed snake gave a grateful shriek upon seeing the result, and immediately added a demand to descend from the dangerous location. Hearing the order to leave the monster's bodies, the priest looked at the irritated girl and politely asked her to return to her limb form. Although she was not pleased, she obediently transformed into a bandaged hand, illuminating everything with a small green glow in front of the watching demon. Immediately afterward, the snake raised its head and let out a furious scream, addressing the stitching needle and the bastard hiding in the heavens. As long as there was any life left in her body, the dark-haired girl with red eyes vowed not to forgive the deity or its worshippers. She continued to scream at the moon, threatening retribution for today's deeds while the wounded monster lay below. The protagonist made a mighty leap, attempting to flee the battlefield as the demon once again began biting the creature with its fangs for the final kill. Thanks to the jump, Marnak was in the right place, landing neatly on his knee, suddenly hearing someone's screams of needing to flee. The voices were shouting about a demon, causing all the guards to instantly run forward to the impending danger at the commander's command. One of the foremost subordinates stopped abruptly, pointing his hand forward and causing all of his comrades to freeze at the sudden discovery. Many voices simultaneously whispered "demon" as they watched a giant snake with a writhing body furiously devour the remains of the monster. Taking cover behind a stone boulder, the protagonist mentally scolded, realizing the approaching royal reinforcements by the sounds coming from the boulder. The blue-haired priestess fended off the attacks with a calm face, not showing the slightest sign of fatigue or fear of the enemy. Black Wolf looked serious and threatening with red eyes, swinging his blade and preparing to defend and strike at the same time. The opponents drew closer and began to swing their weapons furiously, destroying everything around them with powerful blows that created destructive waves. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl deftly flew forward among the stone shards, cautiously looking back at her enemy's position. Landing at a safe distance, she looked questioningly at her foe as he inquired about her intentions. Priya suddenly advised to mind her own business, exhaling the air slightly as if nothing strange was happening. She briefly explained that the reason for her attack had just escaped, referring to the disguised protagonist, while her interlocutor was perplexed by her words. The girl stared silently at the tunnel where the fleeing silhouette had disappeared to, angry at the loss of the opportunity and having to start the search all over again. Continuing to stand opposite, the Black Wolf angrily promised retribution for interfering with his carefully laid plans and strategic designs. The priestess defiantly replied that she did not think herself capable of losing to him, well aware of the strengths of both sides. A subordinate approaching from behind reported the delivery of the molars, but Entis did not even glance, ordering the priestess's arrest as politely as possible. Valtus warned of his rival's prowess, and the guard symbolically touched his head in silent agreement. Accepting the instruction, the subordinate approached the girl, who looked at him with an all-too-calm confidence. The servant of justice cautiously explained the charges of obstructing work and endangering the kingdom, clearly fearful. The guard's face turned blue with terror as he asked for cooperation, realizing the need to do his duty despite his fear. Priya suddenly began rummaging through her pockets, and the guard watched in amazement at her strange behavior, inappropriate in such an important setting. Something behind her shone brightly as the blue-haired girl joyfully announced that she had successfully found the item she was looking for. Holding out the sheet, the priestess caught the attention of the royal guard, still standing at a loss, though his orders were to arrest her. Looking at the document, the young man turned pale with fear, opened his mouth and screamed in terror, unable to utter a word. The blue-haired girl slid a devilish smile as she watched her companion's reaction. Everything was happening exactly as she had calculated. An apologetic smile graced Priya's face as she pretended as if she had accidentally slipped the guard an inappropriate document. The girl's excuses about the apprentice's portrait sounded innocent, while her interlocutor stood aghast, scrutinizing the frightening image on the paper. A mocking smile played on the priestess's lips as she questioned the attractiveness of the drawing, while the guard was perplexed as to whether or not there was actually a person there. Priya suddenly regained her composure and reached into her pockets again, fumbling for something important and voicing her actions in a satisfied tone. Holding out a new piece of paper to the royal guard, the girl waited patiently until he finally had a chance to study the actual documents. The guard's face once again contorted with fear as his widened eyes read of the holder's complete immunity from any royal persecution. The young guard inquired incredulously about the authenticity of the document, to which the girl gloatingly pointed to the official seal of the king. The priestess put her finger to her chin thoughtfully, recalling the story of receiving the charter after destroying an evil spirit many years ago. The king, with a face contorted with horror, surfaced in the girl's memory. The moment when he had tremblingly handed over the document and called her the savior of the kingdom. Without waiting for an answer to the question of freedom, the confident Priya turned around and calmly headed in the opposite direction. Quiet words about needing to visit a place were accompanied by a knowing smile as the priestess accurately visualized her next target. A small rat was peacefully gnawing on cheese in silence when a sudden sound caused it to raise its head alarmingly from its meal. The little beast barely had time to jump aside before the shrouded figure of a man, hiding his identity from view, rushed past. The protagonist was rushing forward when the unexpected encounter with the girl ended in a hug from her. The grateful savior continued to squeeze the young man's neck, ignoring his polite request for immediate release from the strangling arms. The demoness repeated her words of gratitude and pulled away slightly, giving Marnak a loving gaze ready to turn into a kiss. The sudden appearance of the mother of the spoil in the form of a girl interrupted the romantic moment as she shushed the couple and began to shout indignantly. The little girl stood resolutely between her son and the demonic girl, spreading her arms apart and blocking their approach. The dark-haired beauty suddenly grabbed the protesting girl and began to gratefully hug the mother of spoils for saving her life. The demoness persisted in gripping the young girl tightly, releasing all the bottled-up thankfulness as the bashful hero observed the girl's futile efforts to escape. The freed mother of spoil looked exhausted from the kisses, covered in lipstick and barely on her feet after the embrace. Twisted curiosity offered hot tea to her unexpected guests, wanting to thank them for their invaluable help in the rescue. A plate of flavorful cookies appeared on the table, eliciting a pleased look from the boy and obvious displeasure from the mother of the spoil sport. The priest brought the cup with tea and gingerly sipped the contents, mentally confirming the complete lack of taste and odor. The curious girl decided to try the cookies. She pulled the plate closer and took a bite. In the same instant, she froze as if reality had changed. The burst of flavor was so delightful that her imagination soared to the heavens, dissolving into sweet ecstasy. In reality, she was banging her head on the table, repeating the word "kill." The demoness was surprised, but Marnak immediately clarified. This was the little girl's way of expressing her admiration for the flavor. The young man finally caught his breath and leisurely began an explanation of his belated return, steering the conversation in the right direction. Pausing in the conversation, Marnak placed on the table the very chest that had caused his dangerous journey and delay. The demoness once again repeated her words of gratitude when the young man inquired about her daughter's whereabouts, receiving a sad reply of death. The mother recalled the silhouette of her little daughter, who loved to frolic in the field at sunset, explaining the longevity of her passing. Noticing the awkwardness on her guest's face, she tried to dispel the tension, but Marnak only realized more clearly, there are more questions and no answers. The demoness calmly explained the naturalness of her daughter's death in the time of the ancient empire, pulling up the precious box. To the priest's question about her husband, the woman simply answered in denial, not going into details of her personal life. Memories took her back to the past, when taking over another's body had turned into an unexpected pregnancy for the demonic entity. Abruptly opening the box on the table, she invited her guests to look at the hidden contents meant for their eyes only. Inside were baby hairpins, a yellowed piece of paper, and a touching picture of hearts drawn by her daughter for her beloved mother. Twisted Curiosity continued the revelation about demonic traditions, explaining the reluctance to bear children in captured bodies for the sake of enjoying the world. The woman explained the inevitability of a strong attachment to children, recalling the baby girl's first drawing and the moment she gave it to her. Motherly love turned inexorably into deep sadness as the time of separation became inescapable for the immortal beings. The demoness finished her explanation about brief stays in mortal bodies, avoiding painful attachments, with a sad glance at the child's drawing. The hero's unspoken question was interrupted by the shrewd interlocutor, who guessed his interest in the reasons for motherhood among dark creatures. The dark-haired girl's name spoke of her natural curiosity, for every member of the demonic race undergoes such an experience. Pride and tenderness colored the mother's voice as she spoke the name of her only daughter, the beautiful little Cylon. The girl's unexpectedly serious tone echoed loudly in the silence as she abruptly slammed the lid of the ancient chest. The mysterious woman stared intently at the puzzled priest, talking about the strange serrated sword he had shown her when they first met. As she continued her description of the weapon, the young man was perplexed as to why the conversation had suddenly turned to this object and what could have been wrong. The demoness's admission that the sword was created by her daughter was delivered with an apologetic smile, causing his interlocutor to be even more surprised. The woman's request to hand over the weapon for a demonstration of something interesting intrigued the curious Marnak, eager to solve the mystery. As the sword touched the table, wriggling Curiosity closed her eyes and cast an incantation in an ancient language, causing the blade to glow. The glowing words, "Dedicated to my beloved mother Alicia," materialized in the air above the table, drawing astonished looks from those present. The second message stated the creation of Cylon, the greatest craftswoman of the Empire, causing the young man with a contorted face to ask about the hidden functions. Elisha fondly remembered her little girl constantly fiddling with tools, suggesting the sword's connection to her other creations. Memories of a daughter who adored creating transforming objects warmed the lonely dark-haired girl's heart. The protagonist tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, seriously declaring his willingness to give up any treasure, but not to part with the weapon. The understanding woman looked at the small chest with a slight smile, admitting the importance of only this gift from her daughter. She explained that the collected items were to be used, not dusted idly, taking up space in her humble abode. A mother's heart told her deceased daughter's true desires regarding the fate of her artistic legacy. Demoness sharply turned to the mother of the spoils, who long tugged Marnak by the sleeve, forcing the embarrassed girl awkwardly silent. The protagonist explained the little girl's request for extra cookies, pointing to the nearly empty plate, which elicited a good-natured laugh from her interlocutor. The dark-haired hostess directed the girl toward the kitchen with a kind smile, indicating the location of the second drawer on the left, up to the mountain full of this treat. Permission to eat all the cookies followed the fleeing little girl, but the compliment about her cuteness clearly irritated the mother of the spoil sport. Left alone, the woman spoke more quietly about finding a way to thank the hero, meeting the understanding gaze of her attentive interlocutor. The ambiguous offer of a treat was accompanied by an expressive gesture emphasizing the female forms of the hostess. The embarrassed protagonist politely declined the offer, asking never to say such a thing in the presence of a little girl. Licking her finger, wriggling Curiosity spoke of the seriousness of the current proposal, in contrast to the previous joke. The contemplation of a worthy reward continued while behind the demoness's back, a clearly disgruntled and annoyed mother of the spoil sport stood unnoticed. The plate of cookies slipped out of the children's hands, landing loudly on the table, as the angry spoil mother uttered a single ominous word. The girl folded her arms, monotonously repeating, "Kill!" as the hero finally rasped out an offer to give them as many gold coins as cookies. The woman smiled and leaned on her arm, expressing admiration for the pragmatism of the spoil sport's mother, while she continued to stand gravely in her chair. An unapproachable note appeared in the mistress's voice as she spoke of the colossal cost of rebuilding the eyes in the ruined underground arena. The demoness thoughtfully continued her monologue about her reluctance to thank her savior, with ordinary coins, considering them too temporary a reward for the feat. The original idea of accompanying the warrior on his journey quickly fell away due to his dislike of battle and having reliable companions. The grim prediction of the bloody journey of the son of spoil hung in the air, causing those present to ponder the trials ahead. A sudden illumination lit up the woman's face, interrupting her musings with a meaningful pause full of hidden possibilities. The joyful exclamation sounded like a thunderclap as the hostess grabbed the trunk and went into the other room, asking her guest to wait. Left alone with the girl, the protagonist noticed her gaze on him and immediately understood the mute request to pack the remaining cookies for the road. The young man's laughter at the sweet request was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the demoness with a triumphant shout of a successful search. A small leather pouch lay neatly on the wooden table, attracting curious glances from all present. The woman admitted to a long wait for a suitable buyer, but decided to give the find to a worthy person for free. The golden key to the ancient ruins shone in the priest's hands, eliciting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Satisfied with the hero's cleverness, the mistress nodded approvingly, considering such a reward quite fair for the help rendered. The final words about her daughter's creation hidden in those mysterious ruins added intrigue to the already mysterious gift. Having spoken the offer to take the cookies, the hostess of the room walked outside with her guests, showing her hospitality and care. With a smile saying that she had added something special, she handed over the bag in which she had neatly folded it all for the journey. Thanking her and taking the pouch, the protagonist knew that this was indeed a very important and meaningful gesture of attention for the mother of the spoilers. Feeling the tremors of her bandaged hand under her clothes, the boy mouthed her thanks, to which the demoness tilted her head smilingly. Inquiring about the time of the next meeting, the guy still held the bag in front of him while the interlocutor thoughtfully tried to say something. Suddenly, babbling on about being a bit giddy and one eye not working, she pointed to her eye, surprising Marnak by changing the topic of conversation. After explaining her need to leave the capital and asking him to take care of her, the demon left his interlocutor, standing in surprise with a perplexed question. After muttering admonitions that he was doing well and just needed to be so that the mother of spoils could smile, the girl looked at the guy. Replying that he was going to be like that and it was okay not to ask, the young man was still pleased to hear such words of approval from the wriggling curiosity. Saying goodbye, the priest went about his business while the dark-haired woman stared after him, still standing still. Thinking that the item in the ruins should be of use to him, she smiled as she knew exactly what awaited him there. The demon began to rejoice, anticipating how the mother of spoils would restore her lost divinity, and she sensed more than help in that action. Her enemies came to mind, the sky gods and the one who sought to strip her daughter of her gift. Images of their silhouettes appeared one after another. As she shouted the threat to the stitching needle that everyone would pay, her eyes glittered with anger as the desire for revenge trumped the desire to help the boy. Dasha's excited questions came in a hail when she saw her companions return, receiving a calm assurance that all matters had been resolved. The girl shook her head thoughtfully, confirming Master Pritya's lack of interest in her ward's whereabouts for all these days. The princess agreed that the only message had come from Carmen and pointed a finger to where the injured comrades were. Assured of no fatal wounds, she rambled on about the difficult treatment, remembering the many bloody bandages removed while trying to heal the injuries. Deciding since they were here to take a look at the wounds in person, the protagonist followed his partner, who led him to the makeshift hospital. A joyous smile blossomed on Valta's face at the sound of approaching footsteps, growing even wider at the sight of the incoming visitors. Greeting Marnak and the princess enthusiastically, the sick man sat on the bed as he truly missed his comrades during their time apart. The protagonist grinned at the patient's cheerful mood as he heard the proud words that fractures should not dishonor the noble family of Valtis. The real concern was the condition of Sajith, who sat silently in a neighboring bunk with more serious battle wounds. The former captain of the Red Bear laughed awkwardly under the concerned looks of his comrades, feeling himself the center of unwanted attention. A sincere smile lit up the boy's face as he optimistically assured of a speedy recovery from the priest's treatment. Approaching the bed asking to see the ankle, Marnak watched as Sajida removed the blanket without further ado and revealed the injured limb. The priest mentally confirmed his worst fears as he scrutinized the wound, distorted by the sinister mingling of the divinity of several evil gods. Quietly asking the mother of the spoil if she could help, He heard her favorite word and watched the attempt to do something about it. At the memory of the earrings, an idea sparked in the hero's mind. Perhaps religious nourishment of the divinity could eliminate the problem. The realization of the ban on magic in the capital flared up instantly. Any interference would be felt by a multitude of inhabitants due to energy deviations. Memories of the golden key of wriggling curiosity told Marnak the only possible path was to go to the ancient ruins. The isolated space of the abandoned ruins ensured that any magical manipulations would be completely hidden from outside observers. An unexpected voice abruptly interrupted the young man's deep thoughts, making him turn puzzled to the source of the sudden sound. Carmen Valtis tried to reassure everyone present by referring to the priest's words about the gradual weakening of the divinity of the evil gods. However, his next sentence sounded without the same confidence and optimism as he acknowledged the extremely slow pace of healing. The protagonist's logical question about the time frame made his interlocutor thoughtfully silent for a few anxious moments. The overwhelming answer about having to wait several months to several years for the poison to naturally excrete shocked the unprepared Marnak. The Carmena girl delicately interjected into the conversation, casting a sympathetic glance at the slightly shy boy beside her. Her next sentence about an even longer healing period caused everyone to look sympathetically at the slumped Forgon. Without looking up, she quietly added reassuringly that she was still looking for ways to neutralize the evil spirits, hoping to speed up the process. Carmen looked regretfully at the princess and recognized the impossibility of continuing to accompany her in the current state of her injured comrades. Dacia Aramel tilted her head slightly, uttering soothing words and urging her to focus on her own treatment rather than her well-being. Suddenly, Marnak announced plans to leave the capital for a few days with an enigmatic smile, meeting the surprised gaze of the princess standing next to him. The girl, in complete dumbfounded, questioned the seriousness of his intentions, but the protagonist only promised to explain everything soon. Valtus excitedly called the comrade the best, though he didn't want to cause any additional problems for his friends. Anticipation of help resounded in the wounded man's voice as Priest Marnak solemnly put his hand to his heart, promising to justify his trust. Suddenly, the former retainer, with a meaningful smile and a mysterious undertone, suggested to his comrade that he speak privately. After exchanging playful gestures with his girlfriend, a wink and a show of tongue, Carmen made his intentions clear. Taking the hint, she took her princess friend under her arm and headed for the exit, leaving the boys to talk privately. Valtus's words about Princess Dacia's unusually large heart were spoken with a slight chuckle, but the sincerity of the intonation was undeniable. Continuing to develop the topic, he hinted at mutual sympathy, meeting the confused gaze of the protagonist, who was uncomfortable with such topics. Sajida, lying on a neighboring bunk, suddenly interjected into the conversation, expressing surprise that they were still not together. The priest quickly and seriously dismissed the speculation, sensing the growing jealousy of the mother of the spoil sport and fearing unpleasant consequences. The young man anxiously turned to his bandaged hand in his thoughts, perplexed as to what else needed to be explained to his ever-present companion. Valtus winked cheerfully at his companion, continuing to talk about Dacia and urging him not to miss this opportunity, for the next one might not come along. The protagonist listened to the repeated rebukes of his bandaged hand with a smile, continuing to stand quietly amongst his friends. The princess reassuringly remarked that it was better to go to such dangerous places alone as she and the young man went about their urgent business. Her good mood suddenly evaporated when her gaze fell on a familiar figure, the emotion on her face replaced by anxiety. The blue-haired priestess sitting at the table pierced them with her gaze, uttering words of reproach at the long absence of her apprentice. The boy tried to soften the atmosphere with a friendly tone, though he was well aware of his guilt before his mentor. Master Pritia patted the seat next to her on the bench with her hand, inviting the long-awaited apprentice to sit down closer. The protagonist ignored her ruse and took a seat across the table with the princess, preparing for a serious conversation. Marnak tried to hide the embarrassment and blush on his cheeks behind a smile, noting the late arrival of his mentor compared to his expectations. Pritia looked at her interlocutor seriously, explaining the delay with an urgent visit to the palace at the request of the Northern Queen. There was determination in her voice as she spoke of the rampant followers of the evil gods and the polite request for help that had caused her to agree to the dangerous assignment. With a friendly emotion, the mentor offered her apprentice to travel to Eagle, trusting in his unconditional agreement to travel together. Anxiety distorted the faces of both the protagonist and his partner as he struggled to squeeze out words about the impossibility of traveling. The boy raised his head slightly, meeting the gaze of the astonished Pritya, explaining that his goal lay in the opposite direction. With a more determined tone, he spoke of an important matter, causing the intrigued teacher to inquire about the details of his plans. There was pain in Pritya's voice as she recalled the hardships she had endured for the sake of her only student, only to see a slightly lowered head in response. Tears streamed from the blue-haired priestess's eyes, unable to contain her emotions at what she thought was a cruel betrayal of her protagonist. She continued sobbing, telling about the long journey to meet her apprentice, but the irritated young man sharply ordered to stop emotional speeches. The boy categorically stated his unwillingness to give in to provocation, forcing the interlocutor to instantly wipe her eyes and recognize the failure of the tactic. The mentor began to instruct about women's tears as weapons, discreetly reaching for her sword, but Marnak noticed the movement and slapped his hands sharply on the table. The warrior angrily demanded to put his hands on the table, threatening serious consequences if she attempted to sedate and abduct him by force. The priestess threw her sword behind her back with an innocent look, wondering the reason for the suspicion of cruel intentions towards her apprentice. The protagonist mentally analyzed the situation, clearly seeing the weapon fall into the floor and puzzled by such a quick change in the mentor's behavior. Coughing, Marnak honestly admitted the impossibility of immediate departure, going to explain all the reasons for such a decision. The promise to return after the current affairs were completed was made under the intense gaze of the blue-haired girl, catching every word of the apprentice. Unexpectedly, the brief answer stunned the protagonist, and then the priestess added about her mercy and willingness to agree to a delay in training. The incredulous young man queried the possibility, receiving confirmation of patient waiting on the part of the mentor. The stipulation of sufficient force to avoid a beating sounded with a raised index finger, like a true warning from an experienced teacher. A frightened note appeared in the lad's voice as thoughts began to form an understanding of the treacherous woman's true intentions. The priestess rose abruptly, picking up her weapon and inviting him to follow her to the inn's spacious backyard for the upcoming test. The sword came down lightly on the mentor's shoulder as she turned to the still shocked protagonist with a sly smile. Darkness enveloped the backyard where the mentor walked forward and turned her back to her apprentice, wondering if he was ready for the fight. The priestess laid down simple rules of combat, promising to use a force equal to his capabilities while continuing to stand with her back to the serious warrior. Finally, the mentor turned around with a sly grin, urging the protagonist to give his best in the upcoming fight. Realizing the inconvenience of the heavy butcher, the young man decided to fight with an ordinary sword, which was at hand at the moment. The girl rushed into the attack with incredible speed, making the boy barely manage to jump back from the deadly blow. The warrior mentally noted the strength of her fist aiming at his chin, realizing the seriousness of her intentions in this battle. Despite the slip, the priestess's wry smile clearly revealed a hidden agenda, making the boy wary of her next attack. The confident mentor extended her hand forward, two fingers beckoning the protagonist closer, as if inviting him to finish the fight. The insolent gesture angered Marnak, causing him to swiftly close in on his opponent, swinging his sword and forcing her backward. After a few exchanges of blows, the priestess put her blade out lightning fast, repelled her apprentice's attack, and went on the offensive. The protagonist found it difficult to defend himself against the experienced mentor when her powerful blow knocked the weapon out of his hands. The force of the blow was so great that the sword was deeply embedded in the ground, defying the hero's desperate attempts to quickly pull it out. Having immobilized her opponent in a single motion, the blue-haired girl asked a philosophical question about the most important aspect of skill for future warriors. Priest Marnak playfully suggested that honed swordsmanship and a trained body served as the foundation, awaiting approval from the teacher. The blue-haired girl called these basic prerequisites and immediately delivered a kick, knocking the boy with a flushed cheek to the ground. Irritated by the obviousness of the answer, the mentor approached the hero sitting on the ground, emphasizing the lack of superficial knowledge. The priestess wryly remarked that with such logic, she would become a master in 5 short years, demonstrating the superiority of her understanding. Rising to his feet, the protagonist rebuked his rival's arrogance, to which he received a calm acknowledgement of this character flaw. Approaching closely, the warrior put the tip of the sword to the heart of the guy, saying the main truth about the importance of inner strength. The flustered young man interjected about the heart, feeling the cold steel against his chest as the mentor noted the sweet expression on his confused face. The experienced priestess explained the essence of channeling will into a blade, allowing the impossible to be cut while the apprentice stared at the sword, comprehending her words. Pritya's serious gaze accompanied the words about the need to make the heart independent of the influence of people and circumstances to achieve true mastery. The bewildered young man continued to stand perplexed before his mentor, who nonchalantly placed the sharp blade of the sword on his shoulder. The girl began to speak of someone's dependence, holding the cold steel at the neck of the unarmed student at arm's length. The teacher's piercing gaze demanded an honest answer about the nature of his mysterious attachment to an unknown force. Marnak's inner voice forbade him to reveal the truth about his service to the goddess of evil, whose power over him grew stronger with each resurrection. The understanding gaze of his only apprentice responded eloquently to his mentor, though the words remained unspoken beneath the blade's tip. The brief agreement caused Pritya to put her weapon away and sink into heavy reflection on the fate of her apprentice. The joy of the meeting was overshadowed by the coldness in her mentor's chest as their blades made contact in battle. The hero's assumption of a lack of skill was met with a slight shake of the girl's head, which began a different explanation. The mention of maternal feelings seemed to awaken the bandaged hand in which lurked the mother of spoil that had been slumbering until that moment. The priestess bitterly compared herself to a mother whose nurtured son had been stolen by an insidious snake, taking all that was most precious. The words of the theft echoed in the young man's memory, reminding him of the tender embrace of the mother of the spoil in the guise of a little girl. His mentor's rare emotionality surprised Marnak, who was accustomed to her restraint and suggested the cause of her distress. The depth of Pritya's dependence had reached such a level that an attempt to break the bond by force might have aroused the young man's hatred, which she did not want. Her reluctance to forced the teacher to extend a clenched fist to the unarmed boy, offering an alternative solution to the problem. A small object appeared in the palm of the student's hand, which turned out to be a sacred relic from the Church of Flame with special powers. Raising her left hand, the priestess displayed a black ring capable of tracking the location of the owner of the white paired jewelry. Marnak slipped the white ring onto his index finger with a grateful smile, accepting the proposed method of constant communication. The unexpected question about combining the ranks of master and priestess stunned the woman, causing her to ponder the answer for a moment. After a short thought, the woman explained that priests are not made by the depth of their faith, but by divine choice. Even powerful masters see the gods as objects of study, keeping their judgment and not giving in to blind emotional impulses. The revelation that his mentor had always known of his evil divinity shocked the young man, causing him to freeze wide-eyed. Pritya's sinister gaze and the offer to become a master sounded like a challenge, thanks to which the hero would be able to distinguish his feelings from the emotions of a god. Everything said by the teacher deprived the boy of the gift of speech, making him instinctively press his hand to the place where the mother of spoils was hiding. After overcoming the initial shock, Marnak finally spoke, wondering how she knew about his connection to the evil god and his dependence on him. The priestess's curt reply, stating that she wasn't stupid, caused the boy to smile fearfully, quickly apologize, and ask another troubling question. His sincere incomprehension about the choice of him as an apprentice, despite the existence of more talented candidates, took the priestess by surprise. She was perplexed by the simplicity of the question, which was not what she had expected, and looked at the embarrassed boy with interest. The memories of being raised in the Sacred Flame Church since birth colored her mentor's voice with the sad notes of the past. Her words were tinged with the bitterness of loneliness as she talked about how she was suddenly left all alone in the world. The fateful meeting by the river on that memorable day had changed her life, giving her hope for happiness after years of isolation. The 3 years of their journey together became the happiest period of her existence, filled with friendship, companionship, and mutual support. Only the loss of that happiness after his departure could truly show her affection for her student and how important those moments had been. Her hand reached for the boy's face, and the revelation about the impossibility of returning to her former self sounded both like a plea and a sentence of fate. The girl's loving gaze and gentle stroking of his head completed her confession that it was only with him that she found true happiness. A fierce voice echoed over the bodies of the fallen black-masked warriors, blaming the survivors for the failure of the mission to capture the princess. The head of the eastern branch of the secret organization continued to shout furiously, desperately denying his own guilt for the catastrophic defeat. Despite the threatening weapons of the surviving fighters, he stubbornly insisted on his innocence until he heard the deadly accusation of betrayal. Hilden sprinted as fast as he could, desperately dodging the deadly arrows whizzing past his head in pursuit. Tears of despair streamed down the fugitive's face as he shouted a humiliating promise to kiss the ass of any savior who might appear now. A tremendous explosion behind him deafened the fleeing fugitive as the pursuers scattered in different directions from the unprecedented destructive force. Recovering from the shock, a dazed Hilden turned back, observing the extent of the incredible destruction at the scene of the chase. Amidst the raging flames and smoke, the familiar silhouette of the third prince of the Dragon Kingdom materialized like a savior from the underworld. Hilden fell to his knees with overwhelming joy as Fadas assumed human form and sarcastically commented on the obviousness of the rescue. The prince's serious gaze pierced his subordinate as he ordered silence and follow under threat of swift abandonment. Hilden's obedient assent was accompanied by a mental thank you to his powerful lord, withdrawing previous insults to him. The thoughtful subordinate lagged behind his savior and jumped in surprise when the enraged prince turned sharply with a menacing shout. Draco's threatening words about the consequences of inappropriate thoughts brought a wave of irritation to his vassal's haggard face. His Highness's clenched fists and the veins swelling in his face eloquently demonstrated the seriousness of the threat of reprisal against the disobedient servant. Clutching the golden key in his hand, the scout scrutinized the coordinates and watched the protected area through the dense bushes. The princess irritably assumed the presence of the mountain bandits, for the 5-day journey could have ended in complete failure of their mission. Dasha's suggestion of a fiery diversion was met with Marnak's sarcastic reply about the possibility of burning the entire forest along with the target. The protagonist's decision to begin negotiations so surprised his partner that she only stared at him silently with wide-open eyes. The seriousness of the moment wiped the smile off the young man's face as he asked for magic to be prepared in case the negotiations failed. The relaxed guards at the entrance suddenly tensed when one of them noticed an unknown figure approaching through the thicket. A synchronized shout from the guards sounded threatening as they displayed their weapons in front of the approaching stranger, demanding that he stop. Marnak introduced himself with a friendly smile as a support priest sent to deal with the mountain bandit problem in the area. A demand to surrender his weapons was met with a polite refusal from the young man, who explained the need to ascertain the honesty of his interlocutors. A categorical refusal in the passage was accompanied by threats while the mother of spoils quietly assessed the strength of the enemy with 3 full fingers. The unexpected definition of the mage's profession stunned the guard, who looked perplexed at the shrewd stranger. Suspicions of espionage caused the guard to react violently, but the guy calmly asked to call someone more talkative. The offended mage jumped forward furiously, trying to reach the protagonist with a powerful combat throw across the distance. Barely landing, the attacker received a precise palm strike on the back of his neck and started coughing, turning blue with surprise. The princess's alarmed cry caused Marnak to look up at the magical sphere forming above him with falling sparks and rain. The determined girl threatened lightning strikes at all those approaching, creating dangerous magical energy over the battlefield. Marnak's bewilderment was understandable as he pointed to the unconscious opponent lying next to him. The realization of what had happened did not diminish the princess's fighting spirit, ready to battle the as-yet unseen enemies around her. Dasha's tense questions about further opponents were met with Marnak's calm suggestion of a simple misunderstanding between the parties. A stranger's joyous cry of rain and water gathering sounded from the street, interrupting the tense atmosphere of confrontation. The woman who had begun to speak suddenly fell silent, turning around and seeing the unexpected scene in front of the entrance to the shelter. A direct question about the identity of the aliens sounded as the protagonist and his partner stood in front of her, with an unconscious comrade lying behind them. The young man politely introduced himself to the stranger, giving his name as Marnak and mentioning service under the auspices of the goddess of support. Pointing his hand at his companion, the lad solemnly introduced the noble Dasha Irmel, daughter of the famous lord Smiling. The archaeologist bowed politely to the highborn guest, introducing herself as the head of the royal research team despite her obvious surprise. Raising her head with a courteous smile, the woman identified herself as Fossarina, expressing the sincere honor of knowing the princess. The expedition leader gratefully explained the problem with the water magic, pointing to the joyous companions collecting precious rainwater. The princess smiled sweetly, genuinely happy to be able to help and receive thanks from people in need. Fosorina apologized for the rude behavior of trans guard, who now lay unconscious on the damp ground. The leader admitted that she would have fired the insolent man long ago if not for his useful magical abilities, eliciting understanding smiles from the guests. The curious archaeologist took an interest in the purpose of the visit, studying the guests closely and pondering the secrecy of the ancient ruins excavation site. The protagonist explained that they were following the coordinates of the key, further surprising the interlocutor with the mention of an artifact from the ancient ruins. Fosorina's face contorted with delight and excitement as she asked for permission to go inside the mysterious ancient structures. The young man gently refused, causing the girl to sigh heavily and hastily excuse herself that she didn't have an immediate visit in mind. The archaeologist hopefully asked to visit the ruins after their business was completed, trying to gently change the cautious priest's mind. Marnak sank into thought while the persistent Fosorina continuously repeated, "Please," showing a sincere desire to enter the ruins. Suddenly, a serious voice interrupted the boy's musings, causing him to glance questioningly at the speaker. The expedition leader inquired about the depth of knowledge of the ancient ruins, receiving an honest answer of very limited knowledge. Fosorina earnestly began her educational narrative, demonstrating extensive professional knowledge of the classification of the empire's ancient structures. The first category of ruins are hidden in isolated spaces, accessible only with special magical keys. The second kind of ancient structures are buried deep underground, requiring painstaking archaeological digging to uncover. The archaeologist led the guests to the site, showing the team diligently digging up the ground in search of buried treasures. Marnak's insightful question about the attempts to excavate the hidden ruins elicited enthusiastic praise from the impressed researcher. Fosorina explained the scientific purpose of the expedition aimed at exploring the relationships between the categories of ruins rather than searching for treasure. The unexpected agreement of the protagonist slightly surprised the archaeologist, who had not expected such a quick change of his initial decision. The overjoyed woman ran up to the priest, grabbing his hand and shaking it vigorously in a gesture of boundless gratitude. Marnak inquired about the possibility of resting after his grueling exploration of the ruins, receiving a cheerful agreement from the understanding hostess. The young man inquired about the number of attendants and the possible arrival of reinforcements, carefully assessing all the specialists at work. The confident girl calmed the guests' worries, announcing the full readiness of the team, scrutinizing the strange expression on his face. The important visitor could hardly hide his amazement at the smallness of the group, but still bestowed a friendly smile on those present. The archaeologist honestly admitted the organization's modest income due to the destroyed ruins, to which Marnak calmly remarked that there were no problems. The golden key rested solemnly in the palm of Dacia's hand, ready to perform the most important act in the presence of the assembled comrades. A moment later, the girl directed the magical key to a special portal, opening a passage into the mysterious ancient ruins before the team. Tense anticipation gripped the group, especially the enthusiastic archaeologist girl, who watched intently as the mysterious ritual took place. As soon as the portal opened, the protagonist did not hesitate to take the first steps into the uncharted depths of the ruins. The experienced traveler confidently crossed the threshold, finding himself on the other side of the passage without the slightest fear. The princess's exclamation of admiration echoed behind Marnak as she followed her brave companion through the portal. Despite the breathtaking view, the practical girl reminded herself to get down to business at the foot of the majestic building. The priest solemnly placed 2 golden earrings in the palm of his hand, calling upon the Mother of Spoil to bestow the new divine power of the sacred relics. A green sphere instantly enveloped the young man, and the bandaged hand began to absorb the energy, causing the princess to shy away from the magical surge. The mysterious limb greedily absorbed the divinity of the relics, coloring the surrounding space with a shimmering emerald glow. When the last bits of divine power were absorbed, a mysterious object with a strange shape materialized out of the green glow. The protagonist's joyous cry broke the silence as he realized the acquisition of the long-awaited powerful attack ability. Seriousness swept over the warrior's face as he grasped the hovering sword of spoil, realizing its ability to decompose anything the blade touched. The sudden blackening of the hand holding the weapon made Marnak watch in horror as the limb absorbed its own destructive power. Seriousness was replaced by panic as the warrior realized that part of the arm had simply dissolved, and the blackness continued to slowly spread further. Bewilderment gripped the young man as he tried to understand the operation of the cursed weapon, affecting even its owner. Absorbed in thought, the protagonist did not notice the shock of the princess, who watched him standing with a smile, having lost half of his arm. The frightened girl worriedly inquired about the condition of her comrade's mangled hand, receiving a calm assurance of a speedy healing. The mother of spoils uttered her favorite word, causing the place where she was hiding to glow with a green light spreading around the area. The powerful patroness materialized in the guise of a young girl, standing on the ground with tears in her large brown eyes. Barely having appeared in this world, the emotional little girl threw herself into the arms of the protagonist, expressing all the accumulated anxiety. The priest noted her growth with a warm smile as he continued to gently embrace the crying girl and stroke her soft hair. The crying little girl tearfully inquired about the state of his hand, receiving a hasty reassurance from the caring Marnak about her health. Dakia offered to pass the mysterious sword to the mother of the spoil sport, drawing interested looks from all the comrades present at the new idea. The princess emphasized the girl's natural dexterity, causing her to give a questioning look and cease her bitter tears for a time of reflection. Gloomy thoughts of the little girl's possible injury made the drooping young man question Dacia's proposed solution. The mother of the spoils was clearly enthusiastic about the new idea, and displeased with Marnak's reaction, showed her full consent with all her might. The protagonist suggested first testing the girl's compatibility with the weapon, trying to find a reasonable compromise for all involved. At the mental summons, the sword lying nearby flew into the air, heading for the outstretched hand of its rightful owner. The silent girl stood with the most serious expression on her face, demonstrating her full readiness to try out the magical weapon on herself. As soon as the blade hovered in the air, the determined mother of spoil immediately put out her hand and grabbed it, repeating the actions of the protagonist. The familiar blackening of her hand made the girl throw the cursed weapon away with a scream, repeating the sad fate of the other challengers. The fallen girl sat on the ground, holding her burned hand while the confused young man stood behind her, ready to cry at her pain. The worried lad inquired about the little girl's condition as she showed her injured hand in unbearable pain. Marnak blamed himself for what had happened as he looked at the crying girl with big brown eyes, promising to protect her at all costs. Dakia picked up on the strangeness of the situation, causing the young man to look questioningly at her, helping the injured little girl to her feet. The princess looked at the weapon lying there and logically asked about the paradox of why the power of the mother of the spoil is able to harm her own creator. Hearing this, the angry little girl jumped to her feet and pointed her finger at Irma with fury, shouting a single word accusingly. The young man intervened in the brewing conflict between the girls by suggesting the incomplete restoration of the mother of the spoil's divinity. Crying, the protagonist noted the appearance of a new word in the young girl's speech, wiping away happy tears and feeling proud of her progress. The satisfied little girl said the pronoun with a smile, pointing her hand at herself and demonstrating the expansion of her vocabulary. The soothing gesture of Marnak stroking the girl's head made her close her eyes in pleasure and feel secure. Getting down on one knee in front of the mother of spoils, the protagonist took her hand, admitting that her presence gave him strength. The princess, who was awkwardly watching this scene, deliberately coughed and inquired about the state of her comrade's healed hands. Receiving an affirmative answer, Dakia hastily turned the conversation to the need to continue on her way and enter the building. The protagonist's earnest request was met with an understanding smile from the mother of spoilers, as if she knew what he expected of her. A huge green portal opened up in the air, releasing the massive figure of the spoil giant into this world. The mighty giant stepped loudly to the ground as the priest addressed him with a smile and friendly words of long separation. The massive creature began to let out triumphant cries of his arrival as the tiny figures of men froze below. The protagonist, thanks to his magical power, lifted the spoil sword from the ground and turned to the giant with a simple request for help. The creature, understanding the intentions of his master, stretched out a huge paw and gently took the weapon in his powerful palm. The giant froze without emotion, but suddenly felt something. His hand blackened with flowing smoke, raised above his head to a loud roar. Immediately after, his fist unclenched. The weapon fell down along with part of the limb, making the hero realize even the giant of spoil was unable to hold him. The creature's face turned red with pain, tears rolling down its cheeks, revealing its suffering and discomfort from touching the weapon. The protagonist, the perpetrator of what was happening, turned away with an embarrassed smile, apologizing for the pain he had caused. The boy turned to the princess to suggest they head toward the ruins as they turned around to face the path ahead. The giant opened its maw wide and let out a deafening roar, signaling its readiness for action to all those around it. When asked by the princess about further plans, the interlocutor calmly replied that they would simply watch the events unfold. The young man explained his cautious stance by the absence of a specialist capable of detecting hidden traps in the ruins. The spoiled giant rushed forward unhindered, having received tacit permission to tear down all obstacles in its path. The priest was still watching when sudden sounds ahead alerted him, causing him to peer anxiously into the darkness. The fighting giant also felt uneasy, lifting his gaze to the entrance of the building from which the suspicious noise was coming. Right at the gate, a metallic creature of imposing size materialized, emitting an aura of incredible power and menace. The princess, forming a fire sphere in her palm, inquired about the use of magic, but Marnak advised patience. The protagonist explained the ineffectiveness of spells against giants, recalling failed attempts by followers of evil spirits in the past. The spoiled giant froze in indecision, looking questioningly at his powerful new opponent, fear in his gaze. The glittering crystal on the enemy's face evoked painful memories of the three similar creatures that had once beaten the giant. Gathering its will in a fist, the creature raised its head and let out a battle cry, showing its determination to not give in to fear any longer. Clutching its weapon in both hands, the monster lunged at its foe with the intention of destroying the source of its long nightmares. The blow reached its target, but the enemy remained unharmed, responding with a laser beam from the glowing crystal directly into the summoned creature's face. The mother of spoils, in the guise of a young girl, continued to repeat her signature word, dancing like a cheerleader during the battle. The young man noted with satisfaction the effectiveness of the enhancement, seeing his summoned creature endure another powerful blow from his opponent. The hero and princess were watching the battle through puffs of smoke when the mother of the spoils ran up to the lad with mysterious intentions. The girl retrieved a small green sphere from her bag, peering intently at it as if planning something important. She held the sphere to her chest, and soon the green orb began to emit a bright glow, foreshadowing the changes to come. An understanding smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he realized his companion's true intentions. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the girl broke the green orb with a smile, releasing 13,379 units of divinity. The young man lifted the little girl into his arms, now not hesitating to call her a goddess for her ability to unravel the mixed divinity of other powers. The delighted exclamations of the hero circling with the child looked ridiculous in the eyes of the princess watching the scene. Dukia noted their amazing compatibility with a smile, causing her comrade to stop and look radiantly in her direction. The princess timidly inquired about the possibility of such a relationship with him, approaching the fellow who gently placed the girl on the floor. His sincere reply that they were already getting along just fine left the princess completely confused and silenced. Dakia began agonizingly choosing words to reply, while the young man watched silently, realizing the need to speak a name for support. The summoned creature, having defeated its opponent, raised its head triumphantly and let out a deafening battle cry. A small glow formed in the giant's raised hand as the guy mentally decided to enhance one of the critical skills with divinity. Everything was going well. Only the spoiling sword had to be set aside for emergencies due to the difficulty of using it in the current circumstances. The priest commanded to keep moving, and when the princess agreed, Marnak asked the mother of spoil to return to the guise of a bandaged hand. The girl, overwhelmed with joy at what was happening, looked at the hero with a radiant smile and complied with his request without any objection. They went inside following the summoned creature, who not only led them through the dark corridors of the structure, but was also ready to protect them from dangers. The giant stopped abruptly, colliding with the monster that was deliberately blocking their path to further advancement. The hero creature had no time to react when a powerful blow threw it far back with a deafening rumble. The priest instantly pushed the princess behind him, realizing the mortal danger of the impending disaster. He hugged the girl tightly, shielding her from the explosion as the summoned creature fell and the stone debris flying in all directions. The protagonist's surprised exclamation echoed off the walls as he turned around, trying to comprehend the extent of the destruction that had occurred. The iron creature was preparing to attack again, causing the young man to shout a curse at the imminent threat. Realizing the need for immediate action, Marnak summoned the power of spoiling, his face and body beginning to be covered in emerald tattoos. The princess looked at her comrade incomprehensively as he warned her to hold on tight before she could even utter a word in response. Grabbing the girl in his arms, the young man rushed in the opposite direction at top speed, fleeing from the monster. The summoned creature instantly understood the hopes of its master and rushed forward, taking on the full force of the enemy's attack. The loyal guardian not only stood up to defend itself, but also went on the offensive, giving the protagonist and the princess precious time to retreat. Dakia, in the young man's arms, looked back anxiously as she watched their protector's battle unfold. The young man reassured his partner, explaining that the creature would return after its victory as it gnawed at the metal of its foe with its powerful jaws. Suddenly, a massive door appeared in front of the fugitives, forcing them to stop and focus on solving the new obstacle. Physical strength proved useful against the lock, so the protagonist watched the slow movement of the flaps with growing anxiety. The door yielded gradually, plunging the young man into a deep reverie of what dangers lay ahead. His fears were justified instantly. An army of metallic creatures stood beyond the threshold, completely blocking the path to escape. The red eyes of the monsters flashed with a menacing light as they simultaneously raised their iron swords, preparing to attack. Moments passed from the moment the enemies were detected to the beginning of their swift attack as Dakia concentrated her magical energy. The boy mentally cursed the lack of respite, spreading his flanks between himself and his partner in the face of the impending threat. After a while, the protagonist stood near a wall, at the foot of which lay a nearly destroyed iron foe. Dasha's voice made the guy turn away from the defeated monster, shifting his attention to the state of his partner. The priest approached the girl sitting on the floor with concern, wondering how she was feeling after the intense use of magic. Her exhaustion was obvious from the tired look of her partner, but something made her abruptly stop talking in the middle of a sentence. Dasha's disdainful look caused the young man to turn back and see a huge metallic creature appear in their path. The gigantic foe far exceeded the size of their summoned defender, stopping and scrutinizing its targets. Without the slightest hesitation, the enemy displayed one of its iron limbs, transforming into a firearm of intimidating size. The protagonist instantly grabbed the horror-stricken girl, who could not take her eyes off the approaching death. A hail of bullets rained down on the place where a second ago stood the heroes who had managed to take cover behind the saving wall. The incessant firing made Marnak clutch his frightened companion tighter to him, feeling rage instead of fear. When silence fell, the priest realized from the glowing barrel of the enemy that he was out of ammunition. Without wasting a second, he picked up his partner in his arms and raced away from the danger. They continued to run when they noticed a strange movement on the floor. Ammunition began to rise into the air, attracting their attention. All the fired shells were slowly taking off and returning to their mechanical master for reloading. The young man's bewilderment was interrupted by the princess's question about further action when he inquired about the possibility of her magical attack. The girl watched silently as the firearm aimed at them again and hesitantly asked about the timing of the attack. Without averting his gaze, the boy patiently explained that they needed to wait for the moment to prepare the enemy to fire for maximum effectiveness. The princess, fighting fear, tried to calm down and concentrate on the enemy, waiting for the perfect moment for the spell. The metallic hulk took a few heavy steps, slowly raising its deadly arm as Marnak shouted a command with all his might. On cue, Dakia, in the guy's arms, thrust her palm forward and unleashed a concentrated magical sphere directly into the enemy. The fireball of impressive size struck the monster's metal arm with precision as it prepared to fire. The explosion was so powerful that the ceiling cracked, causing the hero to look up at the crumbling debris. The boy glanced up at his partner, smiling at the success of their first attack together against the metal foe. Dakia clenched her fist with a serious expression, showing increased control over her magical abilities. Realizing the need to maintain an offensive tempo, the hero continued running with the girl in his arms as she fired at the pursuing monster. Despite the precise hits of the magical projectiles, the metallic foe continued its inexorable movement with no apparent slowdown. The young man, while continuing to carry the girl, mentally realized the critical depletion of her magical reserves due to the continuous attack. Suddenly, they reached a massive door, and the protagonist mentally exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this was their only way out. Realizing the critical lack of time, he began kicking the door furiously with his legs, desperately trying to kick or open a path to escape. After several fruitless kicks, Marnak bitterly realized the utter futility of brute force against the magical barrier. Placing the princess beside him, the protagonist crouched down, asking her to cover him from the approaching enemy. Turning around, the young man anxiously noted the rapidly shrinking time until he faced the metallic pursuer. The monster was inevitably approaching their hiding place, causing the boy to nervously comment on the criticality of the situation. The priest started hitting the door with all his might with the butcher, but sparks flew in all directions, not bringing the desired result. After the next blows, he noticed scratches that disappeared almost instantly, which surprised him and confirmed the magical nature of the barrier. Realizing the impossibility of getting inside by conventional methods, the hero mentally weighed the alternative of direct confrontation with the machine. The guy began to swear at the sight of the inexorably approaching metal monster, inspiring more and more terror with its formidable appearance. The hero's desperate cry pierced the air as he saw the frightened look on Dacia's face as she froze in indecision in the face of danger. Green tattoos of spoil spread like snakes across Marnak's body as he summoned the forbidden power one last time and lunged to attack. His plea for the girl to hold on a little longer lit a spark of hope in her tired eyes and brought back determination. The mechanical monster, taking advantage of the confusion of its opponents, extended a second limb to form magic rounds. The protagonist, rapidly shortening the distance, hurled his spoiling sword in an attempt to interrupt the machine's deadly spell. A direct hit to a limb caused the creature to freeze for a moment, interrupting the process of accumulating destructive energy. Seizing the moment, the protagonist shouted his partner's name with all his might, signaling a decisive attack. Dacia reacted instantly, forming a pulsating magical sphere between her palms, putting the rest of her strength into it. The fiery stream rained down on the metal machine, frozen in fear, which did not dare to even move. The exhausted princess collapsed to her knees and lost consciousness, having used up the last bits of magical energy. Realizing that he was alone against the monster, the protagonist irritatedly stated the impossibility of further use of spells. There was no time for reflection. Two powerful jumps lifted him high into the air for a swift dive on the target. In flight, the young man drew his spoiling sword and, landing on the monster, thrust the weapon into its metal flesh with desperate force. The machine, feeling the painful impact from above, watched helplessly as black smoke began to envelop its hull. The hero, holding the sword, watched in horror as his limb began to disintegrate faster than he had anticipated. Despite the loss of one arm and the critical condition of the other, the lad held the weapon desperately, realizing the limits of what he could do. His gaze fixed on the blackening arm, he desperately shouted, "No! Zrenie, осознаючи катастрофічні наслідки зникнення зброї." It was too late. The second limb had completely dissolved, depriving the young man of the ability to sustain a devastating spoil attack. The machine slowly blackened from above under the influence of the dark force, but without the hero's hands, the decomposition process was soon to cease. A sudden green glow illuminated the surface of the machine. The mother of the spoil, in the guise of a young girl, picked up the falling sword. The exhausted protagonist lay partially covered by the spoil, his eyes slowly closed from fatigue, looking up at his savior. The girl, with tears in her eyes, struggled to hold on to the weapon with all her might, enduring the pain and shouting a single word of self-courage. A blinding explosion engulfed the top of the blackened car, marking her mortal wound. The rumble woke the unconscious Dacia, who opened her eyes weakly, trying to comprehend what was happening. The mechanical enemy, having lost its upper part, began a slow fall to the ground, finally turning into a pile of metal. The protagonist, who was on the surface of the collapsing machine, was helplessly falling down, unable to save himself. The mother of the spoils, in the form of a girl, immediately jumped down, desperately stretching out her arm to grab Marnak and save his life. The protagonist continued to fall, but his desperate scream pierced the air, calling out to the mother of spoil and expressing fear for her safety. Even after the painful landing, the young man didn't stop screaming until a familiar girl laughed nearby, bringing him instant relief. The hero asked with a grateful smile if she had carried him and Dacia, realizing his complete dependence on her incredible help. The young savior put a fist to her mouth and coughed several times, preparing to demonstrate something special to her comrades. Raising her hand with 2 fingers up, the girl uttered a phrase in her native tongue, making the understanding Marnak jump with joy. The lad's memories of the last moments before passing out showed the girl's effort, without which victory over the giant was impossible. Lying on the ground, the princess inquired in a weak voice about her condition, receiving a reassuring reply of life from the smiling lad. Helping his partner up, the young man inquired about her well-being, hearing complaints about the usefulness of rest and a question about her whereabouts. All three finally reached their destination, stopping in front of a majestic gate with a mysterious inscription in an ancient language. The princess read the question of eternal beauty thoughtfully, never taking her eyes off the mysterious writing on the massive gate flaps. The protagonist muttered a saying about apples, receiving a perplexed look from her partner, who assumed there was a hidden mystery in the inscription. The name Elisha escaped Marnak's lips as he remembered the familiar demoness and her young daughter who had created this magical barrier. The correct answer caused the massive gate to open under the rapt attention of Daisha, who shifted her attention between the door and her silent partner. Inside the secret room, a hologram appeared, introducing itself as the Empire's best blacksmith, named Cylon, and waving to the guests in a friendly manner. The projection of a young girl clarified her nature with a smile, explaining to the visitors the true nature of her virtual existence. The priest mentally marveled at the Empire's technological advancement due to encounters with Gatling robots and holographic intelligences in the ancient ruins. Reflections on the greatness of the vanished civilization did not leave the hero's mind as the hologram's gaze studied each of the visitors. Cylon repeated the greeting for the third time, forcing Daisha to silently observe the looped behavior of the artificial creature. The hologram's repetitive phrases began to irritate Marnak's partner, who received an explanation as to the cause of the malfunction due to their immobility. The suggestion to move forward changed Cylon's program, who uttered a new phrase about impressively passing through the ancient guardians. Following the young man, the princess could not bear to be curious and inquired how he had managed to solve the riddle about Elisha. The hero's attempted explanation was interrupted by the unexpected intervention of the hologram, who asked in surprise about the reason for mentioning her mother's name. The demoness's daughter logically explained the necessity of knowing the name of the key's owner for all those who managed to pass through the magical gate. The child's voice turned cruel and threatening as the hologram promised to kill anyone who could not prove a connection to her beloved mother. But it did not cause fear, and the boy only glanced at his partner, realizing that the slightest mistake would have serious consequences. Cylon spoke in a friendly tone, acknowledging the difficulties of the path they had traveled and expressing sincere sympathy for the ordeal. Suddenly, a cozy house appeared in front of the travelers, and the girl hospitably offered to use it for rest. The protagonist was carefully wiping his mother's spoiled hand with a towel when an unexpected voice caught his attention, inquiring about their early exit. The princess, stepping out of the shower, noted with pleasure the splendor of the bathhouse and how the water had washed away all the accumulated fatigue. The young man agreed with her assessment, inquiring if everything had gone well, receiving confirmation despite the unfamiliar objects. His partner explained that the detailed instructions in the ancient language had even helped with the laundry, but barely had time to mention Cylon before a hologram appeared in front of them. The young girl had barely had time to materialize in the room before she was already inquiring about the quality of the rest and began pulling out lost items. The young man exclaimed excitedly as Elisha's daughter placed the first item on the table in front of him, recognizing the familiar object. A voice announced the mending of the broken one, and the boy happily picked up the ring he had already said goodbye to forever, avoiding his teacher's wrath for its loss. Almost immediately, Yellen translated the conversation, surprising her interlocutors with an unexpected offer to follow her for the sake of obtaining the artifact she was looking for. After walking a bit through the dungeon, the princess exclaimed excitedly, genuinely amazed at the scale of the grandiose structure underground. Her enthusiasm increased manifold when the huge underground halls opened before her eyes, striking beauty and monumentality. After reaching the right place, Cylon asked which of the two wanted to receive the mysterious Item 1, glancing expectantly at her interlocutors. The mother of spoils suddenly materialized in the form of a young girl, pointed a finger at herself and shouted a demand for assassination with fury. The hologram was momentarily confused by the sudden appearance, but quickly recovered and reformulated the question for the three participants. The protagonist resolutely intervened in the situation, eager to deal with all the circumstances that had arisen as quickly as possible. Cylon approached the mother of the spoils, assured her and the princess that she would not leave them unattended, and offered other gifts. The hologram instantly split into three parts, each rushing off in a different direction, beckoning them to follow. Approaching the table with artifact number 1, the girl explained to the protagonist that this was her final work. Approaching, Marnak saw the bracelet glowing with a green light, being instructed to put it on his dominant hand. As he did so, he was surprised to see the bracelet adjust itself to his wrist, fitting perfectly, as if it had been created just for him. His delight at the new find was replaced by fear when glowing symbols began to appear on the surface of the mysterious bracelet. The suddenly materialized hologram calmed the frightened young man, explaining what was happening as a normal registration of a new user of the device. The holographic assistant pointed to an inscription that appeared, demanding that he loudly say "activation" and press a flashing button to complete the procedure. The insistence on shouting made the hero feel uneasy, questioning the seriousness of such a strange condition for activating the bracelet. Marnak shouted the magic word with all his might and resolutely pressed the glowing button, triggering the mysterious mechanism of the device. Black microparticles rapidly covered the young man's arm, forming a mysterious protective shell, the nature of which he could not understand. The ordinary limb was transformed into an armor, strikingly beautiful, with an innovative design, shocking the unprepared owner with its power. Instead of explaining, the hologram clutched its stomach, pouring unrestrained laughter to the point of tears as it watched the hero's reaction to its own scream. Cylon continued to laugh, explaining, between fits of laughter, the simplicity of the procedure, while the embarrassed young man tried to excuse himself for being too loud. The girl apologized for the prank and offered to continue the explanation, but the laughter still shook her projection, annoying the impatient listener. Barely uttering an apology, the hologram laughed again, causing the hero to look away and pay attention to something interesting on the left. Finally, the assistant's soothed voice asked for the transformed hand to be put forward, bringing the distracted young man's attention back to his training. In simple words, the girl explained the working principle of the device, which reacted to brainwaves as if reading the owner's thoughts. The vivid comparison to a small cannon firing from the hand made the boy examine his transformed weapon more closely. Eager to test the described ability, the warrior clenched his fist and concentrated, causing the glowing weapon to appear on his hand. The hologram's approving words were interrupted by an unexpected gunshot, which further baffled and frightened the inexperienced gunner. The powerful explosion in front of him increased the young man's fear, but Cylon, standing behind him, only praised him for his excellent first attempt. The priest, finally coming to his senses, stared in amazement at the results of the firing, while the hologram inquired about his impressions of the mana cannon. The assistant explained the weapon's limited range, compensated for by its immense destructive power at close range when the smoke cleared. The automatic energy harvesting from atmospheric mana further surprised Marnak, who met this explanation with a perplexed look. A quick speech about 3 shots with a 20-minute reload and the need for tactical planning made the confused priest's head spin. The girl winked playfully, advising the hero to tap other numbered items to activate hidden abilities. The promised interesting event materialized a familiar sword in front of the young man, causing him a burning desire to test the weapon immediately. The blade of spoiling rested in his hand, completely harmless, making the delighted owner believe in his invulnerability to dark magic. The premature joy was instantly replaced by anxiety when ominous dark streaks began to wrap around the blade, frightening the confused warrior. The frightened hero hurriedly threw the cursed weapon away, waving his hand vigorously to dispel the streaks of spoil absorbed into his skin. The girl's voice commented admiringly on the presence of an additional item as the young man studied the mysterious symbols near his hand. The first symbol resembled a butcher, and pressing the second symbol materialized a sharp dagger, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the unprepared wielder. The girl proudly explained that number 1 represented the final result of her research into the fusion of divinity and magical energy. The young man's surprise about divinity and mana caused the hologram to coquettishly point to itself, confirming its own exclusivity. The information about the pure immortalium with the automatic repair function caused the hero's irritated look at the smugly smiling voice. A sudden realization caused the shocked warrior to repeat the keywords immortalium and mending function with increasing amazement. The new insight prompted Marnak to summon the spoil sword again, resolutely clutching the hilt with the same hand. The moment of touch instantly activated the sinister streaks of spoil, which snakily began to wrap around the unprotected limb. Silent shock gripped the protagonist as he watched his own hand blacken, only a confused groan escaping his throat. As soon as it was out of the priest's mouth, he was alerted to the fact that recovery would be impossible in 70 seconds. Memories of defeating the metal giant thanks to the Mother of Spoils gave him confidence that there would be plenty of time for a new opponent. The young man clenched a new fist, realizing that now he would be able to fully use the destructive power of the spoil sword. The princess, approaching Marnak with the girl, inquired about his reward, hearing in response a description of an armor bracelet with multiple functions. When the question touched on her own prize, Dakia coquettishly fixed her hair, offering to guess the nature of the artifact she had received. The protagonist accurately pointed to the item around her neck, eliciting a cheerful confirmation that her guess was correct. Ermel spoke excitedly about the function of controlling mana without volume limits, comparing the artifact to the previously used ring. The girl activated the item, and her neck and partially her face were covered with a protective mask, showing a potential replacement for the former ring. The young man's approving words were interrupted when the Mother of the Spoil tugged insistently on his arm, causing the hero's worried gaze to widen. The mysterious word murder escaped the girl's lips as she stared at him expectantly, waiting for his outstretched left hand. The hero confusedly tried to understand the meaning of what was happening, not knowing the reasons for such strange behavior of his little companion. When the young man nevertheless stretched out his hand, the girl showed hers, and the identical rings made him exclaim with surprise. With a smile on his face, the hero realized the power of the artifact to track location and use a protective shield once a day. The question about the ring being a gift from the teacher did not cause the spoilsport's mother any jealousy, only a doting, "How cute." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Marnak picked the girl up in his arms, twirling with joy as the princess watched the scene in surprise. The hologram's voice suddenly offered a choice between a return or a brief stay, causing the hero to freeze with the girl in his outstretched arms. After getting the Mother of Spoilers to her feet, the lad ascertained the princess's readiness to leave, receiving confirmation of her full recovery from her bath. The decision to return was unanimously made, and Xialan smilingly inquired about their imminent departure from the sanctuary. The demand for the return of the entrance key was accompanied by the appearance of a small iron hand from the floor, ready to take the artifact back. The alarmed princess turned to her thoughtful comrade, who was wavering between an appointment with the excavation leader and the current situation. The protagonist decided to follow the hologram's instructions, glancing once more at the smiling daughter of the demoness. Dakia, accurately following the instructions received, carefully retrieved the key and placed it gently on the outstretched iron palm. The hologram thanked for the return of the artifact, cryptically uttering a phrase about the next meeting, the meaning of which no one understood. Understanding came later. The wall crumbled, releasing a huge stone hand, rushing straight toward the heroes with threatening speed. The boy barely had time to put his hands out, trying to fend off the stone palm, which inexorably pushed them towards the portal with inhuman strength. As Marnak held back the onslaught, Cylon's voice sounded right next to his ear, promising something interesting to whoever collected all 10 of her numbered works. The hologram's final scream echoed in the air as a stone hand forcefully pushed the young man through the gaping, dark passage. Falling out of the portal, the protagonist landed clumsily on a hard surface, followed by the princess with an equally hard landing. Rising at the edge of the gloomy forest, the young man mentally noted the unexpected harshness of Elisha's daughter's parting methods. The princess gushed with delight at Cylon's ability to create portals at will as she watched the passage slowly close. The girl's anxious voice cut through the air as she turned to the priest, smelling the distinctive metallic odor of blood. The protagonist barely had time to utter the words of the stick man before a familiar white mask materialized in his hand. Fossarina desperately ran with the team, realizing the horrible truth. The impassable dead end of the cave awaited them ahead. The archaeologists realized the unnaturalness of such a mass gathering of bats following their group at their heels. As she continued to run, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. This was a planned attack, not a chance encounter with the cave dwellers. Bewilderment gripped the woman as she saw her comrade fallen behind her and the huge creature preparing to devour him. Without a second's hesitation, she ran up and with all her strength fought off the giant bat, ready to tear the defenseless man to pieces. The thrown creature did not frighten the other attackers, who continued to approach the lying man. The girl shouted furiously, demanding to find Tran, and upon receiving an indication of his location, gave the order for magical digging. One of her partners tried to object to the commander, but her serious look and menacing tone made him comply. The leader of the kingdom's archaeological team cast a ferocious glare at the enemies, her voice sounding like a verdict of total annihilation. Lifting her massive hammer from the ground, she added the threat of burying her opponents, preparing to meet another attacking bat. The woman froze in a fighting stance, waiting for the first creature to approach, rage overflowing her soul as she brought her weapon to bear. With one powerful blow, the archaeologist slew several mice, barely able to stay on her feet after her own devastating attack. A joyous voice exclaimed the strength of the one-horned tribe near the corpse of a bat as their owner shouted for an immediate retreat. Behind the back of the man who spoke, Fosarina's voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by the heavy sound of a hammer being driven into the ground. Her confidence quickly vanished, however, when an ominous whisper sounded at her ear, assuring her that they did not need permission to retreat before an unknown enemy. The fleeting fear was quickly replaced by determination as Fosarina once again raised her weapon and turned sharply to strike. The stone creature with the girlish face easily stopped the hammer blow with its hand, rebuking the woman for her cruelty after barely escaping injury. The archaeological team leader, disregarding her enemy's words, brought the hammer behind her head again, preparing for the next attack. The enemy snapped his fingers, and the woman was instantly surrounded by black streaks, swirling in the air like barriers to keep her from escaping the trap. A viscous, tar-like substance coiled around her arms and legs like living tentacles, wrenched the hammer away, and chained her to one spot. The girl with the stone torso whispered a threat ominously in the archaeologist's ear, warning of the possible consequences of resistance. The pale-faced man approaching from the front demanded information on the relic's whereabouts, but received only a vehement refusal from the captive. The stone monster grinned, anticipating the torture that would force the stubborn Fosarina to give up all secrets at any cost. A sudden scream from the bat owner drew everyone's attention to the mysterious silhouette that severed their ally's head in a single motion. A few steps forward revealed a young masked warrior with a mighty weapon with fresh blood dripping from it. The mysterious fighter slowly approached the confused foes holding the captive, enveloping everyone in an incomprehensible but threatening atmosphere. The pale-skinned foe decisively ordered a halt and snapped his fingers, looking earnestly at the unexpected intruder. Dark streaks swirled around the protagonist like hunting snakes, ready to close around the next victim at his master's command. The experienced Marnak instantly summoned protective magic, surrounding himself with an impenetrable green sphere, repelling any attacks of his opponents. The Stone Maiden watched in horror as events unfolded, realizing the mortal danger emanating from the unharmed warrior. Her fears were justified when the invulnerable hero rushed towards her with his weapon, aiming to free the captive. As the fleeing fellow approached, the behemoth girl recognized the divine aura and cried out in horror, not understanding the source of such power. A powerful jump allowed the protagonist to unleash a deadly butcher's blow on the stone torso, leaving the enemy no chance of escape. The pale-skinned partner of the defeated girl froze in a daze as he watched the stone body shatter in front of his face. Marnak's pumped muscles and fierce gaze inspired such fear that even a casual question about the number of enemies sounded too threatening. A desperate scream escaped from the throat of the pale-skinned enemy, who finally realized the need to gather his thoughts to repel the attack. Concentrating all his magical power, he materialized a huge helper in front of him, a summoned creature of incredible size. A smug smile stretched the man's lips as he was sure that now the course of the battle would change in his favor. An incredulous scream of rage ripped from the enemy's throat as he saw his own creature bleeding from the sharp weapon. The veins in the pale-skinned foe's face swelled with rage as he furiously shouted curses as he watched the agony of his mortally wounded creature. Perplexed cries filled the air as the protagonist's muscles grew several times larger, giving him a more menacing appearance. At that very moment, 4 dazzling stars swiftly descended from the heights of the heavens directly onto the ground. Divine voices proclaimed the beginning of the holy war, calling on all faithful doers of the heavenly will to heed the words. One of the fallen stars imperiously ordered the destruction of the fallen god, declaring it to be the unquestionable divine will for all present. The 4 celestial messengers were quickly able to rally around them, all ready to fulfill the sacred mission of destroying the cursed deity. The boldest of them asked with genuine curiosity if they should show even the least respect to the defeated enemy. A commanding voice ruthlessly proclaimed, The only form of respect for an enemy is complete and unconditional destruction. The fallen star continued to hypnotize the warriors into unquestioning obedience, preparing to fulfill its secret plan. The celestial messenger skillfully persuaded those gathered in the nobility of the upcoming war, subtly guiding each fighter to the deadly battle. The fallen stars solemnly named the chosen fighters of the fallen god as the elite group of the holy war against darkness. The protagonist repeated the question of the number of opponents with utmost seriousness, gazing intently into the eyes of his opponent. The pale-faced man stubbornly refused to give up, extending his arm and concentrating on summoning new magical powers. The attempt at sorcery was momentarily interrupted when Marnak grabbed his foe by the throat and repeated the question of the number of opponents with menace. An unexpected powerful blow from the side caused the veins in his opponent's face to swell, rendering him unconscious for a moment before a painful awakening. The young man continued to hold his prey in the air with one hand as Fossarina, sitting on the ground, silently watched the brutal interrogation. Streams of blood dripped from the pale-skinned man's broken nose as he desperately spoke of other enemies, begging for mercy. The young man held his foe above the ground for a few moments and then loosened his fingers, letting the body collapse to the ground with a thud. A sudden voice behind him made the hero turn around, his tired eyes expressing irritation, but not giving away a shred of fear. The stone girl towered behind the protagonist, smugly calling to show her opponent the bitterness of imminent defeat. Her speech was abruptly cut short by a sharp pain when she discovered a deadly spoil sword sticking out of her own body. The stone body blackened in an instant, preventing the creature from uttering its last words or even breathing heavily before dying. The hero slowly turned to his defeated foe, uttering a brief acknowledgement and taking a second to reflect on what had happened. The warrior spread his arms theatrically as the shards of the stone body splintered behind him, shouting admiringly at the perfect kill. Finished admiring his own work, the butcher turned to the head of the archaeologist, demanding information on the next victim. The woman looked at the guy seriously, showing no fear, and took her time answering, but asked him to help her to her feet first. A glimpse of hope for the stranger's kindness flashed through her thoughts as he did not hesitate to extend his hand for support. The frightening sight of the aide's hand made Fossarina shudder inwardly, but the woman prudently kept silent about her observations. Leaning on the protagonist for support, she cautiously spoke of a possible favor, hoping for his help. Fossarina was about to continue the conversation, but the sudden introduction of the guy as a butcher threw her off balance, making her visibly embarrassed. Looking at the abs with delight, she promised to fulfill everything for saving the squad, but soon felt irritated by what she had said and changed in her face. The young man continued walking, though at some point his step became unsure. He lowered his head and looked down, feeling something strange. Turning around, he found Fossarina with drool flowing, shamelessly groping his muscular torso, enjoying the touch. The boy's perplexed question caused the archaeological team leader to partially regain his senses and embarrassedly apologize for his inappropriate behavior. Marnak's demand that Marnak take him to the potential victims made the woman awkwardly agree, despite her inner resistance to violence. She tried to speak, but he cut her off by noting that he was eager to kill again. In response, Fossarina clung silently to the boy and walked on with a slight smile. Remembering the unfinished business, the warrior cautiously turned around and began to gather divinity from the site of his opponent's death. An attempt to conceal his actions from his companion failed due to his slow pace, arousing the suspicions of the observant Fossarina. Reflections on the impossibility of absorbing those killed by the spoil sword were interrupted by a glance at the skull left by the freak girl. A philosophical remark about the self-control of multi-fingered creatures came from Marnak's lips, accompanied by a final glance back at the scene of the recent battle. Crouching with his back to the woman, the protagonist warned of the impending rapid movement, preparing for a sudden acceleration. An understanding Fossarina climbed onto the young man's back, laughing at his condition to only give directions without requests for kills. The irritating laughter of his companion caused a growing anger in the lad's heart, but he remained steadfast in stating his own motives for action. The woman perched on Marnak's back burst out laughing harder at such excuses, disbelieving the sincerity of his bloodthirsty statements. Realizing the need to act, the protagonist rushed forward as hard as he could in an effort to get the leader of the archaeological team to safety. Only hidden behind a massive rock, the lone Daishu silently watched the silhouettes of her fleeing comrades. The desperate cries of the team drove the sorceress Thrawn, urging him to hurry up with his magic while the leader bought them precious time. The irritated mage yelled furiously at his interfering comrades, demanding silence to concentrate on the complex magical process. The man who had been rushing the team earlier suddenly turned back, peering questioningly into the darkness of the cave that had disturbed him. The strange sound caught the attention of several other companions, who anxiously turned around, trying to figure out the source of the threat. The archaeologist was horrified to recognize a flock of bats in the approaching darkness, regretting his lack of suitable weapons to defend himself. Hearing this, the mage began to swear even more vigorously, trying to speed up the complex magical process of creating an exit by any means possible. A sudden shout of triumph rang through the cave as a huge hole was created in the stone wall leading out. Joyful yet anxious cries filled the air as several team members grabbed pickaxes to widen the passage. A flock of bats, as if sensing the proximity of prey, sped up their flight, rapidly shortening the distance to potential victims. Tran clenched his fists and summoned magical energy again, concentrating to precisely channel the destructive force. Standing motionless, he coldly watched the multitude of winged creatures approach, choosing the perfect moment to attack. A single magical strike tore the bat in half, splattering the wall with blood and scattering body parts across the cave. The exhausted Tran collapsed to the ground next to the severed head of the creature, staring helplessly at the floor and trying to gather his remaining strength. A desperate cry for help echoed through the cave as the mage realized his utter helplessness due to the depletion of his magical reserves. A curse escaped Tran's lips as he mentally realized the miraculous rescue of the team thanks to the heroic sacrifice of their brave leader. Fossarina, the same leader, was now sitting on the back of the protagonist, who was rushing hard through the cave, carrying her to the team. The girl wondered with annoyance at the persistence of her pursuers as they approached the stone wall, where an ominous rift was beginning to form. The guy behind her suggested the superior strength of the excavation squad, but his companion didn't even turn around at those words. A third member of the group joined the discussion, sarcastically inquiring about the opponent's confidence in possessing the sacred artifact. The blonde-haired man calmly explained to Jamel, who had just approached, about the possibility of tracking the location of the mysterious object. The dark-haired ally objected sharply, unable to contain her growing rage at the inaccuracy of the information she had received about the artifact's current position. Jamel intervened and suggested the futility of aimlessly searching for the sacred object, looking expectantly at her comrades for support. She continued with the rumored appearance of the perfect divine incarnation elsewhere, puzzling the blonde-haired man. The dark-haired warrior urged the leader to make a decision, declaring the team's readiness for great things. The team leader agreed to the proposal, but demanded that the pursuit of the dig team be completed first, heading to the other side. Approaching the cracked wall, the commander asked the blonde-haired girl to create a passageway, receiving immediate agreement. The sorceress put her palms together, closed her eyes, and began to recite a spell, forming a small snow-white sphere between her hands. Pronouncing the words to move the great stones, the sorceress directed the accumulated magical energy directly into the stone barrier. The wall instantly crackled under the influence of magic. Large stones began to part, letting the bright light into the dark cave. Instead of the expected passage, an enraged bat with glowing red eyes and a grinning mouth flew out of the opening. Countless bloodthirsty creatures rushed outward, deafeningly eating and smashing into the walls, shocking the recently conjured girl. The team watched the strange animal behavior perplexed, until the leader suggested a connection to an incident in another squad. Despite her desire to help, Jamel felt discomfort, hinting at the perverted tendencies of the opposing team members. The blonde-haired commander called for focus on the main mission of finding sacred objects, trying to calm the agitated group. The third female warrior agreed with the leader's decision, as Javel immediately ran after the departing fellow, expressing her full support. The woman's insistence on touching the young man's torso while carrying him on her back caused him to become irritated at her strange behavior. The archaeologist tried to turn her attention back to the excavation, but a vicious death threat from an enraged Marnak made Fossarina startle. Introducing herself by name, the woman asked with a smile if her savior was the leader of the elite royal excavation team. She explained the possibility of immediately joining the team, while the protagonist rushed forward without stopping. Despite the recent threat, the archaeologist continued her intrusive touch, eliciting a furious scream and a repeated warning of death. Logical analysis of the squad's danger occupied the protagonist's thoughts, trying to piece together the details without turning his head to his interlocutor. The woman's calm declaration of unwillingness to grieve until the confirmation of death sounded insensitive and indifferent to the fate of her comrades. A sudden exclamation from her companion and a pointing gesture forward marked the direction where the missing members of the expedition must be. The burden's perplexed gaze at the ruins through a breach in the wall received an explanation of the place where the legendary Princess Ceylon had perished. The mention of the princess startled the young man, triggering memories of a recent encounter with a hologram of a mysterious girl from antiquity. The archaeologist continued her tale of the laboratory fortress as the boy stopped and cautiously approached the mysterious rift in the wall. The ancient empire flourished under the wise rule of the princess's mother and the emperor from the powerful Yunlei dynasty. Ceylon's unexpected rejection of the succession changed the course of history, opening the way to power for the emperor's adopted son. Hui, the closest heir to the dynasty, ascended the throne as the new emperor. At first, Qilong's decision did not provoke protests, and the state remained peaceful and stable under the new leadership. The creation of the revolutionary immortalium by the princess drastically changed the balance of power in the ancient empire and its perception by the people. Marnak's suspicious glance at the storyteller betrayed a distrust of her words and an expectation of a possible trick in the narrative. The woman warned against switching to her own conjecture, preparing to share the next part of the historical tale. After the era of the wrong mages, no one in the ancient empire possessed sufficient power to counter external threats. The great invention of immortalium brought the princess unprecedented fame and recognition among the people, changing her status in the state. The emperor had to increase his personal guard due to growing hatred and fear of losing power to the popularity of the talented Ceylon. Ironically, it was the fame from the invention that caused future troubles for the princess. The rise of an imperial faction seeking to elevate Ceylon to the throne was an unexpected turn in the political situation. Popular enthusiasm for the possible rule of the princess grew despite her unwillingness to participate in the power struggle. The self-confident emperor believed that he was in control of the situation, thinking only about preserving his own position on the throne. The inevitable conflict between the imperial faction and the ruler led to the start of a devastating civil war in the ancient empire. Both warring parties sought to gain the support of Ceylon, as only she possessed the secret of creating the immortalium. The emperor counted on the princess's loyalty as his elder sister, expecting her unconditional support in the political confrontation. The faction hoped for the girl's sympathy for the suffering of the people and her desire to stop the bloodshed in the empire. Ceylon's resolute statement of strict neutrality came as a surprise to all participants in the political conflict. The sincerity of the princess's intentions did not prevent both sides from seeing her as a dangerous enemy threatening their plans. The talented inventor turned into an object of hunt, which had to be captured and used to achieve their own goals. The researchers of Ceylon's abilities could not hide their amazement at the extent of her scientific achievements and military developments. The weapons created by the princess had incredible destructive power, surpassing all known samples of military equipment. Memories of the battle with the metal giant in the ruins surfaced in the memory of the protagonist at the mention of powerful fighting machines. Failure to break through the princess's defenses led the opponents to a monstrous decision: the murder of innocent citizens to provoke Ceylon. Enraged by the slaughter of civilians, the girl made a radical decision to end the devastating civil war at any cost. Her strategic plan was to satisfy the interests of both warring parties, both the rebel faction and the imperial forces. According to the historical record, the Cold Metal Army came out on the side of Ceylon, shocking their opponents with their unexpected power. In the face of a common threat, the sworn enemies, faction and emperor, were forced to unite their disparate forces. In desperation, they turned to the only weapon unavailable to the princess: the legendary craftsmen, keepers of ancient secrets. An elite squad of craftsmen infiltrated the protected laboratory and destroyed the invincible metal machines with astonishing ease. The final battle ended with the death of the talented inventor, but the victory came at too high a price for the victors. The woman, pulling out a handkerchief, added sadly that none of the heroic craftsmen had ever returned home alive. The Ceylon laboratory was officially declared a forbidden zone of the empire, where no one dared to even approach on pain of death. When asked about the further fate of the empire, The interlocutor bitterly replied that the enemies had once again started a war, leading to a complete collapse. Continuing on his way, the protagonist suddenly inquired if she had heard anything about the mysterious articles with ordinal numbers. He cautiously suggested that there might have been similar artifacts among Cylon's research, recalling his #1 bracelet. What exactly had happened in those ruins remained a mystery, but one thing was known. The craftswoman had managed to take off the head of a huge reptile with one precise blow. The half-dead warrior, having lost her left arm completely, was still ready to fight, complaining about the wrong touch of the curse. After listening to the story, the priest suggested that staging Cylon's death with the devil's help might have been the starting point for the creation of the numbered artifacts. The protagonist logically noted the contradiction, asking about the imperial ban on the place as they approached the laboratory. She confirmed his words but laughed at the question of infiltration, trying to change the subject with a mention of long ago when an explosion was heard. Fossarina was half silent when the young man stopped, and they both looked up in surprise, gazing into the distance. When the woman asked if they had caught up with the others, the boy responded with action, yelling to hold on tight and tearing forward. The desperate scream of the surviving archaeologist echoed down the corridor as he clutched his hammer, looking at the approaching creature among the bodies of his comrades. The metal monster, with a sharp weapon instead of an arm, was inexorably approaching the last defender, causing terror and bewilderment. The young man swung the heavy hammer, but fear restrained his movements at the sight of impending death. Desperately swinging his weapon and shouting, "Get off!" Зрение он попытался отсрочить неизбежный нападок монстра на мгновение. With a slight movement of a sharp limb, the creature sliced the hammer in half, leaving the man unarmed. The disarmed boy could only stand and watch as the monster swung in for the killing blow, preparing to chop him down. The monster's arm slowly descended. The archaeologist covered his face with his hands and began to say goodbye to life, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Instead of the expected death, there was a deafening explosion of incredible force right in front of him, which surprised the survivor. When the smoke screen cleared, the dead monster was revealed, emitting smoke, but the survivor didn't understand the reason for the explosion. The culprit of the rescue was Marnak with his transformed arm weapon, who destroyed the threat with a single shot under Fossarina's astonished gaze. The protagonist stood unwaveringly confident, oblivious to his surroundings, concentrating on the defeated creature. When his hand took its normal form, he walked over to the metal machine, mentally perplexed at the connection between the dig and the artifacts he had brought. The female leader approached the sole survivor and sternly demanded an explanation of what was happening in this corridor of death. The team member happily spread his arms for a hug, but was ordered to be silent and answer the questions clearly. When asked about the fate of the others, he explained the sudden collapse of the passageway by suggesting the intervention of the group following them. The alarmed shout of his partner interrupted the explanation. He noticed an ominous movement and realized that the danger was not yet over. The archaeologist screamed in panic at the resurrected monster, trying to run away from the slowly rising metallic creature. The protagonist instantly summoned his weapon and did not hesitate to rush at the rising monster. Taking a leap and swinging his butcher's knife, the lad struck at the creature, but the mechanical machine held out a sharp limb for a block. Alarmed, Marnak realized that the enemy's entire body was composed of immortalium, explaining its incredible survivability. The young man continued to fight, realizing his human advantage and intelligence over his mechanical opponent in this deadly match. The boy commented disdainfully on his opponent's clumsiness, leaping lightning fast to the metal monster's head and delivering a knee strike. Anticipating the deafening rumble of the fall, the priest instinctively jumped back, barely managing to keep his balance as he landed. The massive body of the metal monster collapsed onto the stone surface, with a rumble, remaining perfectly still. The archaeological team leader furiously shouted a command to her idle comrades, running up to the lying monster and sitting down on its arm. A friendly response of "Obey" echoed through the cave as the rest of the team rushed to their commander's aid. Marnak, standing in the distance, mentally realized the danger of the situation. If this was indeed an immortalium, they risked destroying each other. Deciding to finally finish off the metal machine, the protagonist pulled out a weapon made of the same metal and thrust it into the torso of the defeated. The blade slowly sank into the metal body, self-repairing, but the creature's eyes flashed, signaling its readiness for another attack. The young man exerted maximum effort, thrusting the weapon in even deeper, and this time the ominous light in the monster's eyes finally faded. Extracting the sword from the creature's head, the hero watched as the archaeologist held the monster's limbs, though it was no longer necessary. The team leader stammered in shock and fell to the ground, keeping her gaze fixed on her savior still standing on the creature's body. The thought of the fabulous value of a solid piece of immortalium flashed through the young man's mind as the mother of spoil signaled for him to examine the distorted head. Suddenly, poisonous fumes began to emanate from the monster's body, causing everyone present to scream in surprise and incomprehension of what was happening. Instinctively clamping their noses against the unbearable odor, the archaeologists began to cough, panicking and shouting about possible poisoning. The young man mentally noted the immortalium melting and disappearing as it was extracted, watching the partially melted head of the monster. A joyous voice shouted the intent to destroy all the metal pieces as Daisha cautiously peered out from behind the rock, watching the events unfold. The protagonist imperiously commanded to follow him and rushed forward, giving no one time to think or doubt. The head of the archaeological team, along with the team with open mouths, watched the rapidly receding silhouette of the priest, not believing in his power. In a matter of moments, the protagonist had already left the laboratory and headed towards the other wing of the building, following his intuition. As he approached the next door, he assumed that someone was fighting there using the princess's weapon, judging by the sounds coming from it. In a split second, barely having time to consider the direction, Marnak made a leap of such force that the front door shattered and he flew inside. A battle cry of, "I'll kill you!" came from his lips as he crouched down on his knee to break, sending sparks flying to the floor and preparing for a fight. Barely rising to his feet, disappointment clouded his vision. The expected battle had turned out to be a completely different picture of what was going on. Desperate cries of support from his comrades echoed around the room, cheering the struggling Jamel on at the critical moment of the ordeal. The exhausted girl sat in tears, whimpering about her exhausted strength, ready to give up in the face of insurmountable odds. Panic gripped the group of boys, shouting of mortal danger to Jamel, while the iron robots stood silently with their heads down. The bewildered hero could not utter a word as he pondered the strange coincidence that had brought him to this strange situation. The mystery of the followers of the dark gods protecting the archaeological expedition tormented his mind while the girl's screams grew more and more desperate. Tears streamed down the exhausted warrior's cheeks as she made a desperate plea for help to her idle comrades. One of the watchers mumbled that he would have liked to intervene, but without a weapon, his words sounded like an empty excuse, and the others realized it immediately. The stone monster with the girl's head stomped its foot in despair as it continued to sob and beg for someone to come to its aid. The protagonist, as he watched the scene, pondered the good opportunity to get information about Liberatio after assisting in the murder. A male member of the watching group realized the inevitability of intervention, shouting the need to act for the common salvation. Two young allies echoed his call, agreeing that something urgent needed to be done about the situation. Their cry of "Save Jamel" and determined run was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a figure from the side and an order to stop. The protagonist stepped forward, announcing the stone creature as his target and drawing everyone's attention. His eyes glittered with such fury that everyone realized it was useless to object, or else the same fate would befall him. The terrified bystanders, standing in a daze, argued quietly among themselves, trying to determine whether it was a human or a new kind of monster. The protagonist pulled out his butcher's knife, his muscles enlarged, and his menacing appearance further struck fear into everyone present. The audience suddenly screamed as they recognized the half-naked figure wearing a strange mask as the man who had made the leap onto the metallic foe. Knowing the vulnerable point, the young man plunged his sword straight into the head of the machine, struggling to break through the metal defense. The machine collapsed to the ground with a crash, causing even the stone creature to cover himself from the splinters flying in all directions. Jamel exclaimed in bewilderment of survival as the clearing smoke allowed the result of the attack to be seen. The mechanical robot quickly rose up and, realizing the strength of the enemy, called for reinforcements, forcing the young man to fight against two at once. Realizing the need to change tactics, the hero put out his arm, from which a cannon appeared, producing a tremendous explosion. The girl screamed fearfully, watching the only defender able to help win in this unequal battle. The young man standing in the same spot suddenly sensed danger from behind, barely catching sight of the armed figure of the enemy leaping above him. Quickly reacting, the sorceress put out her hand, shouting a spell and releasing magical power to create a protective barrier. Thanks to her timely intervention, a huge block of stone materialized above the hero, blocking the attacker's path. The mechanical creature crashed into the stone barrier instead of the young man, who remained unharmed thanks to the allies' magic. Marnak took advantage of the disoriented monster's confusion by launching a determined attack on the weakened foe. The red-haired girl clenched her stone fist joyfully, triumphing over the success of her magical intervention at a critical moment. The defeated mechanical robot fell again, but it was clear from its movements that it was preparing to rise to continue the fight. Realizing the need to finish off her opponent, Jamel summoned her magic again, creating another block of stone for the final blow. The dying creature lay on the ground, making faint sounds and realizing the inevitability of its fate in this battle. The protagonist watched the scene unfold, intuitively sensing a repetition of events with the first defeated opponent. A mechanical monster with blazing red eyes announced the atomization of a top-level gas, beginning to melt. Bewilderment gripped Marnak as he turned anxiously toward the source of the ominous death threat announcement. The girl fighter climbed out of her stone form and joyfully made her way toward the young man standing at the front of the group. A commanding voice at the entrance interrupted the moment of relief, causing everyone to turn anxiously to the source of the sound. Fa Serena, radiant with joy, waved her arms and rushed towards her team, her voice full of energy confirming their commander stood before them. The protagonist, ignoring the commotion around him, stood with his naked torso covered with green tattoos under Jamel's astonished gaze. The girl realized the danger of the top-level gas as she watched the young man being enveloped in a green glow with mysterious energy manifestations. The priest turned to the leader of the archaeological team, warning of the difficulty of confronting the deadly gas and ordering them to leave. After listening to Marnak, the woman apologized and pointed to those who remained, about 20 people from the entire research team. She awkwardly asked a question about saving them all when they met again, and the young man stiffened as if the question had caught him off guard. A heavy exhale betrayed the protagonist's fatigue from endless rescues as he vaguely replied, "We'll see." The leader was satisfied with the answer, and with a smile commanded her team to leave the dangerous place immediately. A friendly, "Aye, Commander," erupted from all the team members, including Jamel, who joyfully raised her hand along with everyone else. The girl shouted joyfully as she ran, hiding between the crowd of archaeologists, realizing that this was the only chance to leave the cursed place. Everything was going fine until something iron and cold touched her shoulder, making her numb with terror. Turning around and seeing the main character, she cried, and his words, "You're coming with me," drove her to hysterics. The girl sobbed like a child, begging to be released to the boys, but received a cold ultimatum of murder upon refusal. The protagonist mentally reassured himself that everything would soon fall into place as he watched the receding silhouettes of the group almost leaving the building. A calm voice addressed the dark-clothed figure hiding behind the door, giving permission for her to show herself. Upon receiving permission, the person dropped the hoodie, exposing the identity of Daisha, who questioned the decision to leave. The red-haired girl, catching the tone in the exchange of remarks between her companions, bowed her head curiously and turned her attention back to him. Catching the seriousness in the gaze of the protagonist, she referred to her deafness with feigned haste and, embarrassed, tried to escape. The young man's hand instantly grabbed her head, almost completely covering her mouth, with the threat of death by use of divine power. Holding her at arm's length, Marnak demanded answers to his questions, ignoring all denials. The butcher moved closer to the girl's neck as the question about the size of the Liberatio Society sounded. Jamel, choking back tears, insisted that their branch was devoid of the full picture. She kept on about ignorance, cutting off phrases and losing herself in despair. Marnak inquired about the source of the information about the relic. There was disbelief in his gaze, for what he had heard contradicted the picture he knew. The girl, gripped by fear, confessed in tears. The organization did have a map which they had managed to discover. Jamel repeated in panic that 4 high-ranking members had the map, but the young man, remembering the same words from the past, briefly told her to stop lying. The protagonist remembered the follower's old lines and clenched his fist harder, noticing how the captive began to plead, assuring her of her truthfulness. She quietly explained that the map had suffered due to the faction war and now contained dozens of coordinates while the guy continued to hold her. Finishing her tale, the warrior clarified that the faction Kazrus seeks to overthrow the boss, while Versions seeks to gain his return while in conflict. Jamel also shared rumors that each faction controls two religions, but that the Kazrus recently rejected their god. The protagonists, shocked at the mention of the renunciation, did not believe what he heard and fell into silent reflection. Marnak's fingers clenched mercilessly on the girl's face as he demanded details of what had been said, but she swore neutrality through her tears. A deafening explosion at the front door heralded the arrival of an intruder attempting to force his way into the hideout. An iron monster in a protective cloak with massive metal limbs had successfully breached the breach and was now inside the room. The mechanical creature rose to its full height, announcing the discovery of the enemy, causing Jamel to plead for protection by divine power without betrayal. The spoiled mother's mental voice advised assassination as the safest option, but the priest realized it would take precious time. Though Jamel was protecting the group and not betraying him, the hero felt his patience coming to an end as he looked at her pale face. The memory of the dead Santos, who would ask for this woman to be spared, echoed painfully in the protagonist's heart. Deciding to trust her one last time, the guy unclenched his fingers, and the girl fell to the floor with relief, glad to be saved. Immediately reaching out her hand to the stone block, she began to call upon her magical power, summoning the element for help. The iron creature on the far side of the room didn't understand what was happening, but moved determinedly across the ruined floor towards her opponents. The monster stopped suddenly, losing sight of the young man, but it was worth raising its head as it saw the hero leaping from above with a weapon. Between the opponents there was a powerful explosion, hiding the outcome of the fight from the eyes of the girls, who anxiously awaited the result. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist and the iron monster stood opposite each other, both unharmed. The young man managed to cut through his opponent's protective cloak with his butcher knife, exposing part of the mechanical back of the creature's head. The boy's eyes widened in horror at the sight of what was revealed. Something unthinkable lurked beneath the robot's hood. The broken wires and silent stillness created an eerie atmosphere, as the mechanical creature froze in silence. After long moments of silence, the robot spoke, introducing itself as Tercio and paying tribute to the heir by kneeling down. Upon hearing the words about the heir, the young man froze in bewilderment as he continued to hold his weapon at the kneeling robot's head. The mechanical guard offered to escort the guest to the responsible floor of the laboratory when a curious princess approached them. The protagonist briefly explained to the girl that they were in Cylon's laboratory, giving Ermel an understanding of the current situation. In response to Marnak's question about a possible attack en route, the robot swore in the name of Tercio, his loyalty and the safety of his escort. Convinced of the sincerity of the oath, the young man agreed to the guide, allowing the machine to rise with an expression of honor to accompany the heir. The procession lined up in a particular order. The intimidating giant robot in front, followed by the boy, the princess, and trailing Jamel. The red-haired girl smilingly inquired about her role in the group, not intending to run according to her promise not to betray the young man. Inwardly resisting the need to take her life, Marnak agonized over Jamel's fate, realizing the danger of her existence. The mother of spoils in his mind persisted in repeating her favorite advice about murder, and he logically understood her hint of willingness to suffer for the sake of her decision. The princess suddenly turned to the girl walking behind her, smiling with a question about her desire to return to her colleagues, causing her confusion. Dakia honestly admitted her willingness to send her off, but her interlocutor only laughed bitterly. The names Giselle and Yarna had long since faded from her memory. Tears streamed down the captive's cheeks as she realized the unequal trust between her comrades, remembering only vague silhouettes. Dasha's attempt to reassure Jamel failed as the girl pledged her friend's understanding and sank into heavy thoughts of betrayal. After speaking to her, Irmel quietly whispered a warning to the priest, but he interrupted sharply, explaining the impossibility of freeing or killing the captive. Looking at the confused red-haired girl, the companions came to the only decision to take her with them on their onward journey. Stopping, Marnak coldly voiced the terms of homework and additional questions without even glancing at the enchantress standing behind. The anxious princess started to say something, but fell silent, unable to gather her scattered thoughts into a coherent whole. Ermel's suggestion to spend time together and learn the name of the protagonist made him nod in agreement. Understanding his partner's intentions, quickly removing the mask from his face, the warrior revealed his true appearance, causing genuine surprise at the watching Jamel. The sorceress screamed in fright, like a real child, unable to string a few words together at the sight of the famous priest. Continuing to point at the smiling fellow, she screamed with recognition, surprised at his own fame in criminal circles. The girl explained the familiarity through cards with his face on them, distributed after the many murdered members of their organization. Clutching her head, she screamed in panic at the imminent death for recognition, waving her head around in despair. The young man crouched down to her level, calling what was happening delusional, while her interlocutor only sobbed, promising to try harder. Before he could say anything, the boy felt her fall to his feet, grabbing her foot and begging for mercy. A smile lit up the warrior's face as he promised release, making the girl abruptly calm down at the unexpected hope. Continuing to shout her devotion, she bowed to him, while her embarrassed companions urged her to keep moving. The mechanical giant announced their arrival as the group stopped in front of the massive gates of the ancient fortress. The iron creature introduced the heir to the dispense system the instant the heavy doors swung open to the incoming travelers. A voice from the chamber immediately inquired as to the whereabouts of the special guest, while turning around to look around at everyone present. The iron creature briefly gestured to the guy standing in front, thus emphasizing his special status among the others. The damaged vision module caused the mechanical arm with the camera to lower, asking the heir to touch to confirm his identity. Not suspecting a trick, the protagonist reached out to the metallic limb, which began an immediate scan of his data. A joyous mechanical shriek announced the room as the sensor detected the very same bracelet of the inventor princess on Marnak's wrist. Gathering his thoughts for the proper wording, the hero decided to utilize his status as heir to the important information. The young man only asked if anyone else had entered the ruins, and the camera immediately started counting and analyzing the records. There were 24 people in total. The system explained the division into two groups and the resistance of two people, hinting at their battles with the Iron Guards. A voice pointed to the giant robot that had accompanied them into the room, informing them that of the four mighty night guards, only Tertio had survived. Hopeful, the protagonist mentally wished for the salvation of all 22 archaeologists he had come to know along the way. Anxiety gripped the red-haired girl as the system's attention focused on the two intruders threatening her comrades. Giselle and Yarn were the reason for the desperate pacing of the follower of evil spirits, begging to simply let her companions go without punishment. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks as she clung to Marnak in desperation, vowing loyal and diligent service. The mother of the spoils began pounding the young man's body with a jealous frenzy until he soothed her with a light touch. Thinking of his comrades in such a situation seemed better than worshiping an evil god, especially now that a sobbing Jamel stood before him. The unexpected decision of the protagonist to let everyone go through different exits pleased the girl, but puzzled the talking camera. The suggestion to separate the research groups brought smiles to the faces of the priest and the follower of evil spirits standing nearby. The mechanical arm lowered slightly as the voice requested the heir to accept something special from his late mother. When the vessel opened, a strange invention, resembling the bottom of a suit, but its purpose remained a mystery, appeared before Marnak. Surprise distorted the boy's features, but he instantly activated the bracelet, as if intuitively understanding their connection and principle of operation. His new arm, covered with magical armor, was decorated with an additional badge, and protective boots materialized on his feet. The protagonist assured with sincere gratitude that he would use the gift he had received wisely, receiving a modest disclaimer of gratitude. A mechanical voice mentioned his mother's instruction to pass on the inheritance, reminding everyone of the hologram of the princess constantly waving her hand. Mentally agreeing with the wisdom, the boy gently stroked the location of the spoils mother, feeling an inner disagreement. The heir turned his attention to the damaged camera lens, wondering the reason for the unhealthy appearance of the interlocutor. The mechanical voice bitterly recounted a tragic battle with a squad of masters, where all the knights were killed except for Tercio. Even the surviving giant was in a deplorable state, which was confirmed by the sight of the exhausted huge creature standing nearby. The protagonist logically assumed victory since one knight had survived after all, gazing intently into the camera lens, waiting for confirmation. A voice explained with noticeable sadness that a battle with only one survivor could not be considered victorious. The mechanical mind told of a cunning tactic, exploiting human weaknesses, mobilizing all resources for a siege of starvation. The heir sincerely praised the ingenuity of the strategy, causing the mechanical arm to cheerfully thank him for the recognition. The young man continued to smile, enjoying the companionship, but inwardly pondering the next course of action in this place. The sudden request from the mechanical voice caused the heir to maintain his smile, curiously awaiting the continuation of the conversation. The serious tone of the request to restore the army of ancient weapons instantly wiped the smile off the face of the suddenly surprised protagonist. The mechanical arm continued to assure that the motherly objections were unimportant in the face of the need to utilize the ancient arsenal. Marnak finally found the necessary words, asking for unconditional submission to its will, in return receiving a rapturous assurance of loyalty. Mentally assessing the possibility of a general uprising against himself, the protagonist recognized the importance of possessing his own army. With a smile granting permission to rebuild, he was rewarded with a stream of appreciative words from the mechanical mind. In between, the young man smilingly inquired about the timeline of the restoration, as he hoped for a quick completion of the process. In its turn, the mechanical hand proclaimed with a cordial smile and genuine enthusiasm, 100 years of work at maximum capacity. The boy's face changed and pitifully asked about the possibility of speeding up the process by reducing the size of the future army. The voice responded with cold reasoning, pointing out that its power would not even be sufficient to conquer an eighth of the ruined empire. The suggestion of a 50-year term of service for the reduced army brought a smile to the young man's face. He inquired interestedly about the possibility of a one-year option. The mechanical mind inspected the building and patiently explained the impossibility of such a short term due to broken equipment and depleted resources. Apologizing for the inconvenience, the interlocutor went up to the upper level to run diagnostics on his system. A cheer of delight at the restoration of the visual sensor swept through the control room as the camera finally regained clarity and was able to see the guests. Returning to the conversation with the renewed vision, the mechanical mind inquired about the level of threat to mobilize the army as soon as possible. The young man's confirmation of Liberatio's hostility instantly activated a red alert, causing the sensors to wail hysterically about the approaching danger. The artificial intelligence, calming down slightly, promised to rebuild a small portion of the army in a year, turning its attention back to the guests. The mechanical arm emphatically suggested that the heir rest in the lab, but immediately switched to the monitors to begin work. Marnak's categorical refusal caused the mechanical mind to stare at him sharply, demanding an explanation for such a decision. The voice continued to insist on the safety of the lab, pointing to the chair and emphasizing the dangers of the outside world. The emotional pleas for a shorter stay in the ruins sounded almost humanly desperate and heartfelt. The protagonist recognized the wisdom of his mother's advice. 11 months really didn't seem like such a long time. He was clearly aware of the twofold problem: the building he had to leave, and Pritia, the mentor whose training he would have to leave behind. Marnak could not let go of the thought of the god's eruption, and he kept a focused, almost stony expression. The desperate cries of the bound man echoed across the terrain, begging to be saved from imminent death. The observers in their darkened cloaks stood like shadows, staring blankly as the hunger-driven monster crawled out of the cave. Horror seized the victim at the sight of the monster's infant-like limbs, whose tongues began to wrap around his helpless body. The man's death screams tore the air as the tentacles lifted him upward, bringing him closer to his inevitable end. The monster dragged its prey into the cave, where the last pleas for help came from, ignored by the onlookers. One of those present mockingly noted the irony of the situation, with a former god transformed into such a pitiful creature. The believing partner took umbrage at the blasphemous words, deeming such remarks unacceptable to the deity. The unbeliever parried that the true blasphemy was to depose God, sparking a new wave of religious dispute. A philosophical debate about the nature of divinity escalated with the assertion that power alone does not make a being worthy of worship. When the conversation turned to the recruitment of warriors, one of the faithful asked a question. The response was derision about advertising destruction and playing Dolly. The opponents did not possess a holy relic, and the non-believer suggested that they simply ignore the churchmen, focusing on overthrowing the god. As they stayed close to the cave, sounds came to their ears, causing some to laugh cynically and realize that the meal would soon be over. After a while, a fourth man in a similar cloak approached the group, offering his assistance in their upcoming endeavors. The newcomer immediately learned about the readiness of the experiment and its location in the Northern Kingdom. Marnak kept his smile, announcing urgent business, but willingness to accept the amazing inheritance under the astonished gazes of his mechanical allies. The iron mind of Dispense approached the young man excitedly, proclaiming faith in the heir and wishing him great accomplishments across the continent. The mighty machine promised to create an entire army, willing to sacrifice continents and the entire world to accomplish Marnak's goals. The giant Tercio solemnly dropped to one knee before the protagonist, begging to take him as a faithful companion. The iron-headed giant turned to the perplexed lad, explaining the honor of service and the usefulness of his escort. The priest voiced concerns about the visibility of the companion, but received a reassuring reply about the ability to assume any size necessary. Tercio explained the ability to fit in his pocket and then grow to the right size at a critical moment in battle. The mother of spoils, silent until that moment, began whispering advice through the garment, eliciting mental assent from the brooding young man. The hero realized the pockets belonging to his jealous companion, continuing to soothe the angry bandaged hand with gentle strokes. Marnak inquired about the possibility of assuming human size, receiving a confident affirmative response from Tercio with a demonstration. The Iron Giant rose to his feet and straightened to his full height, trying to convince the protagonist of his versatility. After a bit of deliberation, the lad agreed to take a companion, eliciting enthusiastic thanks from the warrior for the highest honor. Suddenly, a mechanical hand grabbed Tercio and lifted him up, explaining the need for urgent repairs before the long journey. Placing the robot in a separate room, Dispense reported 3 hours of work, asking the heir to be patient and wait a bit. The voice of the mechanism reported the recovery of the defeated soldiers, causing the young man to look around questioningly. The hero's gaze fell on the lying Immortalium robots as he mentally informed the mother of the spoilers of their sudden wealth. The boy inquired about the possibility of taking the robots with him, confident of a positive answer due to his status as an heir. The mechanical mind queried about the soldiers with surprise, assuming the young man's intention to sell the precious Immortalium on the market. Dispense perplexedly inquired about the heir's financial situation, receiving assurances of sufficient funds left over from the arena. The stern tone of voice expressed concern over the protagonist's monetary difficulties, deeming such a situation unacceptable. Therefore, he suggested an alternative to the sale, using Immortalium to increase the rate of gold and gemstone mining. The mechanical assistant promised Marnak to gift all the treasures of the continent, listing various rare stones and metals. Upon hearing about the continent's golden jewels, the savvy lad loudly inquired about the mobility of the mysterious laboratory. Dispense proudly announced the lab's ability to fly, opening up unprecedented mobility possibilities for the heir. Despite the severe damage and loss of function, the young man enthusiastically waved his arms, expressing his sincere gratitude for the possibilities. The mechanical voice thanked him for his praise and suggested the heir rest for a while, lighting up the young man's face with a satisfied smile. Dispense promised to notify Tercio when the repairs were completed, guiding the young man to a cozy corner with a couch and table. The red-haired girl, not listening to her comrade's congratulations, was consumed with thoughts of the possibility of becoming a wealthy companion. After a while, when the giant was already repaired, the mechanical arm expressed confidence in its superiority. No master could compare with it. The creator explained the plans for a future confrontation with the wizards and the installation of the communication terminal, while all eyes turned to Tercio. Dispense shyly looked away, timidly asking the heir for the possibility of occasional contact during his upcoming employment. The young lord's unexpectedly easy assent startled his interlocutor, who had not counted on such willingness to communicate. The mechanical arm solemnly vowed to lay the whole world at the lad's feet as the dispersing group heard his last parting words. Carmen admiringly praised Sajita's brilliant skill as the two comrades checked themselves for any soreness after the treatment. The comrades' joyous shouts of gratitude were met with a modest refusal from Marnak, who considered saving his friends as his sacred duty that required no recognition. Valtus made a sudden request for introductions, pointing to an iron giant and a red-haired girl standing nearby. With a smile, the protagonist confirmed his willingness to finally introduce all of his companions to the assembled comrades in the spacious room. The metal giant took a solemn step forward, introducing himself as the third knight assistant to the heir named Tercio. Valtus inquired about the warrior's origins, receiving an explanation from the priest about an ancient relic from the ruins of a forgotten civilization. A firm handshake sealed the acquaintance between the human and the robot, who expressed mutual joy at their upcoming cooperation. While the comrades continued their conversation, another guy approached them, addressing the giant who was frozen in a slight stupor. The former captain of the Red Bear offered to train together when the time was right to practice his combat skills. Terzio raised his head respectfully, explaining the necessity of obtaining the heir's permission for any such activities. The kind-hearted Marnak readily agreed to his comrade's request, not intending to deny such an innocent request. After receiving the heir's approval, Terzio confirmed his willingness to train, and Sajida nodded affirmatively in understanding. The red-haired girl suddenly dropped to her knees, loudly introducing herself as Jamel and promising to work with dog-like devotion. Valtus looked at his comrade with a slight chuckle, but obvious discomfort, and asked him the reason for the girl's strange behavior. Continuing to bow, the follower of evil spirits herself attributed her transformation to the beneficial influence of the virtuous priest Marnak. Lifting her head from the floor, Jamel, with eyes burning with greed and drooling, promised to do any work for money. The protagonist exhaled strangely, looking at the girl with conflicting feelings, trying to understand her true nature. A solemn voice from beneath a massive robe proclaimed the beginning of the first military campaign in the Northern Kingdom in front of the lined-up army. The ruthless destruction of the deposed ruler was the main objective, the commander announced to the battle-ready military ranks. The divine warriors roared in response to the temple's call as their leader raised his spear to the heavens and soared into the air. The princess shared her suspicions with her comrades at the communal table as the young man nodded in agreement, sensing an underlying threat in the events taking place. Recalling the details, Dakia Ermo reported the disturbing news of missing people in the vicinity of Betis a week after leaving the capital. The girl was perplexed by her brother's actions when Marnak interrupted her musings with a reminder of the long hike to that city. The boy smilingly inquired about the Lord's character, but the princess immediately lowered her gaze, sinking into painful memories of her parent. A grave confession about the senile dementia of Kalto's father, smiling Ermal, sounded from the lips of the girl who did not raise her eyes from the table. The silent, questioning glances of her companions fell on the princess, who continued to gaze at the contents of her drinking cup. The excited Valtus couldn't believe what he had heard when he learned that the Lord's illness had been going on for 3 agonizing years. The protagonist inquired about the identity of the temporary ruler, hearing back the name of Sir Douglas Martin instead of the expected brother. The boy's thoughts swirled with incomprehension at how power in the Ermel family had passed to a stranger with no family ties. The princess hastily explained Sir Martin's close relationship with his father, emphasizing his deep religiosity and devotion to the family. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind as her father always spoke warmly of the loyal associate in family conversations. The protagonist scrutinized the interlocutor, wondering about the strange circumstances of the transfer of powers by a mentally ill ruler to an outsider. The princess told about the power of attorney drawn up 5 years ago for Sir Martin, which initially aroused suspicion among the courtiers. Honestly, fulfilling the terms of the power of attorney had gradually changed public opinion in favor of the temporary ruler of the family estates. The red-haired girl began to suggest an assassination attempt on the lord, but she was immediately interrupted by her more experienced comrades. Medical examination of all possible diagnoses was inconclusive, leaving the cause of the ruler's illness a mystery to the doctors. The appearance of the waiter with aromatic dishes slightly diffused the heavy atmosphere at the table, distracting from the painful topic of conversation. The protagonist offered to postpone the discussion until the end of the dinner, understanding the delicacy of the situation and the abundance of tempting viands on the table. An unexpected question about suspicious people made Marnak freeze with a piece of meat on his fork right at his lips. The conversation between the men and the bartender about the mysterious traveler in the hooded cloak caught the listening young man's close attention. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the people present and picking out the 3 men in dark capes. The people who were looking for suspicious persons exchanged meaningful glances, as if confirming their guesses. Taking out a coin and handing it to the employee of the establishment, the man thanked him for his cooperation, announcing his intention to stay in town for the night. In parting, he promised help in case of any problems, heading for the exit with his partner to the grateful shouts of the employee. The cloaked follower of the evil spirits, gripped by terror, clamped her hand over her mouth, trying not to make the slightest sound. Her soundless whisper was full of despair as she turned to the calmly seated Marnak to question the appearance of the pursuers. Admisio, introducing himself as a member of the extermination mission, courteously extended his hand to the protagonist, trying to make a pleasant impression. With a slight smile, he introduced his partner Tatiana, apologizing for not being able to give the name of their patron god. The protagonist rose from the table, tilted his head slightly, introducing himself as Priest Marnak, servant of the goddess of preservation and protector of the common people. Admiseo repeated the gesture and politely apologized for the interrupted meal, expressing his pleasure at meeting the venerable priest. The lad's eyes widened dramatically when the mother of spoilers sounded the alarm. She didn't have enough fingers on her hands to count the strength of the guests. The protagonist's thoughts worked feverishly, pondering the strangeness of the situation with devils in the ranks of the Holy Extermination Squad. When the guests were about to leave, the young man asked them to linger, inquiring as to the reason for the presence of the famous squad in these parts. Admiseo did not hesitate to share information with the honored priest about the purpose of their mission. The announcement of the search for the worshippers of the evil god further frightened the red-haired girl, trembling with fear at the table. The man continued to recount the apparent crimes of the cultists, while the princess tried to calm her frightened companion. The protagonist exclaimed with contrived rage at the cruelty of the evil god's worshippers, portraying righteous indignation. His smile and question about the methods of verification further frightened Jamel, who tearfully clutched at the princess sitting next to her. Admisio calmly began his story, standing across from the boy and clearly enjoying the moment of revealing the hidden information. The man solemnly announced a personal message from the sky god, causing the protagonist to stare at him incredulously. The narrator's voice trembled with ecstasy as he threw his head back to the sky, as if in a religious trance. The red-haired girl and the protagonist struggled to contain their gagging as they listened to the rapturous words about the beauty of angels. The priest's mental rage grew at the mention of the fact that these freaks had supposedly come down from heaven for a sacred mission and did not tolerate the presence of the spawn of evil. The member of the extermination mission concluded his speech with words about the angels' honorable cooperation with the temple as a divine glow shone around him. A mental shout exploded in the protagonist's head that the main quest had finally begun, overwhelming him with rage and determination. Marnak was sitting in his room, massaging the head of the mother of spoils, when a cautious knock from Princess Dacia interrupted their privacy. The girl quietly asked permission to enter, only slightly opening the door and poking her head inside for an important conversation about plans. Jamel, whose room was across the hall, had a perfect view of what was going on, easily spotting the princess at the main character's door. Her mind was filled with poisonous thoughts of secret romantic encounters, while the rest of her colleagues slept peacefully in their rooms. The evil spirit follower contemplated capturing Lord Irmo, implying using the princess to gain more wealth. The girl's eyes glazed over at the thought of mountains of gold as she realized the possibility of carrying out the devious plan on her own. The protagonist soothingly spoke words of encouragement as he continued to massage the shoulders of the irritated mother of the spoil sport and spoke to his partner. The divinity in the girl's guise smiled as they began to massage her head, and the hero smilingly inquired about their collegiate relationship. Turning to his partner with a caring expression, the young man gently asked her to share her worries and concerns. The princess gingerly lowered herself onto the bed, bowing her head and confessing her childhood dream of leading the family clan. The pain of old grudges echoed in her voice as she recalled her relatives' excuses for her magical abilities. Ambitious dreams of ruling the family wisely were intertwined with a desire to prove her validity and strength to all doubters. Memories of constant training and fencing practice in her spare time lit up her face with a warm smile. The princess's voice grew colder as she confessed her dreams of receiving her father's or brother's acceptance and love. Especially painful were the memories of brotherly hatred and spiteful glances during their childhood confrontations. When asked by Marnak about the reasons for this attitude, the princess did not hold back her tears as she recounted her mother's death in childbirth. The tragic choice between the lives of parent and daughter culminated in the death of the woman who sacrificed herself for her child. The princess's childhood was marred by constant bullying from her brother, who called her the very nickname that made her feel like an outcast. The monster who killed her mother. These words haunted the girl for years, and her brother was not going to stop the psychological torture. Marnak tried to support the princess by emphasizing that being born a mage was not her choice, to which the girl admitted to being curious about his reaction. After her father's insanity, Dacia's brother Irmel stepped up his ambitious plans to seize power in the family. Ruthlessly controlling his sister, he methodically reasserted his influence with a cruelty familiar to her from her childhood years. The engagement became a tool to control the vassals, most of whom agreed to support this political alliance. The desperate princess decided to flee under the cover of night, hoping to wait for the annulment of the unwanted engagement. The thought of returning home filled her heart with the weight of realizing her own powerlessness to change the situation. The protagonist's concerned question about her brother's possible involvement in the kidnapping hung in the air between them. The princess bitterly recognized the benefits of marriage for everyone but herself, showing her determination to refuse marriage even at the cost of her life. Marnak's question about the reasons for asking her to accompany him to Beatus came after the girl's confession of her own powerlessness against Durso Ermel. A glint of hope appeared in the princess's eyes when she mentioned the gravity of the crime, the kidnapping of the Smiling Lord's daughter. Insisting that the incident be investigated could be the key to the long-awaited annulment of the forced engagement. Dacia rose from the bed, resolutely declaring her desire to become the recognized head of the family, while the young man supported the tired mother of the spoilsport. The princess' voice held a sincere passion for leadership, but simultaneously doubts about her own readiness to lead people. Warm memories of their journey together filled Dacia's heart with a pleasant feeling as she confessed her desire to continue the adventure. Sitting down on the bed, the princess heard her comrade inquire with genuine curiosity about her plans in Beatus. Memories of her brother and the presentation of his silhouette made the girl think of the advisability of establishing a relationship with him. Sincere hope shone in the princess's eyes when she offered to take the money and follow the protagonist on the journey. The young man's prolonged sigh was accompanied by wise words about leadership coming with experience, but Dacia Irmel was upset at the disrupted plans. A smile lit up the young man's face as he confidently predicted her future transformation into an outstanding head of the family with due diligence. The protagonist's soft gaze studied the attentively listening girl as he spoke of her habit of fighting instead of passive acceptance. The lad emphatically refuted her protestations of flattery, advising her to make her own decisions to avoid future regrets of other people's instructions. With a modest inclination of his head, Marnak confessed his lack of wisdom for giving advice to others in difficult situations. The princess summarized the importance of making decisions on her own with a smile, receiving a compliment on her natural wit from her interlocutor in return. Saying goodnight, the girl headed for the exit, receiving in return the same warm wishes for good dreams. Lingering at the door, the princess offered to ask for help without shyness, which somewhat surprised the silently watching guy. Dacia Irmel's final smile was accompanied by a promise to think hard about all the words of wisdom she had heard from her traveling companion. The mother of the spoil, in the guise of a little girl, lay on the bed in utter exhaustion, annoyed at the cessation of the soothing massage. The young man's return and continued relaxation instantly wiped the resentment from the girl's face, replacing it with a satisfied, peaceful smile. The red-haired girl was awake in bed, completely absorbed in dreams of wealth and plans to acquire it in the near future. A strange sound in the hallway made her jump out of bed and creep cautiously to the door so she could hear everything better. Overhearing the words of the conversation made Jamel clamp her mouth shut in amazement, unable to believe the revelation she had heard with her own ears. The red-haired girl's gaze followed the receding silhouette of the princess down the corridor, who was humming a happy tune as she headed for her room. The follower of the evil spirit jubilantly realized that now both the gold and the prince could go to her thanks to the conversation she had overheard. 10 days as the travelers walked down the winding snowy road, heading towards the next destination of their itinerary. Priest Marnak answered the princess' question about distance with a smile, cheerfully announcing the visibility of an approaching settlement. Valtus picked up on everyone's joy with the news of the rescue, recalling the 3 days of starvation due to running out of food supplies. The young man objected to the dramatization, recalling the hunt when the outline of the long-awaited village did indeed appear on the horizon. The first settlement in 10 days of travel caused the travelers to be overjoyed as they entered the territory of the narrow streets. The protagonist led the tired group forward, announcing the need to find an inn for some much-needed relaxation. Dreams of rest filled the minds of the continuing companions, anticipating a welcome respite from the tedious journey. Everyone was calm except the mother of the spoil. Noticing the strange passer-by, she made anxious signs to Marnak, repeating one word that he could not understand for a long time. The thing was that she couldn't count all the fingers of power. The villagers kept ancient secrets and radiated a frightening, inexplicable power. Walking behind, Valtis perplexedly inquired the reason for the sudden stop when the protagonist froze in place in the middle of the street. The boy turned around with a concerned expression on his face, quietly voicing his disturbing suspicions about the strangeness of the place. The unusual atmosphere of the settlement made the group move cautiously through the deserted streets, eager to reach their intended goal faster. Gathered in one room, the travelers began to discuss the disturbing observations when someone finally broke the tense silence. Carmen and Marnak gave meaningful glances, confirming fears that the inhabitants might be followers of an evil god. The princess intervened in the discussion, suggesting that they split up and reconnoiter the village in small groups before sunset for greater efficiency. Valtis frowned, firmly stating the impossibility of simply leaving, now knowing the locals belonged to a dark sect. No sooner had he finished his suggestion of pair-patrolling the small village than Dakia interrupted him abruptly, stating her desire to go with Marnak. The protagonist, not having heard the girl's words, offered his own version of division, he with Jamel, the princess with Terzio, Carmen with Sajith. Valtis honestly admitted that this distribution of forces seemed to him to be a good one, receiving support from Jamel, who nodded. The princess sat with her head down in shame and disappointment, barely able to squeeze out an agreement with her comrade's proposed plan. Valtis excitedly called everyone to action, receiving friendly support from his partners as they began to gather for the mission. Dasha cautiously approached her companion, delicately inquiring his opinion of Jamel's reliability in such an important situation. The girl took a few more steps toward her companion, reassuring him with words about the groundlessness of his worries about the follower of the evil spirit. The young man expressed hope for a favorable outcome, mentally noting the normalcy of Jamel's behavior despite his earlier doubts. Dakia took a few steps and caught the arm of the departing Marnak, offering her company for the next joint patrol. The surprised local nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had indeed heard of strange occurrences in their village. A man they met on the street spoke anxiously about the missing people, confessing his fear of becoming the next victim of mysterious disappearances. Marnak and Jamel, heeding the warning of the locals, slowed their steps and began to look around carefully, studying their surroundings. Noting the identical stories of the inhabitants, the girl exchanged a meaningful glance with her companion, catching the underlying wariness in the repetitions. The young man expressed confidence in the words of the locals, to which Jamel, who had been following the discussion, responded with a nod of agreement. The lad's friendly smile brought an anxious cry from the evil spirit follower, who sensed the distrust in his words. Suddenly stopping, the girl addressed her companion by name, demanding an explanation for his suspicions about the locals. The priest honestly confessed the divine warning of his patroness, choosing to conceal the more delicate details of the revelation. A delighted Jamel excitedly inquired about direct communication with the goddess, causing the hero to embarrassedly evade a detailed answer. The girl continued to marvel at the complexity of interpreting divine messages, while her companion became increasingly concerned about her excessive talkativeness. Marnak's sudden warning to watch her tongue made her partner realize the dangers of talking openly on the street. The readiness to destroy witnesses to the secret conversation led to a sharp retrieval of the knife, but a blow to the head stopped Jamel's bloodthirsty plans. The lad's serious look emphasized the importance of getting his permission before any killing, demonstrating the iron discipline in their partnership. Noting the setting sun, Marnak suggested a meeting with the miller, who might have valuable information due to tax collection. Confirmation of the existence of the missing people came instantly from the man's lips, as if he had long awaited this question from the newcomers. The miller's account of the disappearances in the village echoed the words of the other villagers, which made the protagonist wary. The uniformity of the testimony of all the villagers made the young man sink into speculation about a possible conspiracy or mind control. A sudden noise from the village center interrupted his thoughts and drew the attention of everyone in the conversation to the source of the disturbance. The miller, without taking his eyes off the scene, explained that the village chief's house was located there. An indistinct figure of a man was approaching them, but his features were lost in a strange shadow. The approaching stranger continued to be interested in what was happening while a green liquid fountained from his head. When the flow of green substance dried up, multiple tentacles began to emerge from the creature's torso instead of its head and arms, ready to attack. Realizing the threat, the protagonist instantly activated his power, covering his arm with black armor and preparing for a deadly fight. The tentacle monster began to rise into the air, spreading its limbs to capture all the victims present. Marnik was not left behind, leaping towards the monster and aiming a deadly blow directly at the center of its mass. The powerful attack severed several tentacles, causing the creature's bloody body parts to fall to the ground with a wet sound. Following the first severed limbs, several more tentacles fell to the ground, followed by the entire body, splattering green liquid. As he stood over the dead body, the boy mentally noted the oddity. Everyone was talking about the missing, but no one had given any specific names. A suspicion arose in the boy's mind about the involvement of a parasitic monster, which could be the cause of all the mysterious disappearances in the village. The alarm cry of an evil spirit follower standing behind him confirmed his speculation about the nature of the vanquished creature. A horrible realization flashed through Marnak's mind. The villagers were the very same missing people, only already taken over by the parasites. As he continued to ponder, he noticed a bright flash behind him, sensing impending danger. Turning around, the hero instantly recognized Daisha's characteristic magic. Spells of this level were used in critical situations. The princess was indeed concentrating an energy sphere, glaring fiercely at her opponent floating in the air in front of her. A strange creature with a human torso was circling in the sky, and below the waist its body was disintegrating into tentacle-like outgrowths flying in all directions. The monster's face, resembling an ordinary gray-haired old man, was deceptive. Its mouth was filled with shrill screams of terror and ancient malice. The realization of the terrifying power of magic pierced the young man's consciousness as he saw the crowds of infected people rushing towards him with wild screams. The bracelet on his arm instantly transformed into a deadly cannon, firing a precise volley straight into the center of the attacking horde. The protagonist's voice sounded harsh and commanding as he ordered his partner to follow him without delay or question. The red-haired girl instantly obeyed the command, realizing the criticality of the situation and the need to blindly trust the leader. The protagonist rushed in the opposite direction as the evil spirit's followers rushed after him on his heels. A deafening explosion shook the outskirts of the village, echoing throughout the area, making every living thing shudder. The princess was barely on her feet, her fierce gaze fixed on her enemy as she tried to catch her breath after the grueling battle. Reaching the limit of her strength, Dakia Irmel summoned an army of creepy insects, but the enemy only laughed scornfully at the sight of them. The old man landed on both feet, his gaze burning with lust at the sight of the golden eyes of the girl who asked about the source of his power. The creature repeated his words about the divine power granted to him by the descended god as the chosen warrior of darkness. An ominous scream cut through the air as the monster began to slowly approach the girl, threatening to clutch her body in its embrace. Without letting him finish his vile words, the princess directed a powerful stream of magical energy directly at her opponent's head. The word filth escaped her lips in disgust as she continued to unleash wave after wave of magical attacks on her enemy. The opponent's body began to decompose into a multitude of hideous tentacles as it mockingly bound the princess to the filth itself. The creature, which had already lost its human form, continued to threaten to encase the princess in its vile embrace forever. The monster spread its limbs apart, tilted its head, and broke into a mad laughter, shouting something about silver hair and golden eyes. Both the princess and the mechanical giant, standing next to her, froze in bewilderment, silently watching the transformation taking place. The creature's laughter became even louder and crazier when a monstrous black explosion occurred where it was standing, distorting reality. Hundreds of hideous maggots began to fall out of the dark vortex as the enemy prepared to present himself in his true form. The fourth apostle of the uncreated god, the hated Korath, finally revealed to the world his true form as an inscrutable, nightmarish creature. The princess and her companion instinctively rushed away at the sight of the horrifying monster, realizing the hopelessness of directly confronting such an opponent. A deafening roar of "Halt!" came from the blurred lips of the creature, whose face seemed like wax, but whose rage burned unquenchable. The mechanical robot bitterly acknowledged the enemy's superior speed as the princess clamped her mouth shut, fighting the nausea of the rushing run. Determination rang in Tercio's voice as he offered to stay behind to contain the monster, while Daisha found the air and brought reinforcements. He smiled at the princess's surprised question about survival, explaining that his body was created by his mother from indestructible immortalium. As he continued running and feeling the breath of his pursuer, The giant explained to Dacia his purpose for being a sword to punish his enemies, not to escape. The princess nodded with iron determination in her eyes, promising to find the priest of Marnak as quickly as possible and bring him here. At that moment, the monster almost caught up with the fugitives, throwing forward a huge clawed paw to the accompaniment of a triumphant roar. A jubilant cry of "Gotcha!" escaped Koroth's lips as his arm almost closed around the fleeing figure. At the last moment, the metal robot turned sharply and rushed toward the fourth apostle, ready to take the fight. Koroth only grinned contemptuously, easily leaping over the attacking robot and continuing his pursuit of his real target, the princess. Demonic laughter echoed through the streets as the monster mocked the attempted escape in his own domain. The princess's path was blocked by another parasitic creature, a blurry wall of flesh dotted with a multitude of spinning eyes. Trapped between the two monsters, the girl cursed through her teeth, desperately searching for a way out of the trap. In a fit of desperation, she shouted a threat about the imminent arrival of the priest of Marnak, but the crab-like creature only laughed derisively. The approaching monster came to a sudden halt, hearing a low voice behind her, warning that there was no further to go. The fourth apostle turned around contemptuously, revealing a mechanical robot with weapon in hand, ready for a decisive battle. Tercio coldly uttered a killing threat. A red beam pierced the slit of his mask, betraying a rising battle rage. The offended creature roared at his opponent's unexpected insolence and threw out a paw with all its might, attempting to grab his opponent's weapon. Bewilderment distorted the robot's voice processors as its blade plunged into Koroth's body, from which thousands of white maggots spattered to the ground. The crab-like creature shrieked contemptuously at the apostle's strength as Tercio completely pierced its arm with his sword, bringing the weapon closer to the monster's head. The robot gripped the hilt of the sword with incredible force and with a jerk severed the monster's limb, eliciting an agonizing cry of pain and release. The apostle, writhing in agony, cursed his accursed rival, his voice shaking with rage and promises of cruel vengeance. The mechanical creature landed gracefully in a fighting stance, challenging the airborne opponent with its unwavering determination. The monster soared upward with a mad laughter, preparing to unleash all its fury in an overhead attack on the opponent below. As it approached its target, the creature suddenly felt a powerful energy stream rushing straight at it with murderous speed. The attack pierced through the fourth apostle's body, causing him to let out a heartbreaking cry of pain that echoed around the area. Tercio coldly noted that he could have killed the enemy many times over as he watched the once formidable foe fall helplessly to the ground. The monster's heavy body crashed to the ground with a clatter, raising a cloud of dust and rocks as Koroth himself squirmed in agony. The quiet voice of his opponent sounded almost a whisper, but the Night Guardian's keen hearing caught every word with alertness. The badly wounded monster was urging the robot to look up with a mocking laugh, knowing some terrible secret. Leaning on the ground, Tercio examined the body and was horrified to find it all crawling with white maggots penetrating every crevice. Recovering his strength, the apostle, slowly rising to his feet, shouted his true power, preparing to continue the deadly battle. Suddenly, the protagonist with his sword of spoil materialized on the creature's head, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Marnak, with grim determination, began thrusting the blade deeper and deeper into his opponent's skull as his face contorted with righteous rage and sympathy for the guard. Completely pierced by the sword, the monster could no longer hold its head up, slumping helplessly to the ground in utter bewilderment. Suddenly, a confident voice sounded from the side, attracting attention with its unwavering belief in a speedy victory over the apostle. The princess approached with a triumphant smile and announced the inevitable end of Koroth. His fate was sealed with the appearance of Marnak. While Dakaya was still saying something, the hero, holding his weapon, mentally analyzed the insufficient speed of the spoil spreading through the enemy's body. Marnak was aware of the risk of losing a limb, studying the low-charge armor until a glance at it reminded him that the apostle wore his title for a reason. The young man, still on the monster's head, sent his comrades to help Carmen and Sajid back to the village when Jamel appeared nearby. The stone-faced girl put a hand to her head, showing that the priority now was to carry out the order to deliver Tercio. Left alone, Dacia asked if help was needed, but the protagonist briefly replied that he could manage on his own with his best efforts. The young man's arm was already showing 38%, and the creature, sensing his growing fear, laughed at the realization of his superiority over his opponent. The joyous cry of the evil spirit follower echoed across the battlefield as the metal giant, in her arms, let out a relieved "Air!" Placing Tercio on the ground and taking Dacia in her arms, Jamel heard the protagonist's insistence that she leave the battlefield immediately. A fake smile didn't hide the seriousness of the moment when the young man assured them that he would follow them, because he knew what was about to happen. The girls obediently headed in the direction indicated, while the young man carefully watched their removal to a safe distance. After making sure that there were no witnesses, the protagonist uttered the fateful words, "The beginning of the spoil," with a grim determination in his voice. The area was instantly plunged into an unnatural darkness, leaving only the monster, the young man, and the baffled mechanical comrade in the ominous gloom. Tercio was surprised to feel the decaying joints regain their former mobility, realizing the true reason for the change. The mechanical giant dropped to one knee, expressing shame and gratitude to the air for the unexpected healing of the destruction. The protagonist asked his comrade to rise with a warm smile, as such ceremonies were not to his liking. The priest recalled the unfinished battle, pointing to the opponent who was rising from the ground, ready to continue the deadly duel. The creature moved toward the boys, but suddenly its eyes were bloodshot, its face contorted in pain, and it screamed, throwing its head back. When the painful sensation subsided a little, the monster bewilderedly asked the guy the reason for his suffering. A stream of questions continued to pour from the creature's mouth as the young man silently reached for his butcher, not deeming it necessary to answer. The protagonist displayed his immortalium weapon in front of him, coldly announcing the impending death of the enemy in this place. The fourth apostle realized the fatal connection with horror in his voice and swiftly rushed towards Marnak, realizing the consequences of killing him. The boy exclaimed sharply and jumped back as the wounded but full of energy creature swiftly approached him despite the damage. The monster suddenly shouted a deadly threat, bringing up a huge fist for a crushing blow to his opponent. A surprised shriek rang out as the attacking limb was stopped by a giant hand of spoiling, preventing the protagonist's death. Immediately after parrying the blow, the summoned creature delivered a powerful counterstrike to Koroth's stomach, causing him to crouch in pain and scream. The series of crushing attacks ended with the protagonist's giant throwing the enemy far forward, raising a cloud of dust as it landed. The summoned creature exclaimed in bewilderment, finding an iron mechanical robot in front of it, silently watching the scene. Koroth slowly rose from the ground, curiously pondering how real these creatures could be. The spoils giant let out a battle cry, drawing his sword and charging at the surviving foe with indomitable fury. The monster let loose a multitude of tentacle-like appendages from its body with an irritated shriek, erupting lightning fast and threatening. The deadly appendages easily pierced the body of the approaching attacker, piercing its flesh in several places at once. Despite the multiple wounds, a grin suddenly appeared on the face of the spoiled giant, and now he was screaming not in pain but in rage. An unexpected blow pierced his opponent, causing blood to spurt in all directions as the old man wondered how he had made such an oversight. The wounded man collapsed to the floor, clutching the bleeding wound and breathing heavily, while the tentacles seemed to collapse and die. The summoned creature screamed furiously in incomprehension as the tentacles began to pierce his body again, weaving themselves into a huge rope. The protagonist, standing some distance away, stared in bewilderment at the cloud of dust, unable to discern what was happening within. Koroth, whose wounds seemed to heal instantly, flew upwards with fury, promising to show the true power of the fourth apostle to all his enemies. The protagonist's confident denial puzzled the old man for a moment, causing him to stare at the self-assured boy in incomprehension. As if not hearing his interlocutor, the young man turned to his mother, summoning a sword of spoiling and giving 10,000 divine power to strengthen it. He stretched out his hand, and a slit of reality flashed before her, shaky, distorted, as if the world itself had retreated backwards. The sword of spoiling slowly crawled out of the slit, which the young man drew out with a devilish grin, already contemplating the 20-second limit of amplification. The monster clenched his fists, shaking with rage, and roared that he wouldn't let this cursed weapon hit him twice. The protagonist coldly noted his opponent's combat experience, but even the thought of just watching his transformation seemed unacceptable to him. The monster stared in shock at the boy who raised his sword above his head, releasing a powerful stream of emerald magical energy. The boy's battle cry echoed off the walls as he directed the concentrated power at the creature, intending to cut it in half. The monster's body began to slowly separate under the effects of the magic, then melted from the damage and began to decompose with no chance of survival. A relieved sigh escaped the hero's chest as he felt the spoiled mother's concern and tried to mentally reassure her. As he left the space, he explained the failure with the apostles' forces, and an enigmatic smile flashed across his lips, as that wasn't all. The army arrived at the village and reluctantly entered the settlement, shuddering at the sight of the mutilated corpse lying at the entrance. The commander-in-chief examined the remains of the monster's victim, and with fury called the soldiers to arms to hunt the hideous foul thing. The soldiers froze, as if frozen as a commanding growl caused them to raise their heads to the huge shadow slowly unfolding above them. Adora's sinister laughter echoed through the village as the revered creature chewed the top of the very corpse in its mouth. The commander desperately shouted a battle cry as the monster bared a ferocious grin, digesting its prey and preparing for another attack. Adora laughed scornfully, soaring into the air and mocking the audacity of the humans who dared to challenge the honorable demon. Admisio froze with his head tilted back, realizing the horrifying truth. The apostle before them was an apostle disguised as a knight with the gift of flight. While the winged creature's scarlet eyes blazed with demonic fury, it continued to taunt the mortals, demanding that they pray to the gods. The cloaked man, who radiated divinity, was outraged at the blasphemous words coming from the demon's vile mouth. The flying insect looked down curiously, trying to see the impudent man who dared to speak to him. The stranger took a step forward and briefly promised retribution, his body blazing with divine light as he retrieved a shining spear. The watchers shouted with joy, recognizing the warrior as the fourth star who had come to protect them from the demonic invasion. Adora bitterly remembered her unanswered prayers when the proud gods had only enjoyed her torment. The stranger interrupted the demonic complaints by throwing a spear with such force that the air parted in front of the deadly weapon. Adora, despite her agility, barely had time to dodge as the spear passed over her shoulder, leaving a burning trail. The creature realized the true level of its opponent as the weapon swung through the air and back towards its target. The winged monster realized the need for an urgent retreat as the legendary fourth star flew up in pursuit. The mysterious warrior grabbed his spear and hurled it at his foe, menacingly promising to turn his foe into smoldering ash. Panic gripped the fleeing beast, mentally cursing its carelessness, but trying to hide its growing terror. A sudden spear pierced the inattentive monster's paw, severing the limb in a fountain of scarlet blood and sharp pain. Adora realized the criticality of the situation and partially shed her fur, making it easier to move under the incessant enemy attacks. The cloaked man furiously bellowed a rhetorical question, menacingly thrusting his deadly arm forward for another spell. The mystical plume of the stranger's garb expanded impossibly like a giant wing, blocking the fleeing monster's path of retreat. Desperate Adora rushed to fly through the fiery tunnel, realizing that the slightest mistake would result in instant death in a burning hell. The risky maneuver succeeded, successfully skipping through most of the trap while the observer below watched anxiously. The joy proved premature when the burnt monster began to fall to the triumphant shouts of the Avengers, praising the fourth star. Amidst the cheers, only a member of the extermination squad turned around warily when he heard a suspicious stomping of hooves. The hoofsteps were indeed approaching, and soon a centaur swept between the warriors, clearly not intending to stop. Fourth Star rhetorically inquired as to the fugitive's intentions, directing the blazing plume behind the rapidly receding target. The creature with the scarred face was fleeing according to her intended plan. Nothing could make her abandon her rescue mission. Despite the explosions and gunshots behind her, the brave rescuer managed to catch the falling venerable Adora. The rising fourth star screamed furiously upon realizing that the monster was slipping away and began to use profanity. The empowered monster shouted a threat of vengeance as it continued to swiftly move away in the arms of its devoted savior. The divinely radiant masked man stood silent, realizing his own powerlessness to change the outcome of the chase. Hiding in a secret cave known to few and far enough away, the fugitives felt relatively safe. When Adora regained her strength, her companion dared to break the sad news of Koroth's death. The shocked creature jumped to its feet sharply, horror flickered in its eyes, and a voice suddenly cut through the tense silence, disbelieving the old man's death. The monster shifted its focus without a shadow of hesitation, inquiring about the fate of the relic, part of the dead man's possession. The interlocutor sadly lowered her head, reporting the mysterious disappearance of the relic, apparently stolen by someone unknown. A quiet voice commented on the unusual change in the sacred relic, carefully lifting a small ancient coin. The protagonist took the mysterious artifact for himself, having examined it beforehand, and then turned to his mother to ask about its nature. A few days after the suppression of the fourth apostle, the protagonist's squad moved through the snowy forest to the main goal. The young man was perplexed, examining the coin in the palm of his hand, as to why his mother's relic contained the power of another deity within it. Thoughts of stealing the artifact or absorbing the divine energy occupied his mind, ignoring the glances of the princess walking beside him. Realizing there was no need to share the power of the mother of spoils, the boy squeezed the palm of his hand with the relic, trusting the promise to feel the next fragment. Immersed in thought, Marnak did not immediately hear Dacia's question about the subject of his deep thoughts. The young man abruptly snapped out of his train of thought and, with a smile, replied about the recent events that had shaken them all just a few days ago. Dacia sadly remembered her father and the new lord, whose area of responsibility included that very village, realizing that they were to blame for what had happened. The princess had the courage to seriously declare her intention to ask her brother about the reasons for what had happened, surprising her interlocutor with her determination. The proposal of the protagonist to turn to Sir Martin upset the girl, confident in the impeccability of the actions of the faithful servant. Suspicions of her brother's lust for power in such situations tormented the princess, who lowered her gaze from the soreness of the subject. A joyous shout from her red-haired partner broke the silence as she spotted the outline of the long-awaited structure. Several voices shouted "Beat us" at the same time, seeing the huge structure ahead and making sure they were on the right path. Valtus suggested celebrating the early arrival by drinking themselves into oblivion, generously taking the expense in front of their comrades. Jamel supported the idea of drinking herself into a frenzy, but was immediately advised to refrain from such an outburst. Marnak, enthusiastic, asked the princess about the feast that would mark their successful arrival. Realizing that the time was late, the girl thought for a moment and decided to announce her return in the morning, at dawn. When she heard about the free treat from Carmen, it was as if Dacia was transformed. She smiled and agreed without hesitation to drink to her heart's content. Hilden was glad to be alive. He sat laughing, sipping the alcohol as if each sip was a toast to his good fortune. His offer of a drink was rejected by His Highness, who was clearly in a somber mood with no desire to party. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom erupted with rage, demanding an immediate response about the bastard's arrival, and flashed the man an imperious glare. The protagonist group stepped into the busy city of Beatus, heading into the heart of the bustling neighborhoods. Valtus asked the princess for advice on a suitable establishment, confessing his familiarity with the city solely on business. The girl blushed embarrassedly, explaining her ignorance of entertainment venues, but the smile never left her pretty face. Carmen waved his hand vigorously, offering to ask passers-by on the street, trying to dispel his partner's awkwardness. Jamel had only just had time to map out which way to turn before Valtus was already rushing to passers-by to find out where to have a good time. Dakia watched Carmen with envy, so restless and lively that even the protagonist standing nearby couldn't help but agree. Marnak immediately remembered their first encounter. The night by the fire, the cold of the forest, the heavy silence, the two of them barely surviving. The image of a pensive Valtus under a tree with a necklace in his hands brought the hero to a philosophical reflection on the dark side of everyone. What she heard surprised her companion a little, and she looked at the boy with attention, a suspicion slipping into her gaze, as if he knew something unknown to her. Marnak evaded the explanation, continuing on his way, while the girl apologized for the tactlessness of her curiosity. The red-haired ally waved happily, urging the others to follow her to the cozy establishment they had finally found. The princess grinned enthusiastically and grabbed the protagonist by the arm, dragging him resolutely forward to the long-awaited celebration. The entire table exploded with enthusiastic cries of "Yay!" in honor of the magnificent priest Marnak as the mugs of alcohol met in midair. The protagonist stood somewhat awkwardly amidst the cheer, perplexed as to why he was the target of the celebratory toasts. The red-haired girl, having finished the first mug, shouted a toast in honor of the golden priest's assistant, raising a new portion of alcohol. Jamel jumped up from her chair and started to shout about wealth, but the alcohol had already clouded her mind, causing her to hurl the dishes upwards. The mug fell to the floor with a clatter, and the girl barely had time to sit down before her face slumped to the table. Carmen commented with a chuckle at his partner's hastily falling asleep after drinking everything she was offered. Sajida raised her glass in a friendly toast, anticipating the long journey ahead, and the comrades cheerfully clinked glasses in solidarity. The protagonist turned in surprise to the princess, who was slower than expected to succumb to alcohol intoxication. Barely holding her head up, Dasha sat with a beatific smile, disheveled hair and flushed face, glancing at the priest of Marnak with embarrassment. A sudden nausea distorted her features, causing her companion to shriek in surprise at what was happening to her. The young man hurriedly picked up the princess under his arm, heading for the restroom to the laughter of his comrades who were watching the comic scene. On the way, the boy spoke soothingly to the girl, promising that her stomach would soon find welcome relief. He warned her to let him know if it got bad at all, passing by a wooden barrel that caught her attention. The protagonist instantly grabbed the very barrel that the girl had rushed after, with clear intentions of getting rid of the contents of her stomach. The third prince mentally pondered the familiar face of Marnak, standing across from him along with Dacia in a tense atmosphere. Vadas Draco frowned silently, immersed in heavy musings, his gaze fixed on an indeterminate point in space. The tense silence was broken by the sounds of nausea from the princess, who barely had time to use the receptacle set up for relief. The protagonist smilingly inquired about the girl's well-being, delicately tapping the wall of the improvised vessel. Only the boy was having fun, while the prince and his aide who were watching were writhing in disgust at what was happening. Helping the girl up, the priest nodded curtly in response to her vow never to touch alcoholic beverages again. The princess tried to take a step on her own, but stumbled and fell into Marnak's arms, embarrassed and apologizing for the awkwardness. An intoxicated Dacia, with a pleading tone in her voice, asked her comrade to hold her and carry her to her room, clearly feeling sympathy for the hero. Prince Vadas mentally exploded with indignation, his face contorted with rage as he lunged at the fellow with shouts of, "Damn loon!" The protagonist turned to the aggressive men with genuine surprise, not understanding the reason for their hostility. The unrelenting Vadas continued to shout about the petty priest trying to defame the princess, while Hilden tried unsuccessfully to restrain him. The priest with a benevolent smile tried to explain the true state of affairs, refuting the false assumptions of the angry prince. The boy's assurances about the absence of relations with Dacia only enraged the interlocutor more, who managed to throw off Hilden, who was holding him back. The prince furiously accused the young man of seducing the innocent princess, while the man desperately grabbed at his leg, begging him to stop. A reminder from the head of the Eastern branch of the Secret World Organization about the coming problems cooled the fiery Draco's ardor a bit. The subordinate mentally searched for ways to resolve the conflict, watching as the hero lifted the intoxicated princess into his arms, which could have exacerbated the situation. The man squeezed his lord's leg harder and harder, trying to calm him down, but the man only tried more furiously to free himself. The cry of, "Let go, I'll kill him," was the tipping point, causing the protagonist to quickly flee with the princess in his arms. Running out into another corridor, the young man began to climb the steps, holding the sleeping girl tightly in his arms. Thoughts of the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom made Marnak hesitate as he continued up the stairs with his precious burden. Knowledge of the Eastern continent, home to beautiful dragons whose royal lineage went back to ancient times, surfaced in his mind. Reflections on the advantages of the dragon people with their base abilities and high status, recognized throughout the world. The hero thought of the quest for Beatus and the noble dragon race, pondering if Dacia would give up her status as a princess for the sake of the journey. Anxious thoughts of possible divine intervention and an angel sent to change his fate plagued the lad's mind. Settling his partner on a chair, the young man asked the employee of the establishment for a rag and a glass of cool water, holding out a coin for the favor. Thoughts of the dragon prince, Liberatio, an angel swirled in the protagonist's head, plunging him into deep thought. The dreadful suggestion that he was the one pushing the world toward destruction shrouded his mind in an impenetrable darkness. The employee's voice brought the lad back to reality as he set down a glass of water and held out a cloth as requested. At the young man's appeal, the princess mumbled sleepily about wanting to sleep some more, not opening her eyes and continuing to lay her head on the table. Marnak persisted in urging Dacia to drink some water, but she clearly wasn't going to wake up anytime soon. The boy stood beside the princess, feverishly contemplating his next move, for he realized that water was the best remedy for her alcoholic malaise. The creak of the door and the sound of footsteps interrupted his concentration. Marnak turned around sharply, trying to see who had entered. Marnak's surprise was immense. The appearance of a familiar figure here and now seemed completely inexplicable. The young man mentally pondered the presence of Durso Irmal, who was clearly looking out for someone as he continued to stand still. The protagonist assumed that the stranger had come to meet the prince, recalling the recent conversation near the restroom. Marnak remained where he was, watching his friend's brother purposefully head straight in his direction. The priest expected a conversation, but the prince silently walked past without even dignifying him with a glance or a greeting. The quiet words, "Nothing has changed," reached Marnak's ears, causing him to lower his head in an attempt to understand the meaning of the phrase. The urge to turn around and ask again vanished as the confident figure swiftly ascended the stairs to the top floor. The next morning, the entire group reconvened at the communal dining table in the hotel dining room for breakfast. The princess was feeling considerably better, unlike her comrades who were suffering from a brutal hangover. Carmen, holding his aching head, bitterly called Sajith a true monster of endurance in drinking alcohol. Everyone complained about their condition, while the sober young man calmly eating his breakfast stared in surprise, silencing the others. Their gazes settled on the former captain of the Red Bear, who was sleeping peacefully with a hand propped on his head by the table. Suddenly, the limb slipped, and the guy's face smashed into the plate of food in front of him. The protagonist and the mechanical robot looked at each other awkwardly, feeling embarrassed by what was happening, though it wasn't their fault. Valtus burst into loud laughter, triumphantly declaring himself the winner of the contest due to his ability to stay awake at the table. The unbridled laughter was suddenly cut short when the boy suddenly fell asleep and collapsed headfirst onto the wooden surface of the table. The young man remarked philosophically about the carelessness of drinking alcohol, glancing at the princess, who blushed slightly from embarrassment. The girl timidly inquired about the plans for today, receiving a sincere smile from her comrade and an admission of their absence. With a glance at the peacefully sleeping Sajida, to whom Tercio was carefully wiping his face with a napkin, they decided to let everyone rest. The princess started to timidly suggest that they spend some time together, but was suddenly silenced by an unexpected loud interference nearby. The girl's face contorted with irritation when the deafening sound of Jamel's awakening shattered the atmosphere of intimate conversation. The red-haired beauty wrinkled her nose at the foul odor of alcohol, perplexed by the amount of liquor she had drunk the night before. The protagonist mentioned continuing the feast at the inn, but Jamel had already announced her intention to go upstairs for a nap. Kind wishes of rest were uttered in response, while the distraught princess watched her companion smile at her departing partner. The embarrassed girl worriedly inquired about the presence of an unpleasant odor from herself, trying to discreetly sniff around. Marnak confirmed the faint scent of alcohol with a good-natured laugh, making the princess blush in shame at her condition. Dasha's unexpected offer to visit the bank after lunch caused a surprised interjection from the priest, who did not understand the true purpose of the visit there. The explanation of receiving the promised gold lit up the young man's face with an understanding smile, clarifying the princess's intentions. Shocked, Dakia could not believe what she heard, startled by the bank clerk's unexpected statement. The employee's cold voice explained the strict ban on the use of the gold fund belonging to the powerful Irmal family. Dakia questioned the confused man earnestly, insisting on his right to dispose of his personal savings without interference from anyone else. The bank clerk cautiously uttered a name that changed the entire situation: Sir Douglas Martin. Dacia was incredulous at first, but soon turned resolutely to her companion, stating the need for an urgent meeting with the viceroy. The protagonist nonchalantly agreed to accompany the princess, maintaining a mysterious smile as if the upcoming meeting didn't bother him at all. The respectful housekeeper escorted the guests through the long corridors of the mansion, informing them of the presence of Mr. Viceroy in the office. The young man mentally recalled the rumors of Sir Martin's connection to the old smiling lord as he scrutinized the palace's luxurious interiors. Stopping at the massive door, the attendant girl bowed her head respectfully, allowing the distinguished guests into the viceroy's office. Martin tore himself away from the important documents, coldly greeting Princess Dacia and noting her beautiful appearance after a long separation. Irmal bowed courteously to Sir Martin, cautiously approaching and showing proper respect for his high position. Douglas's attempt at less formal communication was met with cold incomprehension from Dacia, who stubbornly maintained a formal tone. The viceroy caught a note of displeasure in the girl's voice, and she pointed out the source of her irritation with a frown. The silent hero watched the tense dialogue with interest, secretly glad that he was the only one who could hear the mother of the spoils. Martin's rhetorical question about the block savings caused the princess to almost cry tears of despair and bewilderment at his action. The viceroy coldly explained his actions by the necessity to force the princess to return to her home by any available means. Douglas's attention shifted to the princess's tall companion as he inquired about the identity of the priest with polite curiosity. The hero introduced himself with a friendly smile as Priest Marnak, a servant of the goddess of preservation, with no reason to be hostile or suspicious. Martin read off an impressive list of the young man's exploits from an official document, including victories over demons and saving entire cities. The humble priest brushed off the glib titles, explaining their exaggeration and admitting that rumors gave him undeserved importance. The man's sudden rise and approach was accompanied by loud laughter, as he dismissed Marnak's modesty as unimportant. The viceroy's benevolent tone emphasized the importance of any acts of heroism before he broke the news of Lord Ermel's desire to meet. The shocked lad could not hide his astonishment at the unexpected offer, interjecting with disbelief about meeting the legendary ruler. The unperturbed Hilden was sipping his flavored tea in a measured manner, not raising his gaze in the peaceful atmosphere reigning around him. A towel flying nearby and a furious curse from His Highness didn't even make the calm assistant flutter an eyelid. The prince continued to rage in bed, vowing to tear the protagonist to shreds after yesterday's humiliating encounter with his hated rival. The enraged heir began to accuse his subordinate of preventing him from massacring the priest yesterday. The member of the eastern branch of the secret organization nonchalantly explained to Vadis the futility of yesterday's impulsive impulse, continuing to drink tea. The counselor reminded of the possibility of breaking the engagement under the pretext of treason if rumors of the princess' intimacy with the priest spread, but Vadis couldn't hear it. The prince couldn't contain the rage bubbling inside, admitting that the sight of his bride in the arms of another man turned his soul upside down. Draco offered to get rid of the priest secretly, but the calm Hilden urged patience, pouring himself another cup of soothing tea. Reflecting on the true power of the priest of Marnak made him rethink the mysterious events that had occurred in the eastern part of the kingdom. The third prince of the Dragonlands continued to sit up in bed when a sudden knock on the door caused him to shout angrily. The hotel attendant dutifully informed Vatis of the long-awaited news that Princess Dacia had returned to her chambers. Joyous excitement instantly swept over the air as he vigorously threw back the blanket and began to rise, full of sudden energy. The prince's pressure and insistence on the bride's whereabouts had visibly startled the previously unperturbed assistant Hilden. A smirk lit up Draco's face as he announced his desire to meet with Dacia Ermel for a long-overdue serious conversation. The aide's heavy sigh and his grim prediction of bad consequences elicited a perplexed shout from the heated prince. The wise counselor asked a single but critical question about whether the princess had arrived at the palace alone. With a slight bow of the head, the attendant informed him that the girl was accompanied by the same priest named Marnak. The prince's exhausted but fierce cry for the accursed fellow rang out as Hilden nonchalantly stated the predictability of the situation. With his head thrown back towards the ceiling, His Highness screamed in despair as to why the priest was constantly near his fiancée. The protagonist was still digesting the shocking news, standing at an unfamiliar door, accompanied by a female escort. The companion explained that the smiling lord was expecting him alone, as she was forbidden to enter the sacred chambers. Reflections on the strangeness of a personal meeting with the head of the Ermel family occupied the hero's thoughts as he walked down the long palace corridor. Another turn brought him to a room from which came the cordial voice of a gray-haired old man sitting facing the fireplace. With a slight turn of his head, the head of the family inquired about the need for mutual introductions, casting an appraising glance at the newcomer. The protagonist stepped carefully into the room, delicately inquiring about the influential host's well-being after a recent illness. Improved health allowed the lord to invite his guest to sit down for an important conversation, mentioning the conversation with the faithful Martin. A question about the lad suddenly appearing out of nowhere elicited a modest laugh from his interlocutor, claiming he was just doing a job. The reference to the father's close relationship with his daughter caused the young man to gag on his saliva and cough, utterly stunned by such a declaration. The protagonist immediately began to justify himself. denying any romantic relationship because such hints did not correspond to reality. The old man mentioned Dacia's evening visits to Marnak's room with a sly smile, which embarrassed the priest even more. The words stuck in the hero's throat as he mentally recalled the real reason for the visits. The girl simply wanted to communicate with the mother of the spoils. A tense silence hung between the interlocutors as they studied each other with gazes full of hidden meanings and distrust. Kalto's words that everything was going perfectly finally knocked the guy out of the rut, causing an expression of complete bewilderment on his face. The smiling lord explained that the status intended for his daughter would have gone to her if the relationship had developed. The priest even jumped up from his chair in surprise, not understanding where the conversation was going and what plans the cunning aristocrat was making. The man imperiously explained the conditions of a prosperous life away from Beatus, piercing the young man with a hard stare. However, the price of such happiness included a ban on returning, which made the protagonist lower his head in deep thoughtfulness. The Lord went on to speak of resolving all issues with the Dragon Prince, but Marnak smiled, stating that such measures were unnecessary. The man's furrowed brow betrayed his surprise at his refusal to accept what he considered to be a favorable deal. The Lord's voice sounded perplexed when he suggested unsuitable conditions for such an unusual bride in a white dress. Sharp words about the mage's unsuitability for such a position and unwillingness to hold the post of supreme ruler sounded categorically from his lips. Marnak finally spoke, promising to support the princess in her endeavor to become the supreme lady and willingness to care together. The young man emphasized the princess's right to make her own choice, not realizing the audacity of his words before the powerful lord. The girl's father stared silently into the flames of the fireplace, immersed in heavy thoughts about the fate of his family. With bitterness, Kalto recognized that pressure only reinforced the stubbornness of Dacia, who had no future on the chosen path. There was hope in the man's voice as he asked to convince his daughter of the hardships of being a great lady. The young man dared to inquire about something, met with frowning eyebrows and sarcastic permission for further rudeness in response. A direct question about his sudden concern for his daughter received a cynical reply about senile whims and a directive to leave the sacred chambers. Smiling Lord waved his hand, signaling that the audience was over and a quick exit would be the best solution for all. The young man followed the edict when a soft voice stopped him near the door, forcing him to turn around to hear the address. The request to not mention the visit and say anything about the senile old man's juices being sucked out put the protagonist on edge. A brief agreement and words of thanks from Kalto ended the strange encounter, leaving many questions unanswered. The lonely old man continued to contemplate the flames, his eyes filled with sadness at the sound of a familiar voice behind him. The names Distinguished Ireth and Honorable Adora sounded like an incantation at the appearance of the mysterious creatures behind. The scarred centaur inquired in readiness for the events to come, knowing the inevitability of further action. The smiling lord slowly rose from his chair, his eyes glowing with an inhuman light, foreshadowing a terrible transformation. The returning protagonist suddenly heard loud screams behind yet another door, peering interestedly inside the room. The princess was violently breaking free from Prince Draco's grip, flatly rejecting his attempts to keep her from leaving. With a decisive move, the girl released her clothes from the stunned boy's grasp, leaving him with his hand frozen in midair. Marnak's wide-open eyes watched from around the corner, realizing the impossibility of stealthy retreat in this situation. The priest's smiling partner inquired with interest at the results of his conversation with her father, seeing a familiar face in the doorway. The princess apologized to Vatis for breaking the engagement and made her way towards the protagonist, leaving him himself in complete shock. Hilden, who was standing behind his master's back, began to grow nervous, seeing the rage taking hold of the prince after her parting words. Anticipating the explosion of emotions, the servant barely had time to grab Draco when he furiously shouted the name of the hated Marnak, blaming him for everything. It was impossible to hold back the enraged prince. He threw Hilden aside and rushed towards the boy, demanding to get away from his fiancée. The princess resolutely shielded the young man, spreading her arms and categorically declaring that she was neither bride nor wife to anyone. The third prince of the Dragon Kingdom bitterly cried out for an explanation, not understanding the reasons for the refusal and trying to figure out her shortcomings. The sad girl sighed heavily and tilted her head, explaining her unwillingness to marry as the main reason for the refusal. The frightened Vadas desperately began to suggest at least having dinner together, trying to change the critical situation by any means possible. Dakaya quickly gathered her courage, looked seriously at her interlocutor, briefly explaining her busyness with important matters. The prince did not give up, offering various options for meetings, but unapproachable Ermel invariably replied about her constant busyness. The final rejection came before the princess left, leaving a dejected Fatih standing there with his head lowered in disappointment. Watching from the sidelines, the protagonist noted with a chuckle the unapproachability of his partner, comparing her to a stone wall. When the conversation seemed to be over, the prince suddenly ran to catch up with Daisha, frantically digging in his pocket for something special. The theater brochure in Vada's hands advertised the arrival of a famous singer with a play called Adora, but the girl indifferently rejected that offer as well. The exhausted prince dropped the pamphlet to the floor, standing powerless as if immersed in mud after her indifferent refusal. The princess tiredly admitted to repeatedly watching similar plays, finally dashing Draco's hopes of spending time together. The enraged third prince of the Dragon Kingdom shouted an accusation at the accursed Marnak, gritting his teeth with impotent anger. Defending the young man's innocence, the princess turned around and covered the smiling watcher once more, closing the matter definitively. The prince roared even more furiously, and the girl felt real fear for the first time, barely keeping herself on trembling legs. His index finger pointed at Marnak as he accused the princess of nightly encounters with the undersized priest. The protagonist awkwardly waved a hand at the enraged Fatis, mentally recalling the presence of the mother of spoil in their company. The priest approached cautiously with his hands raised, trying to defuse the explosive atmosphere with diplomatic words. Attempts at explanation were rudely thwarted by a furious shout from Vadis, who ordered the protagonist to silence immediately. The prince continued his accusations, claiming to be aware of the foul desires lurking beneath the priest's mask of nobility. Dakia exploded with anger, sharply ordering the prince to shut up, causing him to stare at her in astonishment. The princess categorically denied all rumors of an affair with priest Marnak, continuing to burn the purveyor of lies with a sizzling gaze. She fervently defended her savior's honesty and selflessness as she stood behind him, smiling embarrassed at the awkwardness of the situation. Even her status as Prince of the Dragon Country gave her no right to insult her protector, and the heir's face contorted with shock and incomprehension. Dasha's official declaration of refusal of marriage sounded like a sentence until the last petals of Irmel's flower had fallen. The prince sarcastically mocked the condition with the falling petals, threatening to ruin the family, and then angrily called out to his companion Derso. The protagonist mentally repeated the name he heard when the named man appeared from the other end of the corridor, chiding his sister for her carelessness. The brother went on to rebuke Daisha for treating their family name lightly, urging prudence and discretion in her actions. Derso reminded his sister of her special position as a sorceress in the family, but the princess only angrily interjected, not believing what she heard. Ignoring his former fiancé and the irritating priest, Fatis made his way to his friend, who responded coldly to his call. Draco demanded the promised princess, but Derso coldly reminded him that he had offered to take her by force, not just get her. Dasha's brother scornfully inquired as to the reason for his comrade's complaints, hinting at his lack of strength for the task at hand. The offended dragon prince exploded with cries of outrage, disbelieving his interlocutor's insolence and threatening to retaliate for his disrespect. Derso calmly threatened to tell the Dragon King of all his son's misdeeds if he didn't stop making noise in Irmel's house. A single curse was all that the defeated Vadis managed to squeeze out, realizing the complete collapse of his devious plans in this confrontation. The vicious order was uttered to his aide, who stood with a face wet with drool deep in slumber. Irritated by the failure, Vadis headed for the exit, passing by his previously overconfident comrade with a look of utter defeat. The incredulous princess broke the silence with a question, not believing that it was her brother who had ordered his subordinate to kidnap her. The girl approached her relative, persistently questioning the truth, still not believing the betrayal. The brother, coming close to his sister, created an oppressive atmosphere with his top-down gaze, accusing her of selfishness and lack of understanding of family interests. Derso emphasized that it was only his protection that kept her alive, reproaching her with childish selfishness and constant complaining. The arrogant Irmel shifted his gaze threateningly to the frozen protagonist, advising Daisha to take the friend and leave. The order to leave Beatus within 3 days stunned the girl so much that she was unable to utter a single word. Upon leaving the mansion, Dacia exploded with anger, continuously shouting curses while the silent young man listened patiently to the torrent. Stopping, the princess turned to the protagonist, jokingly asking permission to hit Durso over the head with magic for his behavior. The young man cautiously inquired about the lethality of such an act, but Ermel assured that the hard-headed brother could withstand even 100 blows without harm. The smile instantly disappeared from Marnak's face as he caught the disturbing signs from the mother of the spoil, mentally linking his brother's and father's request to leave the city. The protagonist's musings were interrupted by the concerned voice of the princess, who spoke his name and pointed with her hand in a certain direction. When Dakia saw the escort leading a red-haired girl with bound hands, she wondered with a strain in her voice if it was Jamel. The protagonist confirmed the girl's identification, staring ahead perplexed and trying to understand the reason for her arrest. The mechanical robot suddenly shouted an appeal to the air from the opposite direction and ran swiftly to his partners. When asked about what had happened, Tercio began a confused story, but then gathered his thoughts for a coherent narrative. The shocking truth was revealed to his comrades. Jamel was accused of worshipping an evil deity, which threatened serious consequences. The princess imperiously ordered one of the guards to inquire into the cause of the disturbance, receiving immediate confirmation of the order. Dakia sadly acknowledged the growing aggression of the evil god's followers, glancing at the departing subordinate warrior. The approach of extermination mission priests from the nearest garrison presented the group with a difficult tactical choice of action. The protagonist looked at his female companion and wondered about the possible consequences of being suspected of belonging to the cult of an evil god. The partner lowered her head grimly as she described the deadly torture of an extermination mission to extract information about Liberatio. Methods of identifying followers included painful extraction of divine power from the suspect's body for analysis. The protagonist thoughtfully reached out to the side of the mother of the spoil, mentally contemplating a risky plan to rescue the captive. The princess exclaimed happily, noticing the determination on the priest's face and signs of a right plan of action. The protagonist cautiously suggested the possibility of rescuing Jamel, doubting his own strength for such a complex operation. Turning to the mother of the spoil for additional power could be the key to concealing the true identity of the imprisoned girl. The lonely prisoner sat against the cold stone wall of the dungeon, sobbing bitterly at the injustice of her situation. Jama wiped her tears without raising her head, pondering the sad fate of an orphan among the followers of an evil cult. Many questions about the correctness of the connection with the dark power tormented the girl's mind. Finding no comforting answers, the spells had no effect. The stones remained motionless, and the tears flowed like a river of pain that found no outlet in magic. Using divine power meant certain death, the prisoner realized as she watched the guards pass by the cell. A sudden mouse squeak caused Jamel to raise her head and stare in surprise at the unexpected visitors to the dungeon corridors. The red-haired prisoner exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the familiar faces as the tears were replaced by a glimmer of hope on her face. Giselle and Yarn appeared in front of the bars, causing the girl who had thought them dead comrades to rejoice. The delighted prisoner jumped up and ran to the bars, unable to believe her own eyes at the sight of her living friends. Instead of the expected smiles, Giselle and Yarn's faces expressed cold anger and undisguised contempt for their former friend. A perplexed question about the report loosened the girl's grip, causing her to let go of the bars and freeze in place confused. The dark-haired Giselle angrily called the prisoner a traitor, hitting the iron bars of the cell with her fist angrily. The accusation of betrayal and living comfortably with the priests while they were tormented hurt the heart of the unfortunate girl who denied the accusations. The rebuke of her vain worries about her supposedly dead friend brought a new flood of tears to the face of the accused sorceress. It made Jamel recall her desperate pleas to the priest Marnak to save her comrades from imminent death in the ruins. Giselle, not hiding her arrogance, doubted that the young man had actually been able to engage the imperial weapon, certain that it was all a false show. The captive clawed at the bars with her fingers and shouted her willingness to explain everything, claiming that everything happened exactly as she said it did. The dark-haired girl lowered her head and, holding back her impatience, asked the same question again, as if hoping for an explanation. She said that after their disappearance she had found a team to excavate, but the guards had destroyed everything, and deprived of her strength, she had confronted Marnak. The red-haired captive shouted enthusiastically about their joint victory over the Silver Soldiers, but her former partner warily interjected. The dark-haired girl looked at her friend gravely, perplexed as to why the priest Marnak-controlled warriors were fighting against her. The captive screamed hysterically that full control of the soldiers came later, desperately trying to justify her past actions. There was horror in her voice as she described the huge Tertio, twice the size of Yarn, kneeling before Marnak, naming him heir. Jamel began to tell of a princess of an ancient empire, but an irritated Giselle waved her hand, demanding an end to these tall tales. The dark-haired partner sarcastically asked about the heir and the princess, clearly not believing in the fantastical tales of her former ally. Giselle venomously noted the storyteller's fertile imagination, to which Jamel desperately insisted on the truth of her words. The former partner bluntly asked why the traitorous girl didn't join them, but continued to follow the priest, silencing her. The dark-haired girl moved ominously closer to the grate, telling of the constant surveillance of the suspicious ally since her arrival. Her words contained a rebuke for the protagonist leaving her alone, but Jamel did not run away, but stayed with him of her own accord. The red-haired beauty tried to justify herself, explaining Marnak's initial threats and subsequent change in his attitude to one of benevolence. Realization lit up the captive's face with a happy smile, as she suggested that her friends also join the protagonist's side. Jamel tried to take her friend's hand, praising the priest's kindness and his willingness to accept the allies' bowed heads. Such a gesture infuriated the dark-haired girl, who yanked her hand away sharply, sarcastically inquiring about trying to drag them into the treachery of the Liberatio alliance. Giselle cynically inquired about the benefit while the captive sat on the floor after a failed attempt at physical contact. She began to recount the Liberatio organization's takeover of Beatus, when strange sounds were heard at the end of the corridor. Yarn told Giselle to shut up, but her furious partner flared up, declaring her unwillingness to talk anymore and demanding that she stop bossing her around. The dark-haired girl drew her pistol, coldly declaring her inability to let the traitor live despite their shared past. Out of respect for a former friendship, she promised to make things quick, pointing the weapon at the surprise-seated Jamel. Giselle explained the pointlessness of resistance and the horror of being caught in an extermination squad, but Yarn was bored with her speeches and snatched the weapon from her hands. The commander was already pulling the trigger, speaking parting words as the dark-haired girl mentally tormented herself with doubts about the fairness of the accusation. Realizing her imminent death, the desperate Jamel instinctively covered herself with trembling hands, screaming her unwillingness to die. The deadly bullet was cleaving the air in a straight trajectory when a mouse with a tiny saddle suddenly appeared next to the victim. The mechanical robot jumped off the animal with lightning speed, clutching its battle sword in its metal hand, heading toward the flying projectile. Despite the initial difficulties, the Iron Defender managed to cleave the bullet in two at the most critical moment before it hit. The red-haired girl, frozen in shock, didn't even move, allowing the shattered halves of the projectile to land safely on the sides. The mechanical robot erupted into a furious scream, its voice echoing off the walls, demanding a response for the audacity of trespassing on a fellow heir. Holding his weapon out in front of him, Terzio continued to shout menacingly, thinking himself formidable and intimidating, but those around him only looked at him perplexed. Jarn had had enough of all this, and without hesitation, he pointed his firearm at the armed little robot. The dark-haired girl laughed at the sight of the stranger, marveling at his size, twice the size of her partner. Giselle turned to the captive with a mocking question of sanity, continuing to laugh at the robot who cast a menacing glare at her. A sudden blinding glow flashed next to the mechanical warrior, causing the followers of darkness to instinctively cover their faces with their hands against the bright light. A furious Giselle continued to scream through her covered palms, calling Jamel a fool and expressing her rage at her former friend. The astonished cries of the captive's companions echoed through the dungeon as the giant mechanical figure loomed before them. Terzio inquired with concern about his red-haired partner's condition, receiving assurances of her well-being and a request to be more careful. The mechanical creature shouted a death sentence to the followers of the evil spirits that threatened his companions standing behind him. The bewildered captive questioned the necessity of killing as the robot bared its weapon, declaring the enemies a threat to the heir's safety. Yarn shouted a command to retreat to his partner, who lightning leaped aside, dodging the powerful blow. The dark-haired girl pressed her palm to the ground and began to cast an ancient spell, concentrating dark magical energy. The mechanical guardian activated acceleration, rapidly approaching the black cloud that Giselle was effortlessly creating to cover the escape. The girl continued to sit in concentration, putting all her energy into maintaining the magical smoke cover around her. As she continued to run, the robot shouted the futility of her attempts as his weapon crashed to the ground, scattering shards of rock in all directions. A powerful shock wave swept through the dungeon, causing the red-haired prisoner to instinctively shield herself from the flying debris. The iron bars of the cells were partially bent by the blast. The stone partitions crumbled to dust, and Tercio stood unperturbed amidst the destruction. Removing her hands from her face, Jamal looked forward momentarily, hoping to see her comrades alive and unharmed. The lone guard continued to stand amidst the ruins as the prisoner inquired with hope in her voice about the fugitives. The mechanical creature dropped to one knee, acknowledging the failure in destroying the foes, while the prisoner, on the contrary, gave thanks for it. The overjoyed girl did not relent in saying thank you to the guard for finding her, curious as to how he ended up in this cursed place. The robot slowly rose, explaining his arrival by Marnak's orders, while the prisoner questioned him with growing excitement. Confirming the priest's imminent arrival, Tercio stroked the mouse perched on his shoulder, politely declining the prisoner's offer to cut a door for him to escape. The guard gently warned of possible trouble in detecting the divine power, beginning to rapidly diminish in size. In a matter of seconds, the mighty Iron Man had transformed into a tiny rider, smaller than the gray mouse he now perched upon. Jamal watched in amazement as he actually rode away, riding the rodent, and her mind balanced between absurdity and shock. The sudden realization made the girl cover her mouth with her hands, realizing the significance of the fact that she hadn't sensed Giselle's divine power. The captive shouted the priest Marnak's name joyfully as tears of relief flowed down her cheeks at the realization of her near rescue from the dungeon. The protagonist wondered with a slight smile at the truth of her reaction, not expecting such an emotional response to her appearance. The young man slipped his hand into his pocket, pulling out a bunch of keys, and admitted with a sly smile that he had borrowed them from the peacefully sleeping guards. The evil spirit's follower inquired about the princess's whereabouts, unaware that Dacia was at that moment violently massacring the guards. A quick turn of the key freed the joyous captive, who immediately threw her hands up in the air and ran towards her savior. The girl ran with her eyes closed with tears, not noticing the ominous green glow that appeared right in front of her. The mother of spoil in the form of a girl suddenly materialized out of the glow, leaping at Jamal and dropping her to the floor, clutching her throat. The red-haired girl cried out in pain from her back as the triumphant mother of spoils joyfully held her fingers up, celebrating her victory. The protagonist laughed at the situation and decided to diffuse the tense situation by apologizing for greeting his companion too abruptly. The guy explained the nature of the mother of spoils while the straitened girl prepared herself for Jamal's incomprehensible stare at the divine creature. The former captive exclaimed perplexedly as she continued to study the dark girl, unable to believe that she had true divinity before her. Jamal began to gibber enthusiastically about the honor of meeting the goddess, causing the frightened mother of spoil to step back from such enthusiasm. The request to shake hands finally pissed off the divine girl, who quickly ran away and hid behind the protagonist's back. The face of the looking goddess expressed a strange fright, so the guy said that she was still shy of shaking hands with strangers. The priest began to explain the peculiarities of the mother's understanding of the spoil, but suddenly changed the subject, suggesting to finish the business as soon as possible and leave the dungeon. Feeling relaxed, the girl stepped out from behind the boy's back and calmly uttered her trademark, "Kill, kill." The red-haired girl stared open-mouthed at her interlocutor, bewildered as she asked about her duties in an unclear situation. The mother of spoils moved closer, continuing to repeat a single word and rhythmically lowering her finger as her partner watched questioningly. The follower of the evil spirit assumed the need to kneel and began to do so in front of the goddess, who folded her arms earnestly. As soon as the girl bowed, the divinity placed a hand on her head, plunging both of them into a mysterious green space. The mother of spoil said something in her own language, then removed the limb and allowed her eye to be opened, meeting Yamel's incomprehensible gaze. The protagonist standing behind inquired about the completion of the ritual, hearing the familiar words from the divine creature. He approached the mother of the spoils, lifting her into his arms, and as they exchanged smiles, they sank into the familiar green glow that flashed around them. After a moment, the boy looked at his bandaged hand and warned of the need to keep the spoil mother's true identity a secret. "I won't tell anyone," exhaled the red-haired girl as the protagonist hid the strange limb in its now familiar place under her clothes. Beginning to move, Jamel shared with the priest about her friend's attack, who had learned how to use powers without revealing divinity. Continuing to follow the protagonist, the girl inquired about the nature of the ritual that had happened to her, pointing to her head. The guy explained the removal of residual divine power for stealth and smiled again as he looked at his freed ally. The former captive began to exclaim joyfully at the wonderfulness of the news, but the priest who had stopped turned around, pointing to the true author of the aid. With a glance at the car coming alongside, Marnak voiced the need to introduce the mechanical guardian, Tercio, as an escort. The mechanical creature stopped and uttered words of devotion, assuring the heir of the reliability of his protection and loyalty to duty. The protagonist bade his comrades farewell, advising them to conserve their strength, and quickly disappeared behind a slamming iron bar door. Concerned Valthus and Sajida inquired about Jamal's whereabouts, unaware of her ordeal in the dungeon. Instead of answering, the enraged girl grabbed a pillow and began beating the boys with all her might, venting her rage. The red-haired warrior screamed about shared meals and the treacherous sleep of her comrades during her captivity, continuing the merciless beating. The princess approached the protagonist, standing aside in silence, called his name and met his surprised gaze. Dakia offered with a mysterious smile to go to the bank, as if she had some good news to discuss together. The boy queried about going for savings, remembering their previous agreement about financial matters and future plans. The priest reminded of his task to accompany and protect the eldest daughter of smiling Lord Calto, with a glance at the companion of long travels. Immediately after these words, the protagonist smiled and announced the end of their journey together, putting an end to the adventure. Unable to believe what she had heard and unwilling to part with her faithful companion, Dakia Irmo questioned what she had heard. There was sadness in her voice and gaze. The majestic building of the Central Bank of Betis loomed before the protagonist, patiently waiting for the princess to appear outside. Soon the girl appeared with a certificate in her hand, explaining that it was payment for an escort to the city instead of heavy gold bars. The princess explained in detail the advantages of the bank certificate, while the young man questioningly studied the unfamiliar piece of paper in his hands. Noticing her companion's confusion, the girl shyly suggested the alternative of gold, but Marnak smiled and assured her agreement. The boy began to mention Sajita and Carmen's shares with a smile when Dakia interrupted him, realizing the need for additional certificates. The young man just stood there, questioningly observing the strange behavior of Daisha, who turned around and sighed heavily, clearly pondering something important. The princess suddenly closed her eyes and shouted an offer to spend time, holding out a small theater ticket in trembling hands. The young man mentally realized the significance of the moment, continuing to stare at the shaking leaflet in the hands of his excited partner. The girl insistently shoved the ticket into the guy's hands, talking about the performance in 2 days, wanting to finally get rid of the excitement. When the ticket was in the hands of the protagonist, he asked with a slight smile and sincere surprise what made her change her attitude to the theater. The embarrassed princess, looking away, began to twist a strand of hair on her finger, feverishly trying to find a decent explanation for what was happening. Trying to dispel the awkwardness, Marnak admitted with a sincere smile that this would be his first performance and that he was looking forward to the upcoming event. The princess's joyous exclamation echoed around the room, her cheeks flushed with the blush of embarrassment from her sincere enthusiasm. The satisfied old man clapped his hands approvingly, admiring the result of his painstaking work on the costume. Marnak's mirthful laughter echoed through the room as the man standing next to him continued to applaud the young man trying on the outfit. The priest questioned the necessity of such a lavish costume with doubt in his voice, turning to the admiring princess, who replied naturally with conviction. The persistent girl with assertiveness explained the importance of the appropriate appearance for the first visit to a prestigious theater performance. The young man logically inquired about the reasonableness of such wastefulness for a one-time event, continuing to study his reflection in the mirror. The princess waved her hands vigorously, dismissing all objections and insisting that the expense was justified. Suddenly changing the subject, she quietly inquired about her knowledge of the rockless mountains, surprising her interlocutor with the unexpected question. Memories of a childhood bargain lit up the girl's face as she spoke of the significant investment in northern mining. With pride, Daisha explained that she had paved the path to family supremacy with foresight and her own gold, not parental support. Putting a finger to her lips, the princess emphasized the secrecy of information unknown even to her own father. She patiently explained the difficulty of withdrawing funds due to the geographical position of the mountains between north and south and the difficulty of snowy roads. With a confident smile, the girl raised her index finger, assuring him of sufficient financial resources for all plans. The grateful look of her interlocutor reflected sincere relief at the news of the princess's well-being and the success of her plans. Taking the protagonist under her arm, Daisha led him towards the theater performance, showing joyful anticipation of the cultural evening. The crowded auditorium of the famous theater froze in awestruck silence, waiting for the legendary performance to begin amidst whispers of admiration. The princess and the protagonist took secluded seats away from the crowd, silently watching the preparations on the illuminated stage. The curtains parted, revealing the dazzling figure of a girl bathed in the rays of the theatrical spotlight. The famous blonde Adora appeared in front of the audience, with burning eyes hiding insidious plans. Realizing the necessity of following the script to achieve the secret goal, the actress prepared to demonstrate her magnificent vocal skills. The mesmerized audience could not take their eyes off and stop listening to the divine singing that filled the theater hall with the magic of art. Even the princess, known for her dislike of theatrical productions, sat in complete delight, afraid to miss the slightest nuance of the performance. The protagonist clearly stood out among the theater audience, focusing his attention not on the stage, but on the companion sitting next to him. The spoilsport mother's direct question about sympathy made the young man look at his partner's face again, searching for the right words to answer. Quiet compliments about the girl's beauty and intelligence escaped the lips of the boy, who thought he had cleverly avoided a sensitive topic of conversation. A sudden seriousness swept over the protagonist's face as he leaned his hands on his chin, barely audibly confessing his heartache. Memories of the dead Santos, his first savior and beloved family member, tormented the young man's conscience at the grave of the dear man. During his aimless wanderings, a daring and dangerous thought of bringing back the mother of the spoilsport arose in the traveler's mind. The desire to resurrect a native soul captured the mind of the protagonist, forcing him to forget about caution and common sense of the world around him. Reflections on the priestly mission and the pressure of duties made the young man stop and cast a sad look into the past. The willingness to destroy his most precious possessions for a higher purpose ran cold through his heart, evoking images of a bloody savior in his ancestral home. Clenching his fists with growing strength, the hero suddenly saw in his mind's eye the bloody scene of the dead princess in the same pose. A panic attack instantly covered the young man with cold sweat, causing him to mentally curse his own helplessness before the visions. Trembling fingers frantically clutched the armrest of the chair when a small, warm palm gently touched his hand, drawing his attention. Abruptly changing the grimace of misery into a smile, the priest apologized to his interlocutor for his absent-mindedness, trying to hide his inner confusion. The bewildered hero noticed the distress in the girl's voice, reminding him of the approaching climax of the musical performance. His confusion increased at the sight of his companion's weeping face, which had recently been glowing with happiness and anticipation. The young man awkwardly said Daisha's name, trying to understand the reason for her sudden tears and find suitable words of comfort. At this critical moment, the singer Adora raised her hand, struck the highest possible note of the piece, and began to perform a fateful aria. The mother of the spoils shouted the sign with all her might, and the protagonist did not hesitate to leap from his chair, covering the defenseless princess. Desperately covering the girl's ears, the priest tried to save her from the ruinous influence, but she did not understand his actions. The enthusiastic audience enjoyed the performance in complete ignorance of the deadly danger looming over the crowded hall. As soon as the fateful note sounded, the bodies of the audience began to swell and explode one by one in front of the cold-blooded performer. The singer kept pulling the deadly note, watching as people's heads flew off to the sides, flooding the hall with scarlet blood. Adora persistently pulled out the final chord of her aria, realizing that the devil's plan was only moments away. Having finished the bloody performance with a graceful bow, the singer looked around the empty, bloody theater hall with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, her triumphant gaze rose to the balcony, where there should have been the same dead silence as below, but it was different. From there, two survivors looked up at her, the enraged protagonist and the frightened princess with her eyes wide open. A devilish grin spread across the assassin's face as she was mockingly surprised to find the witnesses to her bloody triumph. An ominous flash lit up the night sky over the quiet town, heralding a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions for the civilians. The expanding portal hovered menacingly over Betis, giving the impression that it could swallow the entire city in a matter of moments. Mysterious microwaves rushed out of the portal, mercilessly covering every corner of the city area with their ominous effects. Douglas Martin watched earnestly from the window, frowning his eyebrows at the impending unknown threat. His aide's worried voice interrupted his musings as a panting guard burst into the office with alarming news. The report of a force field surrounding the entire territory of Betis didn't even make the Lord turn to his shouting subordinate. Martin's calm reply that he himself could see what was happening sounded indifferent as long as his gaze remained fixed on the window. Without waiting for initiative from the Lord, the guard suggested requesting support for an extermination mission against the worshippers of the evil god. A serious question about the princess's whereabouts caused the confident lad to lower his head, admitting to her going to the show. The willingness to accept punishment for abandoning his post didn't stop the brave guard from continuing to report the gravity of the situation. Slowly approaching the young man, Martin asked his opinion of the evil god's involvement, receiving ominous confirmation of his suspicions. Instant death overtook the careless guard, whose head flew out the office window onto the city street below. Regret for the fallen young man sounded from Douglas' lips as smoke emanated from his mouth and from his back, still protruding the deadly blade. The gentleman's disdainful kick of his foot headed towards the decapitated body lying in a pool of blood on the floor of the study. A cold remark that loyalty to the post would prolong life was uttered before the assassin left the bloody room. Clicking on a special book in the bookshelf activated a secret mechanism, causing the man to retreat in anticipation of the result. The secret room opened before the determined Lord, who stepped inside the illuminated passage without hesitation. After traveling through the tangled corridors of the dungeon, the ruler of the city finally came to a halt in the depths of the mysterious structure. Kneeling before the huge beast that called his name, Douglas calmly said that the princess had not honored his request and remained in the city. "Well, it can't be helped," the creature with the strange shape said, and a slight regret could be heard in its voice. The girl with the scarred face pointed out Kalto's more serious problems as the head of the Ermel family looked at her with a mute question. The follower of the evil god reported no news from Adora, who should have absorbed a large amount of material by now. Martin, still kneeling with his head down, suddenly spoke up, reporting that he had heard about Dacia going to the performance. The same girl stepped in, noticing that Marnak was there as well, and after receiving permission from Kalto to act, stepped forward, mentally noting how long she had waited for this moment. Looking around the hall of decapitated bodies, the singer absorbed the power of the victims, realizing that 2 people had somehow escaped the massacre. The protagonist activated the battle armor on his fist, decisively calling his opponent a follower of an evil god, preparing for battle. The mother of spoils, assessing the sinister blonde, showed only 2 fingers of strength, which extremely surprised the guy with such a modest display of power. Continuing to stand still, Marnak realized the impossibility of inflicting such carnage on such a weak enemy, realizing that Adora had managed to trick him. The battle became inevitable, forcing the protagonist to resolutely transform and pull out his deadly butcher for the upcoming confrontation. The sinister singer began shouting threats, about to take off and head for a swift attack on the young man standing opposite. The magical attack struck her in the face before she could move, causing her to barely stand on trembling legs. The princess instantly realized the need to act, thrusting her arm forward and directing another powerful stream of magic at the enemy. Dacia stood on the balcony railing and snatched up her sword, shouting an indignant question with fury as to how her rival dared to stand before Ermel. The girl's sinister voice rumbled with the accusation of murdering the innocent citizens of Betis as she made her leap downward. Before she could touch the ground, the enraged Dacia rushed straight at Adora, seeking immediate and brutal revenge for the atrocities she had committed. The female monster mockingly noted the swiftness of the attack, partially transforming and unleashing clawed paws for defense. The creature screeched at the girl's temper with a sneer, fending off the attacks and destroying everything around it with powerful limb strikes. Dacia activated the magic of the gift from Cylon's lab, her face covered with a mask and her lips whispered ancient incantations. A fire sphere instantly materialized in front of her hand, whereupon she mercilessly directed the flames at Adora, standing in front of her. Following the magical attack, Ermel swung her sword, bringing it forward to strike, but it missed its target. The monster laughed, towering over the lowly girl, bringing its clawed paw back for a crushing blow with all its accumulated power. The protagonist appeared at the critical moment, managing to pick up his partner and lead her away from the spot where Adora had landed next. Marnak's voice sounded convincing as he urged the princess to calm down, realizing the danger of emotional attacks against such an opponent. Her partner agreed with the wise advice, but a glance at the ominously blazing monster made her realize that this case was quite exceptional. Dakia Irmal, glaring fiercely at her rival, was seething with determination. She would make her enemy answer with every fiber of her being for attacking the people of Beatus. The singer sarcastically questioned the girl's abilities, continuing to stand on the stage and addressing the surviving audience in the hall. Her mocking tone was replaced by anxiety when she saw two multicolored spheres right in front of her, portending big trouble. The protagonist, along with her partner, thrust their hands forward, creating joint magic while simultaneously directing it at their common opponent. The creature screamed a curse as everything around her exploded, engulfing the monster in puffs of thick smoke and bright flames. The charred but alive creature climbed out of the flames, becoming even more fierce than before, and cursing her chatty opponents for interrupting her speech. Dasha furrowed her brow and looked at the monster with cold contempt. A creature that dared to call itself human was nothing short of disgusting. She trembled with rage, clenching her fist to white knuckles, for the privileges of the Irmal family gave her full knowledge of the source of this disaster. The lifeless, bloody bodies of Beatus inhabitants covered the hall, reminding the princess of her cruel failure to protect the innocent. The inability to save the dead transformed into a burning thirst for vengeance, distorting the beautiful face of the girl with a mask of indomitable anger. The protagonist's calm gaze slid over his enraged partner as he quietly advised her to pull herself together. Dakia looked at her comrade with different eyes, hesitant but still agreeing with the wisdom of his advice. The warriors continued to stand motionless in front of the towering monster, which seemed to be saving its strength for one deadly blow. The monster's fierce threats did not disturb the focused hero, who turned to the Mother of Spoils to ask for divine blessing. A mysterious green glow enveloped the princess after her comrade's words, causing her to perplexedly examine her own body. The guy calmly explained to his confused partner the essence of the divine blessing that would protect her mind from the destructive madness. With a demonic laugh, Adora shattered the peaceful atmosphere, mockingly commenting on the touching closeness of the fighting couple. The monster mockingly inquired about the extent of their closeness, gazing intently at the lonely princess standing alone with her weapon lowered. The monster's alarmed cries of its opponent's sudden disappearance echoed through the hall as the hero stealthily attacked from high above from behind. Instinct saved the creature at the last moment as it recoiled, allowing the enemy's butcher to smash into the stone floor with a clatter. The hero recognized the impressive speed of the enemy, carefully observing the winged monster's maneuvers in the confined space. Adora's triumphant laughter with blazing red eyes echoed through the theater as she soared through the air, avoiding the trap. A sudden impact against the ceiling interrupted the gloating laughter as streams of stone debris rained down on the stunned creature. Mockingly comparing the enemy's abilities to the habits of a moth, Marnak nonchalantly watched from his former position. With an ominous tone, the young man pondered the insect's flight distance within the confined walls as he slowly approached his defeated foe. Admitting to enjoying the monster's song, the warrior promised to show mercy as the enraged Adora tried to rise. With a sadistic grin, the hero inquired about preferences in cutting off body parts, choosing between wings and head. The mocking tone filled Adora with renewed strength, allowing her to place her clawed paw on the ground with intimidating power. A furious roar accompanied the monster's swift rush with his jaws open at the unperturbed young man, who showed no signs of fear. The spiraling tongue flew out with such swift force that the protagonist's eyes widened with unexpected horror. Though the attack missed its target, the powerful blow slammed into the ground beside the young man, forcing him to flee with curses. The relentless creature continued to deliver crushing tongue strikes to the ground, while Manga deftly dodged without looking back. Infuriated, Adora drew her tongue back into her mouth, screaming for a return to her previous tactics of aerial attacks at the limit of her fury. A sudden explosion of flame engulfed the monster's head after her triumphant cry, baffling all witnesses with the incomprehensible occurrence. The boy's perplexed gaze slid over the smoking creature, which had recently been blazing with fire and was now shrieking in inhuman agony. The princess's scream from afar caught the priest's attention as she desperately tried to communicate something to her struggling comrade. The charred creature with the distorted face began to scream with all its might, pouring frenzied anger on the men who opposed it. Death threats accompanied the new tongue attacks as the enraged monster waved its deadly tongue in the air. The only way to escape through the shining balcony opened to the eyes of the warriors standing on a small dais in the hall. Realizing the necessity of action, the protagonist tilted his head toward his partner and plunged into strategic thoughts about the next steps. The words of the mother of the spoils about the impossibility of exit without defeating the follower of the evil god were perceived by the priest as the rules of the deadly game. The time restrictions on the use of the sword and the spoil giant rendered him useless against a swift opponent, threatening Dacia's safety as a hostage. Catching the gaze of his worried partner, Marnak addressed her by name, preparing to make an important request. The monster's furious cries of searching for lurking foes were accompanied by devastating strokes of its long tongue in all directions. Turning around at the noise behind her, the creature found her opponents standing nearby, glaring viciously at her, ready for a decisive fight. The beast noted approvingly the boldness of its enemies, slowly turning its huge carcass towards the humans, confident of its inevitable victory. A sadistic smile accompanied the promise to blend the opponents into an indistinguishable bloody mass, demonstrating complete confidence in success. Slowly opening its jaws, the monster released its tongue, which began to spiral out, heading straight for the standing men. The protagonist's lightning-fast reaction allowed him to stand in front of Dacia and chop the attacking tongue into several pieces with a powerful butcher's blow. The monster's triumphant smile brightened even after her wounds as she smugly proclaimed the futility of further resistance. Adora rapidly shortened the distance, unleashing short, furious blows at the defending opponents from all sides. The protagonist skillfully parried the attacks, suddenly turning to her partner and silently giving her a prearranged signal. Remembering the details of the plan, the princess instantly stretched out her hand, beginning to form a shimmering blue magical sphere. The unexpected interference of the hero in the process of the spell knocked the girl out of rhythm, causing the energy ball to scatter in her trembling fingers. The princess's confused cry echoed through the hall as she stared perplexedly at her comrade, who had suddenly changed the plan. The boy calmly explained the singularity of this path, confessing his inability to guarantee safety with the current level of forces. The protagonist recalled the nature of spells as a set of ancient words whose power is directly dependent on the magical energy invested. The young man continued his explanation of the corrosive effect of strong magic on the spirit, emphasizing the need for absolute concentration for a spell. With a reassuring smile, the protagonist offered to be Dacia's human shield while she dealt with a dangerous foe. The princess's brief agreement marked the beginning of a new phase of the battle as she once again began to form magical energy. The creature's attacks became more and more furious and dangerous, until it, gripped by madness, rushed forward with a furious rage, hungry for the death of its enemy. Mentally repeating the mantra of patience and the prohibition of pain, the boy recalled the very picture of a wounded Dacia lying bloodied and unconscious. With each blow, fending off the attacks, he screamed to himself in hopeless sadness, as if his strength was leaving him before the enemy reached his target. Another attack struck the priest's face, and the blood rushing in all directions mingled with the cracking of bones, emphasizing the monstrous power of the blow. The princess continued to cast the spell as her partner's bloody eye flew past her, torn out by the monster's claws. Adora burst into triumphant laughter, feeling her complete superiority over her defeated opponents in this battle. The bleeding young man remained on his feet despite his serious wounds and loss of sight. As he adjusted his head into position, he saw the partial damage to his skull, but the smile never left his bloodied face. Raising the heavy sword above his head, the protagonist focused all his remaining strength for a decisive strike against the enemy. Wasting no time, Marnak brought the blade down to the floor, managing to catch the monster's tongue lying on the ground. The young man's plan was not to cut it off. He deliberately held it back, forcing the monster to keep its mouth open. The protagonist continued to hold the enemy back, while the princess filled the space with powerful magical streams of her spell. Finally, a sharp magical arrow materialized in the girl's hands, making the veil around it disappear. Adora screamed in horror as the fog cleared, and she could see the horrifying picture of what was happening. "Die!" screamed the furious princess, holding her invention with magic and lashing out at her rival with fury. Barely having time to utter a curse, Dakaya directed the magical creature forward while the protagonist, still holding the monster, did not move from her position. Adora had no choice but to let out a death cry of horror as she realized the inevitability of her doom. Magical energy of incredible power ripped through the roof of the theater, leaving a gaping hole under the night sky. The enraged princess shouted a deadly curse, glaring at the motionless foes among the stone rubble. Moonlight streamed through the ruined roof, illuminating the monster lying on the stone floor, frozen in dead immobility. The protagonist cautiously approached the defeated foe, clutching the hilt of the bloody butcher in readiness for the final blow. The young man recognized the divine nature of his partner's strength as he watched the wounds on his face rapidly heal under the healing effects. A sudden jolt of unknown force caused the hero to turn around as his exhausted partner began to fall helplessly a few meters behind. A lightning-fast reaction allowed the warrior to instantly be nearby and pick up the unconscious girl in his arms before she collided with the floor. In a serious tone, the hero assured Dacia's well-being, mentally diagnosing dangerous magical exhaustion in the rescued princess. The lying girl struggled to whisper a single word of warning, trying to draw her comrade's attention to the impending threat. Unable to speak, the princess pointed a trembling finger upward, desperately trying to alert her savior to the presence of a new adversary. The hero's keen eyes traced the direction of the pointing finger, revealing the silhouette of an armed stranger on the dais. Convinced of the unconsciousness of the princess in his arms, the warrior slowly raised his wary gaze again to the source of potential danger. The instantaneous disappearance of the figure from the balcony and its appearance a few meters away from the hero happened faster than human perception. Bewilderment was reflected on the young man's face, unable to understand the mechanism of such a rapid movement of the mysterious rival. The stranger completely ignored Marnak's presence, focusing her attention on the heavily breathing, exhausted ally. The scarred girl rebuked her partner's carelessness, relieved that she had survived the dangerous magical overstretch. Rising with the princess in his arms, the protagonist directly inquired about the intentions of the suddenly appearing stranger. A brief reply about wanting a fair duel was heard, while the mysterious warrioress continued to stand with her back to him. The priest seriously questioned the advisability of agreeing to a duel, seeing no good reason to accept such a challenge. Turning with an arrogant look, the stranger reminded him of the favor he had done, hinting at the ease of killing the helpless princess. The young man's face changed slightly, but he silently stepped aside, sitting the girl down on the floor and patiently waiting for her to awaken. The princess was surprised at the speed of her recovery when the boy quietly advised her to feign unconsciousness to buy time. An impatient voice rushed the protagonist, reassuring with a statement of reluctance to attack Dacia Urmel during a fair fight. The rival cynically promised to take the princess's head as a trophy if the young man was defeated in the upcoming fight. Summoning the power of the first item and raising the heavy butcher's knife, the determined warrior turned around to face the challenge, ready to take the fight. The young man's serious gaze pierced the stranger as he tiredly declared an end to foolish provocations and readiness to fight. A wry smile spread across the girl's face as she admiringly assessed her opponent's fighting attitude, swinging her weapon. Without wasting precious time, the boy swiftly sprinted towards his armed opponent with a stern expression on his face. The girl's skill was instantly apparent as she deftly displayed her blade, blocking Marnak's swift attack in a single motion. Realizing the danger of using magic due to the possible arrival of the extermination squad, the young man continued to defend himself with conventional weapons. Mockingly inquiring about her opponent's strength, the girl soared into the air, sending streams of destructive energy straight down. The warrior desperately fended off the energy attacks with a butcher's knife, screaming from powerlessness, but not realizing the source of the opponent's incredible power. Realizing her opponent's exhaustion and disorientation, the stranger instantly began a swift landing with her blade drawn. A rumbling sound shook the room as she landed, but Marnak managed to roll away while trying to fend off the deadly blows with his sword. Scornful questions about flight and the priest's unworthy behavior accompanied the sharp blade's continuous attacks on the exhausted defender. Heavy breathing gave away the warrior's fatigue as he drew his weapon behind his head, realizing the critical need for a solid defense. The girl's battle cry echoed through the hall as she struck a decisive blow like a demon, causing blood to gush from the priest's body. The follower of the evil spirit rejoiced at the successful blow, finally getting her long-awaited opportunity to take revenge on the hated Marnak. The force of the blow threw the young man far forward, causing him to land painfully on the cold floor with a gaping wound. The smirking opponent carelessly slung the bloody blade over her shoulder, mockingly inquiring about the demon slayer's condition. The words froze on her girl lips as she looked forward questioningly, seeing the defeated body begin to rise. Standing up, the protagonist sadly inspected the ruined suit, assessing the extent of the damage from the bloody fight with his rival. Suddenly, a sinister smile lit up Marnak's face as he regretfully mentioned the gift while the huge wound quietly disappeared as if it never existed. Conflicting emotions gripped the evil spirit follower, from frustration to a devilish smile at the realization of the guy's inhuman nature. Marnak responded with an equally demonic chuckle, philosophically wondering at their similarities in the face of the inevitable confrontation. The girl's determined cry sounded like a declaration of war as she immediately rushed to attack her recovering opponent. The protagonist drew his weapon, preparing to repel the onslaught, realizing the equality of their powers in this fair fight to the last. The warriors crossed their swords with indomitable fury, gripping the hilt until their knuckles turned white in a merciless confrontation. The fighters' faces were contorted with real anger when the scarred girl suddenly noticed a strange green glow around her. Before she realized the source of the glow in the hero's hand, a powerful wave of energy threw her backwards. The crushing blow hurled the warrior into the ceiling, shattering it into pieces while falling rocks covered the stunned opponent. The girl's furious curses were interrupted as her eyes widened in horror at the sight of a rapidly approaching enemy with a butcher's sword drawn. The hole in the ceiling widened from the new blow, turning into a through hole that filled the city with stone dust and debris. The destruction of the roof left the combatants in the open air, continuing the deadly battle in a new arena. A wry grin touched the stranger's lips as she mockingly inquired about her opponent's lack of use of priestly abilities. The protagonist's sudden question about the extent of the devastation shocked her into a mild shock at the unexpectedness of such a turn in the conversation. The priest's gaze slid over the energy field above the city as he wryly suggested a real spectacle. The girl did not deny the obvious, but emphasized her subordinate role in the events with a serious look. The changed expression of the warrior's face betrayed a sincere desire to hold a fair fight without unnecessary tricks and stratagems. The priest's angry words about the hypocrisy of honor after killing innocents shattered all the stranger's claims to nobility. An indifferent hand gesture emphasized the girl's indifference to the fate of the weak, demonstrating the philosophy of a true warrior without sentiment. Disdainfully sticking out her tongue, the warrior proclaimed the inevitability of the death of the weak under the onslaught of the strongest in this world. The calm words of the protagonist about the girl's complete lack of talent were uttered without the slightest malice in a peaceful tone. The shocked cry of the evil spirit follower echoed around the neighborhood, as such words took her by surprise. Memories of Pritya's incredibly talented mentor allowed the priest to instantly recognize the mediocrity of her current rival. Ruthlessly analyzing the ordinariness of all the girl's gestures and reactions, he methodically pissed off the shocked opponent. Marnak's recognition of 3 years of sword experience emphasized the superiority of technique over brute physical strength in a real fight. The mocking question about the apostle's cowardly ways hurt the warrior's ego, seeking strength over skill. The girl froze with her head down, clearly upset by the unexpected words for which she was morally unprepared. A sinister look, full of rage and thirst for revenge, pierced the boy as the humiliated rival promised a brutal reprisal. Painful memories of past defeats at the hands of superior opponents came over the warrior with a wave of bitterness and shame. Observers recognized the genius of the victor, easily defeating a strong opponent while the vanquished stood in frustration. The voices of the spectators emphasized the average level of Ireth, who could not surpass her opponent in anything, compounding her shame. Disappointed voices of ordinary warriors pondered the unattainability of skill for ordinary people, while the victor put his sword away in its scabbard with a smile. The victorious fellow straightened up according to the training and sincerely thanked the mentor for all the knowledge and experience he had gained. Despite her accumulated experience and sincere desire to win, the teacher realized her opponent's good fortune as he bowed gratefully. A brief admission of defeat escaped her lips before she silently turned to leave, leaving the warriors bewildered. Daily training had ceased since that day, and her sudden decision stunned both her partners and her successful apprentice. The resignation letter contained only a few words, causing the puzzled comrades to discuss the incomprehensible reasons for such an action. The alarmed partner immediately rushed to her room, desperately banging on the locked door and demanding an explanation for what was going on. The man's persistence knew no bounds as he continued to fumble with the knob, certain of his partner's presence inside the room. The broken lock and open door revealed the sight of a girl sitting calmly at the table, who didn't even turn around at the entrance of her worried friends. The worried man perplexedly asked about the reasons for the resignation, linking the decision to a recent defeat at the hands of a talented fellow. The words about the opponent's genius echoed in the silent warrior's head, giving no rest to her tormented mind. Ireth's tearful eyes flashed with irritation as she shouted with all her might to her comrades to leave immediately. Slamming the door in front of her stunned friends, the girl offered no explanation, leaving them utterly bewildered. Hopeless words about the futility of effort escaped her lips as she watched her comrades leave through the window. The lonely life in the forest cabin stretched on season after season, while thoughts of the superiority of genius over hard work tormented her soul. The realization of the trampling of human existence led to the grim decision to commit suicide before the final humiliation. Sunlight suddenly entered the room through the wind-driven curtains, breaking the usual gloomy atmosphere of the dwelling. The mysterious voice introduced itself as Liberatio, one of the 6 prophets, completely concealing its identity under a hood. The girl stared earnestly ahead, calling herself True Despair and slightly revealing a haggard face. The joyous smile instantly vanished from the visitor's face when she saw the barely breathing woman staring lifelessly at the ceiling. The prophet lowered her head in despair as she approached the bed, lamenting the fact that everyone around her was inevitably dying. A voice full of true despair sounded next to the girl's ear as she brought her face as close to her head as possible. The dying woman slightly shifted her gaze to one of the 6 prophets from the mighty Liberatio standing nearby. A monotone voice listed the facts of the biography. Ireth, 37 years old, orphaned since 12, wielded weapons for over 20 years. The cruel words of mediocrity and imminent death hurt the proud warrior, making her shudder at what she heard. The identity-hiding prophet wryly reminded her of her words about effort, emphasizing that they only gave away her lack of talent. The masked woman coldly explained that all of Ireth's efforts were merely decoration for other, brighter talents. The sickly warrior shouted the question with all her might, grabbing her hands on the blanket in an attempt to silence the speaker. The enigmatic voice indifferently brushed aside the importance of his identity, glaring at a crying and irritated Ireth. Holding out an open palm with a coin, the masked woman offered one last chance to receive a reward for all her efforts. The voice continued to speak of the last chance, holding out an incomprehensible small purple orb to the lips of the dying woman. The famous warrior's surprised gaze met the eyes of true despair as she brought the mysterious object closer to her face. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and allowed the prophet to drop the mysterious something there. The rapturous screams of the spectators spread across the familiar battlefield, watching the incredible transformation of the fighting Ireth. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes seeing the girl after her illness fighting the same guy who had previously defeated her easily. The sword knocked out of her opponent's hands flew high up, and the former teacher joyfully realized the approach of the long-awaited moment of triumph. Her movements with the weapon in her hand were interrupted when the blade stabbed into something and instantly turned an ominous red color. The realization of her newfound power dawned on the warrior as she saw the defeated boy who had once ruined her entire life with a single victory. Her opponent's body fell, blood spurting in all directions, and Ireth's face was horrified at what she had done. A crying friend ran up to the petrified warrior, screaming desperately about the senselessness of killing in a routine sparring match. The voices of her comrades accusing her of killing her beloved partner echoed over the bloody corpse. The sobbing girl shook Ireth, calling her a coward and not letting her recover from the shock of the crime. The interlocutor brutally explained her knowledge of the truth about the rogue who had labored all her life but had accomplished nothing. The voice continued to mock the dishonestly gained pride, frightening Ireth, who pulled away more and more, weeping in shame. Unable to bear the comparison to a beaten mongrel, she thrust her sword with all her might into her weeping partner, watching the life leave her glassy eyes. Her comrades began shouting at Ireth in panic, demanding an explanation for yet another cold-blooded murder of an innocent girl. The furious accusations came from the murderer, frozen in front of the victim's body with a detached look, as if unable to hear what was going on around her. Sulliva ran down the girl's chin, enjoying the sight of blood as the lust for killing completely consumed her mind. Her comrades tried to calm Ereth down with promises to cover up the crime, but the fear in their eyes made her pull out her weapons for defense. Instead of words of support, she heard scornful insults, seeing only cowardly condemnation and hatred in her friend's eyes. A burst of rage caused the girl to scream at the arrogance of those around her, whereupon she swiftly rushed to attack her comrades. The present Ireth asserted the superiority of her merits over the rest, continuing to stare intently at the imperturbable protagonist. The young man calmly inquired about his rival's knowledge of his inferiority complex, remaining motionless in his previous position. Ominous threats to tear the jaws of the enemy accompanied the slow steps of the girl approaching the standing hero. The priest fearlessly continued to speak of the lack of help, as even the extermination squads were busy with other matters. Ireth ominously confirmed the futility of waiting for reinforcements, promising a lonely death to her opponent in this place. The calm tone of the protagonist caused the girl's extreme surprise, making her stop with a perplexed question on her lips. Barely had she uttered the suggestion of a follower of an evil god, green tattoos began to cover the body of the Spoilgate summoner. Realizing the true nature of her opponent caused Ereth to thrust her blade forward, but the young man only laughed mockingly in response. The ranged strike instantly sliced the displayed weapon in half, leaving the girl in a complete stupor from the show of force. The ominous voice of the protagonist explained the possibility of free use of true power, continuing to hold the butcher's knife. The unexpected revelation startled Ereth, but she desperately rushed out with the rest of the blade, which scattered in shards after the guy's next attack. Finding herself next to him without a weapon, the girl exhaled heavily and prepared to attack with her bare hands with desperate determination. The warrior's sudden scream was accompanied by a fist punch to her opponent's face, the last attempt at resistance. The hero smiled, recognizing the disappearance of physical advantages, while his opponent's hand was still touching his face. The dark material began to fade from the young man's hand after the sword fell as he explained his desire for a fair fight. The offer to continue the fight was accompanied by the swing of Marnak's giant limb, instilling terror in the girl standing in a daze. A curse escaped her lips as the blow swiftly approached and she crashed to the hard ground. Blood gushed from the warrior's shattered face and several of her teeth flew out, but she continued to breathe heavily, refusing to admit defeat. The protagonist leaned over his defeated opponent, his sinister gaze drilling her bloody face with sadistic curiosity. There was a cold sneer in Marnak's voice as he asked about the sensation of the humiliating trampling of dignity. With a sudden movement, the warrior grabbed Ereth and lifted her up, bringing his bloody fist in for another blow. Irony resounded in every word the protagonist said about the fairness of the duel as his limb crunched into the bridge of the girl's nose. Furious accusations accompanied the new blow, which threw the warrior back several meters with incredible destructive force. Even such a brutal attack failed to take her life, and a moment later she was slowly rising, coughing up blood. Ireth's bloodied face was distorted by a mocking smile, showing disdain for the lack of power of her opponent's attacks. The protagonist continued to stand with his fist outstretched, his voice sounding like a sentence of fate demanding an answer for the deaths of the innocent. Marnak earnestly repeated his words, signaling the inevitability of continuing this merciless confrontation. His cry of her mediocrity struck the girl. She became confused, resentment distorted her face, and reason began to slip away, as if on the verge of tears and despair. At the same instant, her scream, full of rage, caused a flash of pink glow, which grew to gigantic proportions and completely hid the figure from sight. The hero continued to add oil to the fire, accusing his rival of lacking her own accomplishments and honor. He continued to humiliate her, dismissing even her appearance as a creature of unimaginable proportions emerged from the pink glow in front of him. The blazing monster screamed Marnak's name, vowing his imminent destruction, heading swiftly towards the motionless young man. Folding his hands in a prayerful gesture, the protagonist summoned a divine power that instantly began to amplify his abilities. Uncertainty crept into the monster's voice as he stopped abruptly, trying to understand the nature of the changes taking place in front of him. A huge portal of dark green materialized behind the hero's back, shimmering ominously in anticipation of something unknown. An incredibly massive paw slowly emerged from the depths of the passage, behind which an even more intimidating body began to appear. The spoils giant fully materialized and threw its head back in a triumphant roar, displaying all of its primal power and fury. Reluctantly turning to the creature, the protagonist announced his business and handed over his command, leaving the battlefield. An understanding smile lit up the giant's muzzle as it opened its mouth wide, allowing its tongue to slowly rise and open. From the bowels of the tongue emerged a strange crouching creature with a trident, waiting patiently for its turn to join the battle. The small creature raised the weapon above its head and roared along with the giant, causing the trident to emit a mystical glow. The ritual gestures continued for a while, as if summoning invisible forces, and then both creatures froze in anticipation. It didn't take long to wait. Skeletons began to materialize out of nothingness, rising one by one from the otherworldly depths. The bony warriors grew in number until they became an army under the command of a powerful spoil giant. The warrior in the form of a monster shouted disdainfully about cheap tricks as the large army of dead men headed towards her. Staying where she was, she only laughed as she watched one of the skeletons begin to climb up her gigantic body. Her rival's indignant cry of unworthy battle methods echoed across the battlefield between the living and the dead. Among the approaching skeletons, she suddenly recognized the face of the apprentice she had killed years ago, whose empty eyes oozed reproach and incomprehension. The army below amicably chanted the warrior's name, causing her to freeze in bewilderment at the unexpected support of her many allies. The enraged creature waved its weapon desperately, trying to stifle the trigger scream that was clearly causing it excruciating pain. Irith, in the guise of a giant beast, frantically demanded a fair fight from Marnak, demanding that the pesky army be driven away. The protagonist, walking amongst the troops, only slightly turned his head, cynically advising his rival to run away if she felt afraid. A smirk lit up the young man's face as he hesitantly added a phrase about the possibility of the monster's successful escape. A slow death was the monster's last wish before it began to violently massacre the invading skeletons. The anxious young man returned to the theater, desperately looking around for the missing princess. The joyful girl waved her hand at her approaching comrade, wondering about the results of his recent fight with the enemy. The hero took his partner's hand, negating the question of the battle's conclusion as they both looked up at the deafening noise. Marnak's laughter and explanation about the spoil giant's battle infected the princess, improving her mood and causing her to smile in return. Heading forward, the girl suddenly complained about the difficulty of traveling, receiving a soothing reply from her comrade. Continuing the journey with Dacia in his arms, the hero responded affirmatively to her question about the reason for her return, with a short nod without disrupting the movement. A question about further plans caused the young man to stop suddenly beside the creature, pondering a request to the mother of spoil. The hero's words about the need to finish someone off caused the Adora, lying there exhausted, to shudder fearfully at the realization of the threat. The monster's desperate cries of important matters could not change the determined warrior reaching for his butcher's knife. The protagonist coldly recalled the deeds of the slain victims, bringing the deadly weapon above its head, counting the seconds of life of the doomed creature. Realizing the seriousness of the priest's intentions caused the creature to wail its willingness to tell all, begging for mercy. The mention of Dacia's father stopped the sword millimeters from the monster's face, drawing attention to the important information. Upon hearing the revelation, the protagonist turned to the princess, waiting for her reaction to the unexpected mention of Kalto Irmel. Dacia almost weepingly interjected about her father's desires, not believing in the possibility of his connection to the events taking place. Adora's beginning story was interrupted by the cracking of the ceiling as stone debris fell on the heads of those involved in the scene. A spear suddenly flew in, causing the hero to jump aside, but the weapon pierced the talking creature, splattering blood. The alarmed young man ran up to the princess, shielding her with his own body as they both stared dazedly at their new adversary. The stranger stood motionless over Adora's head, holding the sword with which he was slowly but gradually piercing the skull of his former ally. When the mysterious warrior pulled the bloody weapon from the monster's head, the way opened. He stepped forward, exposing himself to the priest and the princess. The surprise on the girl's face could not be conveyed in words when she recognized the man who had suddenly appeared. The bloodied Durso Irmel cast a serious glance at his sister and briefly recalled his earlier order to leave Betis. The princess fiercely accused her brother of posturing, reminding him that the victory over the beast had been won by joint efforts without his participation. The girl scornfully added about his inability to finish off the enemy, while the wounded monster continued to spit blood on the floor. Durso queried his sister's stubbornness, looking down at her ominously as he continued to stand over the defeated creature. Dakaya parried her brother's barb with a sarcastic question about his constant self-assurance and ostentatious superiority. The princess gestured with her hands, declaring her intention to leave the place, despite any attempts to hold her back. The accumulated resentment came out in a torrent of words as the baffled brother watched his sister's emotional outburst. The girl's angry cry for power echoed through the hall, demonstrating her complete willingness to relinquish her inheritance. Tears came to the princess's eyes as she cried out about her brother's abomination and his doomed loneliness in adulthood. Durso Ermel coldly stated his sister's understanding of the reality of the situation without showing any emotion. A sinister smirk accompanied his words about the hopelessness of her position, bringing the girl back to childhood memories of bullying. Accusations of her mother's death and being surrounded by enemies burst from the princess's chest as the painful memories came with renewed force. A desperate cry of inability to choose the circumstances of birth merged with tears, showing the depth of her childhood traumas. Rage took complete control of the girl, causing her to throw back her head and scream at the hideousness of her sibling. Durso's taunt about Dacia's street manners was accompanied by the throwing of a strange object, which the protagonist managed to intercept with his hand. The boy curiously examined the small twisted bug in his palm, trying to understand its purpose. His brother explained the creature's purpose for opening passageways through the dark veil, ordering immediate departure from the doomed city. At Marnak's question of doom, the Lord's son, making no secret of his irritation, abruptly turned around and rudely demanded an immediate retreat. A pink glow and the deafening rumble of a wall breaking interrupted their preparations to retreat, revealing a new threat. Ireth's scream in monster form echoed through the hall as she anxiously searched for her injured friend. The warrior's swift run was interrupted by a sudden sound from behind and a powerful blow that caught her off guard. The giant demon of spoils was stalking its victim in a fury, showing incredible strength and unwillingness to miss its prey. The mighty foe entered the hall and raised several blades above his head, preparing for a decisive battle. The warrior swung her fist furiously, trying to strike back at her superior opponent. Stones snapped off in the midst of the battle, raining down on the barely alive Adora and the hero and princess as the creature yelled over the top, "Don't relax!" Durso suddenly shouted a retreat order to his sister, warning of the imminent collapse of the ceiling onto the heads of the fighting men. Running past the princess to the battle site, her brother flatly forbade her from ever returning to her home. The girl, despite the trembling in her voice, shouted her right to make her own decisions as she continued to stand in tears. The fearless Durso rushed straight towards the fighting monsters without a drop of doubt, intending to intervene in the deadly conflict at all costs. Ireth glided in fury, fending off multiple skeletal opponents until her powerful stone stream hurled the giant back against the wall. Suddenly, the hero looked up and realized the criticality of the situation, watching the roof of the building collapse at an incredible rate. The beginning of the retreat was interrupted by the spoil sport's mother's signal of unfinished business, forcing the guy to reassure her about the lying Adora. The hero's cry to hold on was heard by the dying monster friend's partner, who called for a sword with cursed words in a rage. The young man with his blade drawn was already preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the creature's head, but his speech and desire was interrupted. The enraged monster was not going to watch his comrade being killed, throwing a newly materialized deadly weapon at the protagonist. The guy barely had time to turn around and see the flying threat, mentally realizing the impossibility of dodging the attack. The mother of spoils instantly took control of the situation, creating a protective emerald dome over Marnak to repel the attack. A sudden realization flashed through the boy's mind as he remembered the magical ring on his hand. An ancient artifact from the ruins of the Empire, a gift from the resourceful Cylon, could create a protective barrier once a day. A relieved exhale escaped the young man's chest as he realized that this ring would be their salvation in battle. Decisively announcing the transition to the final phase, the warrior raised the butcher's knife once more and thrust it into the creature lying there. The monster's stuck head proved difficult to separate, despite the young man's best efforts in the pressure on the hilt of the sharp weapon. A cry of joy escaped Marnak's throat when the severed head was in his hands amidst the blood spatter. Ordering the spoiled giant to distract Aerith, the young man rushed for the exit while his loyal ally rode the monster, restraining its head. The dead woman's partner demanded the head be returned, her voice shaking with anger and despair for her loss. But the hero could no longer stop the mission. Ignoring the protests, the warrior took the princess under one arm, clutching the trophy in the other limb, and tore from the crumbling building. Having escaped to a safe distance, the panting comrades stopped, realizing that the pursuers were no longer a threat to them. The familiar childlike figure of Spoil's mother materialized in front of the protagonist with her usual smile and greeting. Marnak knelt down respectfully, carefully placing the severed head in front of the deity as a completed task. The mother of Spoils crouched beside it, extended her hands to the dead body part, and began to emit a glow to absorb the energy contained. In the same instant, the creature's head began to melt under the influence of the magic, losing its original shape. The young man smilingly inquired about the completion of the process, but the mother of Spoil looked strange and remained silent in response. A worried cry burst from the chest of the protagonist, concerned about his companion's unusual reaction to the absorption. The girl incoherently screamed the single word, "kill," restlessly translating her confused gaze across the bloody floor around her. Her trembling hands began thrashing in the air as she continued to repeat the same word as if falling into a panicked stupor. The protagonist gently took her wrist, stopping her panicked movements and bringing her back to reality with a soothing touch. The firm order to stop was accompanied by a steady gaze as the young man continued to hold the girl's shaking hand. The hero's attempts to calm the situation were shattered by the inconsolable sobs of the SpoilSport's mother, who simply sat silent. The young man carefully explained his action by saying that he didn't want to let her touch that horrible molten monster head. Tearful eyes rose to the boy's face, uttering a single word that he instantly understood and promised to find a way out. The protagonist crouched next to the girl sitting on the ground, explaining the dangers of receiving information through her touch. A sincere smile lit up the face of the mother of the SpoilSport. Tears disappeared as she gratefully embraced her protector. After asking for rest, the girl instantly transformed back into her familiar bandaged arm. The princess watched silently from the side as her companion carefully lifted the mother of the spoils and gently laid her in her usual place under her clothes. Turning back to his partner, the fellow asked her how she was feeling after the recent events and the blessing. The princess grinned wickedly and confessed her regret for her restraint, wishing she had not torn her hated brother to pieces. Marnak's unexpected words about future possibilities surprised the girl, not understanding where he was leading the conversation. Dakia was surprised to see that he did not try to dissuade her from taking revenge on her brother. Where she had expected the usual exhortations, there was silent support. The young man recognized the difficulty of confronting the powerful Derso Irmo, but the girl immediately objected, calling him an arrogant man. A relieved sigh accompanied the warming up of the princess's hands, finally expressing the resentments and grievances accumulated over the years. A curious question about whether she called her brother by his first name only behind his eyes brought a smile to the girl's face. The princess admitted that the direct address seemed to recognize his superiority, which had suppressed her since childhood. A sudden stop interrupted their laughter as the young man put a finger to his temple, listening for invisible signals. Marnak, speaking to the mother of the spoils, realized that the connection was gone, and with it, the knight's divinity, as if he had regained his original form. The princess's worried question about the haunting remained unanswered, as the hero himself did not know the exact information. A resolute declaration of the necessity of immediate departure was accompanied by a glance at the still alarmed companion. The princess, already on the move, inquired puzzledly as to the whereabouts of the rest of the group, for alarm had crept into her heart. As if answering the question, the young man held out an armor-clad limb to the girl, leaving her puzzled. Dacia's careful glance at the glove revealed the number 3, a secret signal from Tertio, as the protagonist soon explained. The young man's serious tone emphasized the urgency of the situation, but her interlocutor only spread her hands apart with a carefree smile, agreeing to everything. The embarrassed young man hesitantly uttered the address to the princess, looking at her strange behavior with bewilderment. Repeating about the need to hurry, Marnak watched the girl's face change at the realization that he would not be able to carry her in his arms. The princess awkwardly recognized the logic of his decision, for busy hands could be a problem in case of sudden danger. The girl immediately slapped her cheeks lightly with her palms, trying to get rid of the blush of embarrassment on her face. The attempt was unsuccessful, so she quickly headed forward with a strained smile, suggesting that they set off immediately. The companions continued alongside each other, falling into silence amidst the shadows of the dark city streets. The protagonist turned his attention to the mighty tree near which they had stopped, noting their stealth to him. The young man, remembering the mysterious item he had received from Durso, assumed it was what provided their disguise. The girl cautiously asked the priest for permission to ask a question, but was advised not to be ceremonious about formalities in the future. The protagonist turned to his companion with a smile, interested in the unexpected question about whether he was not tired of solving her problems. The guy sincerely assured that on the contrary, he was the one creating problems. But the princess immediately began to gesticulate vigorously, refuting his words. After a moment, the smile disappeared from the girl's face, replaced by embarrassment as she guiltily apologized for the unwanted interruption. Realizing her straightforward but respectful nature, the boy turned back to his interlocutor and placed a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. The princess gratefully asked for confirmation of his kindness, tilting her head in embarrassment at the warm feelings. Turning back, the girl sadly muttered that this kindness was not meant for her, leaving her companion completely bewildered. Suddenly clapping her hands, she joyfully announced her desire to leave Beatus with him, but her smile instantly disappeared, making her hesitate. The protagonist began to warn about the difficulties and dangers of the upcoming journey, recalling the endless battles and constant escapes. The princess approached the surprised lad with a smile, rhetorically asking for his protection as she had before. Disgruntled signals from the mother of the spoils made the priest back off a bit, honestly admitting that he couldn't always make it on time. The girl was not upset, only proudly proclaiming her willingness to defend herself on her own, noting her growing potential and possible future help. The protagonist acknowledged the honor of such an offer, mentally soothing his bandaged arm and reflecting on the rarity of intelligent mages. Marnak honestly admitted to Dacia's wariness of wizards, but expressed his sincere joy at interacting with the princess. The girl covered her mouth with her hands from surprise and pleasant words, happily questioning the veracity of his statement. Taking the lad's hand, the princess asked him not to change his mind about traveling together into the unknown. Putting the young man's hand to her heart, the girl cautiously inquired about the possibility of asking for a special favor.